Interrogator Greg Sargent was not having a good day. In fact, given that he was currently waist deep in a septic pipe, it's safe to say that he was having an incredibly shitty day. He had spent his entire morning in meetings with the other interrogators. His afternoon had been one long argument with the Inquisition's most tedious personnel officer, and then he'd been called away to deal with this mess. Now, instead of eating a well-deserved dinner, he was trying to pick his way through a rat's nest of tripwires while arguing philosophy and speculating how many showers he was going to need, all because his squad's demolitions expert had stopped taking his meds again. Twitch wasn't having a good day either. He could hear the orcs moving through the pipes around him, but didn't have anything heavy enough to blast through to them. If Doc and Tink hadn't stolen his supplies when he told them about the commando raid, Twitch could have easily wiped out the Greenskins. Instead, he'd been reduced to trying to snipe them through the walls with his las pistol. To make matters worse, the treacherous bastard coming up the pipe was destroying the few perimeter defences he'd been able to rig. Twitch stopped perforating the wall for a moment to shout down the pipe, reminding Sarge that he'd always said never to trust anyone over the rank of sergeant. Doc, Tink, and Nubby were having a great day. Tink had jacked a screen into the maintenance cameras, and everyone was enjoying the show. They took turns critiquing Sarge's arguments about the nature of rank and Twitch's rebuttals. After the second time Sarge tripped into the muck, Tink asked if this wasn't a bit much, especially coming from Doc. The medic held up his travel orders and pointed to the name of the vessel that had been taking them to Tau Space. With a grim smile, Doc asked Tink if he'd ever heard the story about the time Nubby bought a warp ship. The All-Guardsmen party, and the greater good. Eventually, Sarge got Twitch out of there. It was a good show while it lasted, though. The whole experience actually seemed to cheer him up. Nothing like a slog through a river of shit and booby traps to get a soldier back to their roots. The weeks before that had been rough on Sarge. He wasn't cut out for meetings or other bureaucratic bullshit. We'd all noticed that he kept disappearing and was getting grumpier than usual, but put it down to him getting married or contracting some horrible disease. It wasn't until we were all given sets of honest-to-God deployment orders that we found out that the man had let himself get promoted. That was a nasty shock. It was like finding out the regimental chaplain had sworn his soul to chaos. Well, actually no one but Twitch really took it that hard. There was a little moping and a lot of bitching, but eventually we came to terms with the situation. It's not like we didn't already follow his orders. The only difference now was that he was going to be busy running the whole team, instead of focusing on keeping us alive. In a skewed way, he was doing it for us. It was the only way we stopped getting handed incompetent superiors to babysit. Still, Sarge had hid it from us, and the first mission he landed us was ridiculous. The score had to be even before things could return to normal, hence Twitch's little adventure. Once Sarge and Twitch were hosed down, everyone pulled together to help Sarge prep for the mission. Which is to say, Doc helped and everyone else stayed out of trouble, or annoyed people that were giving Sarge grief. It's amazing what people will agree to get Nubby or Twitch to leave their office. This time the mission wasn't a random investigation into something Oak's boys had dug up. It was a continuation of our previous one. The boss man was very interested in the group of traitors we stumbled over and half murdered in our escape from the rogue trader. He was of the opinion that they were responsible for most of the desertion problem, and thought they'd been transporting the deserters off-planet for some nefarious purpose. It was our job to track them down, figure out what was going on, then kill everyone for good measure. The problem was that the traitors and the trader had all buggered off after Bane blew up their base. Our only real lead was the cloaked figure that had been bossing the traitors around. Oak's analysts had decided it was a Tau, a type of Xenos that was fond of tech heresy and corrupting the minds of honest Imperial citizens. Since no one had seen the traitors or a massive army of deserters anywhere nearby, the Boffins thought that everyone must have fled to the region of space where the Tau lived, so the first step in finding them was going to be travelling halfway across the bloody galaxy, the Tau Space. Of course, the logistics of getting our squad all the way to Tau Space were rather complex. It was too far to hitch a ride on Navy vessels, and if Oak was going to go through the trouble to send us down there, he might as well send a few other teams to do inquisitive stuff. So, instead of hiring a merchant vessel, the Inquisitor decided to send one of his own ships, which was the reason we weren't happy about the mission. Our squad was in for a several-month trip on Oak's most recent acquisition, a freshly furbished merchant ship known as the Occurrence Border. This did not thrill us. Despite the fact that we'd been travelling on a ship that had more in common with a warp-tainted Space Hulk than a proper vessel, there were upsides to this arrangement. Between the large number of teams being sent and the support staff that would be staying on the ship, There were a lot of familiar names on the roster. Most of the survivors from the regiment were spread between the other teams, several of the cold boys and adepts we'd worked with were coming along, and Sarge got to help pick the ship's medical staff, so a certain hospitaller was brought. The downside of this was that Doc began bouncing between being annoyingly cheerful and annoyingly worried. It depended on whether he was focusing on the fact that his girlfriend was coming along, or the fact that his girlfriend might be eaten by demons with the rest of us. Doc's annoying tendencies aside, the final preparations went smoothly, and everyone began transferring over to the occurrence border. We first met the rest of our team on the shuttle. Sarge had picked them all out beforehand, but Oak didn't like people talking about their orders before they left his ship. It had been obvious this mission was going to involve a lot more thinking and talking than any of us liked to do, so Sarge and Doc had mostly picked nerds to come with us. On the thinky side, we had a Xenos expert and a cogitator boffin. For the talky stuff, we had an aging diplomat and a sneaky bugger, who was supposed to be good at impersonating people. The final spot was filled by fumbles, because the other interrogators kept telling Sarge he should have a psyker, and he was the least offensive one around. Introductions were made, briefings were handed out, and most of the trip was spent explaining the odder aspects of the team to the newcomers. To their credit, they didn't start looking uneasy until the explanation reached Twitch's habits, and why it was important to be nice to fumbles. There was a small welcoming party waiting for us with Sarge let us off the shuttle. A harassed-looking senior officer welcomed us aboard, then dumped our party onto a nervous-looking midshipman and some crewmen. The poor middy apparently had a routine he was supposed to go through with the new arrivals. Unfortunately, the first step was to have everyone's gear shipped ahead to their quarters by cargo servitors. Given our previous experiences with servitors on that ship, this didn't go over well with any of us. Twitch was of the opinion that we should kill the servitors immediately, just to be on the safe side. Dog got Twitch to calm down, and put his las gun away while Sarge explained that, for personal reasons, we'd be carrying our own gear. The terrified midshipman didn't press the issue and skipped ahead to the orientation tour. Well, none of us really needed the tour, it was pretty fun, especially since our tour guide didn't know we'd been on the ship before. The occurrence border was definitely in better condition than the last time we'd seen it, which really isn't saying much. The refit hadn't done anything about its maze-like corridors or bizarre layout, but all the blood and battle damage had been cleared up. The gravity almost always went in the same direction, and other doors led to rooms full of demonic fire. The biggest change we noticed was that the thousands of little notes had either been removed, or replaced with official-looking plaques that said the same thing, and there were maps at almost every junction. All in all, the ship was in pretty good shape, though we did notice that certain sections on the maps were labelled Warp Contaminated, Do Not Enter, and every map had the con code for the ship's confessor printed under it. The high point of the whole tour was when a few of our pointed questions pushed the midshipman over the edge. He exploded into a passionate little tirade about how much effort had gone into refurbishing the ship and how poor its original condition was. Then he went on at great length about how badly the supply agent who purchased the ship had screwed up. Apparently the man had not only purchased a nearly derelict ship, he'd also managed to nearly lose it in the warp while transporting it to the shipyard. Given how much life and money had been lost in the deal, the incompetent had been lucky to only be reassigned to one of Oak's suicide squads. The kid couldn't figure out why Nubby looked so embarrassed, and the rest of us kept cracking up. Eventually, we bullied the midshipman into taking us to engineering, where we traded him out for a more familiar guide. Jim, the former tech acolyte, had been transferred to the ship a month ahead of us, and was looking spiffy in his new Engineer robes. It wasn't a surprise. Sarge had requested him and Hannah during the mission prep. Everyone was happy to see Jim again, except for Tink, who ignored the cogboy and wandered off to start poking at something expensive looking that was on a workbench. Jim started bringing us up to speed on the ship's situation, pausing every few seconds to ask Tink to stop touching things. Before long, a brief and ugly argument exploded between them. It ended with Sarge sending our techie to sit in the corner and try not to commit tech heresy. Tink didn't respond well to the order. He grumpily demanded to know where Hannah was and asked if we could trade the unscientific little zealot for her. Everyone ignored him, and Jim finished supplying us with all the information that the midshipman hadn't known or been willing to give us. The half of our team that hadn't heard the story of our previous trip on the occurrence border had a little trouble following the discussion. They mostly just stood around and looked alternately confused and worried. Twitch and Nubby's explanations didn't help. The main hydroponics bays were now mid-ship, and the tribals were their official caretakers. The psychic kids weren't with them anymore. They'd been claimed by Oak and were being raised into proper little team killers. Also, the bays were 99% crutoid free. Old Bill had been given a juvenile treatment and was head of engineering. His surviving men had been given the treatment too, and were bossing around a bunch of rather grumpy cogboys. Bill would have been there to greet us, but Shuttle Bay 13C was stuck upside down, and he was the only one who knew where its gravity controls were. No more servitors had gone crazy since our adventure, but the crater the Cogtain had left at the bottom of the elevator to the bridge still glowed with demonic light, and screamed in binary at anyone who came near it. All attempts to patch it had failed, since it melted back to its original shape after a few hours. They just walled off the area and built a shrine to the Emperor around it. It was probably completely safe. All 6 refurbished Gellar-filled generators had been removed. They're being replaced with a single brand new big one, and another big backup. Also, no, our official quarters were not near them, and yes, he and Hannah had cleared out a storage room across the hall from the main entrance. No one would complain if we set up camp there. Finally, Jim supplied us with a far more accurate map of the ship than we'd originally been given. It had handy things labelled on it, like where the emergency food and weapon caches were, and the location of everyone's quarters, including the medical teams. Doc took ownership of the map. We bid Jim a fond farewell, and headed for our conveniently empty storeroom. While we guardified our quarters, a runner came for Sarge and directed him towards a pre-mission meeting. Since the rest of us had much more important things to do than slowly die of boredom, he wound up taking the 3 nerds and the infiltrator along. They hadn't been much help building barricades anyway. The meeting consisted of half a dozen other full interrogators and their minions, some of the ship's security officers, a Mechanicus Magos, and the captain. According to Sarge, the captain of the ship was either ex-Navy or ex-Administratum, and didn't appear to be too happy with his assignment. He started things off by explaining that while he was not an Inquisitor or even an interrogator, he was in charge of the ship, and the only orders he'd be following were Oak's. It was his job to transport and supply everyone, regardless of whether their personal mission was recruitment, training, investigation, or archaeotech hunting. Therefore, his primary objective was to keep the occurrence borders cover and hull intact, while making enough profit off trading to keep the ship running and everyone supplied. So unless everyone agreed that a certain mission needed to come first, he'd be choosing the ship's route and providing what resources he saw fit. Being a military man, Sarge didn't see anything wrong with this. Everyone else immediately started bickering of how important their missions were, though. At first it was amusing to watch, especially since half the debaters refused to tell anyone else what their mission actually was, but after the second hour Sarge was ready to start shooting people. After sitting around and commiserating with the captain and his officers for a while, he just handed over a copy of our briefing and dished the meeting. It wasn't like we even knew where in tower space the deserters actually were yet. The interrogators must have eventually reached a compromise, because a few hours after Sarge returned, the Vox system told everyone to prepare for warp, and the Gellar field generator kicked on, nearly frying Twitch as he inspected it for bombs. We all grabbed our weapons, ignored the worried look our teammates gave us, and prepared for the worst. It was sort of disappointing when nothing happened. Over the first few days of the trip, we built a nice miniature firebase in our Gellar field adjacent room, but couldn't convince any of our teammates to move in. Even Fumbles belled at us. He said that the generator made his head hurt, and the rest of the crazy bastards seemed to think that rooms with real beds and bathrooms were better than being in the absolute least warpy part of the ship. We didn't press the issue. It was their funeral. Anyway, after the base was up, we didn't really know what to do with our time, and the trip to tower space was a damn long one. Sarge, being a rather cynical individual, imagined how the rest of us would keep ourselves entertained over a several-month voyage, and went to talk with the captain. Before any of us could really start to enjoy our leisure time, much less cause serious trouble, a shipwide announcement was made. The gist of it was that heresy grows from idleness, and layabouts will not be tolerated. If anyone on the ship didn't have something to do to prepare for their mission, they had 3 options: find a job on the ship, report to Sarge's new physical fitness class, or take a long walk out of a short airlock. There was a short debate between us on which option was the least horrible. That is until Nubby verified that we wouldn't be given a void suit or let back inside the airlock after our walk. Doc wound up in the medbay, where, to everyone else's amusement, he was put to work under his hospitaller girlfriend. This arrangement led to numerous tasteless jokes. Anyway, despite what everyone imagined, Doc spent most of his time on his feet, dealing with the impressive number of injuries that the occurrence border caused on a daily basis. Tink signed up for engineering, where he managed to horribly insult, or disgust, depending on gender, almost every tech priest on the ship. After the 5th accusation of tech heresy, not to mention the 3rd harassment report, Sarge asked old Bill for a favour. Tink was assigned as the aged engineer's personal assistant, and was kept in line via regular percussive maintenance with a spanner. Since mining the entire vessel was out of the question, Twitch took it upon himself to patrol the ship for commandos and the like. Nubby, figuring this for a snipe hunt and the great way to avoid strenuous exercise, joined him, and dragged Fumbles along for moral support. He hadn't counted on the fact that significant portions of the ship were still warp-tainted, and tended to manifest all sorts of warp phenomena whenever the navigator hit a bump. The three of them got far more of the occurrence border experience than the rest of us, frequently finding themselves working with the ship's armsmen, clerics and engineers to beat back minor demons and seal holes in reality. The trio's adventures were as numerous as they were unbelievable. Every night Nubby would regale us with tales of daring do and personally claimed no less than 3 bloodthirster kills before the trip ended. Fumbles happily basked in the dubious glory of these stories, and Twitch was, well, Twitch. One night, while drinking, he quietly told us that when the turbulence was bad, random doors opening to rooms of fire were still a thing. Also, the mysterious poker room now had a fighting ring occupied by a chainsaw-wielding skeleton. The skeleton had waved at him. After we settled into our roles, the long trip went by without any incidents. Well, at least without any major incidents. Actually, let's just say that no one died horribly. Almost no one. Well, no one whose name we actually remembered. The important thing is that everyone on our team was alive and functionally sane when we reached the edge of Tau space. The Adepts and the Infiltrator had spent the whole trip going through the heat data that Oak gave us and what came in via Astropath. As far as we could tell, the only thing they'd established with all that work was that the deserters had left the Imperium from the top leftish direction on the map. This didn't overly impress us, but it was enough information for the captain to plan his route, and as we got closer to the border, some useful data began to come in. Apparently this section of space was lousy with Ordo Xenos, agents keeping an eye on the Tau. Every time we stopped to refuel or do a little trading, the Adepts would send up queries, and they slowly narrowed down our destination to a cluster of what the nerds called buffer systems. According to the diplomat and Xenos expert, the border between the Imperium and the Tau Empire were a little fuzzy out here. The big, important systems all had clear owners, but there were a large number of more marginal worlds that were more or less independent. The Annex explained how they served an important purpose involving trade and tension and other stuff, but Doc was the only one who even tried to follow it all. As far as we were concerned, we were heading towards a bunch of worlds that were half human and half Xenos, because they were too shit for either side to care about. After a few stops to drop off other teams and pick up cargo, the captain steered us towards the cluster, and Sarge was forced to pick a world to start the mission on. In the end, he ignored all the data and estimates provided by the Adepts, and just chose the only one with a permanent agent on it. The occurrence border came out of warp on our destination with the usual groans, clangs, and small explosions, and we all made our final preparations for the mission. Nubby grudgingly supplied the rest of the team with weapons, Tink grabbed all the gadgets he could carry from the engineering department stores, Twitch repackaged most of his traps, and Doc annoyed everyone with his melodramatic goodbyes. After Sarge handed command of his PT class over to the ship's bosun, he corralled everyone into the shuttle bay for a final briefing. To our surprise, the captain actually came down to see us off. He and Sarge had gone along rather well, and the captain personally handed over the ship's contact codes and the briefcase of local currency that would act as our budget. Sarge saluted the man and promised to meet him for drinks when the occurrence border came back through the cluster in 3 months, then led us onto the shuttle that would take us to the planet. As we flew down, the Xenos expert and diplomat tried their best to remind us how things worked in this world. They managed to fit an entire crash course on the socio-political situation, the cultural and economic status of the cluster, and the history of the Tau Empire into a 2-hour shuttle trip. None of us really listened, though. We knew that border world meant a barely colonised wilderness, possibly with a few Xenos that no one had gotten round to killing yet. The spaceport we landed in wasn't the biggest we'd seen, but it was definitely the cleanest. Several teams of men came out and started unloading our shuttle, and one of them discreetly led us through into a service tunnel. A bit of walking and a short drive later, we found ourselves standing on a street corner in the oddest looking city any of us had ever seen. As a mixed crowd of humans and Xenos parted around us, Nubby quietly asked the Adepts if they'd mind giving that lecture again. Just saying that place was weird doesn't even begin to cover it. It might have been easier to handle it if it was just a Xenos city, but the way humans and familiar pieces of Imperial architecture were mixed in was just uncanny. The crowds of people heading to work looked normal at first, then you realise half of them were freaking blue. You see a shrine to the Emperor with all the nice normal arches and skulls and everything, and right next to it would be a giant mushroom-looking building, and no one even seemed to notice. On top of that, all the humans looked subtly wrong. It wasn't their clothes or hairstyles, it was the way they walked and talked. While we all stared and tried to figure out what was going on, Fumbles put his finger on it. Everyone around us was Happy. Or at least not as wearily miserable as normal workers should be. It was damned unsettling. Twitch and Tink both went into a sort of overload caused by the sheer number of Xenos surrounding us and the amazing array of tech being used in the city respectively. Both had to be restrained while Sarge and the Adepts negotiated a vehicle rental, and the struggle attracted quite a bit of attention. Luckily, none of us were in uniform or obviously armed, so Doc and the Infiltrator were able to convince all the curious onlookers that everything was fine, and no one was about to start a shooting spree. When Sarge returned with the vehicle, a normal ground truck, thank the Emperor, Tink would have exploded if it had been one of the hovering Xenos ones. We piled in and drove towards our local contact's address as fast as possible. We got about half a click before we'd heard a siren, and our truck suddenly slowed down and pulled over, while Tink struggled with the wheel and swore at it. Nubby just barely stopped Twitch from snapshotting the Tau police officer, who wanted to know what the hurry was, and where the hell we'd learned to drive. So no shit, there we were, a highly trained and heavily armed inquisitorial goon squad, chasing a bunch of traitorous deserters on an alien world, and we'd just been pulled over for speeding. Not our best moment. Mortified doesn't even begin to cover it. Almost everyone just sort of sat there and stared ahead, thinking about how our cover was going to be blown, and how the entire local government would come down on us, all because of a damn speeding ticket. The only sounds were Tink's muttered curses as he tried to figure out what had forced the truck to stop. Doc's prayers and our social infiltrator, fast-talking the officer. Thank the Emperor for that sneaky bastard and his bullshitting skills. Through impressive series of lies, excuses, distractions and a little bribery, he managed to hide the fact that we didn't have any sort of identification, and even managed to talk some directions out of the cock too. Despite how well things worked out though, it was a sobering and educational experience, which really drove in how far we were from home. On an Imperial world, the local police tended to ignore anything less than an outright murder by a man in a guard uniform. Hell, no one even blinked at one of us carrying a lasgun around. It seemed they were a lot less accommodating around here. As the officer walked away, Sarge began to worry. Given that we'd nearly gotten into a life and death struggle with the authorities while leaving the shuttle ports, his first mission as interrogator seemed doomed to failure before the end of the month. His mood was not improved when Tink ripped out the pesky little thing that had forced us to pull over, causing the police officer to turn around and walk back. While the Infiltrator hastily tried to explain why we just ripped out our vehicle's government-mandated identification and emergency control device, Sarge decided we'd be lucky to make it to the end of the week. Eventually we managed to sort things out and reach the address we'd been given for our local contact. It turned out to be a large, official-looking building in Imperial style, but built up to the weird tan stuff the Tau like to use. In a fit of sanity, we all decided that tripping in the front door of a government building and knocking on the secret inquisitorial agent's door would be a stupid thing to do, so our Xenos and Cogitator experts were sent to figure out how to use one of the public comm terminals to call him. Tink complained that he wasn't sent too, but didn't get any sympathy. A few minutes later, the Adepts came back and directed us around to an unmarked passage, which took us deep into the building. The passage ended in an impressive security door, which opened into a surprisingly posh office, and sealed seamlessly into the wall behind us. A large, slightly overweight man sat at a desk with a nameplate, which declared him to be General Weebu, Head of Interplanetary Security. There was a brief moment of panic as all of us took in the title, and realised we just walked, nearly unarmed, into the planet's intelligence headquarters. Then the man stood up and extended his hand to Sarge. In a booming voice, he introduced himself as Lars Weebu, Inquisitor of the Ordo Xenos, retired. Several questions flashed across our minds as we processed what we just heard and seen, such as if Inquisitors could really retire, and how he'd wound up here. Unfortunately, the first person to open their mouth was Nubby, who loudly asked why the Inquisitor was wearing a dress. A sort of congealed silence followed their remark, then Tink pointed out that it was more of a robe, and a lot of men wore robes. Nubby reposited by pointing out that it's got flowers on. It's not a robe if it's got flowers on. And Tink conceded the point, but suggested they shouldn't judge him for his choice of clothing. The Xenos had probably done something to his brain. Nubby was the lucky one. He only got slapped upside the head by Doc. Tink got hit by Sarge. That was probably the third most embarrassing experience in Sarge's life, coming in above the speeding ticket, but below the apology he'd had to make for our trainees back when we were instructors for Oak. Face glowing, Sarge stepped over Tink's groaning body and did his best to explain that, while all of his team members were excellent soldiers, some had suffered mental damage in their battles. The ex-Inquisitor stood there and looked stuffed for a few more seconds, then muttered something about failing standards. He turned to face Nubby, who paled and tried to smile, then spent an inordinately long time explaining the cultural significance of Tau formal robes. Now, when I say extraordinarily long, I really mean it. The man just kept talking and talking. It wasn't until Sarge pointed out that we didn't want to take up his entire day that he wound down enough for us to get in our questions. Of course, those questions immediately set him off again. We had to endure this whole rambling lecture about how, after a century of fighting them, he discovered how unique and vibrant Tau culture and society were. According to Weebu, it was his duty, for the good of the galaxy as a whole, to preserve what aspects of it he could, and incorporate them into the Imperium before their self-destructive government, doing them all by provoking us. He'd worked to get this position, so he could steer those free border worlds towards a brighter future. If only everyone could see that an alliance was possible and the benefit of sharing technology we could blah blah blah. I'm a Xenos-loving weirdo. Sarge eventually had to stop him again when he started telling us about how many times the metal in an honor blade was folded. To say we were dubious about the ex-Inquisitor's sanity and loyalty is one hell of an understatement, especially since he never exactly said how he became an ex-Inquisitor. But he really was the only lead we had out here. When he could get a word in edgewise, Sarge explained that we were here to hunt down a large number of guard deserters, their rogue trader transport, and the cloaked Xenos who'd led them, and then had the adepts fill in all the details they gathered. Weebu took this all in, then directed us to sit and wait, while he played with a Xeno cogitator thingy that popped out of his desk, and made both Tink and the boffin drool. As Weebu typed and read, he gave us a quick rundown of the overall situation in the cluster. Almost every planet, or last station, was independently governed, and worked with the rest of the cluster in a sort of defensive alliance. Some individual planets worked closely with the Tau government, some were more pro-imperial, but as a whole the cluster wanted to stay a neutral buffer state. They had a good thing going. Everyone was making money off of all the unofficial trade that went between the empires, and no one's planet was being used as the arena for the latest Tau versus Imperium pissing match. Lately though, things were looking a little dicey. Someone with serious firepower was raiding stations, even a few planets in the cluster, completely destroying them and leaving no witnesses. Everyone was arming up and getting ready for a fight, but no one knew what the threat actually was, and if their forces could take it. Some of the more pro-Imperial or pro-Tau planets were loudly saying that it'd be better to lose their independence than be horribly murdered, while the rest waited to see if they could handle it themselves. So basically, things weren't completely screwed up here, but a major incident could set off a serious shitstorm, or as Weebu put it, disturb the tranquility of my garden of tolerance. Weirdo. The whole point of the ex-Inquisitor's lecture was that it was not a good time for a bunch of desperate, well-armed, military-trained men to be wandering around the cluster looking for a little fun. And they definitely were wandering around the cluster. According to the reports he was looking at right then, every planet was seeing an influx. Unfortunately, they weren't enough to account for the numbers we gave him, so it was probably just spillover from where the majority were heading. Therefore he would, both as a favour to us and for the good of his garden, put his agents on tracking down those missing men. Weebu suggested that we find ourselves a safe house and brush up on the local culture and laws, or he had an entire planet spy agency do the legwork for us. Once his boys found the deserters, he'd pass the info on, and we could handle the messy parts while his agency kept his hands clean. This suited us nicely, but Sarge felt he should make at least a token effort, and asked if there were any parts of the investigation we could help with. After a little thought, the ex-Inquisitor reiterated his suggestion, and added the local technology to the list. He cited a report that had just come in, saying that several suspicious men had been pulled over for reckless driving, attempting to bribe the police officer, ripped out their vehicle's transponder, and attempted to bribe the officer again. These men were apparently so clueless that they hadn't even shielded their highly illegal weapons from scanning, or noticed the drones the officer had sent to tail their vehicle while he reported the incident. If it weren't for a highly placed official vouching for these men, they'd probably have been arrested by the SWAT team waiting and watching their truck right this second. Sarge quietly agreed to Weebu's suggestion, then led us out of the passage, cursing Xenos, Tink the Inquisition deserters, Tink, smartasses, and Tink every step of the way. The first order of business, after we verified that a SWAT team wasn't about to attack us, was to get a place to stay. Sarge dumped the problem on the adepts, and grumpily ordered everyone else to sit in the truck and not touch anything. The three nerds did a lot of cogitator and comm work, then gave us a list of options and their prices. Doc wisely asked whether there were security deposits on these places, and how likely random civilians were to walk into the perimeter. With those thoughts in mind, Sarge vetoed every hab on the list, leaving us with a disused warehouse that, from the smell of it, had last been used to store live groks. That's the glamorous lifestyle of an inquisitorial agent for you. The next week, or whatever the hell you call 7 34-hour days, was spent doing exactly what the ex-Inquisitor had told us to. The cogitator boffin patched himself into the planet's network, and poured down a ludicrous amount of information. It was then crammed into our poor, overloaded brains by the other two adepts, while Sarge walked back and forth between us all, hitting anyone who wasn't paying enough attention. It was a fairly horrible experience, but it definitely worked. By the end, we knew how the planetary governments worked, the basic functions of the local tech, and far, far too much about Tau formal robes. We all blamed Nubby for that last subject. When word hadn't come from Weebu by the end of the week, Sarge told us to keep ourselves busy by applying the knowledge that had been crammed into us. He and Doc brushed up on the local lingo with the infiltrator, and the NS did some cogitator work, just in case Weebu wasn't actually going to get us the info we needed. Tink and Twitch worked in ways to evade the pesky weapon scanners and drones the locals used for security, and Nubby took fumbles to the park. The Psycho had been having trouble with the alien minds around him. He could look into them, but couldn't really understand what he saw. At Nubby's suggestion, he got some practical experience by sitting in the local park and invasively probing random Xenos as they passed by. In retrospect, this might have been highly unethical and dangerous, but no demons were spawned during this practice, and only 2 Xenos suffered serious psychological damage, so we called it a success. Also, Nubby came back with a fair bit of cash after these trips. We didn't ask how. The start of our 3rd week on the planet marked the end of Sarge's patience, and a call was put into the ex-Inquisitor. None of us heard what the two men said to each other, but after a long discussion, Sarge came back and told us that we'd receive the information soon, and there was even a way we could speed the process up. Weebu had 2 sources of information that he hadn't tapped yet for one reason or another. If we checked them out, it'd save him some time and effort. One lead was a moderately large bounty hunting organisation operating out of a nearby city. The other was a merchant shipping conglomerate. The bounty hunters had supposedly been grabbing a few of the deserters that had wound up on this planet, and the merchants might have records of seeing the rogue trader's ship. We decided to visit the bounty hunters first. It was a shorter drive, and they were more our sort of people. In retrospect, Weebu had probably intended us to infiltrate the bounty hunters, or tap their comms, or something else sneaky, not kick down their door and demand to know where the deserter's at. And that was his fault for not being specific, though. Well, we didn't actually kick any doors down, and our grammar was a bit better than that, but that was the general theme of our investigation. Why bother prancing around to find out what they knew without them noticing? These were bounty hunters. They were one step above criminals, and the only things they respected were money and violence. Might as well talk to them in their own language. The only nod we made to subtlety was wearing the scam-proof trench coats Tink had spent so much time and money making. It was a very small nod too, more of a shrug actually, because the coats were mostly a way to conceal the fact that we were all armed to the teeth as opposed to hiding us. We figured that this planet's weapons laws were all well and good for public safety, but they really shouldn't apply to us. We got a list of the hunters' main hangouts and watering holes, put the adepts in charge of watching the comm network for incoming trouble, then went out to be inquisitive. The plan was simple. The infiltrator would go in first with Fumbles and Twitch to scope the place. The second they pinpointed the boss or call for backup, Sarge, Doc and Nubby would come in and explain to everyone that the difference between a nice bar and a corpse-filled ruin was whether we left with the information we wanted. Tink would stay in the truck and be ready to drive us away if things got too hot. Everyone whose opinion mattered thought this was an excellent plan, and we all congratulated Sarge on being the most tactically skilled interrogator any of us had met. The first stop on our little information hunt was a rather shabby tower building, which was obviously the Xenos equivalent of a shitty bar. Our advance party walked in and immediately picked out a big mother in Xeno armour, and the slithead he was arguing with as the guys in charge. Sarge got his game face on, stalked through the bar to the big guy, and demanded to know where the deserters were going. The big guy looked Sarge up and down, sneered, and told him to get lost, completely missing the fact that Nubby had circled behind him. Nubby's kick caught the bounty hunter in the groin and bent him double, Sarge's uppercut straightened him back out, and Doc's grab caught the towel before he could leg it. The entire bar went quiet as the burly non-com turned to glower at the struggling Xenos and repeated his question. The towel shot a glance at the unconscious man on the bar, obviously deciding the odds weren't in his favour, and babbled something none of us could quite understand. Sarge had to stand there and glower for a bit longer while the Xeno adept listening in translated for him, causing the alien to start shaking and babble a few more things, which in turn made the glowering last longer. Eventually, the adept just told us the Xenos knew nothing about deserters and suggested we let him go before he had the towel equivalent of a heart attack. Sarge picked the towel up by the front of his armour, hefted him into the air with one hand and tossed him over the bar. Dog quietly told the groaning Xenos to stay down while Sarge announced that he'd be going through the entire bar until someone gave him an answer. Everyone thought this over, then a wheezy-looking man bolted for the exit while a few others drew shock mauls. Twitch pegged the runner with a chair, and the rising bounty hunters found themselves looking down the barrels of half a dozen las pistols. Nubby grinned evilly and asked everyone to line up single file and have their answers ready. 10 minutes later we left the bar, securing the knowledge that bounty hunters could listen to reason, and that no one there had known anything useful. Well, no one, maybe the runner or the big guy had known something, but they hadn't woken up by the time we were finished, and we didn't feel like waiting. We still had a lot of other bounty hunters left to inquisit. The second bar went a lot like the first, except this time Sarge just led with a sucker punch on the meanest looking guy there instead of bothering to ask first. Once again, there were a few slow learners, but a little violence got the point across before we had to kill anyone. Hell, we actually patched up the idiot who tried to stab Sarge in the back, after we got the knife out of his hand and the table Sarge had nailed it to. All in all, it was a very smooth operation, and we even scored a few names. Word of our little tour was apparently travelling ahead of us, because at the third and fourth stops, they actually had someone waiting at the door with a list of everything they knew. It wasn't much more than the names we already had and directions towards where they might be found, but Fumble said no one was lying, so we brought everyone around on the way out. It was sort of gratifying to have everyone bowing and scraping, being the big fish, and not having to fight for everything is pretty nice. Shame the last group of bounty hunters weren't on the same page as the rest. But what can you expect from a bunch of feral Xenos? The last stop was the one everyone had been giving us directions towards. Apparently it was where the big boys hung out. We pulled up to an odd tower building, which looked like a cross between a gambling den and a kennel, and once again we found people waiting for us at the door. These guys weren't cribbing in their boots like the rest had been. They were a pair of scarred brawler types, and each was carrying a weird staff with hooked blades in the ends. They didn't try to keep us out. As we approached, one of them came forward and said the boss was waiting to see us. We accepted their invitation and entered the building through a hallway that had what we recognised as a weapons scanner in the middle. It was flanked by 2 Tau guards and a pair of ugly dog things with beaks. They looked a bit like the critters that infested the Occurrence Border's hydroponics bay. At Sergeant's signal, everyone slowly pulled out their las pistols and removed their power packs. The pistols were set in a bin near the scanner, and a few packs went into the outer pockets of our trench coats. Then we all filed through the scanner. The scanner made a few quiet beeps, and the hounds growled at us, but the guards waved us through. Fumbles casually tapped his combi twice, and Sarge smiled to himself. The room at the end of the hallway was dark, smoky, and smelled alien. A bunch of bounty hunters, mostly slit heads, were lounging around some low tables with a few more of the hound things. It looked to be a total of 15 potential hostiles plus 3 Xenos we could barely make out in the far corner. All the humanoids had one of those spiky staves at hand, but Twitch and Fumble said that they didn't see any guns. Not the best odds, but we'd survived far worse. Sarge grimly led us to the Xenos and found himself glowering upwards as they rose to their feet. All 3 were green, half a metre taller than Sarge, and looked exactly like the picture we'd seen in training labelled Kroot Carnivore. So no shit, there we were, in the middle of a bounty hunter den, having a staring contest with 3 Kroot Carnivores. I think it surprised the hell out of them when none of us even flinched. They were probably used to people running for the exit when they all loomed over them like that. Or at least taking a step backwards. Honestly though, these guys didn't impress us. We'd worked for, killed, and in one case eaten scarier things than a bunch of taller than average Xenos. Hell, they didn't even make the top 20. Smelled horrible though. Sarge matched their glass and asked if they were the ones capturing deserters. One of the crew let out a cackling laugh, and in terrible low Gothic, said they were and asked what we were going to do about it. It'd be cool to say Sarge and the Xeno then exchanged some witty banter, trading threats and clues and all of that. Unfortunately, Sarge's Tau was about as bad as the Xeno's Gothic, so most questions had to be repeated 3 or 4 times in both languages, and eventually they just called over one of the human bounty hunters to act as a translator. Everyone kept glowering and talking in their most threatening voices though. Nobody was going to let something as trivial as a massive language and cultural barrier get in the way of their intimidation attempt. Once the translator was in place, things started flowing a little more smoothly. Everyone was able to question and threaten each other to their heart's content. Sarge asked who was paying the deserter's bounty. The crew on his right said it was someone on the neighbouring Pro-Tau world, and asked if we'd like to meet them. Sarge asked why the bounty hunters would do that for us, prompting some more cackling laughter from Kroot, and an assurance that their buyer was always in the market for more Guardsmen. They'd even split the bounty with us if we came quietly. While Sarge processed the threat, Doc cut in, denying that we were Guardsmen, and explaining that we were fellow bounty hunters. After another bout of laughter, the biggest Xenos walked over to him and inhaled deeply. If we weren't Guardsmen, he asked, why do we smell like las guns, explosives, MREs, and paranoia? Doc fumbled for an answer, and the crew went on to suggest that maybe he was mistaken about what those smells meant. Maybe they meant we were a dance troupe or a bunch of ecclesiarchs. Or the Inquisition. In retrospect, it was a joke, about on par with asking, "Who do you think we are, the bloody Inquisition?" But with the language barrier and everything else, we didn't really get it. Everyone kept their poker faces though, except for Doc, that is. Between the sinister laugh the Kroot have and the 2.5-meter carnivorous alien towering over him, the medic interpreted this as an accusation and panicked. This wasn't some raw recruit's panic though. He didn't scream, "Oh Emperor, they're going to kill us!" and run for the exit. Doc, calmly, while holding eye contact with the Kroot, put his hands through the bottomless side pockets in his trench coat, gripped the hotshot lasgun slung across his chest, and blew the Xenos in half. Doc's outburst caught everyone but Twitch by just as much surprise as the bounty hunters. Luckily they hadn't been expecting a fight or even thought we were armed. 3 cheers to the primitive Xenos' notion of gun control. It made everything so much safer for those of us who ignored it. Our little interview came to an end and the room practically exploded around us. Doc walked his fire over the second Kroot, while Twitch, who had been expecting this from the moment he entered the room, perforated the third. That wasn't quite enough to put them down, but they only managed a staggering pair of swipes that Sarge and Nubby both dodged before the second volley finished them. As the rest of the bounty hunters rose to their feet and seized their weapons, all of us ruined the scan-proof coats Tink had made for us by hip-firing through them. The only reason it wasn't a complete slaughter was that a few of the smarter ones ran instead of trying to rush us. We gunned down the bird dog things first, then shifted fire towards the stupider bounty hunters as they closed. Between 4 heavy las guns, a pair of pistols, and Fumble's body puppeting, one of the few humans, none of them managed to lay a hand on us. Doc did catch a thrown beer bottle to his face though, but it missed his eyes, and Nubby assured him that his girlfriend wouldn't mind a few small facial scars. While we all brought guns to a knife fight, Tink got the truck's engine running, and the cogitator adept calmed us. He warned us that the police had dispatched a pair of cars to check out the noise, and recommended getting the hell out of there. We were almost to the truck when the police skimmer landed across the road from it, and 2 officers, a Tau and a human, stepped out of it and launched a pair of drones into the air. Tink evaluated his chances of outrunning their flying car with his rental grand truck, then poked his plasma gun out through the driver window and aimed it at the rear of their car. Now at this point we'd all been through a few lectures on tower technology and understood the general concept of drones, but everyone was still a bit fuzzy on the specifics. For instance, Tink couldn't immediately spot the difference between a camera drone sent to check out a crime scene and a sniper drone sent to provide overwatch for 2 isolated officers. About a second after the overcharged plasma bolt left his gun, the difference was made clear to him as his world turned into a haze of blue light and burning heat. The sniper drone must have either been sent to ultimately try to disarm and suppress hostiles, or wasn't smart enough to aim for the gunner instead of their weapon. Instead of blowing Tink's head off, it put a burst right through his plasma gun, as he charged it for a second shot. Now most plasma guns are sturdy things. They're designed to keep working for centuries after all. So instead of exploding in a giant fireball and killing Tink, it just started venting superheated gas through the 2 new cooling ports it had acquired. From Tink's point of view, this was hardly an improvement. The angle of the shot meant that one plasma geyser was spraying directly upwards into his face, and the other was aimed at his lap. To make matters worse, he was sitting in an enclosed space with those 2 geysers, and couldn't employ the usual plasma gunner tactic of just dropping the thing. Not if he ever wanted to have kids, anyway. So in a panic to get away from the burning pain, the techie did the only thing he could think of. He threw the plasma gun as hard as he could, out the window. On the other side of the street, the 2 police officers were trying to get back to their feet after their car exploded behind them. Their ringing ears heard a shot, a scream, a growing roaring noise, a second shot, and a thunk. Then the plasma gun, venting in 4 directions now, landed between them. We exited the building to see 2 screaming police officers trying to scramble away from something. Imagine a leaking balloon or punctured gas canister. Picture the random way it spins and skips around. Now imagine that instead of harmless gas is spraying blue fire. Everyone stopped and watched for a second, just trying to figure out what the hell was going on. Then Tank screamed at us to watch for the drones. The drones must have been equally confused by the bouncing plasma gun, because both of them were just hovering over the scene, making them easy targets. We shot them down, started piling into the truck, then out again. Then in again, then out again. Eventually, we managed to pull the half-blind Tink out of the driver's seat, replace him with the infiltrator, retrieve the now sputtering plasma gun from between the moaning officers, and drive away before any more police showed up. As we drove, the cogitator adept commed and told us he spotted a bulletin for our truck's transponder code, but not its description, thank the Emperor. So as we drove away at exactly the speed limit, and Doc saw to Tink's burns, the techie had to walk Twitch through yanking out our transponder, replacing it with the one Nubby had gone for us during one of his little walks in the park. Once the switch was made, we pulled up next to another truck, tossed the transponder into their bed, then drove in the opposite direction at the next intersection. A few minutes later, the adult confirmed that we'd shaken pursuit, and we were clear to return to base. Sarge breathed a sigh of relief and began filling the base team in on everything that had happened, and asked what they knew about the planet the Kroot had threatened to send us to. While he talked, Tink sat on the floor and grumpily poked at his busted plasma gun. Fumbles tried to cheer him up and only got a spanner chucked at his head for the trouble. The moment we arrived at our warehouse, Weebu calmed us and requested that we stop by his office, preferably before we did any more damage to his city, planet, or police force. Given the timing, it was obvious he had someone watching us, so there was no point in trying to pretend we were busy, or dead, or not on the planet. We got everyone into our backup vehicle, just in case the truck was still hot, and went to get yelled at by a fat old man in a dress. The ex-Inquisitor wasn't doing the whole peace, serenity, and interracial tolerance thing today. The second we entered, he was on his feet and barking like the arranged bulldog of an Inquisitor he must have been before all the soft Xenos culture went to his head. Sarge took the lead and weathered the tirade with his usual stoicism, until Weebu shifted from insulting our idea of subtlety to blaming us for the murder of 7 people. Sarge firmly denied doing any such thing, playing the serious interrogator to the hilt, but the effect was spoiled by Twitch and Nubby both adding that they started it, and it's not murder if it's Xenos anyway, it's like pest control or something. Boy, and we thought he was pissed before that. The tirade went on for a while. Other high points included him accusing Tink of attacking 2 police officers, which Tink firmly denied. Phrases like, "Who blew up their car and hosted with plasma?" were countered with, "It was an accident," and "I didn't know they kept the fuel there," and "It's their fault for having the flying saucepan shoot a plasma gun." The real clincher was when Weebu listed off the various injuries the officers had suffered, and Tink replied that he had lost his favourite gun, his eyebrows, and his best pair of pants. That choked up the ex-Inquisitor, and started a downward slide from rage to depression. When he was finally calm, or morose, enough to stop shouting, our adept stepped in and explained the information we'd gathered. The change in Weebu's attitude when we told him where the bounty hunters were taking Guardsmen wasn't huge, but it was noticeable. He started typing at his cogitator, and in between complaints about how no one under the age of 150 understands what patience or subtlety are, asked us to repeat the information. He then asked for recorded evidence and testimony from Fumbles that the Kroot hadn't been lying. There was a lot of typing and muttering after that, and the ex-Inquisitor seemed to forget about us for a while. Eventually, he called a man, asked him to send a report, told him his report was wrong, and then told him to get his ass into the office. A pale analyst type came in and nearly had a heart attack when he saw the 10 of us in there with his boss. He nearly had a second heart attack when Weebu introduced us as a bunch of psychotic man-children from the Inquisition, but rallied quickly when he was asked several social-political questions about a planet with a name that sounded like a venereal disease. Honestly, none of us really tried that hard to follow the discussion. It seemed pretty important and all that, but we didn't know any of the background and couldn't pronounce half the names involved. We all just stood there, hoping the adepts were listening and keeping our mouths shut. It sounded like it was a real big deal that the planet in question had recruited bounty hunters, and actually wanted deserters to come to their world though. The discussion ended with all the participants triumphantly agreeing on some point, and the analyst being sent to get 10 of something. Weebu turned to Sarge, assumed the sort of fruity voice he used when he was talking about Xenos culture stuff, and thanked us for visiting his planet. He appreciated our effort in the investigation, requested that we share any information we uncovered, and hoped we'd visit his humble office next time we were in the system. Sarge stared blankly for a second. The conversation had left him behind about half a click back. He hesitantly agreed that, yes, the planet was very nice and this office was well decorated, then continued standing at attention. Weebu sighed, dropped the smile and fruity voice, then told us to get the hell off my planet. Thanks for the intel. Good luck with your mission. Don't forget to write, but get off my planet. The analyst came back in at this point and handed over a briefcase. Then the ranting ex-interrogator listed all the things he'd be giving us. A full copy of their data on the deserters, a dossier on the planet, falsified IDs for all of us, and even tickets on the first commercial transport heading to that planet. Also, we could leave as soon as possible. In 2 hours, in fact. Tick-tock. Don't let the door hit you on the ass. Sarge saluted the man as he stopped for breath, thanked him for his cooperation, and let us out through the back door. All in all, it went a lot better than we'd expected, and the free tickets were an especially nice touch. They'd apparently get us syphilis. or Silphis, or however you were supposed to pronounce it, in less than a week. Honestly, it was the most stylish way any of us had ever been kicked out of a place. We even spotted some government agents redirecting traffic to make sure we got to the shuttle with time to spare. Nobody suggested we try for the same thing on the next planet. If we kept this up, we'd be able to pocket half of our operating budget without anyone noticing. The shuttle ride up was nice and relaxing, with big comfortable seats and no obnoxious questions about what was in our bags. We boarded the ship without anyone even being asked why Doc looked like he'd been in a bar fight, or Tink's face was covered with burn salve. We were allowed to carry our own bags to a series of cabins reserved for our private use. Weebu sure knew how to get someone off a planet without incident. It's a commonly known fact, at least if you suffer through classes on Tau technology, that Tau ships are not as good as Imperial ones. This is partially because they are pathetic Xenos, and everything they produce is inferior to the honest labours of humans, but mostly because they stay the hell out of the warp when they travel, and wind up going much slower than an Imperial vessel. Of course, it's a much less well-known fact that this makes travelling in one much more pleasant. Let me tell you, after the Commissar's hearing, that any trooper with the sense he was born with would gladly take a longer than usual void trip over having their soul devoured by demons. There were no bad dreams, no bleeding statues, no Weller's whispers, and no minor demonic horrors clawing at the sealed bulkhead to Cargo Bay G19. On top of that, the ship was clean and well lit. Nothing spontaneously exploded or shot lightning at us in the hallways, and if the gravity was a little light, at least it all pointed the same direction. It was the best void trip we've ever been on, at least for the first 2 days. We'd been entertaining ourselves in the usual ways and generally avoiding the ship's crew and other passengers. Tink tried to fix his plasma gun, Doc tried to fix Tink, Twitch locked himself in one of the bathrooms and refused to come out, and Sarge helped the adepts go through the data we'd been provided. Nubby kept making trips to the rest of the ship though, usually taking fumbles with him, and when a nervous crew member asked Sarge to please keep them both confined to their rooms, he started asking the infiltrators to visit the rest of the ship. We found out why on the 4th day when, after everyone spent the 3rd day feeling alternately pissy, depressed and nauseous, Doc took a good look at fumbles. On the list of phrases you never want to hear, why is our psycho going through withdrawal? It's pretty high up there. Fumbles was a pretty good telepathic psycho, but he had a sort of problem. Actually, he had a few problems, but the biggest one was that he couldn't really turn his powers off. The psycho tended to broadcast at a very low level whatever emotions he was currently feeling to everyone within a 20-meter radius. This made him a blast at parties, but could cause some problems at other times, especially if you were stuck for long periods in that radius. When we first met the poor guy, he had a sort of depressive feedback loop going, but he'd been doing much better since he partnered up with us. We put it down to positive reinforcement and our squad's fun-loving demeanour. In retrospect, though, the psycho had really started cheering up after he began hanging out with Nubby all the time. Fumbles apologised for making everyone miserable, but said that Nubby had promised to get him more antidepressants soon. Judging by the way everyone's head ached and entire body itched now, Doc was reasonably certain that whatever he'd been taking was a little stronger than an antidepressant. When Nubby was pried out of Twitch's bathroom, where he'd fled when Doc first started looking at Fumbles, Sarge hauled him out into the hallway and had words with him. The poison of choice turned out to be Gladstones, a moderately strong upper and banned from use by serving Guardsmen under Section 114B of the Astara Militarim's Laws and Ordinances. Possession was 5 lashes and a month in the brig, distribution was 30 and 10 for the first offence, summary execution for the second. It wasn't exactly the worst thing he could have been giving the little guy, but they still had some pretty nasty lows, especially considering some of their withdrawal effects could last for months. Unfortunately, there was not a thriving black market on the Tau merchant vessel. Doc did his best with what he had, but saying the rest of the trip was unpleasant doesn't really do it justice. After a few more days spent going through withdrawal by proxy, we arrived at the planet that we'd agreed to just call Pro-Tau World. As we got off the shuttle planet side, we realised that Weebu's assistance only applied to getting us off his planet, not into this one. Several official inspector types were waiting by the exit and were very interested in what was inside everyone's bags. There were similar weapons laws in this one as the last one, but this time we didn't have someone in the local government covering for us. Sarge desperately tried to think of a way to get us around the checkpoint before the rest of the passengers got off, and left us standing there alone and obvious. Unfortunately, between the time pressure and a pounding headache that was definitely not his fault, the best Sarge could think of was to ask our strung-out psycho to make the guards forget about us or something. Fumbles gave it a shot, but lived up to his name. Both us and the checkpoint guards spent the next few minutes trying to remember what we were doing there, while we all felt vaguely embarrassed, and who the miserable-looking man sitting on the floor in the middle of us was. Eventually everyone remembered what was going on, and the guards asked us what the hold-up was. Sarge picked up his bags with a sigh and quietly asked us if we'd rather lose all our weapons or get in a shooting war with the local government. The vote was 3-2 in favour of surrendering our weapons, when the adepts, who hadn't even been asked for an opinion, suggested we let them sort things out. We grudgingly let them take the lead. None of us could see any way that talking or cogitator expertise could get us around a planet's weapons laws, but at least it let us put off losing our toys or being shot at for a while longer. Needless to say, we were incredibly surprised when the guards waved us through the checkpoint without an inspection a few minutes later. The brainy, talky side of the team was rather smug about getting us through with our gear intact, but they didn't rub our noses in it too hard. The old diplomat never did explain how he talked the inspectors around. When we asked, he just vaguely claimed it was one of the tools of his trade, and refused to bore us with an explanation. We accepted this non-answer, and Sarge asked on behalf of all us Guardsmen, and himself as the team lead, what we could do to thank them for saving our bacon. They suggested that it might be nice to have an actual safe house with plumbing and heating and everything on this planet. You know, instead of camping out inside a disused warehouse filled with mines of razor wire again. It was a bit much to ask from us, especially Twitch, but never let it be said that Guardsmen don't understand the concept of gratitude. Despite our previous experience, this place was harder to get used to than the last. The planet was the most vocal Tau supporter in the cluster. Only the odd political situation that forced the whole cluster to hang together kept it from joining the Empire outright. As it was, though, the locals annoyed their neighbours by constantly telling everyone that the Imperium would doom them all, and becoming part of the Tau Empire was their only hope. These guys were obviously trying way too hard to be a sept. It was probably embarrassing for regular Tau to visit here. The signs were in Tau, almost all the buildings were Tau architecture, and you couldn't walk 5 metres in the city we holed up in without seeing posters and billboards about the greater good. The real kicker, though, was that there seemed to be a lot less of the actual Xenos themselves here. It was all these weird humans with glazed expressions and stupid hairstyles. Surprisingly, though, it wasn't that hard for us to fit in with the locals. You see, the entire place, from the shutterport to the streets to the bloody corner store, was filled with ex-Guardsmen. Seriously. Either Weebu hadn't actually been looking for the deserters over those 2 weeks, or the guys who got sent here were complete idiots. All you had to do was look out the bloody window and there they were, wearing Xenos clothing, and with the same stupid smiles and haircuts as the rest of the locals. But it was just so incredibly obvious that they were Guardsmen. Hell, even if you didn't know what a Guardsman looked like, there were posters every few meters inviting political refugees to earn citizenship by signing up with the Gu Vaz Washu of Syphilis, or something like that. None of us could pronounce the bloody moonspeak to save our lives. We just called it the Pro-Tau PDF. So the local PDF was pretty aggressive about recruitment, especially if you were a guard deserter. There were the posters and vidas to start with, then there were the pamphlets everywhere, and the worst part was these random people who would walk up to us and ask if we didn't listen yet. Despite all that, it really wasn't as bad as being on an Imperial world during a serious recruitment drive. For one thing, no one snatched us off the street, drugged us, and threw us into a random shuttle for a one-way trip to the nearest Munitorium world. It was so annoying as hell, though. It was almost impossible to get the random people to leave you alone if they thought you were a refugee. We wound up putting a lot more effort into disguising ourselves on that planet than anywhere else we'd ever been. Anyway, we were pretty certain that most of the deserters had wound up on this planet, but it was hard to see why. It had been a very long trip to get out here, and even if this planet was currently doing a recruitment drive to fight off whatever was raiding the cluster, it was unlikely that they'd been doing it back when all the Guardsmen had originally deserted. We started with the what and when, and now we had the where, but the why and who still evaded us. Sar spent a lot of time with the adepts, chewing over the data we'd been given by Weebu, and the stuff our cogitator adepts started pulling off the local comm network. It was slow going. We all knew there was a quicker option, but none of us really wanted to try joining the PDF. And setting ourselves into an entire army of well-armed hostiles did seem like a good idea. While Sarge did actual work and Dog tried to deal with the ongoing efforts of Fumble's withdrawal, Twitch did his usual thing, and Tink kept trying to fix his plasma gun. The techie had met his match though. He just didn't have the tools or knowledge to repair the gaping holes the sniper drone had put in it. Watching his expression as he asked Sarge for permission and money to visit a local weapons expert was pretty entertaining. You could tell it actually caused him physical pain to admit he needed help. The best part was that he even tried to make us promise not to tell the cogboys back on the ship. We lied to make him feel better. The only consolation for Tink was that there wasn't a single ordained tech priest on the planet. He only had to ask for assistance from one of the shorter, fatter variety of local Xenos. The problem was that while Earth-caste Tau were wizards with plasma, they also tended to worry about tedious things like weapons laws. It took a lot of work to find a disreputable armory, eating up a lot of the Cogitator adepts' valuable time, as well as Nubby's valueless variety. But find what they did, and not too far away to boot. Sarge gave Tink his cash, and the Tech-Arl bundled his highly illegal weapon into a scam-proof bag, then went out with Nubby and the Infiltrator to have some serious tech heresy committed on his plasma gun. The rest of us weren't exactly waiting with bated breath, but when the away team returned, everyone came out of their various corners to see how they'd done. Tink breathlessly informed us that he had bad news and good news. The bad news was that it'd take at least a week to fix his gun, but the good news was that the repair was being done for free. Well, not exactly free per se, but as a sort of bonus thrown in with his other purchase. When the rest of us refused to ask leading questions about his other purchase, the techie triumphantly opened a shielded crate and brought out a shiny new Tau drone and control system. Tink was rather disappointed when none of us gushed enthusiasm over his new toy, and got defensive when Doc asked how much it had cost. Sarge took a long look at the complex device, thought about how tight-fingered the Tau were when it came to their fancy technology, and growled at Tink to answer the damned question. The techie hesitantly admitted that he hadn't really looked that hard at the price tag. I mean, it has so many features, why get hung up on something small like price? But assured us that it had fit perfectly into the budget Sarge had given him. Doc winced as he recalled how Sarge had just handed over their briefcase full of Xenos money, and told Tink to take what he needed, then led the retreat. As reamings went, the one Tink got for spending 3/4 of our mission's budget was pretty nasty. Nubby and the Infiltrator weren't spared it either. Sarge said that between the three of them, they should have had at least one functioning brain. Eventually, he wound down and plaintively asked if there was any chance of getting a refund, voluntarily or otherwise, but all three idiots said the Black Market Armory had a fairly strict no-returns policy, and some really heavy security. In the end, Sarge just put them in charge of making the cash back. Looking back, that decision was where things started to really go off the rails. Nubby was fairly good at making money, but the competent local police force made it hard. He and the Infiltrator did what they could, but they weren't making much headway, and Tink was flat out useless. He kept running off to check with his plasma gun and talk to the Earthcast weaponsmith, who he'd decided was female. The rest of us couldn't tell one Xenos gender from the other, assuming they only had two, that is, and found this even more revolting than his usual behaviour around female tech priests. It kept him out of trouble, though, and it gave Tink several lessons on using his fancy new scouting drone. So anyway, Nubby and the Infiltrator were having trouble refilling our budget, and in the end they asked for help from the rest of us. Well, to be more specific, they asked for help from Doc, who was currently acting as Fumbles' sagely appointed guardian. Nubby claimed he and the Psycho had a good scam set up on the last planet. It involved passwords, numbers, and the Xenos banking system, and didn't require any violence at all. All he needed to get it running again for Doc to release Fumbles from his medical clutches, despite the fact that the little guy was still suffering fairly badly from withdrawal. Doc considered the situation carefully, weighing his patient's current condition against the team's need for funds, and how nice it would be to get out of the Psycho's aura for a while. In the end, he extracted a promise from Nubby not to give Fumbles any more Gladstones, then sent the little guy off with the rest of them, when they left for the safe house the next morning. If he'd listened carefully, he might have heard Nubby telling Fumbles that Doc wouldn't mind if they got a little pick-me-up, as long as it wasn't Gladstones, and they could even make a little profit while they were at it. Yeah. So that's how 4 members of our crack inquisitorial investigation team got arrested for trafficking prohibited substances and sent to ethical re-education camp. It took a while for the rest of us to figure out what had happened. The first hint was when the Tau weaponsmith called us. Emperor knows why the idiot gave that Xenos our comm codes and asked why Tink hadn't shown up to pick up his plasma gun. Sarge thought she actually sounded concerned and made a note to have a chat with the techie about the birds, bees, and Inquisition's stance on fraternization with Xenos, then promised to comm Tink and see what was keeping him. Tink's comm was active, but he wasn't the one who answered it. One of the locals, who was too stupid to understand Gothic, bowed at Sarge until he handed the comm over to the Xeno expert adept. The adept exploded in a flood of Tau, ignoring Sarge's questioning looks and waved the other adepts over to listen in. There was a lot of talking, a bit of shouting, and a general air of extreme panic. Sarge knew what it looked like when people were doing their job, and provided some very real assistance by keeping Doc and Twitch from asking what all the noise was about. When the call finally ended, in our favour from the sound of it, and the adept stopped hyperventilating, they informed us that Tink's comm bead was currently being held by the Pro-Tau PDF. It would be returned to him with the rest of his gear after he finished basic re-education and became a full member of the PDF. Sarge facepalmed. A little cogitator work established that the rest of their comms were in the same location and turned up the arrest report. Doc swore loudly and venomously when he noticed what they'd been arrested for, and Twitch suggested that Fumble's addiction was actually part of a complex Xenos conspiracy to split us up and pick us off like this. Sarge told both the troopers to stuff it, and called an emergency planning session. The available options were limited. Either we bust them out before the Xenos mess with their brains, or roll with this like it was our plan to infiltrate the PDF all along. If we went with the former, we needed to figure out a way to pull it off without blowing our cover to hell and bringing an entire army down on our heads. If we went with the latter, we needed to decide whether to all go in together or figure out a way to get in and make contact after the idiots went through their brainwashing. The adept suggested going in together, probably because it'd get us out of their hair sooner, and Doc was in favour of figuring out a way to infiltrate without getting brainwashed ourselves. Twitch was the only one who wanted to mount a rescue operation, but his whole plan was to just blow up as many PDF buildings as possible, pull our guys out of the rubble, then declare the whole mission a success. Sarge made that Plan B. In the end, Sarge sided with Doc. We set up an observation post near the PDS main base in the city. The basic theory was that we keep an eye open for ways to infiltrate and otherwise just wait for the latest batch of recruits to finish their brainwashing and get dumped there. Once we spotted some new faces in the base, we could look harder for our boys and see if they were in any condition to help us get in. In this case, observation post was mill speak for a cash shop, with a good view of the base's entrance. We spent 2 weeks taking turns sipping bad recaf and pretending to work on data slates while we watched incoming traffic. Luckily, we didn't have to pay too much attention. The cogitator adept had taken ownership of Tink's drone and set it up to the top of a neighbouring building. Honestly, the drone saved us a lot of effort. It did most of the tedious watching and told us when interesting stuff was about to happen. All we had to do was be there to double check things. We didn't even have to worry about it being spotted. The thing had this wonderful little stealth field built in. You couldn't see it at all if it didn't move. We considered forgiving Tink for paying so much for it, then remembered why we're in our current situation, and how unbearably awkward it had been collecting his gun and explaining his disappearance to the tower weaponsmith. After 2 weeks of watching and some careful hacking from the cogitator adept, we had a few ideas for getting into the base. The plans ranged from simple to complex, and the success chances varied based on whether our teammates on the inside would be able or willing to help us get in, so we prepared for them all and waited to see how things would turn out. When a load of fresh recruits finally arrived and we spotted this sawn-off form of Nubby jumping out of a truck, we got ready to move, and tried our best to make contact. Unfortunately, it was damn hard to get a message into the base, and it seemed like fresh recruits weren't allowed to leave. We were on the edge of trying the horribly bad idea of calling their sure-to-be-monitored comm beads and talking in code or something, when a senior-looking PDF trooper walked right up to us in the cap shop. Twitch nearly shot our infiltrator. Sometimes it was easy to forget that we had a teammate who was supposed to be a master of disguise. According to our infiltrator, the locals weren't anything special when it came to brainwashing. All 4 of them had come through the process intact, mostly, and even had their gear returned. They had duties to perform in the base and were under a little observation from senior PDF members, but they should be able to get us in without much trouble, as long as we acted like Guardsmen. He didn't think this would be hard for us. The next day, the infiltrator returned to us with some of the Towish flak armour and tan fatigues that the locals wore, as well as some military IDs that only needed a little doctoring. He didn't even need to provide authentic PDF weapons. Apparently, until you were issued a fancy Tau gun, you were allowed to keep whatever you were originally trained with, or switch in for a nice local-made las gun. The only thing that couldn't be carried right in the front door was our few heavy weapons, Twitch's stuff. No matter how open-minded you were with it, it was hard to ignore 25 kilos of high explosives. Luckily, the infiltrator claimed he could get at least one scan-shielded bag in if we needed it. We sent Sarge's nade launcher, Tink's stupid plasma gun, and as many explosives as could still be fit in the bag ahead. Then finalised our plans with the adepts. They'd be staying in the safe house and monitoring us, of course, but the problem was that the PDF had some sort of fancy Tau jamming field over their base. It blocked any unauthorised communications, so while the adepts could watch and plan, they couldn't talk to us or provide real assistance if shit went south. Our theory was that they'd just sit, collect data, and keep working on figuring out why the deserters were here while we were inside. If they found something important, they'd send Tink's drone to find us. We saw one of our targets, we sent the infiltrator out to find them. Our plan, as it was finalised, we suited up and just walked right in the front gate of the PDF base. So no shit, there we were, undercover in the middle of a bunch of Xenos-loving traitors, The main thing we noticed was that the place was almost exactly the same as a normal guard camp. Sure, it was a little cleaner, and there was a bunch of Tau tech lying around, but if you ignore the fact that all the officers were short, blue, and had drones hovering around them, it all felt completely normal. Everyone was doing the usual chore or drills, the gear was practically identical, and the food wasn't even better. It was a wonder that these people had even bothered to desert. They were still in the bloody army, weren't they? The first thing we did after entering was to collect our teammates and verify that they were in as good condition as the infiltrator had said. Tink and Nubby were absolutely fine. In fact, they'd fallen right back into their usual roles when in base. Which is to say, Tink was in the army, disassembling a Tau gun that he shouldn't have had access to, and Nubby was sitting on an impressive cache of stolen or bartered goods in a disused supply shed. Nubby claimed that if he could find a buyer with actual cash, he was halfway to refilling our budget. None of them were trying particularly hard to act brainwashed. Whoever was the brains of this operation wasn't working counterintelligence. After they established that you were a guard deserter, they stopped looking for anything else and welcomed you in with open arms. After that, it was just a matter of parroting all of the greater good stuff. You didn't even need to parrot it well or speak the language properly. If you screwed it up, they just assumed you were an idiot. Speaking of idiots, neither of the Guardsmen had bothered keeping track of fumbles, claiming that he wasn't in any shape to cause trouble. This didn't sound very encouraging, but Sarge refrained from slugging them, and we all went to find our psyker before he did something warpy. We found Fumble sitting in a group of PDF troopers and singing, if you'd believe it. He was wearing the same dopey expression as the rest of them, and a sort of idiotic happiness radiated off of him. He happily introduced us to his new friends and asked if he wanted to lead the next song. Sarge eyed the large group of smiling armed men, then politely declined, and asked if he could borrow Fumbles for a while. No one put up a fuss as we dragged the psyker away. We all kept smiling and nodding until we got around a corner where Sarge started quietly dressing down Tink and Nubby. Doc took a good look at Fumbles and declared him to be low on sleep, low on protein, and high on something that was probably a Tau drug tailored to help with withdrawal symptoms. He claimed that a little talking, some basic care, and a slow reduction of the detox drug, the bottle of which he took immediate possession of, would sort the psyker out in a few days. For now, though, it was probably best if he stayed in Nubby's storeroom, when he wouldn't be missed. Our team finally collected, we sat around our dopey psyker and tried to plan our next step. Our end goals were still the same. Find out what so much trouble had been put into getting the deserters out here to join the PDF, find out who the Tau that had led them was, gull him and every senior defecting officer, as well as the rogue trader if he was still around. In the short term, all we could think to do was fit into the routine in the base, and use every bit of free time we got to ask discreet questions. We probably wouldn't get anything from most of the troopers or the Tau officers, but if we got access to the command building at the far end of the base, we might find someone who knew something. Over the next week, we mostly learned how easy basic training was, after you'd already done it once, and how awesome everyone thought the greater good was. But there were a few useful things mixed in. We managed to spot the traitor general we'd seen on our last mission, leaving the command building one night. Learned that there were occasional meetings with a big league Tau politician in said command building, and found out that the Tau Firecast who led this PDF army was alone for the Empire and a personal friend of the politician. In fact, they were so friendly that a team of fire warriors under his command was permanently assigned to protect the politician. We suspected that the diplomat was the cloaked Xenos who'd led the desertion plot, but weren't quite certain. We also had a decent lead in the rogue trader. Mostly, the camp was all smiles and songs, but occasionally the fresh recruits that were dropped off didn't fit in. They weren't put through a second brainwashing or quietly executed, like they would have been back at the guard. Instead, they were put on a shuttle that left once a week and took them to a mercenary outfit outside the cluster. It sounded fishy as all hell, but some careful scanning by Fumbles proved that the officers really believed it. So if there really was a mercenary company, we figured it was probably owned by the rogue trader that had been part of the desertion plot. It's a well-known fact that you can't get much more mercenary than a rogue trader. So if the mercenary was really the rogue trader, there were only three things that we still needed to figure out. First was the location of the remaining traitorous guard officer. He was just a major, but he still needed to die. Second, we needed proof that the Tau diplomat was the cloaked Xenos, so we could be sure we got the whole set. And finally, we still had no idea what the hell this was all about. As far as everyone we talked to knew, the army's only purpose was to protect the planet from whoever was raiding the cluster. This sounded fairly reasonable, especially considering that even more raids had been reported over the months of our mission, and gotten all the civvies worked up, but we knew it was at least partially bullshit. The desertions had started happening way before the raids, so there was obviously something else going on, even if we were too stupid to figure out what it was. Luckily, we brought him some smart people along just for this sort of thing. We sent out the infiltrator with all of our data, and the adepts did a little digging. Mostly they looked into the Tau politician, since he was both the public face of the whole operation, and the suspected mastermind behind the desertions. According to them, he was an off-worlder who came from the Tau Empire, and was one of the guys yelling the loudest for the cluster to join or ally with them. As far as us Guardsmen could tell, this made him an asshole, but didn't prove he was our guy, or explain what was going on. The diplomatic adept insisted it all made sense, though. In the end, he had to dumb it down a little, before we really followed the situation, and by dumb it down, I mean he sent us a vid of him acting out with freaking sock puppets. There was a blue sock that was supposed to be the Tau politician, and a tan one that was acting as the rest of the cluster's political leaders. He seemed to be enjoying the fact that we could easily leave the PDF base and throttle him.
Hi, I am the Tau politician guy, who might also be the secret mastermind behind the deserters.
Hi, politician guy. I'm all the other politicians in the cluster. We are scared because raiders have been attacking our planets.
I think we should all voluntarily join the Tau Empire for their protection.
We don't know. We like being independent, and worry that either empire will change our way of life and start a war.
Well, we have to do something to protect ourselves. There's no point avoiding a war if we all die to raiders.
If our armies aren't holding off the raiders, and we have to join an empire, the Imperium is bigger and scarier.
I don't think they would protect you. The Imperium doesn't care about anyone but humans, and I hear the raiders are all humans. Maybe they even work for the Imperium.
That's worrying, but we still don't want to join the Tau Empire.
Well, I can't force you to join the Tau Empire, but what if you accepted their assistance, arming and training your armies? You'll be able to protect yourselves, and there won't be any big Tau Empire military bases to provoke the Imperium into war.
That doesn't sound much better than our own armies, and it would give the Tau Empire a lot of influence over us.
No, it is. Much, much better. With superior Tau weaponry and training, your armies could easily handle the raiders. See, look at my army here.
That army looks impressive, but we still aren't sure it would do anything to stop the raiders.
Watch. If the raiders show up near us, we'll kick them back off the planet and chase them out of the system.
If that works, we might listen to you about forming a partial alliance with the Tau Empire. Goodbye now.
Ha ha! My master plan will make them willing to slave us of the evil Tau Empire.
So, getting our critical mission data via sock puppets was demeaning as hell, but it got the point across better than the giant documents they'd originally sent. When the show was finished, we sat down together in Nubby's storeroom and chewed the situation over, trying to figure out what all the political info meant for us, and what our next step should be. Sarge wound up deciding to go with Twitch's current interpretation of events, which for once seemed fairly reasonable. His theory was that if the politician was the one who'd orchestrated the desertion and dragged them all the way out here, he was probably behind the raids too. What's the point in having an army if it doesn't have anyone to fight? This theory neatly placed all the blame on one person, so if push came to shove, we could just kill him and call it a day. Of course, this all sort of hinged on the politician being the cloaked Xenos, and Oak was probably not going to accept "we were pretty sure" as proof of mission completion. Furthermore, when we shared our general plan with the adepts, they insisted that we prove that the politician was behind the raiders, instead of just killing him. They said that, given how many people had died in the raids, it would be a huge blow against the Tau Empire if we could prove they, or at least their supporters, were behind everything. This sounded like the sort of thing that the Inquisition was supposed to do, so Sarge reluctantly agreed. We started planning ways to spy on the meetings in the command building, instead of just blowing it up. Twitch was disappointed. Sneaking into the command building turned out to be much easier than it had originally looked like. Sure, there were Tau guards on the doors, and most of the staffs were slitheads too, but the place was cleaned and maintained by the recruits. At first we thought that it would be necessary to get ourselves on the duty roster to get inside, and started figuring out how to arrange that. But then we found out that the guards weren't checking IDs and apparently couldn't really tell one human from another. Hell, it seemed that their only real purpose was to keep anyone from entering the building, armed, and they did that by using a simple door scanner. A quick check even revealed that it was the same type of scanner we'd already fooled multiple times, with scan-shielded bags and clothing. So, yeah, it was pretty apparent that whoever was running security on this operation wasn't the brains of the outfit, or they were terminally trusting, or both. Anyway, we didn't look a gift horse in the mouth, and quickly put together a straightforward plan for getting what we needed, and getting out. We would figure out when the politician was coming for a meeting, bug the conference room, record him saying some really incriminating stuff, go in after the meeting and retrieve the device, then hand the recording over to the adepts, and see if it was what they wanted. If that went smoothly, then we'd be cleared to wait for his next visit and grab him or the Traitor General when they went to the bathroom, and have Fumbles rip the locations of the rogue trader and the last traitor officer from their minds. After that, we could just blow the entire building up and escape in the confusion. It was a nice, simple plan, and we'd have everything in place for our backup strategy of just blowing the building up. The only way it could go wrong was if we'd missed something major, or one of us completely screwed up. Unfortunately, we did both. The thing we missed was the fact that the politicians' bodyguards took their job far more seriously than the other guards. When they entered the conference room, they didn't just do a quick visual sweep. They took out scanning tools and checked the place for power sources and data connections. Ting's little homemade bug showed right up, and a scanning guard went over to check it out. Meanwhile, our entire team, sans adepts of course, was in the supply room on the other side of the wall listening in. Ting swore, told us we were busted, and recommended we bail before they did a search of the building. Nubby and Twitch were already halfway to the door when Sarge vetoed this, and told Fumbles to take a shot at fixing things. The Psyker lined up his target using the visual feed and his own ability to sense emotion, then silently commanded the bodyguard to forget what he was doing and go back to his post. He had performed that particular mental trick twice already during our infiltration, but this time, right at the critical moment, Fumbles fumbled. Our entire room and conference room's adjacent wall were instantly covered by a sheet of frost. That didn't faze the bodyguard Fumbles had been aiming for, but there were a few other people in the room. While the other bodyguard drew his weapon and covered the wall, the firecaster who led the PDF warned everyone there was a Psyker nearby and told them to get out. Then, I shit you not, the Traitor General yelled, "It's Bane Johns! I told you he'd never stop chasing us!" Grabbed the politician and sprinted out the door. It would have been hilarious if we weren't all so screwed. None of us even tried to stand and fight. We knew a foobar mission when we saw one. If they had any brains, the next test would be to seal the base and start an exhaustive search for us. And if they remembered Bane Johns, they probably remembered what we looked like, so trying to blend in like we had probably wouldn't work. We either needed to make it out of the base before they locked down the exits, or find a damn good hiding place in the base. First thing first, though, we needed to get out of the building before we wound up trapped in it. Nubby and Twitch led us in an all-out sprint for the least guarded building exit. We were probably halfway to the door before the bodyguards or PDF commander even thought to enact some sort of lockdown. Of course, 7 men running through the corridors at a dead sprint attracted some unwanted attention, and we really couldn't afford to have anyone speeding up the search right now. The infiltrator plugged a dumb recruit who got in our way with his silenced pistol. Sarge's clothesline broke the neck of a second, and 2 Tau staffers died with surprised expressions on their faces, and combat knives buried up to the hilts in their foreheads. Twitch and Nubby didn't even stop to pull their knives back out. There wasn't time. We hit the door about 20 seconds before the alarm sounded. The single Tau guard watching us started to draw his weapon, then Fumbles did something irreversible to him, and he forgot we were there and most of his childhood to boot. We all felt a pang of guilt from the Psyker. Quick and dirty psyching isn't pretty stuff, but at least that was the last casualty. We could see the base's gates closing ahead of us, so at Sarge's signal we slowed down, fanned out, and tried to look as nonchalant as we walked towards Nubby's storeroom. There wasn't time for a long debate about what to do next. The options were find a way out, hide, or fight to the death. Twitch suggested that enough explosions would distract the gate guards, but Tink shot that down when he pointed out that the perimeter drones would never leave their post. Nubby volunteered a few hiding places, but even he wasn't confident they'd hold up to a serious search. Tink and the infiltrator started putting together a half-baked plan to impersonate an officer and steal an APC from the motor pool. They were interrupted when Doc sprang to his feet and told everyone to shut up. Doc told the rest of us that there wasn't much time to explain. The only way his idea would work is if we moved fast. We grabbed what gear we could easily carry and followed the medic as he led us towards the middle of the base. As we half ran, Doc quietly explained that there was one exit that was never well sealed because it was supposed to be open to everyone, free of judgment or reproof. The weekly shuttle that took the few troopers that refused to embrace the greater good to their new life as mercenaries had landed that morning, and it was still on the pad. There weren't expensive drones watching the shuttle, or even Tau guards, just a pair of recruits who were supposed to ask anyone if they were really sure they wanted to leave. Doc figured that if we got on the shuttle before the serious search started, and the guards vouched that no one had come past them, then it'd be allowed to leave on its normally scheduled run. All we needed for this to work was a bit of luck, a little sloppiness from our pursuers, and for Fumbles to pull off 2 more pieces of psyching. At the back of our group, the Fumbles realised this entire plan rested on him, and made a small choking sound. We got Fumbles calmed down and took up position a little way away from the shuttle ramp. Each of us told the nervous psych we believed in him. Then Doc gave the signal and everyone held their breath. One guy's expression immediately went vague, but as Fumbles turned towards the second, a sort of dark foreboding, it felt as if everything was about to come crashing down around us. It didn't, though. The second guy's expression went vague too. Then we shook off the uneasy feeling and casually walked up the ramp. Fumbles practically collapsed in relief when we turned the first corner. Everyone took turns quietly congratulating the little guy, as Nubby led us to a convenient spot for hiding unofficial cargo on this model of shuttle. Our wait in that dark little compartment was long and nerve-wracking, but it wasn't interrupted. A few hours after we boarded the shuttle started making its pre-takeoff noises, we all started breathing a little easier. Nubby pointed out that it seemed fate was with us today, and got told to shut up by everyone else. Since we seemed to be out of the woods, Sarge started thinking about the mission again. Despite the way we'd been forced to scrub the current op, the mission as a whole wasn't beyond salvage, and, all in all, we were getting some good intel from this scrub. In our minds, the traitor general yelling about Bane chasing us confirmed that the Tau politician was the cloaked Xenos. Furthermore, we were on our way to confirm that the mercenary company was actually the rogue trader, and would probably be behind the race as well. As for the rest of our objectives, hopefully all the time it would take us to get back from wherever this shuttle was headed would let the situation groundside cool down enough for us to make another attempt. Of course, there was the whole travelling between planets without our own spaceship or funds thing, but that was just details. We could work it out on the fly. As we lifted off, Doc asked a question that hadn't occurred to anyone else. What the hell were the adepts going to think when we just disappeared? He worried that the adepts might do something stupid to try and rescue us if they thought we'd been captured. They really needed to be told what had happened. Sarge winced at the thought and pointed out we couldn't calm them. The PDF jammed everything but their own, well-monitored frequencies, and our short-range comms wouldn't work from space. While everyone speculated on how much it was going to suffer the adepts, and whether it was worth it to try and sneak onto the shuttle's bridge and us their fox, Tink ripped out his comm bead and jabbed it into the pocket data slate he carried. A few seconds later, he scared the shit out of everyone by yelling and jumping. Once Twitch and Fumbles had been calmed down, Sarge grabbed Tink on what all the excitement was about. The techie triumphantly told us he'd managed to get a plaintext message out on the public channel between the time we left the PDF's jamming radius and got out of the local comnet's range. Doc congratulated him, asked what he said in the message, only to get a lot of vague answers. Nubby yanked the data slate out of Tink's hands and read it off to us. Mission went sort of bad. We're fine. Going to space to hide and investigate. Be back in ASAP to try again. Tell Avkaskel I'm okay. Keep doing stuff. Tink. It was probably better than nothing. The shuttle docked after a few hours of travel. We snuck out of our hidey hole. A quick peek around revealed that everyone, even the pilot, had left the ship, and no one was guarding the exit. We hurried through the hatch and found ourselves standing in a fairly dingy shuttle bay that looked like it was part of an Imperial-style ship. It had the prayer seals and skulls and everything. Team made a quick check to see if we could steal the shuttle, but the bay doors were locked. Sarge decided it was probably time to do a little exploring and nearly headbutted a crewman as he peeked out into the passageway. The crewman didn't shout an alarm or act more surprised than you usually do when you nearly get a concussion. That probably saved his life. Instead, he asked if we were the last ones from the shuttle and pointed us towards the bay where all the other dirt suckers were staying. Before we followed his directions, Nubby traded the man some smokes for a rundown on the ship and more info about our fellow passengers. Apparently it was just a tramp freighter that plied the well-mapped warp lanes in the cluster, and there were about 40 other ex-PDF on board. He really did say about. No one on the ship paid much attention to the passengers, as long as they stayed in their area. That suited us perfectly, and we happily went to join our fellows. It was remarkably easy for us to blend in with the ex-PDF. No one else's questions or even paid us much attention. We commandeered a pair of the partially furnished shipping containers that were acting as passenger quarters and made ourselves comfortable. A few hours later, we felt the ship's engines kick on, and that night we jumped into the warp, all without anyone saying more than 10 words to any of us. We had missed this sort of apathy in the PDF base. It was nice when no one gave a shit about what you did. Travelling to the mercenary outfit took 4 days. We spent them maintaining our gear and forming vague plans for the next stage of the mission. Our neighbours mostly spent them drinking to drown out the whispers of warp travel, casually bitching about how the tower are a bunch of sissies, and speculating on how much money and sex they get as a mercenary. It was a very homey environment. When we finally exited the warp, a crewman came down and directed everyone towards a shuttle bay. The few ex-PDF who appeared to be having second thoughts or were too drunk to walk there themselves were dragged along by cargo servitors. One short shuttle ride later, we were in a bigger and much more grandiose bay, being welcomed to a new life filled with money, violence, drugs, Xenos killing, sex, and more money. The mercenary really did make a good recruitment pitch, especially the part where he parroted the PDF's line about being free to leave at any time, or gesturing at an airlock. By the end of the speech, everyone seemed to understand the situation, and simply fell into line behind a few grizzled veteran types. Most of the rest of the day was spent in orientations of one sort or another, and the usual army recruitment stuff. Uniforms and bunks were issued, schedules were handed out, and one or two random men were mercilessly screamed at for minor and possibly imaginary infractions. Sarge watched all this with an approval that was only slightly marred by the fact that the Yellow was a vile traitor to the Imperium, instead of an honest Guardsman. To no one's surprise, the uniforms worn by the mercenaries were perfect matches for the ones we'd seen on the guards in a certain villa. Between that and the nice festivities, we had all the proof we personally needed. Seriously, it was announced as a celebratory post-raid feast. Don't forget to bring your best loot to show off. Some rogue traders really don't go in for subtlety. There was a speech before the feast. It was given by the rogue trader, and involved a lot of words like pillage and plunder. While everyone else was busy listening, Sarge asked the infiltrator, who was the only one of us the trader hadn't seen before, to try getting close to the senior officers, and finding out where we were headed next. The man practically vanished as soon as Sarge gave the order. Later we saw a familiar-looking server at the trader's high table, but we weren't really sure it was him. So while the infiltrator did the actual work, we enjoyed the party. There wasn't really much else to do. We ate, swapped some old war stories with the mercs, and successfully hid the fact that we weren't drinking. Much. Sarge kept an eye on all of us, making sure we stayed under control, and covering for Doc when the mercenaries' tales of horrible violence and defenseless Xenos made him sick. The party finally petered out at about 4 in the morning, and we all regrouped with the infiltrator in a handy nook Nubby had discovered. He had 3 important pieces of intel for us. Firstly, our next destination was the Protal world we just left, and the trader, with his fast, navigator-controlled ship, was aiming to get there in 2 days. Secondly, the official commander of the mercenaries matched our description of the final traitorous guard officer to a T. Finally, the raid would not start immediately upon arrival. The ship's seneschal and the trader officer would be going down, making sure everything is in order with our employer. Sarge thought that sounded like the ideal time to get off the ship. Slowly, in the wee hours of the morning, our plan came together. Mostly it was simple and straightforward, but Doc's suggestion for dealing with the rogue trader was downright evil. None of us could look him in the eye after he made it. The boy clearly had been corrupted by his time with the rest of us. We had just over 2 days to get everything together for our plan, but we managed most of it that first night. It wasn't until about noon that someone started imposing order on the mercenaries, so we had free run of their section of the ship, and managed to get almost all the supplies we needed. Over the next 2 days, we used a combination of bribery, intimidation, and good old-fashioned lying to avoid most of the chores the other mercenaries were doing, and wander around the ship undetected. Sar split us into 2 teams for most of the work. He, Nubby, and Dog concentrated on getting everything set up for our shuttle ride with the seneschal, while Tink and Twitch were escorted on their mission by Fumbles, an infiltrator. Our time on the Occurrence border really paid off for us during those days. We found it much easier to navigate this ship than any of the other mercenaries did. The maintenance passages and little locked doors that the crew used to get around quickly were an open book to us. We popped up in places that none of the crew even suspected a dirt sucker could get to. We made a complete mockery of their security, and accomplished all of our objectives without ever being noticed. Much less stopped. Our preparations were finished well ahead of schedule, and as such as urging, we all got a full night's sleep, or as close as you can get to on a ship travelling in the warp, before the big day. The seneschal, being a seneschal and therefore the very definition of a crafty bugger, probably knew his crew and the mercenaries engaged in a little smuggling. He probably wrote it off as a perk of their job and turned a blind eye, so long as they didn't cause him any trouble, that is. What he didn't know, though, was that this time the little smuggling bay on his shuttle wasn't being used to transport a few crates of proscribed substances and weapons. This time it was transporting 7 crates, each of which held a very uncomfortable inquisitorial agent. The smugglers didn't know what was in the crates either, but they'd been given clear instructions not to open them, and stood to make a lot of money on this deal. Upon landing, they were to take these crates to a certain supply shed, use the code they'd been given to get in, and exchange them for several of the crates full of PDF hardware that filled the room. The boys were professionals and did their job smoothly and speedily. Once they were clear, Fumbles gave us a signal. We were merged in Nubby's storeroom, which was a little emptier than it should have been, but it wasn't like we'd even owned that stuff anyway. The first, well, actually second phase of our plan completed, we started prepping for the hard part. The first hiccup came when we sent the infiltrator to contact the adepts and retrieve Tink's drone. He got through fine, but the news he delivered wasn't exactly good. Well, most of the stuff in the adepts wasn't bad. They got on Tink's message and kept everything under control, but there was a message from Weebu as well. Apparently several ambassadors from other planets in the cluster were here to observe the PDF, and the ex-Inquisitor had tagged along with his delegation. To cut our long critique and rant short, Weebu thought we were right on the money, but strongly urged us not to just kill the Tau politician after we got our data. He promised a major political victory for the Imperium if we managed to get the blue bastard on trial, so he wanted us to either capture the politician or do something to prevent him from skipping off the planet. This complicated our simple post-evidence collection plan of just tossing a dozen frags into the room and escaping in the confusion, but Sarge ruled that we needed to at least try. The infiltrator was sent out one last time to tell Weebu to have a holding area ready and warn the adepts of the change in our plans. Then we got our gear in order and officially started Operation Record and Grab the Tau Diplomat, then run away. Admittedly, it wasn't the best op designation, but it was Fumble's idea. We felt he needed all the positive reinforcement he could get for this one. We got into the command building again without any trouble. There were more guards than last time, and they were checking IDs now, but their scanners weren't any better, and they didn't have anything that could stop fumbles. The infiltrator pinpointed the large conference room the meeting between the politician and the senator would happen in, and worked with Fumbles to distract the door guard while Tink snuck in, planted his drone up near the ceiling, and engaged the stealth field. Sarge quietly promised himself that if this worked, he'd actually forgive the techie for buying the thing. Once our recorder was in place and transmitting, we split up again to make our final preparations. Twitch and the infiltrator casually walked around the building and placed several charges in discrete locations. Doc prepped a vial of sedative, and Fumbles grabbed us some snacks from the cafeteria. Finally, Nubby was given a pair of charges to plant on the front gate and sent to commandeer an escape vehicle. The Tau Diplomat arrived right on schedule, and his bodyguards began scanning the room. Tink put the drone into non-transmitting mode, and we all held our breath. Luckily, both the drone's stealth system and the scan-proof tarp we were all hiding behind held up to their scrutiny. We congratulated ourselves on our wild success and settled in to wait for Fumbles. We were sort of passively listening through the wall to tell us where to go. About 10 seconds later, the Seneschal entered the room and had his untouchable deactivate his limiter. Suddenly, we all felt a lot less smug. A very, very quiet debate was held in that closet while the meeting started. We'd been originally planning to use Fumbles to make sure we had enough evidence before breach, and to pinpoint all the hostiles for a quick takedown. Now we were going to have to go in blind and wouldn't have his assistance until the Untouchable was dead. Of course, the debate didn't really change our plan. We were still going to bust open the wall, kill almost everyone, then run out to where Nubby had the getaway car ready. Those first two steps were just going to be a lot more dicey. After a few dozen tense minutes, Sarge estimated that enough time had passed and gave the word to get ready. Everyone picked up their weapons and got into position. Doc readied his vial, Twitch put his breaching charge in place, and Tink got ready to send the drone's recall command. Sarge held up a beefy hand and counted down. The last finger descended. Twitch hit his detonator, and a 6-foot section of reinforced wall turned into a wave of shrapnel, completely shredding the Seneschal and the former guard major who'd been commanding the mercenaries. 1 down, 3 to go. Before the gooey remains of the 2 men hit the floor, 3 flashbangs entered the room. The split second after they detonated, Sergeant Twitch followed them in and opened fire on the guards in either corner. A second after that, Doc and the infiltrator sprinted into the room and gunned down the guard, standing next to the dazed Tau Diplomat. Finally, Tink entered the room, barely ducking below the drone as it whizzed out, and blew the head off the traitor general. 2 down, 2 to go. There were now 5 of us and 4 hostiles in the room, but we didn't know that. Sarge executed the wounded Untouchable lying near his feet, and turned to where Doc and the infiltrator were grabbing the stunned politician. He got a flash of movement, heard a yell from Fumbles, they barely managed to duck below a stream of plasma bolts. Doc and the infiltrator weren't so lucky. Doc got hit in the stomach and went down with a choked shout. Next to him, the infiltrator lost his head with an ugly splatting sound. Twitch and Tink immediately turned to the new threat and raised their weapons, but all either of them could see was a faint shimmer in the air. Acting in desperation, both troopers tried to suppress, then had to dive for cover as the invisible targets ignored their fire. We had 2 men down, one of them dead and the other gut-shot, and the rest of us were pinned by heavy fire from a freaking invisible enemy. The situation was not good. It was at this point, right when we were kissing our asses goodbye, that Fumble saved the day. The little psycho ran in, took a deep breath, and let out a deafening shriek, which was echoed by 2 shouts of pain from the far end of the room. The torrent of plasma fire stopped, and those of us who could still move sprang into action. Sarge grabbed the syringe from Doc's hand and tossed it to Twitch, who slammed it into the diplomat's chest. Sarge then tucked Doc under one arm while Twitch picked up the frail diplomat in a fireman's carry, and Tink hosed the far end of the room with a wild stream of plasma. Behind us, Fumbles took another deep breath, then under the cover of the second psychic shriek we all splintered out of the room. As we ran, Tink grabbed the drone's controller and ordered it to follow him, and Twitch bounced several of his detonators. Sarge stopped for a second at the breach, then tossed his entire bandolier of grenades into the room behind us. Minus 1 pin, of course. The entire building shook around us as 2 different series of explosions ripped through it. One series was an orderly chain of booms that sounded like an incredibly loud row of dominoes falling. It was caused by a neatly organised series of breaching charges, which opened a clear path from our location to where Nubby was waiting for us. The other was just 15 grenades of 4 different types going off like a string of firecrackers. It nearly knocked us on our faces, and hopefully killed the 2 invisible hostiles. Tink led our run out of the building, charging his plasma gun as he ran, and neatly incinerating a guard who came to check out the noise. Sarge was behind him, holding his las gun in one hand and spraying it at anything that moved around us. Next came Twitch, who was straining under the tower's weight and shredding landmines at a rate of about 1 per 4 meters in an attempt to lighten his load and stop pursuit. An exhausted Fumbles brought up the rear and did his best to disrupt any pursuers by throwing random hallucinations at anyone who saw us. Put simply, we left a trail of bodies and confusion from the conference room to the parking lot, where Nubby waited for us in our getaway vehicle, which turned out not to be a hovercar, APC or flyer, but rather a poorly maintained food delivery van. As we sprinted across the lot and piled into the shitty van, it became apparent that our escape was not going to go as planned. Not because of Nubby's poor choice of vehicle, but because the PDF troopers we could see around the base weren't acting like they should have been. This was very worrying on account of how the escape part of our plan had always been sort of shaky. It mostly hinges us getting the hell out of there and going to ground before any real pursuit was organised. This may seem horribly optimistic, but remember by that point we were supposed to have just killed the PDF's top human general, political leader, and the Tower Firecast who commanded them. Between the deaths of these senior officers and the trail of destruction our exit would leave, the chain of command should have been an unholy mess. Unfortunately for us, it wasn't. The problem was that the Firecast commander hadn't been at the meeting. We weren't sure whether he'd left early or never attended or what, but he hadn't died in that conference room like he should have. So right now, instead of lying dead in a puddle of his own blood while his force dissolved into chaos and let us escape, he was barking orders over the general channel. This was a very bad thing. So while our getaway vehicle slowly accelerated towards the base's exit, Sarge's mind raced for a way to disrupt the PDF before we were caught in the middle of a literal army of hostiles. As he listened to the orders and questions flying over the PDF's comms, a solution came to him, and he seized Tink's drone. A second later, Sarge realised he had no idea how to use the drone, and seized Tink instead. Tink's orders were simple. Find something, anything incriminating in the drone's recording, and jack it into the PDF's general channel. This wasn't the time to worry about keeping the evidence secret until the trial. We'd trade political bullshit for not getting killed any day. Tink was in a state of overloaded panic as he tried to do several things at once. He needed to rip out the van's transponder and autopilot before it was used to stop us, reload his plasma gun before the next fight, and then we had to figure out how to make the drone play back its recording, then find an incriminating section, and then figure out how to jack the audio feed into his comm bead. The tech froze for a second, started to babble a question about what she should do first, then Twitch yanked the plasma gun away and used the last of its charge to fry the transponder. Ignoring the fact that the plasma bolt came within a millimetre of destroying the van's engine, it simplified the situation beautifully. Tink immediately started punching at the drone's controls, while Twitch reloaded his plasma gun. Within half a minute, the drone was broadcasting over the PDS channels. It took a little longer to find a good section of dialogue, but after a few false starts, he managed it, and we all heard the Tower Commander's voice go panicked, as he ordered everyone to turn off their comm beads. Sarge didn't have time to feel satisfied. He was busy applying his limited knowledge of field medicine. The Tower-style flak armour Doc had been wearing hadn't done jack to stop the plasma bolt. The gut wound went all the way through, but it had missed anything immediately fatal, and partially cauterized itself. Sarge hit the medic with an ample painkiller and another of stim, that brought him back into focus. From there, Doc was able to walk, Sarge through applying a dressing and blood pack, as well as treating a few minor wounds the other guardsmen had taken without noticing. The Tower diplomat lay in a heap on the floor, and occasionally moaned or snored. No one bothered to secure him until a hard turn nearly shot him out of the half-closed door. That would have been embarrassing. Up in the front seat, Nubby was driving for his life while Fumbles drove shotgun. Well, lasgun actually, but whatever. He nearly crashed twice already, and no one was telling him anything except that his getaway vehicle sucked. As far as Nubby could tell, the situation was slightly worse than expected. Only 6 men had come back after all. But they had their hostage, and the PDF appeared not to be paying attention to the van anymore. He rounded the final corner and started barreling towards the main gate, which by some miracle hadn't been closed yet. It looked like he wouldn't even have to detonate the charges he'd placed in it. As the van sailed through the open gate, Nubby grinned and hit the detonators anyway, just as a goodbye present. Nubby told the rest of us that it looked like we were in the clear. Everyone sighed in relief, and there were a few high fives. Then Tink grew in the mood. He swore loudly and told us that the PDF General Com channel was closed. He started flipping his broadcast to other channels, then went pale and screamed at Nubby to go faster as he heard the traffic on one of them. Apparently the engineers in the motorpool had the commander's battlesuit and devilfish ready. Nubby nearly put his augmentic foot through the floor as he stamped on the accelerator. At Nubby's frantic request for a destination, preferably one with lots of friendly people with anti-armor weapons, Sarge calmed the adepts as soon as we cleared the base's jammers. The nerds were panicked, to say the least. They'd been watching the chaos unfolding at the base through hacked vid feeds. Sarge filled them in on our cargo, location, and what we just heard would be following us. He requested that they contact Weebu and find us a hiding place, or get us some damn reinforcements. The adepts didn't even bother to tell us how much firepower or how deep a hole we were going to need. They must have heard the forced calm in Sarge's voice. He told them to keep the channel open for tactical updates, then let them get to work. Nubby somehow managed not to hit any of the other vehicles as we put as many kilometres and buildings between us and the base. The slacked hole in the dashboard made some faint beeps as the transponder tried to report our traffic violations and lock down our vehicle before we killed anyone. It was a valid concern, really. We left about a dozen accidents in our wake. Finally, after several nerve-wracking minutes of reckless driving, the adepts conned us back and began relaying directions from Weebu. They were cut off by a shout from Tink as the Devilfish APC hopped a low building behind us and started gaining ground on our shitty van. The APC didn't fire on us, possibly because of our hostage or all the civvies around. Instead, they just steadily closed the distance and released a few drones. While everyone, even Nubby, was staring back at the approaching Devilfish, Fumble's face joked upwards, and the Psyker shouted a warning. So no shit, there we were, trying to outrun a top-of-the-line APC in our shitty van, when 3.5 tons of pissed-off Xena's battlesuit dropped out of the sky like a fucking meteor and landed 5 meters in front of us. Nubby screamed and swerved the van as hard as he could, actually managing to raise the vehicle onto 2 wheels. I swear by the Emperor, one of our tyres actually went over the battlesuit's head as he pulled this sort of turn you typically see lightnings make. Everyone who wasn't buckled into their seats in the back of the van was tossed around like a cat at a tumble dryer. It was a bloody miracle that none of our weapons or Twitch's minds went off. As the van dropped back onto 2 wheels, Tink poked his plasma gun out of the back door and took aim. For its part, the battlesuit was just standing there and staring at us, looking as confused as a giant pile of boxes can. Tink's shot nailed it right in the leg, reminding the pilot that the stationary armour is dead armour, and the battlesuit jumped back into the air. A few seconds later, he came down ahead of us again, but Nubby was swerving like a drunkard now, and the battlesuit didn't even come close to stopping us. Sarge and Fumbles both poked their guns out of the passenger window, and gave him another volley as we screeched by. What followed was like a demented game of whack-a-mole, except the hammer couldn't land exactly on the mole, and the mole kept shooting the hammer every time it missed. We were slowly wearing the bastard down with our volleys, but every time we dodged we lost a little more speed. The second that bastard decided his hostage would survive the ensuing crash, he was sure to shoot out our tyres or driver. Inside the van, things were absolute chaos. Nubby was constantly screaming as he tried to dodge, accelerate, and follow the adept's directions at the same time. Fumbles was trying to relay the battlesuit's movements, while the rest of us tried to get shots off through the doors, windows, and occasionally the walls. The Tau diplomat just hung in his seat and kept sleeping. Occasionally his head would slam against the wall with hollow coconut sound when the van swerved hard. After a particularly near miss, Sarge checked the map again and decided we weren't going to make it to our destination. It wasn't much farther, but it wouldn't be long before either the Devilfish caught up with us, or the battlesuit decided we were going slow enough. The only thing to do was to try and change the game before we lost this one. At Sarge's orders, everyone stopped taking pot shots and got into position to aim out the front window. Tink was in the best spot between Nubby and Fumbles. Behind him was Twitch with the single-shot crack launcher we'd been hoarding for so long. and Doc and Sarge did their best to aim around the seats. Once everyone was in position, Sarge gave the word, and Nubby found a nice straightaway, stopped swerving, and floored it. The battlesuit took the bait and landed in front of us again, but this time we didn't try to go around. 2 las bolts, a crack missile, and a big old ball of plasma rocketed out at the front of the van. It was an obvious attack, and the nimble battlesuit should have easily dodged it, but for a split second the pilot couldn't remember how to. The only thing that saved the Xenost's life was the automated point defense bullshit in his armor. The cracked missile went off about halfway between us and him, but everything else hit him, including the shitty van. Being in a high-speed collision is not an enjoyable experience, especially if you're not buckled into anything. We came out of that crash with about 7 broken ribs, a broken arm, a plasma gun butt-induced concussion, and a battlesuit wrapped around the hood of our van. None of that was important though. What was important was that the van was still running, and Nubby could still drive, even if he could barely see over the deployed airbag. Those of us who could still hold our weapons and see straight poured last fire into the stuck battlesuit's head camera thing. It was thoroughly slagged by the time a hard swerve flung the battlesuit off our hood and into oncoming traffic. We all ran to the back door and shot it a few times as we sped away for good measure, then noticed how close the devilfish was and slammed the doors before someone tried their hand at sniping. Without the battlesuit heading us off, it was a straightforward race between us and the devilfish now. They were faster than us and could jump over most obstacles, but they also had to try and predict our wild turns, but we weren't shy about taking pot shots at them or their drones. In the end, we were about 50 metres ahead of them when we made it to our destination, which turned out to be the front entrance of a fancy office park-looking place with a big flag over it. Nubby ploughed through the still opening gate, and screeched to a stop as he realised that the road dead-ended in front of the largest building. As he picked ourselves up, the adepts calmed us and said that we should be safe in the Embassy's soil. All we had to do was stay put, and let the politicians handle it now. Hearing this, Nubby popped out of his seat, leaned out of the driver door, and started loudly mocking the APC as it sat at the wrecked gate. This turned out to be a bad idea. One of the drones overhead took a pot shot that he barely dodged, and the devilfish began to slowly enter the compound while fire warriors hopped out the back. We ducked back into our van and got ready for the shooting to start, but apparently the tower weren't quite ready to start the bloodbath. They fanned out into firing positions and appeared to be having a heated comm argument with someone. The adepts told us to stay put again while they handled this. The tower should back down if nothing pushed them over the edge. Sarge decided it would be a very bad idea to bet our lives on this, and quietly instructed us to get ready. For a little while it looked like the adepts were right. A large number of soldiers, human, Tau, and even a few Kroots came out and faced down the PDF Tau. The hostiles were definitely having second thoughts, even with armour on their side, and we could hear Weebu's voice as he browbeat their leader via the comms. Then the half-slapped battlesuit, with the PDF commander peeking out through the open chest hatch, came rocketing in. We didn't wait for things to spiral out of control. Sarge gave the order, and 5 Guardsmen's worth of smoke and flash grenades were tossed in every direction. Under the cover of that barrage, we did what any red-blooded hero of the Imperium would do in that situation. We ran like little girls, while screaming. The nades gave us some cover. Fumble's partial cloak of invisibility gave us more, and finally we had the Tau diplomat as a hostage in the middle of us. We still took a hell of a lot of fire, though. The embassy exploded into a point-blank firefight around us, and the air filled with plasma bolts as 2 heavily armed forces with no cover opened up on full auto. We couldn't tell who was winning or losing. All we cared about was running faster. Doc went down first, taking a hit in his leg. Without missing a beat, Sarge grabbed him by the collar of his armour and dragged him along. Next of all was Nubby, who got spun around by a shot to his shoulder. Ting grabbed one leg and Fumbles grabbed the other, and dragged the little trooper along as he screamed and cursed. The final stumble was Twitch, who didn't see the embassy's front door in the smoke and ran right into it. Luckily the politician absorbed most of the impact, and after 2 tries the concussed trooper made it through the door. Then we were all in and clear. We were all bleeding. We were all hurting, but by the Emperor we were still alive. Everyone started laughing and thumping each other on the backs. Then there was a large explosion outside. We all sprinted farther into the building. Weebu found us thwarted up in a walk-in freezer. We didn't let him in until he went and fetched us our adepts and a medic. Between the broken arm, shot leg and gut wound, ours was sort of busted. When Weebu finally talked us out of the freezer, we didn't bother with formalities. Sarge just handed in the drone and the diplomat, told the adepts that they were in charge for the next 12 hours, then we all collapsed onto the first pieces of comfortable furniture we could find. Weebu did not yell at us for bleeding on his carefully arranged decor, but we could tell he wanted to. 12 hours later, we all woke up to find that we were big damned heroes. It's not like we were against being heroes, but we hadn't expected to be Tau heroes. Weebu and the Adepts have been busy while we slept. They've been blackmailing, spinning, smearing, exposing, and all sorts of other political bullshit all day long. They set up a chain of events that would eventually end in an absolutely gruesome trial that no one in the cluster was likely to forget. It wasn't going to convince everyone to purge their Xenos populations and join the Imperium, but it would push the entire political situation into a vaguely pro-Imperial equilibrium, which was unofficially what the Imperium wanted out here. The other guaranteed end result was the death sentence of the Tau politician. Sadly, we wouldn't be around to see that. 3 down and just 1 to go, though, even if it would take a few years. Speaking of the 1 to go, the rogue trader started heading out sister when things went south. It seemed like he didn't want to stick around if there wasn't a profit to be made, having his mercenaries die messily. None of the locals gave serious chase. His ship was faster than theirs and big enough to inflict heavy losses if they forced a fight. As he fled, he sent a message to us. Well, actually to his nemesis Bane John, swearing vengeance. He vowed that since he still had his raiders, he'd carve a swath of destruction across the nearby Imperial systems in our name. So yeah, he mad. His message sent the rogue trader warped out of the system, leaving us with the rather put-out Adepts and Weebu. They seemed pretty broken up over how many people were going to die, and how it was at least partially our fault. We found it hilarious though, which really weirded out the nerds. We didn't let them in on what was so funny. Instead we asked Weebu to find us an astropath. A few hours later we were all sitting with this astropath, when the message we were expecting came in. It was a general distress call, asking for assistance from any Imperial ships in the area. Apparently, the rogue trader's ship had suffered catastrophic damage to its warp drive. Tink and Twitch high-fived each other, while Doc smiled sadly from his wheelchair. Sarge told him it was okay, and asked if he wanted to leave for the next part, but he insisted on staying. We sat with that astropath and listened as the messages shifted from requests for assistance repairing their warp drives to panic reports that their Gellar field was failing. We listened as the reports turned to pleas, then to curses, then to howling demonic voices. Astropath had to stop there for fear of demonic corruption. Weebu and the Adepts just stared at us, then slowly left to get back to their politicking. 4 to 4. Mission accomplished. Emperor forgive us for what we did to the thousands of souls aboard that vessel, but mission fucking accomplished. Anyway, like I said, big damned Tau heroes. The Empire knew its diplomacy, and whether or not they'd been officially behind the politician, when they got reports of his capture they went into full damage control mode. Most of it was disavowing the politician, and anyone who ever had walked within a half-click radius of him. But they had also spent an amazing amount of effort praising and publicly thanking us. Not thanking the Inquisition or Weebu's spy agency, but us personally. A bunch of ex-Guardsmen who risked their lives and defied the odds to blah blah blah. We got painted as these sort of heroic deserters, fighting for truth, justice, and our own personal version of the greater good. It was complete and utter horseshit, and our first inclination was to go out there and explain what we thought of their greater good, but Weebu and the Adepts said not to. We wound up sitting there and grinding our teeth as parades were held, statues were built, and talk shows played vis of us and analysed our motivations. There was even going to be a vid series about us. A fictional and animated one, mind you, but an actual vid series nonetheless. Weebu said he'd act as our agent, and send along our royalties to Oak. When the warp interference from the death of the trader's ship died down, we sent a message to the occurrence border asking for pickup, then kicked up our heels to wait. Sarge, Fumbles and Twitch kept busy helping Weebu with the mop-on report. Tink hung out with the Earthcast weaponsmith a lot, but didn't suffer any Xenos corruption, aside from picking up a fondness for the local animated vids. Doc and Nubby got to experience Tau medicine. They said it was quite pleasant, and Doc took notes while they worked on him. Unfortunately, while Nubby's injury was repaired easily, Doc's leg and gut wound would take some serious time to heal. He was in for a long stay in the Occurrence Border's medical bay. He didn't seem that broken up about it. When our ride finally arrived, we bid Weebu goodbye, and promised to never come back to these worlds again. That made him happy. The captain himself was waiting for us in the shuttle bay. He said he wanted to have a chat with Sarge. The rest of us were waved away to go have fun or whatever, and the two men went off to a quiet corner to say serious words about serious things. The captain told Sarge that 3 of the other teams had gone missing. He had actually gone and checked when they failed to report, but the planets or stations they'd been working on were wiped out. Sarge shared our story of the rogue trader and his raiders, explaining how they'd been raising planets as part of a big political ploy, but the captain said it didn't fit. See, raiders left bodies, either theirs or their victims, but there were always bodies. Maybe a few of the worlds around here had been hit by the rogue trader, but someone was wiping colonies completely clean of life, and entire stations were disappearing. He'd mapped out systems that had been reported to have been wiped out, or stopped responding to astropathic messages, and a sort of pattern had emerged. A long, snaky line of destruction had been cut through the border worlds in the Tau Empire, and now it was turning towards Imperial space. To the captain, it looked like he was chasing something. He quietly told Sarge that Oak had bumped this up to everyone's top priority. There were very few things that could cause this sort of destruction, and all of them were the sort of things the Inquisition had been formed to deal with. Sarge digested this disturbing news for a while, then thanked the captain, rounded the rest of us up, and got very, very drunk. Junior Engisir Jim has spent the last few days discussing the problem with Junior Engisir Hannah. Neither of them have managed to think up any clever solutions, and there was no one else to turn to. Asking the senior tech priest for advice was right out, since they were half the problem anyway, and old Bill just didn't understand the issue. In the end, it was decided that their only option was to approach the problem directly, which is to say Jim would approach the problem directly. Hannah refused to go anywhere near that section of the ship. During his next nightly 75-minute organic recuperation period, Jim visited the storage room across from the Galar-filled generator. Remembering it was Tuesday and after 0800, he bypassed the first two doors and made his way to the third, where the mechanical keypad he'd expected had been replaced by a data slate and a piece of yellow paper. Jim tried to ignore the Claymore mine mounted underneath the slate as he read the note. It was labelled, "Prove you are not a servitor or orc." A second smaller note said, "Case sensitive." It took 2 tries to get the illegible series of handwritten letters entered into the slate. Luckily the mine had only armed, and the slate had instructed him not to move after the first mistake. Jim thought it was rather unfair to expect someone to be able to tell the difference between a lowercase and capital S. When the door finally opened, the Engisir made his way down a zigzagging corridor of sandbags. As he walked, he idly wondered where they managed to find sand on a void ship, then decided he was happier not knowing. When Jim came around the last bend, he found 3 of the men he'd come to see, piling up pieces of burnt meat and metal into a wheelbarrow. He ignored what looked like the remains of an unfortunate maintenance servitor, and hesitantly asked if the interrogator was present, or maybe even Doc. The shortest and most amicable of the 3 troopers, Nubby, explained that Sarge was working with the adepts and Doc was staying in the medbay on account of his legs not working. Several complex and undeniably obscene gestures accompanied this, either conveying Nubby's opinion of the adepts or what he thought Doc's actual reason for staying in the medbay was. Jim wasn't sure which. Twitch interrupted the show to ask Jim if he was here about the servitor, because that was entirely not Twitch's fault. He'd clearly explained that no one was to attempt to clean or do maintenance on this room without an escort. Also, sharing access codes, especially if it was with a servitor, was a severe violation of proper security protocol. Actually, changed that to especially if it was with a servitor. Those damned things couldn't be trusted. Jim should know. He'd been there and seen what the psychotic murder machines had done the second they got a chance. Jim shuddered at the memories Twitch's rant dredged up, then turned to the third guardsman. While the other 2 had been talking, Tink had been having a quiet, one-sided argument with the small Xenotech data slate he was holding. Occasionally he switched from swearing at the controller to cooing at the hovering disk in front of him as it tried, with mixed success, to pick up pieces of servitor with its small servo arm. Jim summoned every scrap of courage he could muster and walked up to the goggle-wearing guardsman. "Tink, this tech heresy needs to stop. If you don't destroy that unholy Xenos contraption, please don't kill me." Tink pressed the humming plasma gun, which Jim swore he hadn't been holding seconds ago, a little harder into the edges of his chest. In the most threatening voice he could muster, Tink asked, "What did you just call my waifu?" The all-guardsman party and the Xenotech Heresy. Nubby came to Jim's rescue before long. He carefully pushed the plasma gun to the side and reminded Tink that Sarge had banned the W word. Furthermore, this was Jim, the broest of cock bros. He was definitely on the do not blow in half with a plasma gun list, and hadn't meant to insult Tink's favourite toy. There was undoubtedly a reason behind his request, and if everyone would just settle down, this could all be sorted out without Sarge yelling at anyone. Tink grumbled about it not being a toy. She was a DX-9F exploratory drone, configured for stealth operations and tech interfacing, and her name was Hannah 2.0. Jim went blank as he processed this, and started sputtering in a mix of shock and revulsion. Nubby groaned and waved a hand at Twitch, who obliged by pegging the ranting trooper in the back of the head with a chunk of servitor. Both parties were hauled off and seated in front of one of the several whiteboards that had gone missing from the official briefing rooms. Jim boggled at the list on the board as the Nubby forced a surly Tink to read off the last 6 items on it. Sarge's Xenotech rules. 1. Keep your stupid mouth shut. 2. If you want to use a weapon, it must be disguised as a lasgun or something. This includes your plasma hybrid monstrosity. 3. The drone is secret. It does not leave the barracks unless it's in his box, or you can make it look like a servo skull. 4. Sarge will be the judge of whether the drone actually looks like a servo skull. 5. The drone is not a she. 6. The drone does not have a gender at all. 7. The drone is not named Hannah or Fjorwatsit. 8. The drone is not named after anyone, regardless of if we've met them. 9. The drone is named Spot. It is a good name, and is actually sort of witty. All complaints must be handwritten and submitted in person to Interrogator Sarge. 10. Anyone who violates these rules or actually submits a complaint will be made to suffer in ways they cannot possibly imagine. After the base walls were re-established and Tink had accepted that no one was going to be allowed to shoot anyone, unless it was Twitch and there was an orc attack, Nubby asked Jim what the problem was. If he was here about our recent acquisitions, it should be obvious that we had the situation in hand. Everyone was aware of the Mechanicus' little rules about Xenotech, and would be keeping a low profile, so no worries. None of us were ready for the explosion that the phrase little rules triggered. The young Engisir leapt out of his seat and started pacing back and forth, frantically explaining that this wasn't a matter of laws or protocol, this was dogma. See, cogboys tend to be a little more religious when it comes to technology than most Guardsmen, which isn't surprising, they're called tech priests after all, but the exact nature of their religion is a little complex. Some of them loved all tech, especially the old and complex stuff, and would go around worshipping random things they dug out of space hulks. Others were all for getting and keeping their technology, working as well as possible, or maybe even pulling things apart to see how they work. Some cogboys, though, were completely focused on stamping out any piece of tech, no matter how amazing, that didn't originate from Mars. According to Jim, about half the senior tech priests on the ship fell into that last category. Jim claimed these were the sort of guys who wouldn't just destroy a device they suspected of being Xenos made, they also convert anyone who's ever used it into servitors, then push the servitors into a plasma reactor. Nubby suggested that this was a bit of an exaggeration. The Inquisition always got a fair bit of leniency on this stuff. Didn't that interrogator with the big hat have a sword that whispered at anyone nearby about drinking their blood? What about Sister What's-Her-Face, who had a Sternguard pattern bolter that she looted from a dead marine? And no one commented on the fact that the guy running recruitment had actually purchased a medium-sized tropical island with the funds he'd been embezzling over the last few decades. Surely a little Xenotech could be swept under the same rug those guys were using. Jim just shook his head and pointed out that all those were things that the Inquisition typically had jurisdiction over. Believe it or not, hardcore Orthodox tech priests were a lot less forgiving. Jim suggested that, as a baseline, we imagine a 300-year-old redemptionist preacher. Now, combine that general cranky outlook with the fact that the Orthodox tech priests on the ship had been forced to accept that most of its critical engineering staff were not members of the machine cult. These guys were itching to put someone in their place. If anyone called their attention with a clear case of tech heresy, their lifespan would be measured in minutes. So Jim was asking, begging really, for us to give up our suicidal fascination with Xenotech. Everyone went quiet for a while as they processed this. Tink frowned at his drone controller. Twitch pondered how many servitors these priests commanded, and Nubby weighed the value of his life against that of a crate of Tau pulse weapons. All of us looked at each other and came to a silent agreement. Nubby thanked Jim for his warning. It really opened our eyes to the situation. He promised that we would be very careful not to show their new toys to any tech priests, except for Jim, and Hannah, oh, and those other guys we couldn't remember the names of, but had been pretty cool for cogboys. Jim sat into his seat and looked like he was about to start crying. While Twitch and Tink went back to cleaning, Nubby did his best to console the young Engisir. Eventually, his Weasley arguments about how unlikely the senior tech priests were to find out, if no one ratted to them, that is, calmed Jim down. From there it wasn't hard to convince him to help with the Disguise the Xenotech project. Given how much damage a minor war located across the hall from the Gellerfield generator would cause, Nubby argued, it could even be budgeted under preventive ship maintenance. The engineer grudgingly sat down at the workbench Tink had been using for the project and started tinkering. He didn't even pause to question the origins of the pile of slightly used las guns, or the large crate of assorted human and animal skulls that had been provided for camouflage material. He made some real progress and was even managing a nearly civil technical discussion with Tink, when Sarge came back. Sarge, who spent at least 20 hours over the last few days trying to fill the gaps in his team, left by Doc's injury and the infiltrator's death, took Jin's presence as a sign from the Emperor. Before the night was over, the paperwork was in order and the Engineer was officially seconded to us for the duration of the upcoming mission. Jim was not exactly happy about this. That upcoming mission was a bit of a mystery. Our little op on the Tower border worlds had gone relatively well. We'd fooled a rather convoluted plot to get neutral worlds in bed with the Tau Empire, and killed the raiders that had been terrorizing the area. At least we thought that the rogue trader we doomed to an incredibly gruesome death was behind all the missing colonies and stations. Turns out his band of pirates didn't quite fit the bill, though. It's not like they hadn't had it coming. No one but Doc felt guilty about trapping those mercenary bastards in the warp with no Gellerfield. But according to our reports, whoever was wiping out the locals didn't leave bodies. Not theirs, and not their victims either. That was pretty ominous, especially coupled with the fact that a few of the other inquisitorial teams on our little expedition had been on those worlds. None of them had sent out any messages. They just vanished with the civvies. Yeah, ominous. All those guys had been the same as us. Small teams of underfunded, underinformed, and under everything else inquisitorial agents, sent out to look for trouble or do something for Oak. We were definitely the last people to suggest that they should have been able to stop some sort of colony-eradicating doom thingy. But we'd have expected them to at least get something out. Even if it was just an Astropath message saying, "Shit, Tyranids," or "I feel the warp overtaking me, it is a good pain." They didn't, though, which meant that whatever had gotten them was even weirder than usual. All we had to go on was the information the Occurrence Boarder's captain had scratched for us when the teams had missed their pickups. He had a rough map of which systems had been wiped out for sure, and a few notes from the one colony he'd personally inspected. That's how we knew he was worried. The captain didn't like going down to planets. He said they were untidy. The disappearances charted a sort of winding path through the region, starting on the fringe of Tau space and twisting in the general direction of the Imperium. That was the whole reason we were involved in this mess. None of us gave a shit if a bunch of Xenos got killed or really cared much about the fringe worlds. But if the pattern continues, some valuable Imperial worlds were going to get wiped out. So Oak had mandated that everyone out here was to drop what they were doing and figure out what the hell was going on. The Occurrence Boarder had picked up all the teams it could reach in time, and was doing its best to follow the trail before it got cold. Sarge spent a lot of time working with the Adepts and the other teams to figure out what we were in for before we ran right into it. Sarge had sat down with the captain, who he got along with rather better than the other interrogators, and gone over the whole thing from top to bottom. Unfortunately, all they were able to figure out was that the path mostly followed decent warp routes, which told us whoever was driving was probably using a warp drive, or they just felt like going that way. The captain's brief visit to the Purge colony had turned up some more useful info. He described the place as being mostly intact, but with no creatures, living or dead. There was some battle damage, but the place hadn't just been nuked from orbit, and he said it didn't look like the fight had lasted long. Sarge tried to pick his brain for details about the battle damage, hoping to pin down what sort of weaponry had been used. The captain wasn't much help, though. All he was able to tell us was that no one had used macro cannons, lances, torpedoes, or nova cannons. Oh, and someone had dropped several million tons of powder silicate and organic matter on the place. That struck him as interesting. A few probing questions revealed that this mysterious substance was, in fact, just the ground. Bloody spaces. It was eventually decided that the only way we'd get anything useful was by visiting one of these worlds and looking around ourselves, and preferably after the mysterious people disappearing thing had left. Until then, all anyone could do was wildly speculate, so we did what any red-blooded Guardsman would do in that situation. We started a betting pool. At first it was the usual small wagers between us, everyone sticking to their pet theories and so on, but nobody smelled profit, and the thing quickly grew to ludicrous size. Within a few days, both the other teams, the entire engineering department and half of the ship's officers were in on it. There'd even been a runner from the Navigator Sanctum carrying bets from him and the Astropath, neither of whom had even been told about the pool. That has sparked a lengthy debate about whether those guys could see the future, and if that should invalidate their bets. In the end, Nubby held that if they could, then they'd have been able to avoid being assigned to the occurrence border, so he took their money like everyone else's. There wound up being only 3 popular bets, since various factors wound up disqualifying most of the candidates. No one was willing to put money on it being some human force, on account of how Oak would have known if there was a rogue Inquisition fleet out here, and Chaos Warbands or cults were never this tidy. On the Xenos side, the tower didn't fit. Necrons tended to stick to their tomb worlds, Tyranids either left planets barren or full of Tyranids, and even Twitch couldn't figure out how it could be orcs. That just left warpy stuff, Eldar, or some really obscure type of Xenos. Sergeant Dog had their money on some sort of crazy warp shit, either a greater demon or some sort of massive phenomena. They didn't have any real reason behind the theory, but since it was the scariest thing anyone could think of, it had a lock on the pessimist vote. Outside of the pool, all the adepts who knew about that warpy stuff were going through their records, trying to figure out what could be done if they were right. Meanwhile, after Twitch gave up on the orcs, he'd gone down to the adepts and gotten the list of all the types of Xenos that lived out on the fringe. He didn't sleep for 3 days after that, and eventually had to be tranked by Doc. Well, by his girlfriend. Doc wasn't in any condition to chase down Twitch on account of the whole wheelchair thing. Anyway, after he was pried out of his hole, Twitch made a fairly strong case for some obscure Xenos horrors being behind everything. Even Tink and our team's adepts for him with him, either because they believed him or just thought it was good odds to play the field. The final popular bet was the OCD Eldar Raiders theory. Nubby and Fumbles had started that one by hotly denying that it was even a possibility. The denial had come right after they received the Navigator's bet, and even if most folks couldn't figure out why the Eldar would be disappearing colonies, they knew what a rigged game looked like. Nubby hadn't gotten any sympathy from the rest of us when he complained about how even the odds were getting. Between the pool, Tink and Jim's project, and Sarge's scramble to prep for the mission, Doc was the only one with much free time. Of course, that was primarily because he was stuck in a wheelchair until his leg and gut wound finished healing. He spent most of that time in the medbay, acting as a handy capable nurse for his girlfriend, and despite Noe's constant barrage of tasteless jokes, seemed to be coping with his temporary crippling fairly well. We mostly left him to it, since we risked death by either sap overdose or angry hospitaller every time we visited. Twitch nearly lost an ear to a thrown scalpel when we kidnapped the poor boy for a night of recreational drinking. While Doc wasn't too bothered about his injury, it was a constant source of worry for the rest of us. Not because we thought he wouldn't get better, but because the captain had spotted a world in the right direction that had gone dark, and was taking us there for a little reconnoitering. Our ETA was a few days, and Doc's recovery was going to be a matter of weeks or months, so it was looking like we'd be going into the field without a medic. Sarge and Jim tried to convince us that the Metaskull they'd requisitioned was just as good, but we weren't buying it. Those things are unsettling just to look at. They're a million times worse when you've just been shot, and one's coming at you with a buzzsaw. Everyone was feeling a little nervous when we finally came out of the warp, and confirmed that the nearby planet was emptier than a Munitorium agent's heart. Those of us who weren't creeped out by the prospect of nosing around on a freshly depopulated world were wondering if we were about to lose 3 weeks' pay in the pool. While everyone worried and prepped their gear, Sarge attended one final meeting with the captain and the other 2 interrogators. Now these guys weren't bad sorts, at least by officer standards, but neither of them really played well with others. One was a blonde battle axe of an ex-cleric, and the other was a serious Asian fellow with a creepy sword that no one commented on. Battle Axe had been drumming up recruits, and Sword Guy had been troubleshooting some problem for Oak before the new orders came through. None of them was very happy about being reassigned mid-mission. Despite their unhappiness, they treated Sarge well enough, and their adepts had worked with ours on the data processing, but no one was willing to accept anyone but themselves as the mission's leaders. That included Sarge, who'd immediately recognized 2 people who wouldn't blink at sacrificing a few Guardsmen. Since no one was feeling overly cooperative, the basic plan was for each team to send a separate party to the dead planet and look for clues. If anyone found anything interesting, they'd call for the adepts, and if they found hostiles, they'd call for reinforcements from the ship or the other teams. It wasn't the most efficient plan, but without some clear and present danger, it was the best we were going to get. The final meeting between the 3 interrogators and the captain was to determine who would go where on the planet, and how much support the occurrence border would provide. The planet was sort of shitty and probably had a population of only 5 or 6 million before it got wiped out. Battle Axe called dibs on what passed for the local centre of government, and Sword Guy wanted to take his team to the largest commercial shuttle port. Sarge carefully considered the remaining options, then ignored the pointed suggestions that he inspect the planet's only military base, in favour of the smallest shuttle port on the planet. Sarge carefully deflected their questions about his choice with vague comments about hunches and feelings. He managed to hold out until the captain got annoyed, and forced the discussion to move along. It was agreed that the occurrence border would hang in stationary orbit and handle communications while each team was given their own shuttle. The emergency support options consisted of the remaining 2 shuttles, loaded with all the armsmen the captain thought he could reasonably spare, and the ship's lancers. Everyone was reminded that the last time those lancers were used at that range, they had missed by 17 kilometers and had to be walked, while still firing at full power and jiggling a lot to their target. The captain recommended not asking for any precision strikes, then called an end to the meeting. Sarge gathered us up in the shuttle bay for a final briefing before we went down. The ground team consisted of everyone except the adepts, who'd be hanging out in the comm room and analysing whatever we sent to them, and Doc, who was only in there to wish us luck before he went to get the medbay ready for whoever got shot this time. Hannah and old Bill were there too, mostly to remind us that Jim was considered essential to the smoothish running of the ship. It would go poorly for us if it came back in anything less than factory-fresh condition. Our briefing started with Sarge acknowledging that randomly walking around a deserted planet looking for clues was about the stupidest way of gathering information invented. This stole Tink and Nubby's thunder and shut them up for long enough to Sarge to explain our real mission, which was to hang out within support range of the other 2 teams. If something was going to try and kill nosy people, it'd probably start with them and we'd be in a good position to swoop in and save the day, or make a clean escape. All we had to do was stay near the shuttle and keep out of trouble while the people who actually knew what a clue looked like did the hard work. It was a very good plan. The cherry on top was the location Sarge picked for us. He'd chosen it for 3 reasons. Firstly, he figured that running around a military facility that was probably filled with partially activated defences and undetonated ordnance was incredibly stupid, and no other locations really had anything tailored to our skills. Secondly, it was pretty much between the other teams, which would make supporting them easier. Finally, the planet's climate was cold and wet, and that tropical island shuttleport was the only credible location that wasn't currently being rained, snowed, or sleeted on. So yeah, we were going there because it looked like it would be a pleasant day at the beach. Doc and his girlfriend looked vaguely jealous as we boarded the shuttle. We'd been offered a pilot for our shuttle, but 2 of us were qualified to fly the thing, and we preferred having someone we really trusted in charge of our only transport. Also, Nubby pointed out that they might rat us out to the other teams. Tink and Jim had brief, heated debate about who was pilot and co-pilot, which ended poorly for both of them when their slap fight over the joystick knocked over Sarge's recaf. Aside from the brief excitement provided by Sarge chewing out the techies, the ride down was fairly boring. Even the view out the window was dull. The top half of the planet was white with snow, the bottom half was mostly water or clouds, and even Nubby couldn't find any obscene-looking continents. Twitch tried to liven things up by speculating on what type of Xenos horrors had abducted everyone, and what unspeakable things were being done to them, but stopped when Fumbles looked like he was going to start crying. Our first look at the shuttlepod confirmed Sarge's genius. The place was obviously built as some sort of vacation resort for rich merchants. A quick flyover turned up a complete lack of people, vehicles, or Xenos monstrosities, and an environment scan revealed nothing more dangerous than the chance of sunburn, so we sat down right on there on the beach. There's a final comm check and reiteration of the ground rules, then everyone went off to enjoy themselves. Now you may be getting the impression that we weren't taking our mission as seriously as it warranted, and anyone from the other teams would have certainly said so. There's a difference between not being serious and not being effective though. We only fully intended to complete the objectives we set for ourselves. Since in our eyes our main job was to be ready to save the other team's bacon, everyone stayed within sprinting distance of the shuttle, and Jim kept his engines warmed up. In deference to the fact that this was potentially hostile territory, everyone outside the shuttle stuck in groups, and Twitch went with Jim to set up a rudimentary perimeter around the LZ. Finally, Spot the Wander Drone was feeding everything it saw to our adepts, and we were definitely keeping our eyes open as we strolled around the beach and inspected all the bungalows. Admittedly, Nubby was the one doing most of the inspecting, but it's not like anyone expected us to find anything anyway. Sarge picked through a few beach chairs until he found one that didn't have a big, vaguely human-shaped hole in it, and made himself comfortable. He lounged in the sun and listened to the other team's comm traffic. From the sound of it, Battle Axe had already spotted the silhouettes, and didn't seem to be pointed towards them. The belly non-comm lay back and idly watched as Twitch built some truly impressive sandcastles. Jim elected to stay on the shuttle, claiming that Sam was bad for his metal bits, but sent out a few servo skulls and chatted with Tink over the comm. The techie had yanked off the 2 Grok skulls his drone had been encased in, and was nauseating the adults trying to watch the vid feed by racing it against Jim's skulls. When he started arguing about whether ramming was allowed, and if busting through walls should count as a penalty, Sarge made them switch to hide and seek. While everyone else stayed in the shuttle, Nubby grabbed Fumbles and went to do an exhaustive search of the nearby buildings. At first, it was for small and valuable items that might need a new home, but after a while Nubby realised that he was being unprofessional. A few minutes later, he and Fumbles had acquired a wheelbarrow, and switched to searching for large and valuable items that might need a new home. Fumbles happily pushed the barrow and learned several important lessons about the difference between looting and recycling. Everything was going splendidly, and Sarge was considering taking a nap when Tshirt screamed, "Movement!" and dove into a freshly dug sand trench. Despite the amount of shit the rest of us gave Twitch over his paranoia, we all trusted his spotting skills with our lives. Within seconds, Sarge and Tink landed in the trench next to him, and overhead the drone engaged the stealth field. On the far side of the shuttle, Nubby and Fumbles dropped their loot and got ready to either flank or sprint to safety. The only person who didn't respond immediately was Jim, who poked his head out of the shuttle's door to see what the fuss was about. Sarge screamed at the cowboy to get back into cover, and drove the point home by chucking a nearby entrenching tool at an open hatch. The shovel barely missed Jim's head, and he scrambled back with a little yelp while the rest of us tried to spot whatever Twitch had seen. When nothing happened over the next few minutes, Sarge started ordering Tink, Jim and Fumbles to scan the area. Before he managed to finish the order, a buzzing voice cut in and told us to remain in your current position and cease communication. Your vessel will be yielded to our service. Everyone paid the voice as a tech priest of some variety. Anyone else with an augmented voice box would have at least tried to make it sound normal. This guy sounded like a cross between a garbage disposal and an opera singer. Everyone was still processing this development when Tink's knee-jerk response kicked in as he screamed, "Jam it up your metal ass, techno-fascist!" into his comm feed. Instead of an explosion or angry binary or an immediate attack, the awkward silence was broken by a second voice exploding into laughter. It wasn't exactly happy laughter. It had a definite hysterical edge to it and went on for far longer than Tink's comment had warranted. As we sat and waited for it to peter out, Sarge cut his comm and asked Twitch if he recognised the voice. Both of them agreed that the speaker was female, and someone they'd met before, but couldn't pin it down. Sarge was on the edge of interrupting and asking for some identification, when the tech priest commanded the woman to cease her frivolity. This did not go over well. You know how some people argue like an old married couple, and it's sort of cute to watch? Well, this wasn't anything like that. They argued like, well, two people who'd been stuck in a desert island together for far too long, or one person and one damaged blender. It wasn't just awkward to listen to, it was actually a little scary. Weeks or months of pent-up venom poured out in a nearly incomprehensible tirade for the woman, and the priest countered with commands for silence and bursts of binary. It only got harder to listen to when the cowboy cut his comm and she left hers on. Now that she was talking, most of us recognised the woman's voice, and at Sarge's order we followed the sound of the argument. After a few blocks of walking we found a familiar guardswoman, face gone crimson, screaming at a senior-looking tech priest. They were standing in the middle of a half-looted convenience store with half a dozen servitors forming a menacing-looking ring around the woman. Nubby and Twitch grabbed Tink before he could do anything stupid, and Sarge awkwardly cleared his throat. To everyone's surprise, especially Sarge's, the argument came to a sudden halt. Our fearless leader was nearly knocked off his feet as the guardswoman screamed his name and tackled him. Nubby took a picture. While being tackled by a heavily armed and moderately attractive woman is surprising in its own right, what really caught us off guard was the fact that she was crying. See, we knew this guardswoman, both as a fellow passenger from the Occurrence border, and as one of the few survivors of a rather unsuccessful mission to purge some gene stealers. She was originally from some knobby regiment, and had one of those 30-syllable names, but we all called her Amy. Now, if any of us had been asked to describe Amy, we'd have used words like solid, professional, and dangerous, never hysterical or weepy or inclined to hug random non-coms. I mean, it was a commonly held belief that she saluted her own mother every night before bed, which sort of made sense when you remember that her mother was a Lord General. Anyway, the point is that her breakdown was terrifying more than anything. Sarge disentangled himself and, as politely as possible, asked Amy why the hell she was here. Last any of us heard, her team had been farther towards Tower Space, and had been one of the ones to go MIA. Nubby chimed in and pointed out that everyone had thought she was dead. Twitch suggested that maybe she was, and asked Fumbles to check if she was a ghost. This triggered another round of hysterical giggling and got Twitch a hug of his own, which terrified the demolitions trooper. The reunion was brought to a halt when the tech priest rolled up to us with his servitor posse. In typical high-ranking cowboy fashion, he commanded everyone to shut up and take him to the shuttle. Our presence was not ideal, but could be made to serve the Omnissiah. This triggered another shift from hysterical to furious in Amy. This time we were in a better position to understand what was being said. The main thread of the argument seemed to be that the Magos had gotten everyone killed, refused to call for a pickup, and got them stranded on an empty world for his bloody metal god. Amy was done serving the Omnissiah. For his part, the cowboy, who Sarge finally recognised as the Xenotech hunting Magos who'd been part of our expedition, turned up his vocoder up to maximum volume and tried to counter each individual point. Why he was doing it was a mystery, because everything he just said made Amy angrier and convinced us that the guy was a complete tool. The bullshit about how his mission could be jeopardized by bringing in unbelievers, or how he was not responsible for the behavior of organics was bad enough, but the crowning moment of tooldom was when he pointed at 3 familiar-looking servitors and claimed that Amy's companions still retained the majority of bodily functions. That neatly answered the question of where the Arbian clerics she'd been teamed up with had gotten to. Over the next few minutes, things degraded even further, as Tink started kneeling the tech priest as well. Sarge was about ready to step in and end the shouting match one way or another, when Twitch saddled up next to him. In the quietest and calmest voice he could manage, Twitch told Sarge that these guys weren't the movement he spotted, and he was fairly sure we were being watched. He asked if we could, very casually, start falling back to a more defensible position. Sarge looked around at the floor-to-ceiling windows on 3 of the walls around us, and agreed that might be a good idea. Employing the entirety of his acting talent, Sarge announced that some fresh air might calm everyone down. Nubby took the hint and grabbed Amy, while Sarge tried to shivvy the Magos out of the shop. When that didn't work, he just got behind the tech priest and started pushing until he got the point. Twitch, trying to keep his head from swivelling like a Noah's pigeons, set his eyes on a sturdy-looking garage and led the way. Twitch casually gave a hand signal as he walked. Tink correctly interpreted this as an order to send out his stealth drone, and Fumbles got the point after Nubby kicked him in the shin. The psycho swayed a little and tripped over a curb, but when we hauled him to his feet he shook his head and muttered about everything looking clear. At the back of the group the shouting match continued, even though Amy's heart obviously wasn't in it anymore. She picked up on what was happening and everyone could tell she was trying to hide the fact that she was terrified. The only people that were oblivious to the change in the atmosphere were the tech priests. The Magos had really started picking up steam now that Amy was distracted. He was only bad-mouthing just about everyone and made it very hard to concentrate on looking casual. We'd reached the edge of the garage when Tink made a sort of high-pitched wheezing sound and went pale. Everyone took the hint and started power-walking towards the opening. Well, almost everyone. At the back of the group, the Magos and his servitors had come to a halt, and the tech priest was in full monologue mode. He stood there, stock still, and surrounded by his herd of servitors, and loudly declared his genius, devotion, and general craziness to the rest of the world. As he entered the safety of the garage, Sarge glanced back at the Magos and at Tink, who shook his head violently. Sarge sighed, grabbed a smoke grenade, and chucked it at the Magos' feet at the exact same moment the sniper fired. The shot was perfectly aimed. A nearly invisible las beam came in at the Magos' eye level. It would have been a clean kill if he hadn't had a refractor shield. There was a blinding flash where the beam met the shield, and the tech priest started screaming orders at his servitors. Now that the charade was over, Sarge asked for a sit rep as everyone got their weapons ready. Ting claimed there were 2 hostiles wearing some sort of stealth suits and carrying rifles. Neither of them had line of sight inside the garage. Their stealth was damn good, so there were probably more he hadn't spotted, but they either couldn't hit us, or were all focused on the Magos. Speaking of the Magos, he apparently decided not to come join us in our cover, and had hunkered down in the smoke with his servitors. The 6 meat puppies had sort of formed a wall around him, and were firing in an indiscriminate barrage into the surrounding area. It didn't look like they had any real idea of where the snipers were, and as we watched, 2 of the servitors went down to incredibly well-placed shots. Our desire to go out there and help him dropped sharply. All of us were familiar with sniper and counter-sniper tactics. Tink was told to continue sweeping for hostiles, and Fumbles was ordered to do likewise. The theory was that once we had their location, we could lay down suppressing fire or start flanking. Unless we knew where all the snipers were, even if none of them had shot at us yet, we were effectively pinned. Unfortunately, something about these hostiles had Fumbles stumped. He could barely even locate the ones Tink had spotted. The little guy gritted his teeth and pumped more psych into his detection field, but we all felt a wave of despair from him, as he only succeeded in covering himself in a painful sheet of static electricity. Outside, another servitor dropped to a headshot, and the Magos started yelling at us to help him. It was officially time to either shit or get off the pot. At the current rate, the Magos was going to be dead before we all had the snipers localized. The more pragmatic members of the squad pointed out that this wasn't such a bad thing, and suggested that we just run for the shuttle while he drew fire. But Sarge vetoed this perfectly valid plan. At his order, everyone popped smoke and split out in 2 teams. Sarge, Amy, and Twitch pushed out and started laying suppressive fire and grenades onto the 2 rough locations Tink had given them. Tink, Nubby, and Fumbles went out the back to try and flank the sniper between us and the shuttle. Meanwhile, Jim ordered his 3 skulls to help the drones search the area, warmed up the shuttle's perimeter defences, and relayed the situation to the ship. Everything started out so well. The 2 snipers immediately stopped firing. Tink managed to spot a third and put a plasma bolt through the bastard's cover, and our flankers were almost in position. It was really looking like we were going to be able to neutralise the hostiles, or at least get to the Magos and start a nice orderly retreat. Then 2 things happened, and everything went to shit. At first we thought the snipers had popped smokes of their own and were falling back. The buildings they were holed up in went sort of hazy and vague, but the fog didn't drift, and a second later the snipers resumed firing from inside the cloud. Another servitor went down, and Twitch's grenade detonated in mid-arc. Fumble screamed, "Psycha!" At the exact same moment the las cannon fired. Las cannon really isn't the right word, but damned if we couldn't think of a better one. A las cannon typically fires a large, powerful beam and brief beam. This thing was briefly larger than a multi-laser and walked in a brief arc across the battlefield. It just sliced through everything it touched. Walls, lampposts, the cars Sarge was hiding behind, servitors and tech priests. Sarge laid there for a second, trying to blink away the purple afterimages and get his bearings. He was lying on the ground and was also apparently inside of a car. He looked out a side window, which was oddly level with his head, and saw some sort of red and chrome spider monster flinging towards him. Sarge tried to turn his lasgun towards this new threat, but it was wedged against the roof of the car. He futilely pushed at the roof with his hands, then his legs, as the spider thing inched closer on his metal legs. At the last second, a pair of hair-thin beams stabbed into the spider and it fell to the ground. Sarge breathed a sigh of relief, which turned into a choked scream, when something tightened across his throat. Twitch hauled Sarge out from under the decapitated car by the collar. It was an impressive feat given their relative sizes, and the unhelpful way the big man was flailing around. The servitors were scragged. Those last sniper shots seemed to have finished off the cold boy, and there was no telling what the cycle or las cannon would do next. In his professional opinion, it was time to live to fight another day. Twitch hit Sarge with his emergency stim, while Amy popped her last smoke. Under its cover, they half-carried Sarge back to the relative safety of the garage. Once inside, Amy kept her long las trained on the smoke-filled entrance, while Trish tried to fill everyone in on the situation. Before he got 2 words out, the las cannon cut through the entire building at shoulder height. The flanking team was having better luck, all things considered. Jim's skulls were hounding the sniper Tink had flushed out, and Fumbles had a rough bead on the enemy psyker. Tink sent his drone to get the exact position and charged up his plasma gun, while Nubby and Fumbles poured las fire and psychic shrieks into the clouds, concealing the 2 active snipers. Their accuracy was abysmal, but the angle of their attack and sheer volume of fire was enough to force the hostiles to rebase. None of them realised how bad the situation had gotten until they heard Twitch's warning get cut off by the second las cannon strike. In an uncharacteristic act of bravery, Nubby led the charge back towards the garage, taking Fumbles with him and leaving Tink on overwatch. Jim diverted his Metaskull to follow them, then sent the rest of his minions to find the las cannon before it could fire again. They found the building teetering alarmingly, but still upright, and with Sarge standing in the middle, barking at the other 2 troopers to get back on their feet. Back at the garage, Sarge was dealing with a minor mutiny. He was of the opinion that Magos was still alive and a pickup needed to be made. Twitch and Amy disagreed. Nemi got to the door just in time to hear the non-com shout that the Magos was still moving and could be saved if they hurried. Amy countered this argument by hefting her long las and putting a hot shove through the head of the twitching tech priest. Further debate was delayed by the roof caving in. There's nothing like a few tons of collapsing stone to motivate a hasty retreat. Nubby, as usual, led our sprint back to Twitch's position, with a stimmed up Sarge held in his heels, and the rest of the group trailing behind. None of us even registered Jim's question over the comms. As we regrouped, Tink's drone finally found his target. A large blob of overcharged plasma sailed across the plaza, and into a tasteful little restaurant. Instead of just burning through the building, it splashed against something in the back with a crackling explosion. Tink cheered, then swore, then yelled something about tackle and burst into laughter. Twitch barely managed to pull him down in time. The sniper's shot cut a neat little notch out of the techie's helmet. None of us wanted to start this shit again. Fumbles threw up a half-assed cloak, and we all started falling back towards the shuttle in pairs. Now that we knew what to look for, we could see 3 indistinct blurs poking in and out of cover. We did our best to return fire as we ran, but the buggers had nose of steel. For every 10 shots we put down range, they returned one incredibly well-aimed one. Only the combination of our cover, Fumbles' cloak, and a huge amount of suppressive fire kept us alive. That's not to say we got out of there unscathed. Those hair-thin las bolts nailed everyone at least once. If you stuck a toe outside of cover, they'd shoot it. And if you didn't, they'd try and punch a hole right through. The only one of us who managed to score a hit on them was Amy, and the second time she tried to line up a shot, her long las exploded in her hands as they put a shot down the barrel. Stopping and waiting for Jim's Mediskull, which had gone Emperor knows where during the retreat, was out of the question, so Sarge wound up popping another stim and carrying her for the last sprint to the shuttle. We all felt tremendous relief when the shuttle's multi-lasers finally forced the snipers to back off. As we reached the top of the shuttle's loading ramp, Twitch asked if anyone knew what had happened to the las cannon. Right on cue, a section of bulkhead started glowing, then the damn beam punched through with a spray of molten metal. Jim didn't bother waiting for an order. The engines roared to life and our big ungainly shuttle started to wallow upwards. As the rear ramp began to close, the las cannon fired again and nearly burned through its hydraulics. Everyone resisted the urge to go poke their heads out the broken door and see what was shooting those beams at us. At this point, Tink, who'd been rather focused on not getting shot like the rest of us, realised that someone was missing. He yanked the drone controller off his harness and started screaming at Jim to slow down. Jim correctly interpreted this as a terrible idea and ignored it. Everyone who wasn't collapsing from blood loss or stim after effects watched, as the techie frantically slammed at the drone's controls and screamed curses. The show was briefly interrupted when the las cannon burned through the floor, about a metre in front of Tink's feet, but resumed after a few evasive manoeuvres slammed us around like pinballs. It didn't take a savant to see that Tink was losing his race. Spot the Wonder Drone was great at stealth and recon, but it just wasn't built for this sort of speed. Nubby clomped over and put a hand on the techie's shoulder. He suggested that maybe Tink should park the drone somewhere. We'd probably be able to come back and get it in a few years. Tink whirled around and had his drone controller raised like a club, when the las cannon fired again. The shuttle pitched forward, as the tail of the vessel exploded in a fireball. The difference in attitude between Tink and the rest of us when the las cannon took at our tail engine was profound. While everyone else screamed, clutched at the safety handles or prayed to the Emperor, he let out a whoop of joy and ran to the jammed ramp. A few sniper beams sailed past him and were ignored in favour of a small tan shape which, now that our speed had been cut in half, was steadily growing larger. Tink cooed at the damn thing like a puppy, which was admittedly better than a girlfriend, but still. As it closed the last dozen metres, he spread his arms wide and tried to catch it, only to get knocked off his feet as a smaller and faster object sailed through. The drone followed a second later and slammed into Twitch, who'd been holding on for dear life in a far corner. Tink sat up and groped at the object that had knocked him on his ass. He raised 2 blood-covered hands, registering that he was holding a severed head attached to a Mediskull, and started screaming. Jim appeared in the hatch, leading to the cockpit, asked if the Magos had made it on board. The codboy barely managed to wrench the gory thing away from Tink before it was chucked back out the tail hatch. Jim held the Magos' head up like some sort of trophy, and turned to face Sarge with a rather proud expression on his face. Unfortunately, our barely conscious leader wasn't able to offer any suitable praise. All he managed was blearily, "Who's flying the shuttle?" Jim swore and ran back into the cockpit, barely managing to dodge the next las cannon beam. Thankfully, that was the last shot. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and slumped into their seats. Well, more of a gasp of relief. We were all pretty out of breath and our ears were hurting for some reason. Tink eyed all the holes in the cargo bay and kicked the rest of us to our feet. We wound up packing 7 people and, for some damn reason, the drone into the 2-man cockpit. It wasn't comfortable, but at least there was air. Between all the sweating, bleeding people, the Magos' severed head, and Nubby's uniquely indescribable odour, that cockpit was getting pretty manky by the time we reached the occurrence border. As soon as the bay was pressurised, we piled out and collapsed on the first available surface. The ship's air, which always smelled faintly of burnt cabbage, had never tasted so sweet. The Hospitaller and her minions were waiting for us in the docking bay, along with a disconcertingly high number of tech priests. Thinking fast, if not hard, Tink jammed the techno-heretical drone up the front of his shirt, which made him look pregnant and caused a fair bit of amusement among the orderlies. None of the cowboys seemed to notice, and after they'd taken possession of the Magus's head, for data extraction, they said, all of them left without incident. Sarge tried to follow them, but only got a few meters before the Hospitaller neatly tripped him onto a gurney. The incredibly fluffy pillow defeated any further attempts to refuse treatment. While the burns Amy had received when her long las exploded got the most attention, all of us wound up getting hauled to the medbay by Doc's Valkyrian girlfriend. Well, except for Jim, who tagged along with the other tech priest to keep an eye on his sample, trophy, rescuee, whatever you call the head your Metaskull has sawed off the still-warm body of its patient. Seriously, that right there is why no one trusts those things. Anyway, everyone except Sarge was stuck in the medbay for a while. Despite their size, those sniper beams had been just as nasty as any las guns, and it was surprising how many holes we had in us. Sarge was set loose after a basic patch job, and yet another stimulant, thankfully not a combat one this time, to go and talk with the adepts and other interrogators. Doc made him promise to come back for a complete round of treatment the second the situation was resolved. Speaking of Doc, he was rather happy to see us all again. Nubby filled him in on the basis of what had happened, with Twitch and Fumbles correcting the occasional exaggeration. Doc was as surprised as the rest of us had been when we got to the part about running into Amy and the Magos. He wheeled over to where she was being treated by the Hospitaller just to verify we weren't bullshitting him. In his semi-professional medical opinion, she was in for a rough few days, as they speed grew the skin on her face and arms. But she should recover without much scarring or needing any augmentics. He claimed his girlfriend had a lot of experience treating burns, something about working with trainee dominions. While the rest of us chatted with Doc, Tink had pulled the screen around his bed and loudly threatened to shoot anyone who looked inside. Occasionally the nurses would look up at the loud clanging sounds and the "Do Not Disturb" sign, and then started giggling. When the humour of the situation wore off and the noise was starting to get really annoying, we stilled our nerves and went to see just what he was doing in there. We found Tink with the drone between his legs, but thankfully his pants were on. He was trying to pop out an impressive dent in the front response chassis. When asked how it had happened, he reminded us of the enemy Psycho he'd taken out. It had used some sort of shield to deflect his plasma bolt, and looked like he was about to launch his own attack, so he'd had Spot ram the bastard. It's hard to cast spells when 50 kilos of angry drone is bashing your head in. Turns out the Psycho had one hell of a helmet though, hence the dent. Still, it had convinced the warpy bastard that it was time to fall back, so he was calling it a win. Doc, who'd been eyeing the large lens next to the dent, cut into the story at this point and asked if that meant we had a clear picture of the attackers. Tink shrugged and admitted that he probably did, but so did the adepts who'd been watching the feed. They'd get around to telling us who it was eventually, and he was the only one who could fix this dent, so his priorities were clear. The rest of us were a little more curious, so Nubby yanked the spanner out of Tink's hands and refused to give it back until he pulled up the vid of the ramming. After a little fast-forwarding, he found it, and he ran credit around the data slate. We were treated to a view of a small room with a blurry figure standing in the middle of it and gesturing. As we watched, the blur was replaced by a large circular shield, and the screen went blindingly bright. When the flash faded, there was a tall road figure with a sword and egg-shaped helmet standing there panting. He raised his sword, gathered some sort of lightning around it, and then the drone hit him right in the back of his stupid hat. Other inquisitorial agents might have sat there and carefully examined the Psycho's robes or weapon for clues. We just kept having Tink rewind it so we could see the headbutt again. When he got the sound turned on, it made this great sort of hollow clang every time the drone hit him. There was much debate over which was the best part, the initial impact or the part where his head went through the drywall and got stuck. Either way, it was the best show we've seen in a long time. We wound up putting the vid on repeat on all the screens in the medbay. It was very therapeutic to see the bastard flinging his fancy sword around in an attempt to fend off the drone and cut his head free at the same time. At Twitch's urging, Tink even etched a little egg-helmeted face on the side of Spot's chassis to commemorate the event. Everyone was in remarkably good spirits considering we were stuck in the medbay for the foreseeable future. Well, except for Amy, who was still tranked up for the worst part of her burn treatment. Fumbles tried to send her a mental image of the whole thing as she slept, but Doc made him stop after a nearby diagnostic cogitator caught fire. While the rest of us were laughing ourselves sick over the Inquisition's funniest home videos, Sarge was attending a very serious meeting with some very serious people. You could tell they were serious because none of them even smiled when the adepts played the drone ramming clip for them. They just muttered to each other about which Cravwell the Elder Warlock had come from, and what possible hand they could have in everything. Sarge primarily contributed to this discussion by resting his head on the table and agreeing with anything our team's adepts said. In Sarge's opinion, the other two interrogators were putting way too much effort into trying to understand the Eldar's motives. They'd gone through the vids from Tink Strone and Jim's skull frame by frame, and determined that there'd been a warlock, 3 rangers, and some sort of heavy weapon team operating a Bright Lance. There was a little debate on the last point, since all of Jim's drones had been shot before they could get a good picture. None of the other teams had run into any hostiles, and they hadn't spotted anything when they'd done a flyby on the island. So it looked like that was it for their ground assets. Sword Guy half-heartedly suggested that the Eldar could be behind the disappearances. They were Xenos with access to warp powers and Archaeotech after all. It didn't press the issue when Sarge grumpily asked why they hadn't used their creepy silhouette leaving people disappearer, instead of shooting at us with fancy lasguns. Battle-Ass claimed that the small size of their force suggested they were an assassination team. Given their attack pattern, location, and the fact that no one else of importance was nearby, their target must have been the Magos. From his spot at the end of the table, Sarge grumbled that he told everyone the Xenos had been trying to kill the Tepris an hour ago. Battle-Axe ignored him, and pointed out that the real question was whether this was connected to the disappearances, and if it was because Magos had known something. Rather annoyed at having been ignored, Sarge sarcastically suggested that they ask the Magos that question. To his considerable surprise, everyone took this seriously, with Sword Guy even asking his Psyker if he was capable of leading a seance. The debate over whether the ritual was more likely to result in useful information or a demon manifestation was still raging when the tech priests arrived. Just saying they arrived doesn't do it justice. Every single cowboy over the rank of Engisir on the occurrence border walked, rolled, floated, or slithered into the meeting room. The ratio of metal to meat in there hit 50-50 in the first few seconds, and climbing towards 80-20 when Jim brought up the rear of the procession. Sarge took notice of how nervous the younger cowboy looked as, at an order from a senior tech priest. He sealed the door behind him. It occurred to the burly non-com that if a bunch of guardsmen had done something like this, it would have been because some officer was about to become a friendly fire statistic. Sarge edged his chair away from the table and towards the most defensible corner he could find, and casually put one hand in his pocket. No one except Jim paid him any attention. The Engisir leaned out from behind his seniors and awkwardly tried to indicate that this was not the time to pull out a grenade. Or possibly that his neck hurt and he wanted to lie down for a while. Jim was bad at guard hand signals. After a bit of unpleasant silence, the coggiest of the cowboys finally decided that the tension had built to acceptable levels. In a loud, authoritative, and entirely synthetic voice, he proclaimed that a seance would not be necessary. They had extracted all relevant data from the Magos' idyllic memory chip. He just sort of stopped there with no explanation of what the data actually was, leaving the non-metallic portion of the room awkwardly waiting. The second Battle Axe began to ask. The head tech priest cut her off with a shout of, "That information is sacred. It contains Mechanica secrets. Sharing it with those who do not venerate the Omnissiah in his true form would be heretical." The cowboys behind him echoed the words, sacred, secrets, and heretical, like shitty backup singers. Sarge let out a weary sigh and rubbed his aching temples. It was going to be a long meeting. When Sarge finally staggered back into the medbay, he looked bloody exhausted. He pretty much collapsed in the first available bed, and at his request, we stopped the continuous loop of the warlock getting his head stuck in the wall. Dog gave him some overdue medical treatment as he filled us in on the situation. To start with, he gave us the official word that we'd been shot full of holes by an Eldar hit squad. Nubby fist-pumped and loudly started calculating what his and Bubble's share of the pool was. Sarge immediately crushed this happy speculation with the news that the Eldar weren't the cause of the attacks, and had only been there for the Magos, unless Amy could tell us otherwise. No one would be collecting on the pool anytime soon, and unless there was a second group of Eldar, Nubby's odds weren't looking good. While Nubby whined to himself, the discussion shifted to the Magos, his decapitation, and the tech priests. According to Sarge, all of them, even Jim, had a gear up their ass about something they'd gotten out of the Magos' head. It had been like pulling teeth to get anything out of them. They kept falling back on the whole, we technically only have to answer to the Inquisitor, so get an order from him argument. In the end, all they were willing to part with was that the Magos had been chasing a piece of Archaeotech and had been tracking it into the Xeno territory. He'd intercepted some reports that confirmed that nature of the Archaeotech and the heresies the Xenos had committed on it. He then sent a report to the proper authorities, and were still tracking the Archaeotech when he was killed by the Vile Eldar. Finally, the nature of the tech was not for us to know, but it would not cause the sort of disappearances we'd seen. We should turn our investigations elsewhere. The priest had refused to say anything more. The proper authorities had been notified, and the matter should be left to them. Further probing into the Mechanicus' holy secrets would be unwise. It had taken an heroic effort by the other two interrogators and our old diplomat adept to convince the tech priest that their warning was understood. The entire army of cowboys had left secure in the knowledge that no one would be poking into their business, and that everyone would be focusing on the completely unconnected matter of the disappearances. The second they were gone, one of the psychers had done something that made the room sound all weird, and the diplomat had asked for a show of hands. "Who here," he had asked, "thinks we're looking for a piece of insanely dangerous archaeotech that's either wiping all intelligent life off worlds or is being pursued by someone who's willing to do so to keep it secret?" The ayes had it by a landslide. Sarge said it was nice to be reminded that not everyone in the Inquisition was stupid or insane. In the end, the working theory was that someone was hauling this thing from Tau space to the Imperium via warpship. Whether it was to sell, study, worship, or use as a weapon on Imperial worlds was up to debate, but it was obvious that the Mechanicus and the Eldar were both chasing it. It was impressive that whoever was carrying it was managing to stay ahead of both of them, and the fact that they were invading pursuit probably explained the semi-random course across the border wars though. The question was what to do about it. There was no way we'd back off and let the AdMech handle things. Imperial worlds getting wiped out like the one we just visited wasn't acceptable. The only options were to try and catch the carrier in a stern chase, try to predict their next destination and set an ambush, or go get some real reinforcements and try to lock down the entire subsector. Debates were had, charts were consulted, the captain was called down, and 3 possible destinations were laid out. The captain was in favour of getting reinforcements, and wanted us to chart a course to the largest Imperial world along the border. Battleaxe and Sword Guy thought too much damage would be done before a response was mustered. She wanted us to try and jump ahead to a refueling way station that looked like it might be the right direction. He wanted to head towards a nearby Imperial world with a rather untrusted governor that might be either a target or a buyer. Sarge, who was barely awake enough to follow what was going on, wound up being the tiebreaker. When all 3 of his adepts had just shrugged, Sarge had fallen back on his non-com instincts. He stood straight, squared his soldiers, and snapped his finger at the middle option on the chart. Sarge had loudly declared that it was the only real choice, and retreated back up to the medbay before anyone realised he just randomly picked one. None of us saw any problem with this decision-making process. In the morning, or whatever you call it when the ship's lights jump from 10% to max power, and the captain blares reveille over the comm system, Sarge got around to debriefing Amy. She told a fairly unpleasant tale of wandering around the ass end of the sector as the Magos did his thing. Amy and her team had been treated like mushrooms, that is to say, kept in the dark and fed horse shit. They never learned anything about their mission aside from the fact that Archaeotech was involved, and had mostly spent their time getting shot at by over a dozen different groups, ranging from gangers to planetary police forces. It wasn't some sort of giant conspiracy though. The Magos just didn't give a shit. If there was something in the way, he'd throw bodies at it all day long if it meant getting through quicker. He wasn't too particular about where those bodies came from either. If his team couldn't handle a problem, he'd improvise. Amy claimed she'd never look at servitors the same way again. The next to last straw for Amy had been an ambush by what she now recognised as Eldar. That had killed off the last of her teammates and forced a retreat onto a merchant vessel. The Magos had then proceeded to intimidate and bully the merchants into taking him on a tour of the empty worlds. To no one but the Magos' surprise, that relationship had ended with the merchants ditching them at the first opportunity, hence the island. She'd been stuck there alone with him, while him and the servitor-converted bodies of her teammates for a month. The real kicker was the bastard had a sort of interstellar communicator the whole time. He'd used to put in a call to the nearest Forge World, but had refused to contact anyone else after the merchant incident. So yeah, all that went a long ways to explain the hysterics and head-shooting incident. The end of the story, though, was Amy had no really new intel. Between obvious clues, well, obvious to our adepts, and that incredibly unsubtle warning from the Cogboys, we knew just as much as she did. Speaking of that warning, it had been awfully convenient that the Tech Priest had decided to give it to us instead of just staying quiet. We all suspected that Jim and Hannah had had some hand in that matter, but none of them were talking to us currently. As the least shot member of the squad, Nubby, and by extension Fumbles, had been sent to chat with 2 junior tech priests after they didn't visit us in the medbay. When Nubby returned, he claimed that every time he tracked one of them down, they got these really nervous expressions and ran for it. He'd given up after Jim had locked him and Fumbles in a section of maintenance corridor. Also, if old Bill came by asking why one of his techs had a massive headache, and why there were reports of warp ghosts on Deck 8, that had nothing to do with him or Fumbles getting tired of waiting for the doors to open again. The destination Sarge had chosen, which turned out to be the way station, was a solid week of warp travel away. After about the second day, everyone was tired of sitting around the medbay with Doc and his lady friend, so we moved back to our nice Gellerfield generator adjacent quarters. Doc complained a little that our treatments, especially Amy's, weren't finished, but we figured that coming down and making a few house calls would be good for him. He'd been getting soft in that chair all day, some exercise would do him good. Sarge spent most of the next week putting together reports and contingency plans with the adepts and interrogators, but he spared some thought for Jim and Hannah. He'd interpreted the junior tech priest's behaviour as a sign that their bosses were acting crazier than usual over this whole thing, and made a note to keep an eye on them. Intimidating impressionable young tech priest was our shtick. Since sending Nubby, Twitch, or Tink to watch them was unlikely to do more harm than good, some words were had with old Bill and the captain. The duty roster was shuffled, and several unintrusive armsmen and engineers were assigned to the same shifts as our cogbros. It might have been a bit of a paranoid over-precaution, but that's sort of what being a Guardsman in the Inquisition is all about. Nubby and his partner in petty crime wandered around the ship a lot during our transit. Anyone with enough brains to pour water out of a boot could tell they were planning to sabotage the betting pool in some way before their inevitable loss, but it wasn't worth doing anything about. As long as Nubby didn't egg Fumbles into changing someone's mind for them again, it was about as harmless a pastime as they were likely to find. Amy, who was doing pretty well despite having bags of medical gel taped to half her face and one hand, had initially moved back into the quarters where her team had stayed. Unfortunately, those rooms brought back some unpleasant memories, and she was pretty sure the tech priests were following her. She said that every time she turned, there was a service or servitor working nearby. Twitch sympathised with her and offered a solution. He promptly explained that our little base was 99% servitor free, and that other 1% would be gone when he found a ladder tall enough to reach the chunks that are stuck to the ceiling. She accepted, of course. How could anyone refuse an offer like that? About an hour after Amy moved in, her suspicions about the servitors were proved correct, when the door claim mine gibbed a cleaning servitor. Twitch immediately replaced the mine and got another kill within 10 minutes. Though that one might have just been there to clean up the first. Either way, they stopped coming after that, and Amy settled into Doc's section of the room. She became about as much of a shut-in as Twitch, splitting her time between sleeping off her medical treatment and playing with the toy Tink gave her. Tink and Twitch's lives over the week generally revolved around our new barracks mate. Tink, who seemed a little lonely now that Jim wasn't here to argue with him, had fixed Spot's chassis and replaced its servo Grok skull disguise before the end of the second day. After that, he went back to work on the Xenos Pulse Rifle camouflage project and seasoned Amy as a guinea pig. She was in the market for a new weapon after all, and it was so much easier to cram a pulse rifle into a long lash chassis than a regular lasguns. And they spent a while blowing various holes in various objects and badmouthing tech priests. Twitch was just glad to have an actual reason to distrust the servitors, and turned the barracks' defences up from 11 to about 13. Sarge called for a slight de-escalation when he started putting small remote charges on every servitor he encountered, just in case they turned en masse. Apparently Jim and Hannah were the ones who had to find and defuse them. On the 7th day, Sarge and the other interrogators put everyone on an hour alert and prepped the shuttles for immediate launch. The jury was still out on what we were likely to find when we came out of the warp, but if the target was docked to the way station, we wanted to neutralise it before it moved again. Also before it attracted a bunch of angry Xenos, demons, or cogboys. The occurrence border came out of the warp, and the coordinates where way station Almentum Octavius was supposed to be, and found the station to be missing. In its place, there was a pitched space battle being fought between an Imperial vessel and an unidentifiable Xenos ship. A quick inspection of the system turned up the missing station farther back in its orbit of the local star than it should have been. In fact, a quick scan revealed that it wasn't in an orbit at all. It was moving in a nice straight line right down the gravity well. The captain estimated it had passed the point of no return about 4 hours ago, and would start burning in about 30. He refused to speculate on what sort of weapon or magic could just cancel an entire station's orbital velocity. As for the ships, our initial instinct to go help the Imperial vessel was quelled when, by the captain, he reminded everyone that the only way the occurrence border would win a naval engagement was if the other ship spontaneously exploded before it fired its first broadside. If it exploded afterwards, the fight would probably be a draw. Furthermore, the ship was looking less and less like it needed our help the longer we looked at it. It was definitely a lot bigger than its opponent, and was throwing out a staggering amount of firepower. Sure, it seemed to be missing the smaller ship with every shot, but nothing the Xenos was throwing out made it past their void shields. Also, it was squawking stuff like 1010111010 for chaos, 1010011010 across all Vox channels, and the Astropath refused to tell anyone what he was hearing. The tech priest on duty on the bridge had immediately declared them to be heretics, then had left his post to go talk to the other cogboys. No one bothered to stop him. It was really looking like our best option was to just jump right back out of the system and head somewhere less creepy. That's certainly what the captain recommended anyway. Except there was the tempting little matter of the station. It was the only thing in the system those ships could possibly be fighting over, and neither was in a position to stop us from taking a quick look. It was a stupid, stupid idea, and it's a miracle we survived. The captain has stubbornly refused to get any closer to either the station or the fighting ships than necessary. The occurrence border was positioned at nearly the maximum distance from the station his shuttles could travel, and sat there with his engines and warp drive spun up. In the captain's words, "If anyone even looks at me funny, I'm leaving all you stupid bastards to die." With those encouraging words ringing in our ears, everyone boarded their shuttles and went to see what was so special about the way station Almentum Octavius. It says something about how distracted everyone was that we were cruising for about a quarter of an hour before we realised Jim was the one flying and Hannah was the co-pilot. The reunion was sort of spoiled by the little note taped to the cockpit door saying, "The shuttle is monitored, talk and move as little as possible, wait for us to give the word." After a long and awkward wait, Jim finally came back and announced that he looped something or other and we could talk. Hannah refused to leave the cockpit, even though we promised Tink wouldn't do anything weird. Amy opened the conversation with a polite, "What the hell is going on here, you metal bastard?" but relented when Sarge vouched for Jim, as the broest of cog bros. The explanation that followed was quick, obviously well rehearsed, and fairly terrifying. The gist of it was that the ship's tech priests weren't just angsty, they were on the edge of mutiny. Jim hadn't seen the actual data they'd pulled out of the Magos, but whatever this piece of archaeotech was, it had practically driven his seniors to a schism. Some of the cog boys wanted the tech destroyed, others wanted it locked away, and a few wanted to study it. The only thing preventing an immediate free-for-all was the fact that the thing wasn't here, and that the Magos had reported it to someone named Juris. The senior tech priest had eventually agreed to wait for Juris to decide, and abide by his decision. Unless, that is, it looked like the archaeotech might fall into someone else's hands. Like, say, the Inquisition's. Less holy men, such as us or Jim, might see the ship's senior tech priest as arrogant, socially stunted, and quite possibly insane, but they were not stupid. They knew we'd keep chasing the archaeotech and would allow us to continue, for now, but were monitoring all the team's shuttles and comms. If any of us found information relating to the archaeotech or its location, we'd be given a single chance to turn it over. If we refused, Jim and the tech priest piloting the other shuttles had orders to cut our comms and return to the ship, leaving all three teams to cook on the falling station. In his words, "The Magos Juris must decide this matter. Anything else would result in a schism. When the Mechanica schisms, Titans walk and worlds burn. My superiors will see you all dead before they allow that." After everyone had digested this speech for a while, Nami put on his weaselliest smile and asked Jim if he'd really do that to his old pals. The flat look he got back from the Engineer was incredibly worrying, especially coupled with how Jim turned around and went back into the cockpit without saying anything else. So anyway, that's why, when we finally reached the station, our team decided to stay in the shuttle while the others went on ahead. They could probably handle anything in there without us. Sarge only announced to the other teams that he intended to do visual inspection of the station. You know, for space stuff. The other interrogators agreed it was a good idea, but none of us thought of it as anything more than an excuse not to get marooned on a rapidly falling chunk of metal by crazy cogboys. So it was quite a surprise when we cleared a corner and saw the Heretic shuttle already docked to the station. We managed to call in the sighting just in time to keep the other teams from blundering into a bunch of heavily armed servitors and tentacly tech priest. According to Battle Axe and Saw Guy, the Heretic seemed to be searching for something, stopping and doing creepy stuff to every cogitator or comm terminal he encountered. They decided that following the search party and seeing what it turned up was the best use of their time, and switched their teams to stealth mode. We wished them luck and continued our inspection. Now this is where some less imaginative people would have blown up the dock shuttle, but we were suspicious bastards. Sure enough, a little more searching turned up nearly a dozen more shuttles, all of them heavily armed but dormant for now. In our professional opinions, 12 to 3 wasn't good odds, even without factoring in how much better armed they were than us. So Sarge decided to let sleeping shuttles lie, and called in a warning to the ground teams, advising them not to engage. Battleaxe interrupted and asked him to repeat the message. It was hard to hear over all the shooting. Luckily, Sarge's facepalm turned out to be premature. Neither ground team was actually involved in the battle. They were just watching as some third party shot 7 types of hell out of the patrol. The question of who the heretics were fighting was answered by the sight of a familiar las cannon beam stabbing out of the station hull a short distance away. Amy summed up everyone's opinion of this development with an incredible streak of swearing. Different people are curious about different things. Sword Guy was wondering what sort of convoluted plot the Eldar were running. Battleaxe was curious about what the heretic was looking for in the cogitators. Our team didn't worry about that sort of complex bullshit. We just wanted to know how the Eldar had gotten onto the station, because we sure as hell didn't see any other shuttles out here. Thanks to the adepts, we all knew the pointy-eared bastards like to use fancy hidden teleporting web dealies to get around, but that's not the sort of thing you find tucked into the corner of a human way station. Either their teleporters had ranged from where their ship was duking it out with the heretics, which Jim claimed was incredibly unlikely, or someone was trying to be sneaky. Guardsmen don't like it when other people are sneaky. It typically ends with us getting shot in the back, so we decided to take a harder look at the station. Since we didn't want to alert anyone to our presence out here, our moderately untrustworthy pilots did what they called a passive scan. We understood this to be the equivalent of looking real hard at something, but not going so far as to throw a rock at it, to check for mines. Unfortunately, while it didn't blow our cover, it also didn't turn up anything. Sarge was debating ordering some figurative rock throwing, when Tink announced that it was time to use some real scanners, but by real scientists. Jim hastily leaned out and tapped his "You are being monitored" sign, before Tink finished putting off Spot's skulls. There was an awkward sort of pantomimed argument, in which Jim managed to convey that he couldn't turn the cameras off again, and Tink managed to convey that Jim was a colossal metal asshole. In the end, Tink wound up putting on his void helmet and stepping out the lock with his drone before pulling off his disguise. Since no one had anything better to do, we all clustered around the little airlock window and tried to watch over Tink's shoulder. It wasn't very interesting. All we could see was him poking at his Xenos data slate and muttering to himself. The real action was happening down below us, where the drone engaged the stealth field and started taking some very close looks at the station and shuttles. Whether it was due to Tink having a bit of experience looking for Eldar with his drone, or pure dumb luck, or because Tau drone tech was really just that good, he found a shuttle that was not like the others in just under 5 minutes. This did not please the Jim, who had to endure Tink making faces at him through the cockpit window as he relayed the drone's data. What appeared to be a fairly standard, if gruesomely decorated Imperial-style shuttle to our eyes, looked like a bat-winged Xenos craft to spot the Wonder Drone. It has sharp, forward-spent wings with odd chunks missing, and these weird mandible-looking wings under the cockpit, but that wasn't what really caught our attention. What really caught our attention was the 2 massive las cannons slung under it. This thing didn't just have our shuttle's little wing turrets outclassed, it had us completely outschooled. Tink very carefully parked his drone above the Xenos shuttle, and a quick debate over what to do about it was held. It says something about how shaken we were by Jim's little warning, that we went with Nubby's idea. So no shit, there we were, hovering over a camouflaged Xenos attack shuttle carrying more firepower than any 3 of our birds, and instead of running away or trying to destroy it before it realised we were there, we were trying to figure out how to steal it. The long warp voyage out to this backwater sector must have rotted our brains. Quite aside from how stupidly dangerous an idea this was, it had absolutely nothing to do with why we'd come out here in the first place. In the station below us, the other 2 teams had just engaged the Heretic forces in an effort to take a captive and figure out why they were here. In the space above us, 2 incredibly dangerous ships were locked in a brutal dogfight while our own, completely combat-incapable ship nervously watched from the sidelines. Somewhere across the Immaterium, an unknown archaeotech device was cutting a swath of destruction towards Imperial space. And yet, our primary concern was nicking this fancy-looking Xenos shuttle, possibly while its owners were busy shooting up our companions. Truly, we were the pinnacle of inquisitorial professionalism. It really wasn't our fault, though. The tech priests were obviously to blame. If they hadn't been plotting to maroon us in space, we wouldn't have felt nearly so motivated to acquire an alternate means of transportation. When you combine that sort of threat with the opportunity offered by an incredibly valuable unattended vehicle, heretical Xenotech though it may be, it's entirely unreasonable to expect a poor Guardsman to resist temptation. Securing the knowledge that our behaviour was completely and totally justifiable, we prepped for our breaching tools and formed up in our shuttle's airlock. Twitch provided some cutting charges, which were carefully placed using the drone's little servo arm. When everything was in place, Jim, who'd eventually stopped trying to convince us to do something saner, flew us as close as he could without alarming any hostile shuttles. A trio of his little scars were deployed and leashed like sled dogs. Then he departed, and us drifting to space above the holographically disguised shuttle. All things considered, it was a very good thing that Twitch was up to date on his meds, and Fumbles wasn't feeling particularly nervous. The skulls hauled us across the gap as, just outside of our line of sight, the charges went off and the shuttle's bay depressurized. As the last breath of air leaked out, our 5-man, 1-woman team zipped in. We crossed into the grab field and landed inside the shuttle with our weapons ready, just like the trained professionals we supposedly were. Well, at least 5 of us did. Whether it was due to our injured hand or because she wasn't used to performing these sorts of shenanigans, Amy missed her mark and wound off caroming off the hull. Everyone turned to watch as he spun off into space, swearing a blue streak as the scars reached out to catch her. All of us were so distracted that we nearly pushed out after her when a gust of wind suddenly hit us in the back. Our squad turned around expecting to see, then shoot, some effeminate Xenos. Instead, a pair of big scarecrow-looking things with fish-shaped heads were standing there staring at us. At least we thought they were staring at us. The damn things didn't have eyes. Their weapons were certainly pointed our way, though, which was what really mattered. Fighting in a vacuum is odd. Nothing sounds right. You can feel and sort of hear your weapons firing for your arms, but the shots don't make a sound. It's amazing how much you rely on little audio cues in a battle. It was hard as hell to tell how many shots we were firing, and even harder to tell if they were hitting. Oddly, it was almost as if we'd lost exactly 10% of our ballistic skills due to the unfamiliar terrain. We coped, though, and brought a torrent of las and plasma fight into the two hostiles. Surprisingly, the fish-headed Xenos didn't seem too bothered by our barrage. They just soaked our fire and slowly tracked their weapons onto us. Then everything went funny. Not ha-ha funny, rather, whoa, I can taste the colour purple with my ears funny. As the feeling washed over us, we scattered, and a pair of large orbs appeared. One orb formed right between Twitch and Sarge, while the other appeared above the now prone form of Nubby. For a split second we could see something beyond understanding, but not horror, in the spheres. Then, with a pop that we could somehow hear through the vacuum, the orbs disappeared and took 2 perfectly circular chunks of bulkhead with them. We all just stood there and stared for a second. Then Fumble started screaming. None of us had liked what we'd seen when the Xenos had fired their weapons. Whatever those things did looked a lot worse than just getting shot, but Fumbles had a stronger reaction than the rest of us. The little psycho's screaming ratcheted up to a shriek, and then kept going until it started bouncing around inside our heads. Now, there are several relatively normal things that are a bad idea to do in a void suit. Vomiting traditionally heads to this list, followed by crying, sneezing, and a few other things depending on whether your model has waste disposal systems. Anyway, if someone ever revises the list, using a psychic shriek should probably be added somewhere near the top. Now, not being a psyker, I can't probably say whether it was the matter of the shout building up inside his helmet until something gave, or if it just punched through his faceplate on the way out towards its target. Either way, though, we all felt a wave of panic roll over us as the shriek was cut off by what sounded like a burst of wind. A helmet's worth of air and a hail of plastic slammed into the 2 Xenos monstrosities along with the psychic attack, where their combined force did exactly jack shit. Fumbles landed on his ass, frantically clawing at his ruined helmet and radiating pan-sweating terror to the entire squad. Unlike our past experience with the Psyker's aura, this wasn't distracting, annoying, or disturbing. This was incapacitating. By all rights, we should have died there, stumbling around in an attempt to escape a source of fear. But 2 things saved us. The first was Twitch, who shrugged off the aura of fear like it was nothing. He sprinted across the room to Fumbles, pulling off his explosive-filled pack on the way. He jammed the bag over the Psyker's head and pulled its drawstrings, causing the bag to inflate like an incredibly dangerous balloon. The aura of terror reduced in intensity as Fumbles' inability to draw breath was replaced by claustrophobic darkness and the fact that someone was partially strangling him. The second thing was that the fish-headed Xenos were some sort of retarded. One of them fired a shot at Twitch as the trooper sprinted across the bay and missed by a scarily small margin. The other casually walked up the open hole in the bay and just sort of vaguely stared out of it. It didn't stop to shoot anyone on the way, or even try to step on Nubby, who was lying half a meter from where it stopped. It was definitely one of the more bizarre things we've seen on the battlefield, or it would have been if we'd been in any condition to see anything. As the aura faded and we acclimated to the unusual feeling of someone else's terror raging for our minds, everyone got to their feet. We were greeted by the sight of one Xenos readying his insanity orb cannon for another shot, and the other spacing out to the edge of the hole we'd entered through. This is where your normal group of heroic badasses would have opened fire in an effort to kill the Xenos before they could fire again. We didn't even try that. See, our attacks, Plasma and Hotshot Lasgun alike, hadn't so much as phased these assholes. It was time to try something new. Sarge shouted his orders and threw himself at the Xenos' cannon, grabbing onto it like a big, disgruntled monkey hanging from a branch. To Sarge's dismay, the fish head turned out to be more than strong enough to hold up both him and the weapon. Luckily, the way Sarge was flailing around completely spoiled the Xenos' aim, and the next hell orb appeared in the middle of the base floor. While Sarge kept his target off our backs, the rest of us turned to the one near the hole. Tink and Twitch stepped backwards, lowered their heads, and charged straight at the Xenos' back. Down on the floor, Nubby hastily crawled towards the hostile, then flipped onto his back. At this point, the fish head seemed to remember that it was in the middle of a battle, and started to turn to face us. He wasn't fast enough, though. 2 charging guardsmen hit the Xenos in the side at the same moment as a pair of augmentic legs launched upwards. As body checks went, they weren't the best. Both soldiers were on the wiry side, and the best way to describe the Xenos' side and weight is hulking. Combined with the lifting force of Nubby's legs, though, it was just enough. In a sort of slow-motion ballet, the fish had tumbled forwards, right out of the hole we'd blasted into the base wall. Amy was being hauled back towards the shuttle by Jim Skulls and Spot, who she was riding like some sort of demented horse. As she neared the hole, something big and rather confused-looking launched out of it, causing her to swear and nearly fall off her mount. After she regained her composure, she watched as the thing tumbled into the void, slowly spinning as it drifted away. When it didn't do anything, she dismissed it as not her problem, and raised her new rifle as the shuttle's interior finally came into view. Back inside the bay, the Xenos had gotten tired of Sarge dangling off his weapon. It grabbed one of the struggling non-com's arms in a dinner plate-sized hand, and inexorably pried him off his weapon. Sarge found himself suspended in the air, or vacuum as it were, facing away from the angry Xenos. He flailed as hard as he could in an attempt to break from his grip, and failed miserably. Sarge then grabbed the slung lasgun and tried to fire it over his shoulder. It was wrenched from his hand before he got more than a single burst off. Finally, in desperation, he reached for his grenades, which were pretty high on the list of stupid weapons to use in a vacuum. Perhaps luckily, he wasn't able to grab one before his free arm was grabbed by the Xenos' other hand. It raised him in the air, then slowly, inexorably, began to spread its arms, and by extension Sarge's, apart. The first thing Amy saw as she rose over the edge of the hole was Fumbles, sitting there and clawing at the backpack full of high explosives tied over his head. This was odd, but not an immediate problem. The second thing, or things, were 3 of her squadmates running around like idiots, and screaming about not being able to get a clear shot. The third thing was her new boss being pulled apart like a wishbone by a 3-meter-tall Xenos. Amy sighted her rifle, waited a beat for Sarge's legs to swing out of the way, then put a burst of plasma right through the monstrosity's shoulder. In a perfect universe, the fish head's arm would have fallen off, then Sarge would have beat it around the head and neck with his own severed limb. Unfortunately, in our reality, the arm just went limp, while the hand still retained his vice-like grip on Sarge. Also, both of Sarge's shoulders were dislocated, and he was too busy screaming to beat anyone around the anything. We tried not to let our disappointment show as Sarge merely flopped to the side and left us a clear shot at the Xenos. 3 hotshot lasguns, a plasma gun, and a pulse rifle poured precision fire into the Xenos' thin middle section. The combined weight of fire did what our earlier barrages couldn't. With a soundless snap, the bastard collapsed in 2 separate pieces. Sarge swore loudly as he landed, and informed everyone that the Xenos' grip was not getting any looser. Since the fish seemed rather hard to kill, most things lose their spunk after being cut in half, you know, everyone stepped forward and concentrated their fire on his shoulders. That finally did the trick, and we pulled Sarge free. It took a while to pry the severed arms off his wrists, though. Talk about a death grip. We all stood there, contemplating our success and wondering what to do about Sarge's shoulders, when Fumbles finally caught our attention. His comm wasn't functional, we couldn't hear him, but he managed to send a rough psychic image out. He was wondering if the fight was over and we could go somewhere with air now. The bag was nice and all, but he was pretty sure at least one of the mines in there was armed. Twitch winced, and he and Ting got to work on the door that the 2 fishers had come through. They had to push the Xenos' severed torso out of the way to get access. It didn't do anything when Tink kicked it, but it somehow managed to glare reproachfully despite not having eyes. Or any real face for that matter. While the more technical side of the team got the door open, Jim's Metaskull floated in and took a look at Sarge. It sort of poked around in a confused manner, probably trying to figure out how to get at Sarge's shoulders. After a while, its little machine spirit must have reached a decision, because it deployed the syringe and tried to jab Sarge with it. The puncture-proof void suit turned out to be stronger than the skull expected. After a bit of straining, it broke the needle and whacked into Sarge's shoulder, triggering an impressive amount of cursing. The Metaskull got even more agitated at this failure, and deployed its little circular saw, the one we'd last seen it used to decapitate the Magos. None of us really knew if it had decided to harvest Sarge's head, or just wanted to cut through his voice suit while he was in a vacuum, so it could deliver its painkiller shot. Either way, Nubby and Amy fended the skull off with the butts of their weapons until the door was finally opened. Jim was very apologetic about the whole thing, but we still didn't let the skull follow us into the pressurized section of the shuttle. Once the door was closed and Twitch had carefully removed the bag full of explosives from Fumble's head, we looked around our new shuttle. The room where we'd fought the fishheads had just been a moderately roomy troop compartment. Nothing interesting in there. This room was definitely some sort of command center. It wasn't filled with Vox units, cogitators, and random uninsulated wires like an Imperial command center, but the hollow thingy displaying a map of the station in the middle of the room was a dead giveaway. Despite its tasteful decor and abundant supply of air, the command room made us uneasy. It had a short hallway leading to the shuttle's cockpit, but none of us saw any hatches connected to the station. In fact, the only exit we'd seen was the one on the rear, and it hadn't been connected to anything. The question of how the Xenos had gotten aboard the station, and which direction they'd be coming from if they tried to take their shuttle back, hung in the air like a wet fart in a tank, hard to ignore and holding the potential to become a serious problem. From the elegant, but rather uncomfortable chair he'd found near the map, Sarge reminded everyone about how the Xenos were supposed to be using teleporting webs to get around. A brief search of the shuttle didn't turn up anything that looked like a teleporterium, or was particularly web-shaped. The closest we got was a Xenos rune that looked sort of like a spider. Twitch put a mine on it just to be safe, then put a mine on everything else just to be safer. None of us stopped him. It was really the only defensive option we could think of. While Twitch saw to the perimeter, Ting got to work on figuring out how to fly our new piece of loot. Amy checked in with the other teams, and Nubby and Doc called for some medical advice. Sarge later complained bitterly about how many tries it had taken to relocate his shoulders, but neither Nubby nor Fumbles had any medical training, and there was a lot of distortion on the comm channel. Anyway, the way he kept yelling was very distracting, and the second one only took 2 tries, so all of his whining wasn't really justified. After the little medical procedure was finished, a quick council of war was held. Amy reported that the other teams were just killing a lot of servitors, not making any real progress towards finding useful intel. Jim followed that up with a report that the tech priests hadn't given any new orders, but claimed they were very interested in our shuttle. Based on all that, Sarge's vague plan was for us to call off the station part of the mission before anyone did anything crazy, and fly the Eldar shuttle back to the occurrence border. From there, the Adepts, and possibly the Cod Boys, could search it for clues or whatever. The only real problem with this plan was that compared to Imperial or Tau systems for that matter, Eldar tech was almost impossible to understand. Tink was working hard, and kept claiming that he'd nearly figured it out, but so far he'd only managed to turn the lights on and off. While Tink tinkered and occasionally asked for advice from Jim and old Bill, the rest of us kept busy. Amy watched the perimeter with Twitch, Sarge poked at the holomap, and Nubby and Fumbles were assigned prisoner duty, prisoner in this case meaning the severed Xenos' torso. They taped the thing to the wall and, at Twitch's request, drew a face on its blank head so it didn't look so creepy. At Nubby's urging, Fumbles was adding some embellishments to their artwork, when a section of wall slid outwards, and a tall, live, and familiar-looking Xenos appeared out of thin air. The Eldar Warlock scanned the room, then began to say something. He was immediately interrupted by Twitch shouting that a hostile had breached the perimeter and raised his lasgun. Xeno tried to resume speaking, and to be interrupted again, as Twitch asked for permission to fire. Sarge, who'd nodded off, dared to wait just in time to hear the frustrated Eldar snap, "Foolish monkey! You cannot shoot me, I'm a—" Then Twitch got tired of waiting, and opened up in full auto. There are times when an inquisitorial agent, military commander, or imperial diplomat will negotiate with one of the hated Xenos, and discover that they really aren't all that bad. Then they wind up working together to fight some common foe, and a sort of polite but distant working relationship based on mutual respect is formed. This was not one of those times. It took the Warlock about 5 tries to finish saying hologram. Twitch kept shooting him every time he started talking. When the demolition trooper finally ran out of ammo, the incredibly frustrated Eldar exploded into a lecture on how holograms work and why it was pointless to shoot them. He was interrupted halfway though as Nubby shot him, turned towards Sarge and reported that "The Xenos appears to be some sort of hologram. I don't think we can shoot him." The Eldar swore in its fancy language and asked Sarge to control his ape creature, whereupon Twitch finished reloading and shot him again, while Nubby loudly told Sarge that the Xenos was getting pissy. Things only went downhill from there. The Warlock was an arrogant bastard. He tried to order us around, but none of us had even the slightest intention of returning to our wretched vessel, or leaving matters beyond our comprehension to our betters. The diplomatic breakdown was total. On our side of the table, Amy had a serious axe to grind, Nubby was just Nubby, Sarge's shoulders hurt like a bitch, and everyone else just didn't give a shit. As for the Warlock, he loudly declares to be idiot children playing with deadly weapons, both personally and as a race. The Elder had probably intended to either use his moral superiority to get us to leave his ship, or cut some sort of deal with us. The problem was that he kept getting bogged down in pointless arguments, petty insults, and fits of frustrated anger. Everyone, even Fumbles, was doing something that might as well have been scientifically designed to outrage the pretty Xenos. To start with, Tink didn't even try to hide the fact that he was stealing the Elder's shuttle, and occasionally asked him what a specific button did. Amy only spoke when she thought of something particularly scathing to say, and while Twitch eventually stopped shooting the hologram, he'd occasionally interrupt the Warlock to insert his own rather unique theories into the conversation. Fumbles, who was immediately acting on Nubby's orders, doodled on the captive fish-headed Xenos. This caused a surprising amount of anger in the Warlock, despite how good the mustache and monocle he drew looked. All of that was relatively minor compared to Nubby and Sarge, though. Nubby, for reasons beyond all logic, had appointed himself as the Warlock's translator. He shouted down or shot the holographic Xenos at the end of almost every sentence, then relayed his personal interpretation to Sarge. Our fearless leader took an evil delight in how much this annoyed the Eldar, and started only responding to Nubby's translations. It was childish, antagonistic, incredibly unprofessional, and all according to a plan so devious that none of us even realised we were part of it. Well, at least Sarge claimed it was his plan afterwards, and no one was in any position to argue with the results. In his most cunning of minds, Sarge figured that the Warlock had us incredibly outclassed when it came to diplomacy. The only person on our team that stood even a chance of holding their own was the old diplomat adept back on the ship. With the cop boys monitoring the comms, bringing him in was out of the question. Therefore, the only way we could possibly come out ahead in a negotiation with an Eldar, who probably had hundreds of years of experience talking circles around Inquisitors and the like, was to drag him down to our level. Now, the brilliance of Sarge's plan didn't end there. In addition to keeping the Eldar off balance, the behaviour of the more eccentric members of our squad acted as a time-bound distraction for both Tink and the other teams. Every second the Warlock spent screaming at us in incoherent rage was a second where he wasn't leading an attack on our shuttle or sniping anyone in the station. Admittedly, neither group was actually accomplishing anything useful up at that time. Tink had found 13 different controls for the shuttle's lights, and last we'd heard the other teams, they were still killing endless waves of servitors, but they did have it. The incredibly uncivil discussion eventually rolled around to how stupid humanity's fascination with Archaeotech was. Our race's suicidal persistence in trying to keep the current peace from its owners was going to wind up gutting the entire sector's ability to fight off the next wave of Tyranids. On top of that, if we somehow managed to keep it, we'd inevitably wind up destroying ourselves with it. Any sane race would have let the Necrons have it, or at least dropped it on some awkward Tyranid world that no one would miss. Sarge perked up at this piece of actual useful information. Then, when Nubby suggested his cunning new idea to drop the Archaeotech on some awkward Tyranid world that no one would miss, Sarge agreed that it was a good one. The Eldar paused mid-rant to boggle. The incredulous Warlock asked if we were serious. Sensing that the time was right, Sarge told Nubby to shut up, and promised that he was super serious. We didn't want to use the Archaeotech, we didn't want to study the Archaeotech, and we certainly didn't want to fight Necrons. Emperor help us, for the Archaeotech. As far as any of us were concerned, the metal bastards could have the thing. The Eldar sputtered, then asked about 15 different questions, most of which he answered himself. We were obviously too stupid to lie, and we must have already known what the Archaeotech was, otherwise, how did we know to come to this system? Furthermore, despite our appearance and behaviour, we were obviously the ones in charge of the mission. After all, our team was the ones in the shuttle as opposed to fighting servitors on the station. No one corrected these assumptions. The only real question the Eldar had for us was why we wanted the Archaeotech destroyed. According to him, the 5 other Inquisitors and Magi he encountered, then killed, had all lusted after the device like it was mankind's salvation. Sarge nonchalantly suggested that we were just smarter than them. The Warlock shot a pointed look at Nubby, who had a finger jammed up to the second joint in one of his nostrils, then back to Sarge. Our fearless leader shrugged and adjusted that to less ambitious than them. Before anyone else could say anything to push the Warlock back from confused to furious, Sarge made his move. He pointed out how we only wanted to prevent any more planets being wiped out. We agreed with the Eldar. The Archaeotech either needed to be destroyed, turned over to the Necrons, or sent out of Imperial space. So he should just tell us where it was going next and we'd handle the rest. There'd be no working together bullshit. We'd leave as soon as we had our directions, and he'd never have to talk to us again. The Warlock started to say something, then stopped, then started again, then stopped again. Finally he let out a very frustrated sigh and gave us directions to an Imperial world whose governor had just purchased the Archaeotech. The Elder then told us to get off his shuttle, before he ordered his ship to disengage and let the heretics have the system, data records and all. Sarge took a second to ponder this last part of the deal, and asked Tink how things were going. From up in the cockpit, Tink announced for the 20th time that he figured out the controls and would be able to fly us away before anyone could stop us. He triumphantly pressed a few buttons, flipped a switch, and manually connected 2 wires. Once again, the shuttle completely failed to move, and the lights flicked off, then back on. Sarge told the Warlock he could have his shuttle back. Twitch packed up his toys, Fumbles was given a less dangerous pack to use as a helmet, Tink was forcibly pulled out of the cockpit, and Nubby was told to empty his pockets. While everyone else packed up, Sergeant Amy debated the whole tech priest problem. It was eventually decided that there was no way to really hide the Archaeotech's location from them. Luckily, Amy was able to suggest a way to keep the cobboys on our side for the time being. Jim was called to pick us up, and over the monitor channel, Sarge reported the location of the Archaeotech. He also warned everyone that a sizable Heretic fleet was being gathered to seize it before the Mechanicus could confiscate it, so maybe we should try to get there and secure it first. It wasn't very subtle, but hey, neither were we, and the cobboys must have bought it because everyone's shuttles picked them up without any arguing or ultimatums. Everyone was feeling pretty happy about how the mission had went as we left the Eldar shuttle. In a fit of goodwill, Tink even pushed the fish head's limbs into a neat pile and left a note saying which way the second one had been drifting when we last seen it. As Jim and Hannah flew us back to the occurrence border, we looked back at the station we'd never gotten around to boarding. It was looking rather ragged. Its interior probably hadn't been designed to survive pitched fights involving anti-armor energy weaponry, and the star behind it had gotten noticeably larger. We congratulated ourselves on not being stupid enough to board that death trap, and watched the station shrink behind us. Right as it was getting too small to see anymore, there was a neat little firework display. We couldn't be sure, but the explosions seemed to match the locations of all the Heretic shuttles. That probably explained what the Eldar had been up to. Our good moves lasted until Jim landed us in the occurrence border's main shuttle bay. We were the last team back, and the bay was a madhouse full of rushing people and horrible screams. Doc and his girlfriend were running around with their medical team. From the look of it, they had quite a few customers, and Sarge detailed a few of us to lend a hand. Surprisingly, most of the screams weren't coming from Doc's patients. What had at first looked and sounded like a field surgery station turned out to be something weirder. Half a dozen of the senior Cold Boys were clustered together in a far corner of the bay. As we watched, a captive Heretic was brought off of a shuttle by some servitors and dragged into the group of tech priests. There were some very unsettling power tool noises and a lot more screams, and Sarge asked Jim and Hannah what was going on. The two engineers whispered to each other for a while, then said the tech priests were checking the captives for serial numbers. Apparently they could be used to determine which cabal the heretics had come from. From there, the tech priests would research past records of the sort of technology the heretics had access to, giving us a major advantage when it came time to fight their fleet. Sarge pondered the fact that there wasn't actually any heretic fleet. He then weighed that against how the screams seemed to indicate that the cowboys didn't believe in little things like sedation, or killing people before dissecting them. In the end, he decided that this was not his problem, and he really needed a drink, or at least some painkillers for his shoulders. Better yet, a drink and some painkillers, and someone to take his void suit off without him having to move his arms. In the end, he had to settle for just the painkillers. Everything else had to wait until after he talked with the captain, adepts, other interrogators, and whoever the tech priest sent to vaguely threaten everyone. Sarge returned to our quarters hours later, looking like shit and still wearing his void suit. Our first few tries to remove his suit resulted in a lot of yelling, and Nubby getting punted across the room. In the end, Tink wound up just cutting him out while Amy held a bottle of liqueur with a straw in it for him. The gist of the situation was that the Eldar ship had disengaged and vanished after the Heretic shuttles had been destroyed. The Heretic ship hadn't tried to chase us or catch up with the falling station. Instead, it had warped out shortly after the fight ended. The captain couldn't be sure, but it didn't look like he was heading the same direction as us, and the scanners had been clear since we entered the warp ourselves. We were headed towards the coordinates the Elder had given us, which had turned out to be the planet with the shitty governor Saul guy had wanted us to go to. Saul said the other interrogator had been rather bitter over the whole thing, mostly on account of how he'd been shot in the gut twice during the station fight. Battle Axe wasn't in great shape either. They shed a lot of blood fighting off the servitors and capturing 2 heretics for interrogation. Tensions were rather high, due to the way the Tech Priest seized those hard-won prisoners and vivisected them. The Cop Boys were not very apologetic for this, but at least they shared their info on this particular group of heretics with the rest of us. The adepts were chewing through it, and would be putting together some combat plans and stuff like that during the trip. The other info Sarge had relayed from the Warlock hadn't gone over well. To start with, everyone but the Tech Priest had given Sarge grief for not getting the actual details of the Architect from the Eldar. He had very politely told them where they could shove their complaints. They moved on to the matter of who was probably purging planets. The revelation that it was Necrons chasing the Architect, or at least that the Eldar said it was the Necrons, had quietened everyone down. Well, it had been the smart bet in the pool ever since we'd learned this was all about a piece of Architect. Having it confirmed was fairly unpleasant. None of the other teams had fought them before, but between their training and the stories everyone had heard, they didn't need us to tell them that the Necrons were bad news. The captain had reiterated his suggestion that we go somewhere safe and request an entire fleet's worth of backup. Most of us thought that sounded like a great idea. Unfortunately, Sarge and the other interrogators thought otherwise. They believed that if we got there fast enough, we could do something to prevent Necrons from wiping out the planet, and keep the Heretic fleet, which Sar now regretted making up from getting the Architect. Of course, the exact details of what we do were still a bit fuzzy. The interrogators' only good ideas were to either destroy the Architect, or put it somewhere where the Necrons could take it without killing everyone. The Tech Priest had informed everyone that both those options would result in their grisly deaths. The most they'd allow would be for us to set up a perimeter around the Architect and plant a bomb which the ship's head Tech Priest would build and hold the only detonator for. All the interrogators, even Sarge, had wound up agreeing to this. The captain had called them idiots, and since Sarge wasn't in any condition to hit us at the moment, we all agreed. The one saving grace of the interrogators' plan was that, being on the border and all, the planet we were heading towards had a fair-sized PDF and STF. Between that and the detailed intel we could provide, there was a slim chance we could hold off the Necrons until reinforcements arrived, or the Tech Priests stopped being assholes. Emphasis on slim. Once again, we were stuck travelling through the warp, and hoping like hell we'd arrive before everything went point-shaped. At least this time we had a better idea of what was currently happening at our destination. The planet had a branch of the Telepathica, and our astropath was able to keep tabs on the situation. The Adepts and other teams spent a lot of time sending messages back and forth, looking for clues about where the Architect was and all that. We didn't trouble ourselves with any of that. Someone would tell if they found something important. For the time being, we had other stuff to do. Aside from the usual planning bullshit that Sarge had to put up with, we were able to dedicate our full efforts to some very important projects. Okay, well, one important project, a less important minor one, and a bit of entrepreneuring. The less important one was replacing Sarge's lasgun. When the Xenos, which the Adepts had told us were called a Wraithguard, not a fishhead, had disarmed him, it had bent his lasgun like a banana. Since fruit-shaped weapons tend to not work well, and Amy's pulse rifle had performed so awesomely, Tink put all his effort into converting a Tau carbine for Sarge's use. Everyone else was moderately jealous. The other side project was, of course, Nubby's continual quest not to lose quite a lot of money in the betting pool. Fumbles revealed to the rest of us that during our last bit of travel time, they tracked down the only 3 people who bet on the Necrons, then persuaded them to retract those bets. All that was left to do was convince the ship's quartermaster, who was the one actually holding the money and tracking the bets, to allow the withdrawal. Once that was done, there'd be no winning bets, and the money would surely default back to everyone. We left Nubby to his little plot, which seemed to revolve around getting some incriminating pictures of the quartermaster. We'd be getting our money back too, after all. So, aside from that little stuff, all of our effort was put into the big important projects, Operation Screw Everyone Else Over Before They Screw Us. Now this may sound like the default state we operated in, but this was a much more concerted effort than our usual paranoia and misanthropy. Our force was almost entirely on 2 parties, the Tech Priests and the Warlock. Now it's obvious why we felt the need to plot against the Cult Boys with them acting nuttier than Skrull shit and all, but that Eldar part might need some explanation. See, it is in the very nature of Eldar to dick honest, hard-working Guardsmen over. They probably tell each other stories of great Eldar heroes who use their magical Xenos powers for absolutely nothing but being a colossal dick. Based on this single concrete fact about his basic nature, we knew that the Warlock would A. show up at the planet, B. try and use us to destroy the Architect, C. proceeded to dick us over as hard as he possibly could the second we were no longer useful. This may be a lot to infer from a single piece of racism, but it was backed up by our personal experience with the Warlock. When we'd been talking with him over the Hollow-What's-It, we got the distinct impression that he didn't like us for some reason. There was a sure sign of a dickish personality. Anyway, the project was mostly prep work, and the first step was securing allies. Jim and Hannah had been decent to us, but that whole thing about possibly following orders to leave us to die was bad and needed fixing. To that end, both Jim and Hannah were invited down to our quarters, then locked in and treated to a class on ethics by our resident expert, Nubby. Don't laugh. This wasn't a class on any of those sissy do unto others as you would have them do unto you ethics. This was a class on Guardsmen ethics, which tend to only go so far as do unto others, and Nubby knew those by heart. He and Doc, as what you might call the friendliest and most persuasive members of our little group, were assisted by the ever-loyal Fumbles in teaching Camaraderie 101 to Jim and Hannah. The two junior tech priests were educated in why it is important to stick with your mates, when and when not to follow the rules and regs, why you should never trust anyone over the rank of sergeant. They also got a special bonus course on why killing your close personal friends because a crazy priest told you is a very bad thing. By the end, both NGCs were thinking like proper guardsmen, and gave us all the vital information we needed for the rest of our project. Specifically, how the tech priests would probably monitor us, what sort of bomb they'd be giving us to plant, and where it and its detonator were being built. From there, it was Twitch and Tink's show. Twitch was far too excited about his part of the plan. Not because he got to blow up people who annoyed him. Sarge had vetoed mining the priest's quarters on account of how he wanted to still have a ship after the mission, but because he got to play with the biggest bomb he'd ever seen. Now, when I say biggest, I don't mean its size, I mean its yield. The first time Twitch made his way through the vents where the priests were putting the bomb together, he'd wound up needing a new pair of pants. They were giving us a backpack nuke. It's been said, mostly by Guardsmen, that the final step of becoming a full tech priest involves having the common sense part of your brain pulled out and replaced with a little box of screws. In our opinion, the fact that they were giving us a nuclear weapon pretty much proved that. Of course, they thought that they'd be the ones controlling it. They probably sniggered to each other about how frustrated and scared we'd be, not being able to set off the bomb after planting it, and not knowing if they'd remotely detonate it while we're in the blast radius. Still, though it was a titanically bad idea, I mean even ignoring how much trouble we were able to cause with conventional explosives, we had a demolitions expert and what could loosely be called a technical expert on our squad. The second we were out of their line of sight, we were going to crack that puppy open and rewire the detonator. So, Tink and Twitch spent their time spying on the bomb's construction and planning how they rewire it and jam the cobboy's bugs. Meanwhile, the job of putting together a plan to screw over the Eldar fell to Amy and Doc, largely because they were willing to do what the rest of us were not: sit through tedious lectures on xenopsychology from the adepts. Unfortunately, we didn't know exactly what the Warlock was going to do, only that dickishness would inevitably be involved. This meant that Doc and Amy could only come up with sort of general plans, but they still did a very good job of it. A bunch of contingencies were prepared for, a few simple strategies were mapped out, and practiced by our entire team, and Amy came up with a rather nasty idea for forcing the Warlock to behave if we ever saw him in person. Doc quietly told the rest of us that he was glad not to be the evil mastermind this time around, and recommended we never antagonize the markswoman. When we finally came out of warp at the border world, we felt ready for anything. Unfortunately, it turned out that the other teams and adepts weren't nearly as awesome as us. Not only had they failed to pin down the location of the architect for us, they'd also been unable to confirm that it was even in the system. Sure, a quarter of them had died fighting on the station, and half the survivors were still being tended to by Doc and his girl, and they'd only been able to do their research via discreet astropathic questioning and a few out-of-date field reports. Still, though, we'd expected better of them. I mean, a little professionalism and work ethic isn't much to ask, is it? It was going to be so damn embarrassing if it turned out the Elder had been lying to us. We sat on the ship for a few days, twiddling our thumbs and getting more and more worried while the other teams went down and made some discreet inquiries. Sarge and the adepts helped them out, but the rest of us pretty much stayed in orbit and waited for the word go. Luckily, from our perspective, they met with enough resistance from the local government and AdMech priesthood to practically prove the architect was there somewhere. Probably the only reason that no one tried to kill our investigators was the constant stream of ships pouring into the system at our request for reinforcements. Most of them were little navigatorless armed merchantmen, but there were a few escort-class vessels, and the captain said our odds in a naval battle were definitely looking up. Still though, from what we overheard, the locals were some seriously uncooperative people, No one would admit to anything, even when the interrogators started flashing their junior rosettes around. That changed abruptly when every astropath and navigator in the system reported a fleet approaching through the warp. While the incoming fleet was great for our investigation, it was also rather confusing. The only thing anyone knew for certain about how Necrons got their ships around was that they didn't use the warp. Of course, everyone else said it was the Heretech fleet, but we knew better, and spent a lot of time pondering what was actually coming. Honestly, it got very annoying telling everyone it wouldn't be a Heretech fleet, and then not being able to say why. Sarge finally snapped during the final big meeting, and just told everyone he'd made the fleet up to keep the tech priests in line. There was a lot of arguing and shouting after that, but luckily no mass servitor uprisings. Of course, about 5 minutes after he said that, a large group of what were unmistakably Heretech vessels came out of the warp and demanded the surrender of all technology within the system. Everyone was too busy for much recrimination, but the captain did spare a few seconds to congratulate Sarge on being psychic. With the arrival of the Heretech fleet, everything started happening at once. Sword Guy, who was still too injured to help much in combat, transferred over to the largest friendly ship in system and started organising the overall command of the fleet we'd been hobbling together. Armed with the intel provided by our ship's priests about the Heretech's probable armament and strategy, he was confident that he could keep the hostile fleet away from the planet for at least a day or two. Down on the planet, Battleaxe, who'd been leading the investigation, who was approached by several local nobles who had a change of heart. The planet's nobles sold out their governor and put their forces at Battleaxe's command. The basic story they gave us was that the planetary governor had purchased the piece of archaeotech and a team of scientists from a rogue trader. The device itself wasn't being used for anything, and they didn't actually know what it was, but the technology being reverse engineered from it was supposed to turn their little SDF fleet into the most powerful space force this side of Battlefleet Ultima. They were patriots, see. It had all been for the good of their world, and by extension the Imperium. The governor had told them all that within 5 years they'd be completely secure against any tower aggression or Tyranid splinter fleets. In 10, their shipyards would be the envy of every forge world. In 20, they'd personally control all space shipping from there to the Damocles Gulf. And by the end of the century, the Administrator would need to make a whole new sector, just to contain the worlds they'd use their fleet to colonize and take back from the Tau. Quite the statement, but every tech priest and veteran voidsman they sent to look at the thing had confirmed it. So they'd all signed on, even knowing that some Xenos force was chasing the archaeotech and would need to be fought off. They were confident in the size of their defense forces, they said. All those other worlds that had been wiped out were little undefended backwaters, they said. It was worth a gamble, they said. But now that they saw the size of the Heretech fleet and the Inquisition was at the door, they were singing a different tune. Up in our shuttle, we were listening in to the whole spiel as we dropped towards the manufactorum they'd fingered. Everyone but Jim and Hannah, who were locked in the cockpit and keeping to themselves, speculating on just what sort of superweapon they'd found. If it really was such a big game changer, it'd be a shame to just blow it to little radioactive pieces. We were still going to do it, of course. Aside from the whole thing where it was a heretical piece of archaeotech with the potential to drive the Mechanist to schism, you couldn't carry a nuke all the way down to a planet and not set it off. It's just not allowed. Anyway, as we went to go blow up the archaeotech, Battleaxe was organising a coup. She and her half-strength team would handle capturing the planetary governor and securing a temporary government with the help of most of the Nob's regiments. She wasn't hogging all the support troops, though. A sizable force had been stationed in the manufactorum where the architect was located, and she sent them to lend us a hand. Well, actually, it was more of a case of us lending them a hand. They had a lot less travel time than us, and we saw nothing wrong with them handling most of the grunt work. So our little 8-man force came down outside the manufactorum after several hundred PDF yahoos had spent about an hour shooting the place all to hell. They may not have been quite as professional as leading some sort of high-precision strike force, but the important thing is that the place was clear and none of us had gotten shot in the process. Whole lot of PDF had, though. The place was a mess. That's what happens when you're dumb enough to try to rush fortified positions. Poor dumb guard wannabes. Per our orders, the PDF had stayed out of the semi-secret basement where the architect was located. They just swept the upper building, which had been defended by a few of the governor's men, and as well as a surprisingly large number of servitors. The servitors worried us at first, since the heretics weren't supposed to be anywhere near close enough to shuttle or teleport force down. Thankfully, when Jim and Hannah came over to take a look, they said the servitors didn't have any recognizable heretic markings. That was a load off our minds, and we followed some PDF general over to the basement entrance. Surprisingly, Jim and Hannah both tagged along instead of returning to their shuttle. Sarge weighed the pros and cons of having 2 cogboys around. We went to blow up some piece of really cool tech, then decided to trust them. The Engiseers fell in behind Twitch, who was lugging a rather heavy backpack, containing a large metal cylinder with an unnecessary amount of ornamentation on its surface. The bomb did not have any exterior controls, readouts, or anything aside from what Jim told us were etchings of holy scenes and prayers written in binary. It looked like a drum for storing holy water more than anything. It was about the right size and weight. We'd had to scrounge a grav plate and clamp it to the bottom for anyone but Sarge to be able to carry the thing. Presumably, the whole reason for the bomb's odd design was that there was no exposed controls for us to muck around with, and no way to see inside. It should have stopped anyone who wasn't entirely suicidal from trying to go in and rewire its detonator, but Twitch had the thing cut open within 10 minutes of our shuttle's departure. Now the nuke's top was held on with duct tape, its remote control was hooked up to a novelty noisemaker, and the only way to set it off was using the detonator Sarge was carrying. After a rather unpleasant walk through the corpse-filled building, we reached the entrance to the underground lab where the architect was stored. We stood around the intimidating entrance for a while, wondering just what sort of defences were waiting down there, and if it would do any harm to send a few squads of PDF down first. Our little debate was interrupted by a call from the captain, who warned us that the fleet engagement had started and that, inexplicably, all astropathic communication was being blocked. Jim blanched at hearing that second part, and told the rest of us that the heretics didn't have a way to do that. The Necrons were here. Confirmation arrived in the form of a few dozen green lightning storms outside the windows. They weren't violent enough to be an orbital bombardment and faded quickly, but they left behind some very ominous glowing clouds. Tink went over to a window and ratcheted up the zoom in his goggles. They went pale. I recommended that we blow up the Architect right now. There wasn't time to fool around with sending scouts down there, and anyway, the PDF would need all the men they had to fight off the millions of metal insects that had just teleported into the atmosphere. We didn't need telling twice and practically sprinted into the basement, only stopping to advise the PDF General to conserve ammo, and save the last round for himself. Twitch and Fumbles went first to check for traps or ambushes. Sarge tried to take the nuke from Twitch before he took point, but the demolitions trooper flatly refused. He claimed the bomb was his now, and he'd be damned if anyone would take it from him. Anyway, he said it wasn't getting in his way, and it actually helped him concentrate. Just carrying it made him feel all warm and fuzzy inside, he said. The rest of us thought that sounded like it was leaking radiation, but didn't push the issue. Aside from a few traps, which Twitch easily disarmed, the stairs down weren't defended by anyone. Either they'd all fought and died on the surface, or they'd fallen back to the big room at the bottom of the stairs. We all bet on the latter and formed up to breach the final door. The charge went off, flashes were tossed, and we all rushed in with weapons raised. Then we all sheepishly walked down the empty hallway to what was actually the final door, and did all that again. This time a hail of las fire poured at us as we scrambled to find cover in a very large room. Luckily, in addition to being very large, the room was littered with all sorts of conduits, machinery, and inexplicably chest-high walls. Through a combination of luck and skill, we all managed to find something solid to hide behind, and started trading fire with what looked to be 5 tech priests. Originally we'd had some vague plan that Tink would find where in the room the Architect was, and Twitch would plant the bomb while the rest of us held off the defenders, but that didn't turn out to be necessary. For one thing, it was easy to see where the Architect was. A massive opaque shield took up the rear half of the room. For another, the tech priests didn't need to be held off, they were pathetic. These guys weren't anything like the sort of mechanical combat monstrosities we'd expected. They were just relatively normal tech priests with las pistols. They holed up behind some ineffective cover and we picked them off one by one while Jim and Hannah made a half-hearted attempt to negotiate their surrender. There was just one of the tech priests left, and we were arguing over whether to try and take him alive so we could deactivate the shield. Then we all heard a metal stomping sound, and something that looked like a cross between a dreadnought, a necron, and a metal squid came around the edge of the shield. That description really doesn't do the mental monstrosity justice. Start by imagining a dreadnought made of that weird metal that the Tau used for everything. You know, the tan stuff. Now replace his arms with a pair of those green tube necron weapons, the kind that shoot the lightning that evaporates whatever it hits. Finally, imagine that, instead of it having an armoured front plate protecting a dead hero of the Imperium, it has this writhing ball of mechanitorites, and somewhere in the middle is a crazy tech priest screaming in binary. We were so incredibly screwed, it was almost funny. We'd been expecting something worse than a few schmucks with las pistols, but for once our cynicalism and paranoia had been insufficient. We all just stared for a second as the thing stomped towards us, almost absentmindedly Amy headshotted the last wimpy tech priest. Then the green tube started charging up, and Sarge screamed at everyone to pop smoke and scatter. Cover wasn't going to do shit against those necron beams. As the room filled with smoke, the beams started lancing out and leaving big empty gouges in the floor. Operating pretty much independently, everyone started readying what anti-armor equipment they had. Sarge started the show by peeking through the edge of the smoke, noticing he was behind the dreadnought, and activating the special rangefinder dealie on his totally not a tower pulse carbine. To everyone but Tink's surprise, it worked perfectly. He and Amy suddenly had the location of the dreadnought displayed on their goggles and scope respectively. 2 balls of plasma, one big and fat, the other small and fast, flew out of the smoke. They both hit the dreadnought in the massive mechaniterites that passed through its torso, but only managed to burn a few of the tentacles off. The dreadnought aimed down the gaps in the smoke the shots had left, and returned fire. Tink was away before his shot even hit, but Amy wasn't as quick, and her world went green. None of us were in position to see what happened, but Amy screamed like a stuck grox, and flooded the comm channel with an incredible stream of curses. We took that as a sign that she'd live and concentrated on the fight. Not having fancy targeting toys, Nubby and Tink had to find gaps in the smoke to make their attacks through. Nubby hung back and put some well-aimed last shots into the dreadnought, causing it to stomp towards him, while Twitch darted forward with a dead pack. Sarge groaned when he saw Twitch sprint out of the smoke with the nuke still strapped to his back, then nearly had a heart attack when one of the dreadnought's weapons swiveled towards the Demolitionist Trooper. Thinking quickly, he activated his auxiliary grenade launcher and fired a towel flash grenade between Twitch and the dreadnought. The dreadnought's beam missed Twitch's nuclear backpack by centimeters, and a blinded trooper slammed helmet first into one of its legs. Now stunned as well as blind, Twitch staggered around for a second, then suddenly disappeared as Fumble stuck his head out of the smoke. The dreadnought stomped around for a second trying to find Twitch, but quickly gave up and returned to chasing Nubby, as another hail of last shots hit it. Sarge confirmed that Twitch was still alive, then ran off into the smoke to emulate Nubby's hit-and-run harassment. While everyone else was running and shooting, Tink sat still and waited for his plasma gun to recharge. As he waited, he noticed Sarge wasn't marking the target anymore, and sent Spot out to keep an eye on things. Thanks to the drone's vid feed, he was the first of us to notice that the dreadnought was slowing down a little. Initially, he put it down to some sort of battle damage, but then he spotted the familiar-looking skulls flying above the smoke. As he watched one of them darted down and attach itself next to 2 others on the dreadnought's back, causing it to slow down a little more. Jim and Hannah's skull saved all of our lives, as we pulled ourselves back together. None of us were sure exactly what they were doing, and the engineers seemed too busy to explain, but the dreadnought got slower and more inaccurate with each passing second. Everyone stayed back and peppered it with las and plasma, forcing it to constantly stomp around hunting for us. It was looking like we'd be able to wear the thing down, especially once Amy had gotten back into the fight. Then the tech priest caught on. He let out an incredibly pissed-sounding scream, and his mechaniterites started ripping the skulls off his back. He caught on to our only real trick, but he was distracted. It was time to do or die. Twitch shared some dead packs with Sarge, Fumbles cloaked them both, and they ran in. It probably would have worked, but it wound up not having to. When the sprinters were halfway to the dreadnought, his mechaniterites started bursting apart with little flashes of light. A few seconds later, the flashes were followed by a very familiar las cannon beam, one of those hell orbs. Finally, a blast of raw psychic energy came out of the smoke and slammed right into the middle of the dreadnought's tentacle face. That was apparently the thing's limit. It let out a sound like a blender with a rock in it, powered down, and tumbled backwards. The warlock swept up to the smoke with 2 of his Wraith Guards in tow. The one with the weird hell gun set about methodically sucking pieces of the dreadnought into the warp gate, while the other didn't quite aim his las cannon at us. The warlock walked up to Sarge, congratulated him on holding out for so long, then apologised for not arriving sooner. He'd had important matters to take care of. Sarge didn't deck the smug bastard, but it was a near thing. Given that the warlock was there in person and had a pair of Wraith Guards with him, we were much more polite this time. Sarge made an attempt at diplomatic small talk while the rest of us formed up and took stock. Mostly we were just bruised, exhausted and low on ammo. Amy was the only one of us who'd taken an actual hit. When Jim and Hannah helped her through the smoke, conversation stopped for a second as everyone stared. Her hair and helmet had been given, you might call a reverse mohawk. The Necron beam had been a millimetre from taking the top of her head off. Everyone quickly found something else to look at, specifically the other figures coming through the smoke. The Warlock's Rangers were practically dragging 2 short figures. One we all recognised as a Tau Earthcast, but the other looked like a monkey that someone had been testing augments on. The Tau was frantic, and when he saw us, he started babbling at us in Gothic. He'd been kidnapped, which was illegal, then enslaved, which was doubly illegal, then forced to work with all sorts of mentally unstable people, and now he was kidnapped again and he just wanted to go home. Sarge digested this for a second, then shot a confused look at the Warlock.
He said that Tau was the last of the Architect science team, and ordered him to deactivate the shield. We all followed the Tau scientist to a cogitator station, listening to a steady list of complaints away. The monkey remained silent, but tried to bite the ranger holding it a few times. Once at the station, the Tau pressed a few buttons and asked Sarge to flip a heavy-looking lever. The shield vanished with a loud crack and revealed the Architect that had caused all this trouble. Jim and Hannah fell to their knees in awe, while everyone else stared. Then Nubby swore loudly. Twitch started laughing, and Sarge facepalmed. Tink peeked out from the back of the group and turned to Amy. Huh. Looks like a Necron ship. Wonder how the hell they got that. We checked, just to be sure. There was a slim possibility that someone else had gotten their hands on a damaged Necron vessel. It didn't have to be the one we gave to a rogue trader in exchange for some fire support. The whole entire bloody mess, from the empty world to the damn heretic fleet above us, didn't have to be the result of us cutting a quick deal to save our skins. This didn't have to be our fault. It was, of course. We could see the spot where we melted our way in, and the words "Nubby was here" glared damningly at us from inside the ship's open door. This was probably going to go down in some inquisitorial history book as the most colossal scrub ever performed by a bunch of low-level grunts. I mean, concentrators typically have to work for years to achieve this sort of mess. We managed to achieve it in just a few minutes of panic bargaining. Oak, or maybe even the Lord Inquisitor himself, was going to nail our ears to the wall and peel our skin off with a dull spoon over this. Assuming we survive the current mess, that is. Amy, Tink, and the rest of the team caught on to what was going on in a few seconds. They'd heard that story more than a few times. The Eldar didn't get it, though, and just stared at us as we all alternated between swears, moans, and hysterical laughter. Eventually the Warlock got frustrated trying to piece things together, and demanded an explanation from Sarge. Our fearless leader was obviously not thinking clearly, because in a fit of retardation he told the Xenos the truth. Oh boy was he pissed. The lecture we got was a nice preview of the one we'd inevitably get when we made our end of mission report. The word incompetent was used at least 30 times, and it was amazing how many synonyms for idiot the Warlock could think up. It was quite embarrassing, but the sheer grating annoyance of being lectured by the smug Xenos bastard eventually brought us back to reality. The lecture ended with a wail of, "Do you know how much time and life you've wasted with your stupidity?" Which Sarge sourly countered with, "Oh, shut up, we're Guardsmen. Wasting time and life is practically our job description." While the Warlock searched for more words to express his outrage, Sarge ordered the rest of us to secure the ship, and asked the Warlock what his plan for sorting all this out was. Sarge and the Elder argued over whether the heretics and Necrons would leave the system if we just blew the ship up. While they did this, the rest of us took the Tau prisoner and inspected the ship. It had changed a lot since we'd last seen it. The place was practically filled with things that looked like a hybrid of Tau and Imperial tech. Jim and Hannah snapped out of the religious daze they'd been in, and after a bit of outrage about how heretical everything was, started asking the terrified scientist questions. Playing tour guy seemed to calm the Tau down immensely. He led the tech priests around the ship with Tink tagging along and asking annoying questions. They were given a completely incomprehensible summary of how the scientists had merged Tau, Imperial, and Dracaro tech into something that could interface with Necron systems. Supposing that lets them reverse engineer pieces of the tech and make their own versions or something. It was pretty much impossible to follow. While the nurse babbled about how this was the greatest scientific advancement in centuries, Twitch and Nubby went to find a place to plant the nuke and blow it all up. There's probably something deep and philosophical you could say about that, but we were Guardsmen. We had a really big bomb, and damned if we weren't going to use it. Twitch slid the actual go-boom part of the bomb out of its decorative cylinder and crammed it in an outerwear crevice. He was literally vibrating with excitement as he taped the thing into place and armed it. Outside, Amy and Fumbles watched Sarge's back as he brainstormed with the Eldar, and over the secure comm, Tink and Jim had rigged the adepts. It was a rather tense situation, especially when the senior tech priest started repeatedly trying to call Sarge's main comm. Luckily, everything stayed subcritical, and a plan was formed. The ship had to be destroyed, of course, as did the facility and any nodes. The problem was that neither the Necrons or the heretics were likely to leave the system until they checked the planet over themselves. Since that checking would doubtless involve the death by a scout swarm or demonic machine of everyone on the planet, that wasn't an ideal solution. For while they toyed with the idea of taking the ship, which the scientists had gone flying again, and running, the theory was that the Necrons and heretics would follow it and leave the planet alone. But the Eldar pointed out the vessel wasn't warp capable, and the Necrons would catch anything that was. Really, the only way to save the planet was to somehow stall the attackers until reinforcements arrived, or get them in a fight with each other. To this end, Sarge suggested just giving the ship to the heretics, with the experimental Tau tech on it mined, but the nuke left out. This was vetoed by the Warlock as well as Jim and Hannah. Finally, after a little debate, an even more suicidal plan was agreed on. The ship would be flown between the Heretic fleet and the region of space where the Eldar said the Necrons were hiding. When both fleets closed on the prize, the ship's teleportation jammers would be dropped, and the Necrons would be forced to kill all the Heretics in case they ported something off the ship. If somehow the Heretics looked like they'd win, the nuke would be detonated. The only questions left were who would detonate the nuke, who would crew the ship, and what would happen to the crew when the teleportation jammer went down. The Warlock promised that if we crewed the ship with the Tau scientist, his vessel would follow us at maximum teleportation range. The jammer would go down, we'd arm the mines, and then we'd port out and he'd carry us to safety on the only ship in the system fast and stealthy enough to survive the ensuing melee. For trust reasons, the nuke's detonator would be left in our hands, but also put on the timer in case something went wrong. Sarge eventually agreed. Everyone sprang into action. The nerdy members of the team went back aboard with the Tau scientist to prep the ship for its last flight. The Warlock ordered his men to rig their own charges in the lab then. The second the Tau scientist was out of sight, and without the slightest hesitation, decapitated the captive augmentic monkey. Amy put in a courtesy call to the PDF upstairs, who were surprisingly still alive, telling them to bug out if they could. Finally, Sarge called the captain and other interrogators to fill them in on the plan. The tech priest must have been listening in too, because the little noisemaker we had their remote nuke detonator hooked up to went off halfway through the conversation. Sarge called the cowboys assholes and promised everyone else it would work out. He then got a final sit rep with the rest of us and walked over to where the Eldar was cleaning his sword. Sarge gave the Xenos his best parade ground salute, then thanked him for agreeing to teleport us out to the ship. The burly non-com held out his hand, and after an awkward pause, the Warlock sheathed his sword and took it. Looking Sarge right in the eyes and saying it was the least he could do, the Xenos shook his hand. Inside that stupid helmet, he was probably grinning ear to ear about how clever he was, and how the annoying Guardsmen would finally be getting what they had coming. Imagine how the Xenos bastard's expression must have changed when Sarge's grip tightened and dragged him forward. The final stage of Operation Screw Everyone Else Over before they screwed us was beautiful. Sarge and the Warlock both staggered backwards as Nubby darted forward and Tink pulled a lever. Before any of the other Xenos could do a thing, the ship's shields sprang back up and cut them off from their leader. The Warlock's sword hand was locked in Sarge's grip, but his eyes started glowing and sparks appeared around his offhand. This was interrupted by a sticky-sounding thunk as Nubby slapped a det pack onto his chest, right over the shiny-looking gem that sat in the middle of his armor. The Xenos went stock still, hypnotized by either the blinking light on the charge, or the way Nubby was waving a dead man's detonator over his head and cackling. Sarge released the Warlock's hand, stepped backwards, and formally welcomed him to the ship's crew. He managed to get through the whole speech without cracking a smile, but behind him, Amy and Nubby were grinning wide enough to swallow an entire sewer's worth of shit. He wrapped the speech up with a little warning about what would happen if anything cut the comm connection to the pack's detonator, then advised the Xenos to come aboard and start arranging our exit strategy. The Eldar glared at everyone for a while, then stalked into the ship while swearing and promising vengeance under his breath. Sarge clapped him on the back with a hearty, "That's the spirit, son," and followed him in. So no shit, there we were, on a Necron ship being piloted by a terrified Tau scientist, flying out to start a fight between a Heretic fleet and a Necron extermination force, with our only chance of survival resting on an Eldar Warlock who'd we'd taken hostage by gluing a det back to his spirit gem. Gotta say this for Life in the Inquisition. It may be absolutely insane, but it makes for some great stories. Our flight up to orbit was less interesting than you'd think. We didn't have any windows to see the massive swarm of Necrom scarabs we were flying through. Mostly we ran around placing all of Twitch's det packs and helping the Tau keep all the dual-rig systems running. The little guy was terrified to the point of gibbering by the situation, and Fumbles was put on duty behind him, pumping a constant stream of positive mental energy, or whatever. Sarge took the detonator from Nubby and hung out with Amy and the Warlock, and ironed out the last little pieces of the plan, like when the Imperial fleet would disengage, and how the teleporting would actually work. The Eldar seemed to have accepted that all he had to do to get out of the situation in one piece was not to be a dick. This was probably very hard for him, dickishness being in the nature of Eldar and all, but aside from being a little surly, he was coping. In fact, spirits were high all around after Fumbles calmed the Tower down. The only people who seemed to be unsure about the plan were Jim, Hannah, and Tink. The techies were all rather torn by the way we're about to destroy a techno-magical marvel, and the fact that the Eldar flatly refused to allow the Tau to live. The Warlock held that the fact that we felt sorry for him was immaterial. He would have to stay and keep flying evasively while we ported out. A mine would be placed on his seat to ensure he didn't fall into enemy hands. Sarge pointedly ignored the mutinous looks, and whispering this statement generated. It took an amazingly short amount of time to reach the edge of the fleet engagement. Necron ships are ludicrously fast. As we edged around the Imperial fleet, some final preparations were made. There was going to be a brief period of time between when the ship's teleport jammer went down, and when the Eldar vessel would be able to get us out of there, because science or something. That meant we'd have to fort up together in the fancy pad thingy, and hold off whatever ported in, then activate the mines and nukes timer right as we ported out. So barricades were constructed and lines of fire were cleared, while Sarge went over the ship's big Vox station and opened up a general channel. Sarge, loudly, jovially even, announced that the Architect was right here and the heretics could bloody well have it if they could catch him. He panned the vid feed around a little, then to really sell things, walked over to the Tau scientist and asked him to say hi to the crazy metal men. Both groups of them. The Tau let out sort of a high-pitched wheezing sound and tried to slap the recorder away. Sarge laughed and reminded everyone that this was the last surviving scientist that had been studying the ship. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, folks. Then he cut the feed, but left the transmitter on so everyone could find us. We were all watching on the ship's hollow thing, and it was surreal how the Heretech fleet shifted. Every single vessel turned as one, ignoring the Imperial ships and burning towards us at maximum speed. Simultaneously, a section of empty space on our opposite side filled with little moon-shaped ships, and a larger one that looked sort of like a fork. They were farther away, but started closing the gap with incredible speed. All of us who'd been laughing at Sarge's little speech went silent and watched as they closed on us like two sets of teeth. Keeping the balance between the two incoming fleets was tricky, but the Tau scientist and his assistants managed it. As they closed, it got harder and harder to dodge incoming fire, and the shields started soaking shots, and we all watched the timer until both heretics were in teleportation range carefully. Everyone had their own little nervous reactions as the enemy closed, ranging from Amy repeatedly checking her weapon to Jim and Hannah praying. Sarge took special note of the way Tink was hugging his drone like a teddy bear, and how Twitch kept filling with the empty nuke case, which he was keeping for sentimental reasons. The Warlock signaled it was time to fall back to the teleporter, and personally placed the miner on the back of the Tau seat. As he did it, he leaned in and told the poor sucker to be careful to stay in his seat, so the Eldar ship's teleporter could lock onto him. Seriously, Eldar are dicks. Everyone slowly filled out after the Eldar to where the actual teleportation would be happening. Ting, Twitch and Fumbles brought up the rear, the techie was crying, and Fumbles was radiating waves of misery as well. Sarge carefully ignored them, but the Warlock spared a second to tell them they were pathetic and to ask Fumbles to control his aura. It was making it hard for him to focus his own powers. Fumbles flicked him off. When the timer hit 0, Twitch activated his time detonators and Jim did something. The entire ship immediately filled with crackling electricity and a wave of pressure that nearly deafened us. What ported in was horrific. The dreadnought thing we fought down in the lab had nothing on these guys. They were like the Skitari that accompanied the Titan legions crossed with demons. There was metal and flesh and guns and claws of way more tentacles than anyone should ever have to see in one place. We all froze for a second. Then before we could fire, the second wave arrived. The Necron's teleporter seemed a little smoother than Heretek's. There wasn't any lightning or pressure, just a flash of green light. Then the ship was completely packed with metal skeletons, giant clawed metal worm things, and a few thousand scarabs. We all heard a tinny screaming from the Tau. Then the explosives started going off. Everywhere except for our little 3-meter pad exploded into violence. There are words to probably describe what we saw around in that ship, as we waited for the teleporter to activate. We all held our fire and just stared into the maelstrom around us, trying to pick up what was an actual threat and what wasn't. At first it looked like everything was just going to ignore us, we were too minor to pay any attention to. Then a single skeleton, taller and fancier looking than the others, stepped right through our barricades and raised a glowing green staff over its head. 3 lasguns, 3 plasma weapons, 2 psychic attacks, and a pair of service skulls slammed into his face. The boss Krong rocked back and a literal wave of scarabs rushed over him, absorbing our follow-up barrages. His staff swept downwards and was just barely deflected by the Warlock's fancy sword. The Eldar managed to deflect 2 more surprisingly fast blows from the Necron's power staff, while the rest of us poured as much fire as we could into it. Then the world went white and everything around the edges of the platform disappeared. That had been the first teleportation any of us were part of, and honestly it wasn't nearly as bad as everyone made it out to be. There was no muss, no fuss, and no screaming demonic voices accompanied by lightning bolts. Just 1 second here, next second there. That was probably because it was a Xenos teleporter though. Anyway, the first thing we noticed upon arrival was that the Maelstrom of Violence had been replaced by an equally unsettling army of Eldar. The boss Kron looked around for a second, obviously didn't like the odds, then vanished in another flash of green, leaving behind a few dozen scarabs. We very carefully shot these, making sure not to raise our weapons high enough to threaten any of our nice new hosts. The Warlock breathed a sigh of relief and barked some orders in pointy ear-speak. He then turned back and asked us to hand over the detonator and remain on the pad until we reached teleportation range of an Imperial vessel. Sarge kept his grip on the detonator and suggested that our arrival had damaged the teleporter, possibly in such a way that it would port us all into the void instead of a vessel. All in all, he preferred to hand over the detonator after a shuttle ride to the occurrence border. The Eldar muttered something that sounded like lucky guess, waved the soldiers away, and started leading us through the fancy but confusing corridors of his ship. We rode back on a very familiar looking shuttle, and spent the majority of the voyage trying to stare down the Wraith Guards and Rangers we ditched in the lab. Thankfully, Sarge was able to keep things to a low simmer, keeping nobody from saying anything at all, and covering for Tink and Fumbles who were in some sort of depressive feedback loop. There was a scary moment when we got back into comm range of the occurrence border. Jim and Hannah both seized up, started twitching, causing Tink to break out of his funk and grab his tools. You couldn't quite call what followed combat surgery, but it was close. Tink ripped something small and metal out of Jim's neck, and they both went to work on Hannah and extracted something similar. When Sarge asked what the hell happened, Tink said the senior tech priests were rather angry, and left it at that. After that little show, Sarge put in a call to our adepts and filled them in on our imminent arrival. The bay we touched down in was some sort of racially insensitive standoff, with the ship's senior tech priests and their servitors staring down the captain and a small army of his armsmen. The Warlock took a look around, laughed, and told us to have fun. Sarge flipped him off and handed over the detonator, prompting the Warlock to laugh some more. After the guests had left, our little family squabble really got rolling. The tech priests were livid, wanted us dead, and the captain was equally furious that anyone had dared to question his authority on his ship. The only thing that kept it from exploding into a bloodbath was the arrival of a sensor tech, reporting that the nuke had gone off, and taken a small heretic cruiser out along with a ship. Twitch giggled at that. That wasn't the end of the good news. Apparently the heretics had decided that they'd settle for an unmodified Necron ship, and were going at the Necron fleet hammer and tongs. From the look of it, it'd be days before either side had attention to spare for us. The captain called that as near a total victory as was possible, then browbeat the tech priest about how the architect hadn't fallen into heretical hands, and there'd be time to wait for Juris. None of us knew who Juris was, but Jim said it was a good thing, and we accepted being confined to quarters until he arrived. The first thing we noticed after being escorted to our quarters was the large amount of dead servitors, then the fairly severe structural damage to the hallway. Finally, a note from old Bill saying that we were going to have to clean and repair it ourselves. No one in the engineering department was willing to even walk down this corridor, much less touch anything. They'd even cut a new entry point to the Gallifeld generator from a side corridor. Twitch surveyed the carnage with pride, especially the part where the doors to our quarters were still sealed despite the damage. He supervised the careful opening of one of the doors while our senior tech priest and servitor escort stayed at the end of the hallway and glared at everyone. Once it was open, we all piled in. Fumbles and the engineers included, then sealed the door behind us. After a quick sweep to check for any sort of bugs, the techers confirmed the room was clean and Twitch dropped the nuke case he'd still been carrying. To Sarge's complete lack of surprise, when the lid was popped off, a nearly asphyxiated Tau scientist flopped onto the floor, followed by Tink's drone controller. After the little guy had a minute to breathe and get his bearings, he was incredibly grateful. In what Sarge thought was an incredibly annoying voice, he thanked us for the rescue, then asked what he could do to repay us, and when we'd return him to the Tau Empire. Everyone kept quiet on that last part, but Tink butted forward. He announced that for a start, the scientist could help him build a new drone. Spot had died for him, after all. Then the techie started crying again, which set Fumbles off in turn. Nobody left the psycho away to look at pictures of happy puppies or something, while everyone else went to find something less awkward to do, like talk to Jim and Hannah about their complex crisis of faith. Well, honestly, talking to Jim and Hannah about religion wasn't that awkward. They were a little confused about the stuff they'd seen on the Tower-fied Necron ship, and now thought senior tech priests were complete assholes. but that just put them on the same page as the rest of us. Mostly we just sat there and nodded whenever they stopped talking, then let them sit and think when they ran out of stuff to say. As for the rest of us, we were actually feeling pretty good. We completed our mission and no one except Amy had gotten shot. Sure, she looked rather odd and was currently up to her eyeballs on painkillers, but the Hospitaller probably knew how to regrow hair, and would hopefully go to work on her before she came down. Also, as an added bonus, if we managed to keep the Tower Scientist alive until we got back to Oak, he'd probably be so happy that he'd forget about where that Necron ship had come from. Of course, there was still the whole thing where the Necron and Heretech fleets might stop fighting and turn on us at any second, but there was nothing we could do about that, so we didn't bother worrying about it. Over the next few days, we got regular visits from Doc and the Hospitaller, as well as the Adepts and the Captain. As a basic precaution, the Tower was crammed in one of Twitch's hidey holes during these visits. He complained about the treatment till we explained what the Mechanicus did to mouthy Tower scientists. Anyway, everything was going fairly well, both in space and down on the planet. Battleaxe had successfully captured the planetary governor and galvanized the PDF into a moderately competent defense against the Scarab swarms. Several smaller cities and numerous towns had been depeopled by the evil little bugs, leaving the silhouettes to be seen on the dead world, but all the major population centers had been defended. After the Necrons had been engaged by the Heretics, the swarms had stopped porting in, so currently she was just keeping everything stable, while the space battle worked itself out. Up in space, Sword Guy was mostly keeping everyone from doing anything stupid, while the Xenos and Heretics mauled each other. Astropathic communication was still down, but the reinforcements that were trickling in brought news of some sort of major fleet force being gathered in the sector capital. If none of the hostile fleet disengaged soon, it was looking like reinforcements would arrive in time. Finally, the captain said Tech Priest was still sitting tight and waiting for Juris, who was on the way but had no ETA. Since it seemed like he'd be deciding our fate, we asked Jim and Hannah exactly who Juris was. Unfortunately, they went full Tech Priest on us and only said that he was holy and not something we should ask questions about. We left it at that. Things were crowded enough in our quarters without starting any fights. On the third day of our little incarceration, news came that the Necron fleet had disengaged. They hadn't been defeated by any measure, they had just decided the battle wasn't worth fighting or something. They pulled back to the edge of the system, then just vanished, leaving the badly mauled Heretech fleet standing there like idiots. The Techs didn't immediately attack us though. Instead they opted to spend a while licking their wounds and trying to find where the Necrons had gone. At least that's what it had looked like. After a day of waiting, a substantial number of Heretech reinforcements came out of the warp, and the whole mess of them closed on the planet. From what the captain told us later, the battle started about as expected, with the Heretics slowly pushing our makeshift fleet back with sheer weight of fire. After half a day of holding actions, our guys had taken a beating and morale nearly broke when a major incoming warp signature was detected coming in behind the Heretech fleet. Thankfully though, instead of more tech reinforcements, it turned out to be a friendly fleet and not a little dinky one. It was an Honest to the Emperor, or Omnissiah, exploratory fleet. And I shit you not, there was an Art Mechanicus leading it. It wasn't even a slaughter. That implies there were pieces left over. It was a complete bloody annihilation. Or at least that's what the captain told us. We couldn't see it for ourselves because some batshit cog boys wouldn't let us get out of our quarters. So it wasn't hard to put two and two together, and see that this holy Juris guy was probably the reason there was a Mechanicus fleet here now. Sure enough, word came down that the system was now under his jurisdiction. Everyone was to sit tight while he investigated reports of Tech Heresy and took corrective measures. This sounded ominous, but since the person who said it had a bloody arc at his command, we all sat tight. After 2 more days of stewing, stuff started happening. Some fancy-looking tech priests we didn't recognise came and asked for Jim and Hannah. Tink and Twitch were in favour of shooting them, or at least telling them to bugger off, but the Engineer said it was okay. These guys were from the Ordos Juris. We were all sort of torn as Jim and Hannah were led off. They were our mates and we were worried for them, but on the other hand the cheeky buggers had let us think that Juris was just some guy's name for something like 2 weeks. Anyway, our cogboy and coggirl were returned without any signs of damage, and the Tech Heresy investigation continued without touching on us again. The priests never came down to ask us any questions, and they never searched our quarters for Tower scientists or disguised pulse weapons. It was rather worrying at first, since good luck like this tends to be followed by some even larger dose of bad, but Jim and Hannah said it made sense. They started to explain that it was some sort of treaty between the Ordos and the Inquisition, then stopped when they realised no one but the Tower Scientist and Fumbles was actually listening. Speaking of the Tower Scientist, we were beginning to regret rescuing him. Quite aside from the risk of being correctively measured by the Ordos Juris, it was incredibly annoying. Theo, as everyone but Tink called him, was an infuriating combination of neurotic, naive, hyperactive, pedantic, and curious. The fact that no one has strangled him as a child was pretty much proof that Tau civilian worlds really are as non-violent as they claim. Back when we'd been encouraging to talk, Theo spun us a rather odd tale of the whole mess from his perspective. He'd been a technician on a Tau border world and specialised at integrating other races' tech. He mostly worked in a government lab, but occasionally he'd go out to inspect some passing ship systems. A rogue trader had come in, volunteered for inspection, and taken him to see a tech priest who had seemed a little strange. Shortly after he'd looked at the fascinating ship the priest was working on, everything had gone dark. When Theo woke up, his fire warrior guards were gone, and he'd been given a new job. Aside from the kidnapping, the slavery, and the fact that his boss was quite insane even before he had taken the Jokinaro augment, his brain, the job was quite interesting. They stayed in their part of the vessel and done what research they could while the trader searched for a proper new lab for them. Eventually the trader had found this planet, brokered a favourable agreement, then went on his way. After that it had been much easier to get the parts and tools he needed, but the guards were much more unpleasant. Theo had been getting rather worried that he'd never be returned to the Tau Empire before we'd shown up and rescued him. We all just skirted around that subject. Anyway, the Tau scientist was brilliant and annoying, so it was no surprise that he got on well with Tink. What was surprising was that Jim and Hannah took to him as well. When they weren't all tinkering on Spot 2.0, the four of them would sit around watching Tau vids that Tink had gotten from somewhere. The rest of us avoided their area like the plague. Our sort of imprisonment finally ended just before any of us got frustrated enough to kill each other. Doc, finally out of the wheelchair, led the relief force with the captain, other interrogators and adepts at his back. They informed us of our freedom and invited us up to the main conference room for a final debriefing. We were hesitant to leave at first, but Jim sent a skull and confirmed that the combat servitors that had been watching our doors for the last dozen days were actually gone. When we got to the briefing room, it was occupied by a single ordinary-looking tech priest and some guy who looked like a diplomat. Jim and Hannah practically fell over themselves, bowing and scraping when they saw the priest, so we figured he was the head Magos Juris, or whatever you called it. The Magos responded by screeching something in binary, prompting the two engineers to look embarrassed, then sit down and shut up. That was the only thing the Magos ever said. Everything else came from his diplomat helper. To start with, there was a presentation of legal documents stating that the entire system was more or less Mechanicus property, until they were sure no Necron or Heretic fleets would be returning. Battleaxe and Sword Guy were invited to stay on as official inquisitorial observers to the transition of government. Neither interrogator acted surprised and both accepted, so it was probably fixed beforehand. The Magos' assistant continued to the matter of Tech Heresy. The system was littered with little fragments of Necron and Heretic ships, but there was no indication that any pieces of the modified ship had survived. It was the Ordos Juris' official standpoint that this was a good thing. From the few scraps of research they'd examined, and Jim and Hannah's testimony, they were of the opinion that the hybrid of Xenotech on the Necron vessel was deeply heretical and destroying it was the correct response. Our squad was congratulated for its thoroughness, as were Jim and Hannah for resisting the Xenotech's allure where so many others had failed. The two engineers literally glowed at this. The rest of us tried to maintain our poker faces. Finally, the discussion came around to our ships, Tech Priesthood. In the Magos' opinion, their actions were not treasonous or heretical, but they had not been ideal. Since our ship's non-ordained engineering staff seemed unusually capable, the entire priesthood was being transferred off-ship for re-education. Jim and Hannah would remain as the ship's senior priests, and a time of fresh acolytes would be transferred in from other ships in the system to fill out the roster until we had finished our return voyage. This time they didn't glow. Hannah froze and Jim looked like he was about to faint. Tink slapped Jim on the back and said he'd be happy to help out. Sarge told him to shut it. With that final announcement, the Magos Juris left with the other interrogators in tow, and the captain went to see to his ship. This left just our team and the stunned engineers with the translator guy. To our surprise, he came over and introduced himself as a Magos as well, despite his apparent lack of metal bits. As he got closer and we all started getting uneasy, it got to the point where something sprang loose and twitched his head, and Sarge had to grab his lab pistol before he shot the guy. Now that we saw him up close, he was definitely a tech priest. There's normal looking, then there's aggressively normal looking. This guy looked like someone had sculpted every inch of his body to exact average human specifications. It was amazingly creepy. Anyway, the creepy Diplo Magos went to where Jim and Hannah were still silently freaking out, and assured them they'd do fine, the Inquisition was the perfect place for them. Both of them should embrace it and take the chance to watch, learn, and grow, because they need every scrap of experience. See, when their service to the Inquisition ended, they weren't going to sit in some manufactorum for the rest of their days. Jim and Hannah had been marked for something greater. They'd be joining the Ordos Juris. This news did absolutely nothing to reduce the two Aegis's panic levels, and the Diplo Magus let out a very unsettling laugh as he turned to the rest of us. He handed Sarge a data slate and informed us that their ship had more efficient methods of communication than Ashtar Pass. The Diplo Magus had informed our Inquisitor of the situation and its findings. Oka sent this in reply. Of course, the Ordos Juris would never read the Inquisition's private communications, but he suspected our Inquisitor had an interesting little task for us to perform on our return trip. Sarge pocketed the slate without comment and tried to stare down someone who apparently never blinked. In an effort to save Sarge, Doc stepped in and asked the Magos if his orders would be taking over the pursuit of the rogue trader who'd sold the Necron ship. The tech priest switched his unsettling gaze to Doc for a while, then said that, in this matter, the Ordos Juris only had interest in those who committed or ordered the commission of Tech Heresy. Everyone who worked on the heretical project was already dead, primarily by our hands, and the entirety of the planet's nobility was being examined for degree of guilt. Currently, they were not concerned with rogue traders being rogue traders, though whoever initially provided them with a Necron vessel would be of interest. Or would be if the Inquisition hadn't already claimed jurisdiction over the matter, that is. Doc decided that he did not want to talk to the scary Magos anymore. Everyone clammed up and avoided eye contact, in hope that the Juris would get the hint and leave. Smiling that creepy smile, the Diplo Magus told us unless we were incredibly unlucky, we'd never encounter him or the Ordos Juris again, but they'd be watching us with great interest. On that unsettling note, he wished us good luck and good hunting, then left. Twitch muttered something about the Mechanicus being full of weirdos. The rest of us, including Jim and Hannah, agreed. Nobody suggested that this was probably a good time to go get a drink, possibly in the mess hall where the betting pool was scheduled to finally be concluded in about 20 minutes. No one questioned how he had managed to know this despite being locked in the same quarters as the rest of us. The mess was, of course, packed. Nearly everyone had been in on the pool, and even if they hadn't won, they wanted to see who did, or if their stake would be refunded. Fumbles, the adepts, and the tech priests took one look at the press of bodies and decided it wasn't worth it. But us, doughy Guardsmen, couldn't be deterred so easily, and made heavy use of our feet and elbows to cover path. Nubby, and surprisingly Amy, were the most vicious about it, and managed to get all the way to the table the quartermaster was standing on. Surprisingly, he was backed up by the captain and some heavily armed Guardsmen. Upon seeing us, the quartermaster visibly flinched, and headed his lockbox a ledger-like sort of shield. The captain prodded him, then bellowed for silence. It took the quartermaster a few tries to get started, but eventually he listed off the agreed-upon rules of the pool. He then began going down the numerous sides of the bets in each category, until he finally reached the winning one. In a quavering voice he announced that most of the people who had bet on the xeno species known as Necrons had been allowed to withdraw their bets due to extenuating circumstances. Nubby grinned hugely, then registered the word most. It turned out that the only bet remaining in the category was a wager of 20 thrones by Emilia de Lostridia, Amanita Trigostrata, Zendala Malifree von Hubbenping. Amy screamed in triumph. Nubby frothed in rage and had to be restrained by Sergeant Twitch. The rest of the room might have exploded into laughter, or started muttering about things being rigged. Then the captain bellowed for silence again, and the quartermaster resumed speaking. Unfortunately, he said, since the winning bet was placed by a latecomer, and therefore was made with an unfair amount of knowledge, the ship's senior officers had agreed that the payout would be limited to a factor of 100 to 1. The remainder would be forfeited into a special budget to be distributed for the good of the entire vessel, as decided by its most honourable and wise captain. While Amy cursed a blue streak and Nubby took a turn raucously laughing, the rest of the room dissolved into even more angry muttering. Finally, the captain stepped into centre stage and announced that, for the good of the vessel, the first use of this budget would be to supply this mess with unlimited rations of scacra for the remainder of the evening. This was met with much more enthusiasm. As the party erupted around us and Amy and Nubby screamed at each other, and the poor quartermaster, Sarge finally got around to reading Oak's message. Unsurprisingly, it was a new assignment to be performed before returning. He read the orders, swore, then flagged down the captain, who swore even harder. Both men decided they needed somewhere more quiet to think things over, and headed up to the bridge. As they left, Doc flagged them down and asked what was going on. He was shown the first line of Oak's orders, which read, "The Emperor's Science Space Marine chapter has agreed to undertake the capture of a living Tyranid Xenotech for study. You are to assist them in this mission in any way possible, and handle the transport of the creature to my laboratories." Interrogator Greg Sargent stood with his group of experts and contemplated the door. It was larger and fancier than any of the others in the hallway, and it was also the only door that had been welded shut. The words "Psycho Holding Cells" could just barely be seen under the swords of prayer seals that covered the door. Sarge shuddered at the memories those words dredged up and silently cursed whoever had decided to leave the damn section in during the ship's refit. At a wave from Sarge, Chief Engineer Old Bill and Senior Engineer Jim moved forwards. They ignored the official little yellow plaque which promised a slow and painful death for anyone who opened the door, and began cutting. At the back of the group, Senior Engineer Hannah and the ship's confessor explained why the door had been sealed to a worried-looking xenologist adept. When the xenologist started backing away and suggesting that he really didn't need to personally inspect the cells, Sarge cut in and assured him that the demon which had haunted the place was very thoroughly dead. Once the door was cut open, the confessor led the way inside, with a censer in one hand and a flamer filled with holy promethium in the other. Sarge thought the priest seemed disappointed when nothing jumped out and tried to eat his soul. The confessor gave the all clear, and the whole group trooped in and started assessing the cells. The main room was circular, filled with several pieces of arcane machinery, and was connected via very thick doors to a dozen child-sized holding cells. 11 of these cells were open and looked exactly the same as when Sarge had last seen them. The 12 didn't. Instead of the ominously cracked door he'd remembered, it was a jagged crater, partially filled with debris from its half-collapsed ceiling. The delicate machinery immediately around the crater had been turned to scrap by door shrapnel, and a few clawed footprints could be seen in the wreckage. One by one, the technical experts reported their findings to the xenologist adept. Old Bill reported that the warp presence shroud was missing a certain key component, and would be barely functional. The xenologist asked if missing meant it might be found somewhere, and Sarge explained that in this case it meant that the piece was welded into the warp drive. Old Bill recommended leaving that part where it was. Jim followed that up with the news that the cell's psi suppressor had been badly damaged, but he was reasonably confident that by cannibalizing parts and reducing coverage, it could be gotten back up to 80% power. Jim refused to guess whether that was Delta, Epsilon, or a lower level psi suppression, citing his own lack of any idea how the damn thing worked. The xenologist winced at hearing this. Finally, Hannah reported that all 11 intact stasis units were in working order. The problem was that unless the specimen was going to be child-sized, there'd be no way to fit it in one. Putting it half inside a stasis field would result in a half specimen. Trying to overlap the fields would result in a rather large explosion, and there was no Mechanicus-approved method for culturing multiple stasis units into a larger one. When a xenologist claimed that there was no way anything would work without a stasis field, Hannah grudgingly admitted that Tink and his assistant might have some not entirely orthodox way of doing it. Sarge groaned at that, but didn't actually say anything. Everyone went quiet as the adept digested the lackluster reports. In the silence, Sarge noticed a faint sound coming from the debris-clogged cell. A las pistol practically materialized in his hands, and he motioned everyone except the well-armed confessor back. As the two men carefully pushed aside pieces of wreckage, the sound grew clearer. It was a sort of far-off chattering, screaming sound, mixed with what sounded like the thump of heavy crates being moved around, and a familiar nasal voice talking to itself. Everyone in the room groaned, except for Sarge, who thrust his head as far as he could into the wrecked cell and bellowed, "God damn it, Nubby!" There was an inarticulate scream and the sound of several objects falling over. When the clattering died away, a plaintive, "Bloody hell, Sarge, what you doing down here?" drifted out from somewhere in the rear of the cell. Sarge began ripping up pieces of wreckage in an effort to find where the trooper was hiding. As he worked, the enraged non-com embarked on what was sure to be an epic chewing out. "What am I doing? What am I doing? What are you doing, you little idiot? And why in the Emperor's name are you doing it in the psycho holding cells?" Nubby's tone grew panicked as he registered Sarge's fury. "I ain't done nothing, and you made me promise to never go nowhere near your stupid cells. I'm just minding my own business down at the bottom of the lifts." This gave Sarge pause, and in the silence the faint chattering screaming he'd been hearing under Nubby's voice finally registered. Sarge groaned as the realization hit him. The confessor, who didn't know Nubby quite as well, asked if he was in the chapel to the Emperor located in the deck below the lift to the bridge. Nubby's hesitant reply of "Sorta" was cut off by Sarge. Nubby, are you using the containment area inside the chapel? The one we built around the unholy screaming crater the Cogtain left when he died, to store contraband? No. Really, Nubby? Well, not really contraband per se, just like odds and ends. God damn it, Nubby! It's not like anyone was using it. While Sarge and the Confessor both sputtered in a mix of horror and frustration, Jim raised the question of how the conversation was actually happening. Sarge couldn't see anything through the gaps in the debris besides the cell's rear wall. He grudgingly ordered Nubby to search the containment room for any sort of communicator or portal. Nubby followed their voices and reported the glowing crater left by the dead Cogtain as the source. He hesitantly asked if glowing metal could be a portal, and if he should try poking it with something. Sarge's answer was drowned out by a screeching flood of demonic and binary screaming. The noise rose like a crescendo as the far wall of the cell started glowing, and a jagged length of metal poked through. The blade flailed around like a snake stuck in a hole, and suddenly hauled something that looked like a cross between the lasgun's barrel and a demonic skull out behind it. Sarge leapt aside as the Confessor ran towards and hosed the back of the cell with sanctified promethium. When the noise finally died down, Nubby's voice returned and asked if anyone had seen where his lasgun had gone, after the metal ate it. Sarge told him it was probably time to get a new gun from Tink, and ordered the trooper to return to his quarters immediately, without any of his odds and ends. As the faint sound of Nubby's metal footsteps and curses faded away, Sarge turned to where the xenologist was trying to hide behind old Bill. Right, we'll worry about that later. Back to why we're actually down here. You've heard the reports. Do you think we can do it? Okay, just to be clear. Yes. We have a psycho containment area with almost no warp presence shrouding, an indeterminate amount of psi suppression, and a stasis field that'll be collagen together from smaller units by that mad Xenos you've got hiding in your quarters. Uh-huh. And you're asking if we can use this area, which is already so tainted that it's manifesting major phenomena, to hold a live Tyranid Zonothrop for a months-long warp voyage. That's right. That is quite literally the worst idea I've ever heard. The All-Guardsmen Party. Tyranid acquisition experts. So no shit, there we were, heading out beyond the fringes of Imperial space to capture a Xenos Psyker, which we would then have to haul, kicking and screaming, halfway across the galaxy. There are probably shittier missions out there, but that wasn't much comfort. Saying it could always be worse loses its charm when things actually do keep getting worse. The only thing that kept us from labelling it as a suicide mission was the fact that a force from the Empress Scythe's Space Marine chapter would be leading the actual capture effort. In fact, it was technically their mission. We were just supposed to assist them in the capture, then handle the transport. The fact that we'd be working with and fighting alongside a team of Space Marines didn't actually make us much happier, though. I mean, sure, the Marines are the greatest warriors in all of the Imperium, near immortal demigods of war and all that, but we've been in our share of battles. Every one of us has seen what inevitably happens when the Astartes get called in. The quickest way for a Guardsman to beat the Emperor is to be anywhere within a 10-kilometer radius of one of his angels. Sadly, the assignment had come directly from Inquisitor Oak, so there was nothing we could do to avoid it. No matter how insane the mission, how bad our equipment, and how certain our deaths, there was nothing short of desertion that would get us out of our orders. So we went to work preparing our equipment and took solace in the most sacred right of all soldiers: complaining. To start with, Tink complained about how unfair it was to stick him and Theo, our semi-captive Tau scientists, with so much to do in so little time. The two of them worked furiously on the problem of combining the smaller stasis units into a larger one, while simultaneously trying to cram more pulse weapons into Laskar's disguises and build Spot 2.0. Their efforts were seriously hammered by the fact that Tau science isn't anywhere near as advanced when it comes to stasis fields, or anything related to psychos for that matter, as it is on the subject of plasma or drones. Then, on top of that, there was the whole heretical Xenotech on an Imperial vessel issue. The Xenotech problem wasn't as serious as it used to be. Replacing all of our annoying old cogboys with slightly less annoying young cogboys had resulted in a far more liberal outlook among the ship's tech priesthood. Sasso insisted on a moderate amount of discretion, though, which caused significant slowdowns, especially when combined with Jim's newfound stodginess as head cogboy. Mr. I'm a big boy now head engineer Jim flat out insisted that none of the junior tech priests were allowed to even work in the same room as Theo, much less lend a mechanics right. We sort of understood that it was all for the safety of the acolytes, who might get in deep trouble if they displayed bad habits in their future postings, but it slowed things down considerably. Tink wound up drafting Sarge and most of the adepts as assistants. None of them were very helpful, mind you, but the fact that they were suffering with him cheered Tink up immensely. Jim, Hannah and old Bill did their fair share of complaining too. The projects they were working on weren't much easier than Ting's, and they were also trying to keep the ship running and train their new recruits. In the long run, the fresh batch of cod boys are probably going to work out wonderfully, but in the short term it was complete mayhem. Hannah had it especially bad, since she was the one in charge of the newbies while the others ran their projects. She was driven to the edge of hysterics by a constant barrage of questions and problems, ranging from trivial to potentially fatal, from the acolytes. The poor cod girl hid from them in our barracks more than once. While the technical folks whine about overwork, Doc, Fumbles, and the Xenologist Adept complained to anyone who would listen about being used as human guinea pigs. Really, all of them understood there were no other options for testers, and the containment area had to be tested. They just hated the fact that said testing consisted of the Xenologist coaxing Fumbles into trying to manifest the sorts of powers a Xenothrop might use, while Doc stood around and waited to fix whatever went wrong. And when you combine Fumbles trying to use powers outside his comfort zone, a high-stress environment, and the quality of the containment area, you better believe things went wrong. At least Doc did get a lot of practice fixing up injured cod boys, so there was some silver lining. The only members of the team who weren't involved in preparing the containment area were Nubby, Twitch, and Amy. Of course, they didn't let that stand in the way of bitterly complaining. In fact, they used their free time to complain harder. The three of them wandered around the ship on their patrol of the tainted areas, looking for warp phenomena and daemon incursions, while whining to each other about their sorry lot. Nubby had a whole slew of grievances, mostly with Sarge. The chewing out he received for appropriating the screamy crater room as a warehouse was minor compared to the one he'd gotten when he went back in there. Originally he'd only intended to clear out his stash, but then Tink and Theo had requested he run a few experiments. For science, they said. Nubby felt it was entirely unfair that he'd received all the blame for the incident with the crater and the rat. Anyway, the mutant rodent hadn't actually hurt anyone. It had just chased a tech acolyte around for a while and then spontaneously combusted. So Nubby grumbled continuously about how unreasonable Sarge had gotten since his promotion, and the fact that he wasn't even allowed to hang with Fumbles during tests on account of being disruptive to the work environment. Twitch had been driven to a significantly higher than usual level of paranoia by the news that he'd been sharing the ship with a Tyranid. This was compounded by the ban on indiscriminate booby traps that Sarge had enacted, after several of the acolytes had gotten themselves injured. The cherry on top, and primary focus of Twitch's complaints, was the fact that Doc had refused to move back into the barracks after his legs had finished healing. Doc claimed his preference for sharing quarters with his hospitalic girlfriend wasn't a slander on the quality of Twitch's defences, but the demolitions trooper didn't buy it. He interpreted this decision in the same way he did most things, as a complex conspiracy to make him unhappy. Finally bringing up the rear of the little parade of misanthropy was Amy, who had perhaps the pettiest gripe of us all. Her hair was messed up. Doc's girlfriend had done a wonderful job of repairing the second set of facial burns our markswoman had received, and she'd used some special hospitaller trick to repair Amy's scalp. Unfortunately, Amy was now completely fixed on the fact that the treatment had left a hand-wide stripe of pure white running through her, now buzz-cut hair. None of us really knew why she cared so much. Amy hadn't been particularly vain in the past. It was odd that this specific thing loomed so large. Perhaps it was because Nubby had the poor taste to say it made her look like a skunk. The three troopers shared their displeasure with just about everything they ran into, whether it was a minor warp beastie, mutant crutoid, or newbie tech priest. Amy particularly took grim delight in asking every acolyte she saw if they thought her hair looked funny, then doing mean things to anyone who gave the wrong answer. There wasn't a right one. By the time we were nearing our rendezvous, their antics, as well as the rest of the team's general attitude, had reached such a level that the captain actually took notice. It took a bit of work for Sarge to placate the captain, even though the man was ex-Navy and should have automatically understood the situation. Sarge didn't have any trouble getting across that most of our squad had an especially strong dislike for fighting Tyranids, and Psychers for that matter. The problem was that morale is a far different thing on a ship than it is in the trench, so the captain didn't see why that excused our behaviour. Sarge eventually managed to explain that while veteran Guardsmen can handle just about anything on the battlefield, they have relatively few coping mechanisms for dealing with slowly impending doom. He asked if the captain would prefer to have us cycling around blind drunk, or taking a more proactive approach to staying alive. The captain agreed that a bit of complaining and misbehaviour was better than Twitch manufacturing reason why we couldn't complete the mission. In the end, Sarge promised that we'd be ready for action when the time came, and quietly hoped like hell that he was telling the truth. Luckily, it turned out he was. On the final day of our warp travel, everything started coming together. The first break was when Tink and Theo successfully managed to put the largest servitor on the ship into stasis. Actually, it was originally the second largest servitor, but the overlapping fields had gone out of sync on the previous test, and messily rearranged that hierarchy. Anyway, the test was such a resounding success that they hauled the whole thing down to the cells and crammed fumbles into it before anyone could stop them. Aside from how long it took them to safely get our psycho back out of there, the live test went perfectly. Fumble's aura completely vanished when the field was activated, and everyone working in the cells cheered. Even Jim seemed happy, despite the way he was shivving his acolytes out of the room, and explaining that they were definitely not seeking a Tau or a techno-heretical stasis device. The news that we'd be transporting a stasied Tyranid psyker, as opposed to one that was actively trying to kill us, perked everyone up. All of us set aside our little distracting grievances as our warp voyage ended. Well, except for Amy and Twitch, that is. The Demolitions Trooper's behaviour wasn't surprising, but the fact that Amy had to be restrained from beating Nubby to death with the bottle of hair dye he had acquired for her was worrying. Fortunately, neither of their obsessions prevented them from prepping for battle, and everyone was ready to kick some ass when we finally reached our destination. When I say we were ready for action, I mean it. We were literally standing in the shuttle bay when the occurrence border came out of warp. The Space Marines weren't going to catch us sitting around and asking for 5 more minutes before the mission. No siree. So it was sort of awkward when there wasn't anyone at the rendezvous. We stood in the bay for an hour before we gave up in disgust. While the rest of us wandered off, muttering blasphemous remarks about the Emperor's Angels of Death and their idea of punctuality as we did so, Sarge headed up to the bridge to see what the hell was going on. We'd really expected to find the Marines there ahead of us. It's not like we had a very fast ship. We'd even entertained the faint hope that they'd already have the Xenotech tied up and ready for us. Either way, it'd be a matter of in and out before the Nids even realised we were there. At least, that's what we hoped. It was rather unsettling to find ourselves sitting absolutely alone at the far edge of a hostile system. It didn't stay unsettling for long, though. When we took a look around and saw just how hostile the system was, we bumped the situation up to outright terrifying. Now, we'd all read Oak's orders. It was obvious that the system would be a battleground. Not even Marines are suicidal enough to try this sort of thing in a wholly Tyranid control system. None of us had been optimistic enough to bet on finding a system that was being cleansed by a massive Imperial fleet, but we'd hoped that our destination would be some Imperial frontier world that just wasn't on our maps. Preferably one that had just been reinforced by a few regiments of guard, and was fighting off a very small splinter fleet. Of course, if we couldn't get a world with more Guardsmen than Nids, we'd have happily settled for any Imperial presence, regardless of how many bugs were there. Hell, we would have been happy with one of those weird independent systems you get out here, or even a Tau world, so long as they were busy with the Nids. All we really wanted was a system where the fight was sort of even, and one side wouldn't be shooting at us. Instead, what we saw when the occurrence border scanners came online was 4 planets, 4 hive ships, and thousands, if not millions, of far smaller ships. A closer inspection revealed that the little vessels were inorganic, and that they were attacking the hive ships with mixed success. Sarge left the bridge shortly after the first detailed scans came in. Sarge came down and gave us the bad news. It was something we needed to know after all, but he took the precaution of stopping at the medbay on the way down. Even with the heavy trank and the hospitalist's help, Twitch nearly managed to escape into the ship's pipework before Sarge finished telling us about the little ships. They hadn't been Imperial or Tau fighters, or even Eldar for that matter. Every single one of the smaller craft had been a ramshackle contraption, held together by a combination of spit, red paint, and a complete refusal to understand or even acknowledge the laws of physics. Orcs? Why did it have to be orcs? The occurrence border spent the next few days being as still and quiet as it possibly could. Meanwhile, everyone inside it ran around in frenzy of preparation, and put our earlier efforts to shame. None of it was directed towards improving the Xenotech containment area anymore, though. Instead, it was all focused on keeping us alive long enough to capture the bloody thing. Arsman drilled on repelling borders, the ship's lancers were brought up to as close as functional as they'd ever been, and Tink finished getting everyone equipped with pulse weapons while Theo put the final touches on Spot 2.0. The rest of us trained with our new weapons, and kept Twitch from doing anything crazier than usual. On the 3rd day, we were all called up to the bridge by the captain. Well, actually only Sarge and the adepts were called, but the rest of us were tired of all the horrible waiting. A very brief message telling us to hold position and wait for secure comm contact was replayed for us. The captain told us he hadn't seen any other vessels enter the system, and didn't even have a hard source for the comm message, just a vague direction. That was rather disturbing, so no one except Twitch could figure out a way it could be a trap. The captain and Sarge decided to wait and see what happened next. After half an hour, another message came in. An incredibly deep voice that practically screamed, "Space Marine," identified itself as Sergeant Gravis of the Emperor's Scythes, and instructed us to lower our shields so he could dock. As the captain did so, Sarge squared his shoulders and picked up the Vox's handset, only to have the officer manning it tell him that we still didn't have a target for a secure channel. The man asked Sarge if he should just broadcast generally, and Sarge agreed. He got about halfway through introducing himself before the Marine voxed back, and told him to cease broadcasting before he alerted the whole system. Sarge sheepishly hung up the Vox and vented some frustration by asking the communications officer what he meant by still didn't have a target. It was quickly revealed that sensors still hadn't detected the Marine ships, despite it being very close to worry about docking. The sensor techs claimed that the incoming ship must be shuttle-sized and have some good stealth systems, but they were sure to spot it when it requested final docking instructions. Tink not very quietly suggested that, instead of the Marine ship being really stealthy, the tech systems were just complete shit. He then volunteered to have them upgraded to modern standards after the mission. The ensuing argument was brought to a halt by the Marine voxing again, and telling us to reactivate our shields and close the shuttle bay doors. While most of us laughed at the sensor techs for not spotting a ship before it landed on us, Doc raised the question of where the Marines had landed. We hadn't actually opened any bays yet. Unsurprisingly, given that they were the ones who patrolled the ship the most, Nubby and Twitch figured it out first. Both troopers screamed at Sarge to stop the Marine. Sarge and the captain both caught on to what had happened at the same moment that the techs pinpointed the Marine ship in the foremost bay on the top of the occurrence border, the one in the badly warp-tainted area near the prow, which was left open and airless at all times, and was never to be used. The two normally stoic men frantically ran towards the communication officer and screamed at him to open a channel. In the background, a confused-sounding comm came in from the Marine, asking why everything was so green and why there was a crewman without a void suit in the airless bay. Sarge won the sprint and had the Vox halfway to his mouth when the Marine's confused questions changed to reports of incoming hostiles. Despite everything that happened afterwards, Sarge's reaction was about as perfect as possible. In his best non-com voice, he beckoned to the Marine to disengage and pull his shuttle out of the bay. I'm not sure if you're familiar with how big and loud a Space Marine's voice is, but overriding one via pure volume and vitriol is a feat worthy of legend. Every time the Marine tried to argue or ask for clarification, Sarge just shouted over him in that parade ground voice he spent his life perfecting. It was working, and everything might have turned out fine, if there hadn't been a second Marine, that is. The other Astartes, who'd been spared the full brunt of Sarge's wrath, cut in and asked his battle brother if he'd tarnished the chapter's honor by running like a squad of guardsmen without a commissar. The first Marine rallied and announced his intention to enter the bay and deal with the hostiles that were evading his shuttle's weapons. Sarge switched tactics and frantically tried to explain that there weren't any enemies and opened the airlock would let the warp fungus in, but dissolved into furious cursing when he heard the shuttle's lock cycle. With a final growl of, "This isn't a battle, you idiot, it's sanitation. You're going to get yourself killed fighting fungus," he handed the Vox unit over to Doc and the Adepts. Doc, and everyone else with more charisma than a dead Felid, slowly explained the situation to the Marine that hadn't just contaminated himself. The rest of us just stood there and listened to the sound of a Space Marine trying to kill Xenos that miraculously seemed to dodge every shot. Nubby and Amy started placing bets on how long it would be before the warp fungus, as we called it, ate through the Marine's power armor, and whether the Marine would even be able to notice. No one gave him good odds. We all knew just how nasty the warp fungus could get. Hell, it'd have been some of us who would first discover the stuff. Standard operating procedure on the occurrence border was to just seal off any warp-tainting sections with nothing important inside. The lack of anything living to mess with kept the number of manifestations to a minimum, and anything that did appear usually faded before it could claw through the silk bulkheads. Occasionally, though, something nastier than usual would appear, and need dealing with. Nubby, Twitch, Fumbles, and recently Amy spent a lot of time watching for signs of this sort of stuff, and often got stuck with the job of fixing it. Anyway, the warp fungus was one of those nastier than usual things, but fixing it had been a bit of a problem. Fumbles had sort of heard it in the tainted shuttle bay months ago, back before we'd reached the tower border was, in fact. He made such a fuss about the psychic noises it was emitting that Nubby and Twitch had agreed to risk a recon mission into the bay between warp jumps. They'd run in and pinpointed a large container labelled Potato Substitute 15 tons as the source of the noise. Because they were relatively savvy to how this sort of thing worked, they declined to actually open the container and just solved the problem in the same way they solved most of the others, which is to say they covered it with dead packs. At the time, they declared victory when the explosion went off and the psychic noise stopped, but in retrospect that had only served to spread the fungus all over the bay. While the noise hadn't returned, patrolling armsmen began reporting strange sounds, then disappearing, and then other armsmen reported hearing or seeing the missing ones. Over a dozen had vanished into the bay before Nubby and the rest took a second look. They had found it covered with a fungus, which was in the process of dissolving anything less sturdy than the bay's blast-proof outer doors and walls. Also, it was filled with the missing armsmen, who were beckoning them inwards. Nubby, Fumbles, and Twitch had immediately shut the door and ran for it. As they'd fled, a horde of orcs, genestealers, and a few other varieties of Xenos appeared at the end of the hall and blocked their escape. Fortunately, Fumbles was along and realized that the new enemies were some sort of psychic illusion. The Psyker was able to dispel the illusion without anything more serious than a temporary reversal of gravity happening, and the debatably heroic trio escaped. There had been a few attempts to kill off the wolf fungus after that. Unfortunately, between its caustic nature, the hallucinations, and the fact that it was hellishly hard to kill, all that was accomplished was getting a few more armsmen and a whole lot of servitors melted. Eventually, someone suggested just voiding the bay, then leaving it open until the staff died. That didn't actually work, but it did cause the stuff to go dormant, unless something ventured into the bay. Since we didn't actually use the bay for anything, the captain had decided that the problem was no longer pressing, and we'd gotten back on our way. As a precaution, old Bill had reinforced the seal on all of the bay's doors and vents, and the only one allowed to go near it had been one of the senior tech priests. The cowboy had some ideas about chemical sprayers deployed by service goals, and Jim said he made some real progress, but then the whole tech heresy thing had come up. Anyway, that's what the Space Marines had just landed in. A bay full of psychically active, highly caustic, and incredibly hard to remove warp fungus. Honestly though, it was still only the third worst thing on the occurrence border they could have landed in. Our ship was definitely a little overdue for a tune-up. For an absolutely heroic amount of persuasion, Doc and the Adepts managed to convince the Marines to abandon the bay. The second Marine, who identified himself as Sergeant Rebus, turned out to be very susceptible to logical arguments, and even helped talk Sergeant Gravis around before the fungus was able to melt through his boots. We still didn't forgive him for screwing up Sarge's initial attempt though, because even if Gravis was going to be fine, he cycled his shuttle's airlock twice in the warp fungus bay. There was no way that bird wasn't contaminated as hell. We watched as not one but two shuttles rose out of the bay. Neither of them looked anything like the Thunderhawks we'd expected when they told us we'd be working with Space Marines. Aside from being incredibly sleek, both of them were completely black, and only visible because of our ship acting as a backdrop. One of them was definitely having a little trouble flying in a straight line though, and showed up as a faint ghost on the Xenotech scopes. The other remained stubbornly invisible to all scanners as it settled in space in front of the bridge. The decontamination process was not fast. The sprayer skulls had to be found and refilled, the contaminated shuttle had to be completely voided, and a holding area had to be set up. On top of that, the whole time this was going on, Sergeant Gravis and his shuttle's crews were, as Tink put it, tripping balls. Given how heavily armed they were, the situation was very uncomfortable, but luckily no one was killed and only one sprayer skull was destroyed. After hours of tedious cleaning, not to mention angry shouting about whose fault this all was, our team met with the Space Marines in the Occurrence Border's fanciest conference room. Our planning session was short, direct, and absolutely terrifying. Sergeants Gravis and Rebus of the Emperor's Size Space Marines chapter were not what you'd call socialites. In fact, they were even more aloof than the few Marines we met previously. They stomped into the conference room, still wearing their power armor, and didn't even bother to remove their helmets. It was unnerving as hell talking to them, and even Sarge couldn't hold onto his inquisitorial dignity in the face of those stares. Rebus did most of the talking, and started by explaining that there were two main objectives and would be two separate teams. The first team would consist of him and his 4 scouts. The second would consist of Sergeant Gravis and his 2 scouts, one of which would be piloting the shuttle, plus Interrogator Sergeant and his 5 inquisitorial guardsmen. Sarge hesitantly asked if we'd need any support staff in the field. This triggered looks of terror from Jim, Hannah, and all of the adepts, but Rebus said they wouldn't be necessary. From the far end of the table, Fumbles held up his hand and asked if he was coming. The Marine considered this, then asked if he was capable of using his powers, while simultaneously fending off the hive mind's continuous psychic assault. Fumbles quietly put his hand back down. After waiting a few seconds to see if anyone else would interrupt, Rebus started explaining what the two teams would be doing. Our team would go to the third planet in the system, then find and capture a Xenothrop. His team would destroy the hive ship orbiting it. Everyone in the room just sat there and stared at the Marines as Rebus started explaining the transportation situation and timeline. Tink managed to overcome his shock before anyone else, and loudly asked the Marines if they were insane/retarded. Amy and Nubby sniggered, and Doc hastily clapped a hand over Tink's mouth. Sarge took a deep breath and asked Sergeant Rebus to explain why, and more importantly how the Marines were going to destroy an entire Tyranid hive ship. Rebus met Sarge's stare, and said his chapter's primary interest in the system was ensuring that the Tyranids did not overwhelm the Orcs and form a new splinter fleet. Capturing a live Xenotech for the Inquisition was merely a side mission, a small favour to be completed when convenient. As for how, his team would board the hive ship and destroy it from within. Further details were not for those outside of the chapter. All we needed to know was that the ship would die after we captured the Xenotech, but before their suppressants could wear off and allow the Hypermen to destroy the beast. As everyone digested this, Twitch broke his remarkably long silence. The demolitions trooper volunteered that the Marines probably had a vortex bomb, since an explosive would merely scatter still living pieces of ship across the planet, and a poisonal virus would require a lot of sampling plus a nearby laboratory. Both Marines glared at Twitch, who ignored them, and went back to fiddling with the mine he was holding. After some more awkward silence, Sergeant Rebus went back to explaining the mission details. Both teams would deploy in his stealth shuttle, since the warp fungus had gotten into the control systems of Gravis's. First, we'd insert his team on the hive ship, and then go down to the planet and capture the Xenotech. The Eco's border would follow us in on low power, and stop at the edge of the hive ship's shadow, where it could easily warp out in an emergency. If our mission went quickly, we'd return to it and drop off our prize before the shuttle extracted Rebus's team. Otherwise, we'd pick them up on the way back. It slowly dawned on us that the Marines' plan called for us to sit, as helpless passengers, in a shuttle that would not only be carrying a notoriously unstable warp weapon, but would also be closing to boarding range with a hive ship. Even without the swarm of Orc fighters attacking the ship, and the fact that we might be making a second visit while that warp weapon was actually armed, it sounded incredibly dangerous. With them, not to mention the whole capturing a Xenopsyker thing, it sounded downright suicidal. While the rest of us silently panicked, Doc hesitantly asked if it would make more sense to use both of the Marine shuttles. Gravis, whose armour was sporting some truly impressive acid burns, glared at Doc and swore loud enough that we could hear him despite the fact that he didn't have his helmet speakers on. He bitterly suggested that we should have thought of that before neglecting the maintenance of our ship's shuttle bays, and then fell back into his sullen silence. Doc soldiered on despite this rebuttal, and asked whether the mission could be delayed until our tech police fixed the fungus shuttle. Jim and Hannah made some panicked gestures, which seemed to imply that they had no idea how the stealth shuttle even worked, much less how to fix it. Rebus ignored them, gave Doc a simple no, and announced that the briefing was over. We were leaving as soon as his scouts finished transferring equipment to the shuttle, and Gravis' full repairs were completed. One of Gravis' scouts would deliver our mission-critical gear, and explain the capture procedure to us in the meantime. With that, the two Marines stomped out. One by one, the Engineers, Adepts, and Fumbles followed them, leaving only us Guardsmen sitting there, feeling like we'd lost all control of the situation. Now, we'd failed out of our depth before. Hell, that had been our default state of mind since the Inquisition drafted us. This was worse than usual, though. The Marines had left us feeling like children. It wasn't embarrassment over the shuttle thing, that was at least as much their fault as ours. It was just that we felt incredibly outclassed by the 3-meter-tall killing machines. It was odd that the two Marines were so daunting, since as Twitch pointed out, we'd actually killed 3 Chaos Marines during our missions. Doc suggested that the issue was that they were on our side. The ones we killed were vile traitors, deserving of nothing but scorn and death, but these two were physical manifestations of the Emperor's divine wrath. Or to put it more simply, we couldn't compensate for our discomfort by trying to kill them. Twitch was halfway through suggesting that shooting the Marines just a little would make us feel better, when Gravis' scout came in. That was a very awkward moment, but the scout eventually accepted that it was just a little joke. None of us would even consider doing such a thing, and we certainly didn't dedicate large amounts of our time to planning complex betrayals of our allies. Well, unless they were Eldar, or tech priests, or deserters, cultists, heretics, annoying interrogators, commissars, rogue traders, rival inquisitorial teams, or people who might be orcs in disguise. But since Marines and their scouts were none of those things, there was obviously nothing to worry about. Unless they really were orcs. They were much bigger and muscular than normal people after all. Sarge put a stop to Twitch's newest paranoid fantasy before it got started, and asked the scout what was in the crates in the pallet he was pushing. The scout eyed us all dubiously, and said it was our grav chutes. All of us digested the horrible implications of those two words and went quiet. Except for Nubby, that is, who was a little slow in the uptake. Grav what? Shoots. What shoots? Grav shoots. What's? You're Guardsmen. You must know what grav shoots are. You know, small backpack-sized anti-gravitic devices that allow Imperial troops to float safely to the ground on the column of anti-gravitic force from any height in the world's gravity well, including suborbital heights. Oh, you mean screamy 40 death packs? Yeah, we're familiar with those. What you do with them? Because I know a guy who knows a guy.
They're for you to deploy from the shuttle with. You just said you're familiar with them. Surely I don't need to draw you a picture.
What? Are you mental? When I say familiar, I mean we pulled a bunch of them off deaders. None of us have ever used one, you can tell, because we're not pancake-shaped.
That's unfortunate. You have 2 hours to learn how to operate one. I'll assist in your training. Is there a nearby cargo bay or lift shaft we can use?
Sarge? The baby space marine is trying to kill us, Sarge. Why is everyone always trying to kill us, Sarge?
The best term for our training with the grav chutes was crash course. The scout marine made sure our chutes were on, walked us to the edge of the shaft, and then pushed us off. He claimed it was how he'd been trained, and the man evidently saw no reason why non-superhumans should learn any differently. Sarge didn't let anyone argue. There wasn't time. None of us enjoyed the experience of being thrown into a lift shaft with nothing but an underpowered anti-grav unit and a pair of tiny thrusters between us and pancakey death. It's hard to say who did the worst. It was pretty much a three-way tie. Dog had so little control that he got stuck on the light fixture and had to be rescued by the scout marine. The humiliation of being suspended by his pants halfway up the shaft was slightly overshadowed by the way that the scout had just cut them off, and then insisted he keep practicing instead of getting a new pair. While the scout was busy with Dog's rescue, Tink decided that he could convert his chute to a full jump pack using some of the techniques he picked up working on his drone. It turned out he was wrong, so much so in fact that he had to be issued the only spare chute. Of course, Tink immediately declared that he knew what he had done wrong, and started to retry the modifications using his replacement chute. Sarge had to take his tools away. Finally, Amy misinterpreted a suggestion to wear a helmet as a comment on her hair. She tried to take the scout and found out a Space Marine's jaw is a lot tougher than any non-augmentic hand. Doc still passed as checked her hand and said it wasn't broken, so Amy grumpily resumed her training. For his part, the Scout Marine took the irrational attack in stride, but that was obviously the point where we lost the last of our credibility in his eyes. Despite all the difficulties and our teacher's disgust with us, we all managed to get down the shaft safely a few times before the training ended. We gathered up our gear, got Doc some new pants, and made our way to the bay, where the unfungus stealth chute was being prepped. Once there, the Scout Marine brought out an impressively large sniper rifle, and explained how the Xenotech's capture would work. We noted that unlike the previous lesson, this briefing consisted of nothing but short words, and included a lot of hand gestures as well as a few pictures. None of us commented, but Amy and Tink were obviously taking note of every little implied insult. The gist of the plan was that the stealth shuttle would sweep over the battlefield until we saw a Xenothrop. The shuttle would fly over the target, and then everyone but the pilot would deploy via grav chute. From there, speed was the name of the game. The estimated mission length was 10 minutes if our insertion was undetected, and 3 if it was. If we took any longer, Tyranid reinforcements would bury us. Our squad would secure a perimeter and hold it against any Tyranids that came to support the Xenothrop, while Sergeant Gravis wore down the Xenos' psychic shield bubble thing. Once the shield was breached, the scout would shoot the Xenothrop with a specially tailored sedative and psi-suppressant, and then we'd all fall back to the nearest possible landing area for extraction. It was the complete opposite of all the horribly complex odds we had suffered through since joining the Inquisition. It was the ultimate, simple, straightforward plan. If it wasn't for the fact that we'd be outnumbered thousands to one, we'd have loved it. As it was, though, there's no word for how much we hated that plan. Honestly, all of us, even Sarge, would have bailed if the 2 Space Marines hadn't shown up. None of us had the nerve to refuse the Astartes, so we boarded the shuttle and headed off to our certain deaths. The shuttle trip into the system was amazingly unpleasant. It wasn't that the stealth shuttle was crowded, there were only 13 of us in it, or 15 if you counted the seats taken by Spot in the Vortex bomb, and the seats themselves weren't that bad either. Sure, they were a little on the big side, but Space Marines definitely spare a bit more budget for comfort when building a ship than the Guard does. So the ship was fine. The problem was the atmosphere being generated by fellow passengers. They were too quiet. See, if we were a Guard shuttle, everyone would have been complaining, joking, or smoking. Even the driest Inquisition teams we've been assigned to would have at least been doing some gear checks, or reminding us stupid Guardsmen what our job was. The Marines and their scouts just sat there and silently prayed or meditated or something. No talking, no moving, and hardly any breathing for hours upon bloody hours. You'd think we could just ignore it, but any time one of us made the slightest bit of noise, the entire creepy lot would glare at us like noisy children in a chapel. The silence wore on our nerves. There was nothing to do but think about the upcoming mission or stare at the ominous bulk of the Vortex bomb, which was making the sort of unhearable noises we associated with weak Gellar field. We were all reaching our limit, and it was a race to see if Twitch or Amy would snap first,
when Sarge decided that politeness was overrated. He commandeered one of Twitch's camo tops and hung it across the shuttle interior, walling away all the creepy superhumans except for Gravis' scout. The big guy tried to glare us down by himself, as we all started being as noisy as we damn well pleased, but we had him outnumbered, and Sarge threatened to put a second tarp over him if he kept it up. The remainder of our approach to the Tyranid hive ship was spent the usual ways. Tink tinkered with Spot 2.0, removing the overweight skull probe disguise, and trying to get a few of the systems he and Theo hadn't finished collating together functional. Doc wore his usual soppy, "If I die in this mission," letter to his girlfriend, while Amy and Nubby read over his shoulder and made unhelpful suggestions. Twitch muttered to himself as he imagined hundreds of scenarios involving Tyranids and Orcs. As his mind ran in its crookeder-than-usual circles, he continuously moved gear and explosives between his bag and the massive pile of spares he bought. Sarge watched as we frittered away our time and saw that it was good. We all suffered a moment of heart failure as Sergeant Rebus tore down the tarp, followed by another when the homemade cluster mine Twitch had been holding hit the floor. The Space Marine stood there and waited while we picked springs and thanked the Emperor unarmed explosives out from under our seats. When the last bomblet had been collected, Rebus informed us that the shuttle was nearing the hive ship and would be switching to full stealth mode. We were to secure ourselves and our gear, put on our rebreathers, and stay out of his team's way while they deployed. We did as ordered, and a few minutes later the shuttle ride went from boring to terrifying. The cabin switched to emergency lights, the air vents stopped blowing, and the gravity deactivated. We floated in our seats for a few seconds. Then the first evasive maneuver hit us. Let me tell you, no one thinks about those grav tied to a shuttle's engines seriously until they're turned off. Instead of the usual little jogs of spillover, they were as long, continuous pulls in seemingly random directions. We felt completely helpless as we bounced and swung in our crash harnesses. Then Tink decided it might be better if we could see what was coming and anticipate the maneuvers. It was not. Who knows what the Marines and Scouts thought when Spot 2.0 drifted past them and into the cockpit. They didn't actually say anything about it, and were already glaring at us for how loudly we were complaining about the turbulence. Anyway, they seemed just as interested as us when Tink projected the drone's vid feed on the front bulkhead. We all stared at the image of the massive Tyranid bioship looming in front of us, and then at the smaller shapes swarming around it. It was hard to say if they were more Orc fighters or Tyranid flyers, and either way there was a constant stream of reinforcements rising from the planet and spewing from the hive ship. It was complete chaos. The space around the hive ship was filled with rockets, shells, bioplasma, pyroacid, and millions of tons of wildly spinning debris, and for some reason we were flying right into it. Bloody Space Marines. All of us just sat there and stared, and then we saw the cause of one of those evasive maneuvers. A speck suddenly grew into a fighter, and as it passed with such a thin margin that we could see the Orc piloting it. A split second later it was followed by a stream of bioplasma and a Tyranid interceptor. Doc swallowed, Twitch whimpered, and Amy swore. Variations of that scene repeated dozens of times as we closed with the hive ship. It's hard to say which was more amazing, the way the Scout Marine pilot twisted away from every impact with bare meters to spare, or the fact that none of the hostiles saw our shuttle, even while nearly colliding with it. Our slow approach to the hive ship for that space battle was a terrifying and humbling reminder that, if Guardsmen's nerves are steel, Space Marines are adamantium. Not that we actually had what you might call nerves of steel. All of us were scared shitless, and when that pilot took cover from a pyroacid barrage behind a lander that was visibly full of commandos, Twitch went from scared to full freaking out man. When Twitch started gibbering, Sarge barked orders at Tink and Doc to turn off the projection and prep a trank, but none of us had anywhere near the same speed as the panicked demolitions trooper. In a suddenly short amount of time, Twitch had cut his way out of his crash harness and relocated to a more defensible position, leaving the trail of dead packs floating in the air behind him. Said defensible position turned out to be the small amount of space between the void bomb and the seat that held it. Sarge immediately undid his own restraints and launched himself across the shuttle, only to wind up pinned against a pair of unhappy Scout Marines as the pilot evaded something or other. A rain of dead packs landed on everyone on that side of the shuttle, Guardsmen and Marine alike, and Sergeant Graves decided that enough was enough. The Space Marine's boots adhered to the floor with a deep clang as he left his seat. Most of us watched in amazement as the Space Marine slowly stomped across what the shuttle's acceleration meant was actually a wall. Twitch, though, was too busy with his paranoid panic attack to notice, until a massive hand snapped out and pulled the detonator from his grip, that is. Sergeant Gravis had probably thought that removing the detonator would neatly, diffuse the situation. He was completely wrong, of course, but the theft did focus Twitch's attention on him, instead of imaginary commandos. Unfortunately, that attention took the form of a thrown object, which adhered to the Space Marine's hand when he tried to bat it away. We could practically hear the gears in Sergeant Gravis's head whirring as he registered the jetpack stuck to his palm and the 2 detonators which had practically materialized in Twitch's hands. The giant in the acid-pocked armor stared into the wild eyes of the demolitions trooper, who was currently lying across a vortex bomb and accusing him of being one of them, and decided that intimidation and force were not viable options. So, in the gentlest voice a half-ton hybrid of man and tank can manage, he tried reason. Gravis started by asking Twitch to calm down. That worked about as well as you'd expect. The Space Marine then tried explaining that there were no enemies in the shuttle. Everyone here was just his ally. Twitch responded by chucking another jetpack at him and screaming, "That's what they all say, then the mask comes off." This seemed to confuse Gravis, so Doc helpfully explained that he'd just been accused of being an orc in disguise. Gravis pointed out that Twitch was obviously insane, which won him yet another jetpack and a scream of, "They all say that too!" At this point, Gravis must have been losing confidence in this strategy, because he turned and asked the rest of us what to do. Nubby, Amy, and Tink all simultaneously made unhelpful suggestions, and Sarge was busy clinging onto Sergeant Rivers' seat as yet another evasive maneuver tried to fling him across the shuttle. Doc told the Marine he was doing fine. This sort of argument was pretty much the standard operating procedure if no one managed to trank Twitch before he got the explosives out. He suggested that Gravis continue by taking off his helmet and proving he wasn't an orc. Twitch agreed that the orc should show us his real face. So he did. Tink's shout of, "What happened to your..." was cut off by Doc's hand. Amy cackled, until Nubby pointed out that the Marine still had most of his hair. Sarge asked what was going on, and Twitch admitted that Gravis wasn't an orc. Probably. In the incredibly awkward silence that followed, Sergeant Gravis put his helmet back on. His Scout Marine glared at us, and Twitch asked if someone would help him off the vortex bomb. He was stuck. Gravis collected both Twitch and Sarge, who were still clinging to the meditating Sergeant Rebus for dear life, and deposited them both in their seats. As the Marine stomped around, he talked to us, giving us a morale-boosting lecture he claimed was given to him as an acolyte on his first boarding mission. We were instructed not to worry about what we couldn't control, and to focus on remembering glorious victories of the chapter, or in our case, the Cadian regiments. Nubby asked what was so special about those nutters. This caused a pause in the motivational speech. It was eventually established that our regiment wasn't from Cadia, Catachan, Krieg, Elysia, Maccabeus, Mordian, Talern, Voistra, or any other world famous for its contribution to the Guard. Furthermore, our regiment had never accomplished anything other than serving as cannon fodder for more important Imperial forces. No glorious victories for us. At an indignant objection from our markswoman, this was adjusted to no glorious victories for anyone except Amy and her knobby regiment of knobby knobs. Sergeant Gravis stared at us, then asked what in the Emperor's name we were doing in the Inquisition. Sarge sighed, picked at a straight jetpack which had adhered to his sleeve, and admitted that not a day went by that he didn't ask himself that same question. The rest of the approach to the hive ship passed without incident. At least as far as us passengers were concerned, that is. The pilot definitely had to dodge a whole lot of something over the last few minutes, though. Thankfully, Emperor Tink never turned the vid feed back on. At a word from the pilot, Sergeant Rebus and his 4 Scout Marines sprang out of their seats and positioned themselves around the vortex bomb. A few moments later, there was a squishy impact, and the stealth shuttle's rear door opened to reveal a pulsating wall of flesh stuff. The scouts painted it with something. Rebus stabbed it with his power sword, and a gap was pried open. To our disgust, the 5 Marine boarding party then smeared themselves with the juices running from the gap. Once they and the vortex bomb were good and covered, they pulled on some Caroline cloaks that looked far better than any that had ever been issued to us lowly Guardsmen, and climbed through. Sergeant Gravis planted a probe-looking device in the gap behind them, and then sealed it with some big staple things and some chemical spray. When the gap was closed, we heard Gravis and Rebus do a comm check and schedule the pickup. Then the shuttle's door suddenly closed and we started drifting away. From docking to undocking, the whole boarding operation took just under 5 minutes. It was the most impressive display of efficient professionalism we'd ever seen, but I'm not sure any of us drew a breath during the whole thing. We all prayed to the Emperor that we wouldn't have to be on the shuttle during their pickup. There's a moral about getting what you wish for in there somewhere. We descended to the planet, alongside the hail of spores streaming from the hive ship. It went a lot faster, and required fewer evasive maneuvers than our approach had, which was good for our frayed nerves. Now that Sergeant Rebus and his team of suicidal supermen had departed, Gravis and his scouts became a little more chatty. The scout piloting the shuttle brought the gravity up enough to keep us in our seats, and told Gravis that he was starting scans. Gravis brought out an oversized data slate and began staring at it with the other scout. They didn't seem to think that we really needed to take part in the discussion, but when Tink sent his drone to hover over their shoulders, Gravis decided it was easier just to let us participate. Gravis and his 2 scouts were searching the battlefield below us for signs of the Xenophobes. Specifically, they were looking for big old bolts of warp lightning, which could be traced back to the Xenopsyker firing them. That sounded fairly simple, but given how far up we still were, and how much of a mess the battlefield was, we decided that it was pointless to try and help. While the Marines strained their eyes, the rest of us concentrated the sort of things us slowly Guardsmen find important, namely weather, terrain, and hostile positions. These turned out to be acid rain, wasteland with giant spiky rocks, and everywhere. In short, it wasn't a place we wanted to get anywhere near, much less drop onto via grav chute. Nubby and Tink started the argument by complaining about the suicidal nature of the mission, and suggesting that we just lie on the report, which prompted the Scum-Marine to tell us all to grow a backbone and a proper sense of duty. Amy told him where he could stick his backbone and sense of duty, and things went downhill from there. Sadly, there wasn't time to get a real good fight going. We only managed a bit of name-calling and a few astronomically improbable threats before Gravis finally spotted some warp lightning. Sarge, Doc, and Twitch stared at the datasync with the Marine. The section of battlefield he was looking at was a complete free-for-all between the Orcs and Nids, and a particularly dense cluster of jagged rocks was emitting bursts of lightning. Gravis said that the frequency of the bolts indicated it was a lone psyker, and went on to point out that the position was not strongly defended against an airborne insertion. He suggested that we move on to the target immediately, before it was killed or the battle shifted, but Doc and Sarge didn't like that they couldn't see inside the pile of rock the psyker was hiding in, and Twitch was Twitch. Sarge asked Gravis how sure he was that A, there wasn't a whole hive's worth of Nids in there, and at Twitch's insistence, B, that the lightning-shooting Xenos wasn't actually an Orc. Gravis just glared at us and said he was 73% certain that this was an acceptable target. Our fearless leader tried to stare down the Space Marine for about 5 seconds, then decided that this sort of decision, not to mention arguing with Astartes, was above his pay grade. Sarge rounded on the rest of us and started bellowing orders to prep for deployment. Tink got Spot stealthed up and verified that our scopes were synced. Nubby and Amy flung a few final insults at the Scout Marine. Doc tried to remember which button was which on his grav chute, and Twitch angrily grabbed a last armful of explosives, while muttering about no one taking Orcs seriously. When everyone was ready, we formed up behind Sergeant Gravis and his scout. A few minutes later, the shuttle hatch slammed open. The Space Marine stepped out into the air and dropped out of sight. Sarge followed him to the edge, looked down, and froze as he saw just how far down and covered with pointy things and Xenos the ground was. Then the Scout Marine pushed him. Now, just to be clear, while there are entire regiments of Guardsmen dedicated to doing grav drops, the rest of us think they're insane. Even your average Catachan will call an Elysian, or any other type of drop trooper, an adrenaline-hungry madman. And mind you, that's coming from someone who would gleefully try to kill a war boss with nothing but a combat knife. I mean, who in their right mind flies all the way to a battlefield in a perfectly functional shuttle, then jumps out of it while it's still half a click off the ground? Anyway, dropping through the air towards a pile of rocks that resembled nothing so much as a giant demonic hedgehog was not on the list of things we joined the guard to do. The fact that there was a hostile psyker inside said rocks, not to mention the bloody melee of Orcs and Tyranids around them, did not make it any more attractive. If it wasn't for the fact that Sergeant Gravis was already on the ground and clearing our landing zone, we all would have stayed in their shuttle. Also, the Scout Marine kept pushing us. Despite how unpleasant we found the drop, the painfully direct training we received meant we all made it down in one piece. One piece doesn't mean clearly, though. Only Sergeant Nummy made what could be called good landings, and there's only if you count landing on an unsuspecting Orc and Homagaunt as good. Doc and Amy wound up colliding with each other in the air, and made an awkward jaw landing on one of the jagged spires. Amy managed to stick the landing and started picking off targets, but Doc wound up sliding off and bouncing to the ground like a terrified pit bull. Tink outright stopped his descent by having Spot come up under him. He happily shot into the melee from his perch until he flashed forward to the leg, reminded that hanging in the air, where there is no cover and everyone can see you, is a terrible idea. Luckily he landed next to Doc. Twitch did not hit anything, but he swerved around a lot for some reason. Sergeant Gravis had cleared us a beachhead, and those of us who hadn't got shot or cracked a rib on the way down widened it. That was our first chance to use the pulse weapons Tink and Theo had disguised for us on soft targets, and it was glorious. No heresy intended, but Tau carbines blow lasguns out of the water. They hit harder than a hotshot and reload easier too. We were dropping Nids and Orcs left and right, and it was gratifying to see Sergeant Gravis stop and stare at us when he ran out of enemies. The Space Marine didn't stop for long, or ask about our sexier than standard issue weapons. Once he was sure we had the perimeter on lockdown, he switched to his power sword, made his way towards the cluster of fallen spires that was occasionally illuminated by blasts of lightning. The scout, who was perched similar to Amy, and had stolen at least 3 of her kills, started following his boss by jumping from spire to spire. The official plan called for us to leave them to it. We were just supposed to secure a landing area for the shuttle and keep reinforcements out. We were doing far better than expected though, and Sarge started feeling all, I'm this big Inquisition guy who actually helps instead of just following orders, so we followed Gravis to lend a hand with the Zonothrop, and Twitch tagged along for his own reasons. The rest of us were more than happy to stay put and keep shooting any orcs or Tyranids that wanted our way. Looking back, holding that perimeter was far too easy. There was never a concentrated attack on our position, just the occasional Xenos, who retreated in our direction and was checking out what all the plasma fire was coming from. We thought that the Xenos were just keeping each other busy. The Tyranids weren't pouring in to reinforce their psychic artillery unit because the orcs were in the way. We didn't realise that something had gone wrong until Sergeant Gravis flew out to the side of the rock pile. Well, not flew exactly, more like was thrown. Something like 1.5 tons of power-armoured Space Marine sailed through the air like a thing that is very bad at sailing, crashed through 4 of the smaller rock pillars, and barely activated his grav chute in time to dodge a fatal collision with the larger 5th. Doc tried to ask Sarge what the hell had just happened, but our Phyllis leader was busy screaming, swearing, and firing his pulse carbine on full auto. When Doc tried again, Twitch cut in, and in a slightly hysterical tone told us that Sarge was busy right now. He suggested that anyone who wanted to live should get some cover between themselves and the rock pile. We didn't need telling twice. Since we were keeping our heads as far down as was anatomically possible, and it turned out that Sarge was half blind and Twitch wound up getting a nasty concussion, no one really saw what happened next. Luckily, Spot recorded the whole thing. A few seconds after Twitch's warning, he and Sarge came out of the rock pile at a dead sprint. They dove behind the first pillars they could find, and a split second later, an entire cluster of collapsed pillars exploded. 3 green glowing projectiles were propelled out of the hole Sergeant Twitch has exited, and splattered apart against the rock Amy was perched on. One of them, or a random piece of debris, must have clipped Twitch's pillar too, because a sizable chunk broke off the top and nailed him on the helmet. He managed a dazed, told you so, before collapsing. In the aftermath, Doc ran over to check on Twitch and Sarge. The rest of us kept our eyes on the perimeter, except for Amy. She descended from her gore-covered perch with a cry of, "Oh god, it's everywhere! I think I got some down my shirt! Tell me this isn't mashed Tyranids!" Sarge literally sat up and told her not to worry. It was only mashed orcs. That did not improve Amy's mood. Sarge calmed Gravis, verified that both the Marines had survived the blast, and made sure the shuttle was on its way to pick us back up. While we waited and shot the occasional orc or Nid that took an interest in us, Sarge explained what had happened inside the rock pile. Sarge had followed Gravis down a sort of tunnel that headed towards where the warp lightning was coming from. The Space Marine had been sprinting ahead, and had obviously intended to rush the Psyche with his power sword before it could notice and fry him with lightning. Sarge caught up just in time to see Gravis exit the tunnel and put off the close to melee range part of the plan, but the Xenos Psyche hadn't been the frail range support unit they'd expected. Instead, Sergeant Gravis wound up face to face with a big old psychic, not to mention psychotic and psychopathic, orc. To the Space Marine's credit, he hadn't hesitated at all. He'd waded right in and started chopping and stabbing while Sarge gave covering fire. Unfortunately, the weird boy had a bunch of bodyguards, and they brought him enough time to do some warpy stuff. Sarge said the moral of the story was, if a warp energy infused orc charges you with supernatural speed and a big glowy stick, it is a far better idea to dodge his swing than to try to block it with your power sword. So when the Space Marine got knocked out of the park, Sarge decided it was time to leg it. He made liberal use of his flash grenades and nearly ran into Twitch on his way out. Twitch had apparently been picking out the detonators for the det packs he'd, without bothering to tell anyone, dropped all over the rock pile on his way down. Anyway, Sarge held the weird boy and his surviving miners off long enough for Twitch to sort out which button he wanted to press, and they got out of the pile a few seconds ahead of the explosion. The orcs hadn't, which is why Amy was picking pieces off them off her armour. Sergeant Gravis and his scout rejoined us just as Sarge finished his story. Nubby, ever the diplomat, asked if their bug hunt had gone as well as our perimeter securing had. Amy and Tink sniggered, but Sarge shut the 3 of them up. The 2 Marines didn't look like they were in the mood for any bullshit. Between the acid damage and the new sets of dents and scratches, Gravis' armour was beginning to look rather ragged, and the scout looked even worse. He'd apparently been trying to find a hole in the top of the pile to snipe through, and didn't have the same hardwired response to a warning from Twitch that our Guardsmen did. His stealth cloak was completely ruined, plus there were at least 2 sizable holes in his carapace armour. He was still alive though, and rather rudely turned down Dox's offer to patch him up, so we figured he was fine and had learned an important lesson about warnings from demolitions troopers. The stealth shuttle dropped out of the clouds above us, and we got back in the air without further incident. All of us more or less collapsed into the oversized seats. Despite the fact that we'd been only on the ground for about 15 minutes and only 2 of us had been noticeably injured, we were exhausted. Our rest didn't last long though. Despite the perfectly reasonable suggestions some of us made concerning calling the mission off and putting the blame on Mr. 73% certain it's an acceptable target, Sarge and Gravis both immediately started searching for another Xenos Psyker. By the time we finished reloading, they found a slightly less rock-covered hilltop that was emitting lightning. This time we had a clear view, and the lightning was obviously coming from a snaky-looking Xenos, which perfectly matched the images of Zonthrops we've seen. Gravis and his scout did not find it amusing when Sarge asked for Twitch's opinion anyway. Luckily for everyone's nerves, Twitch was too concussed to be smug, and simply agreed that the bug looked like a bug. As our shuttle neared the hill, we realised that this drop was going to be nastier than the last. This time, instead of a free-for-all, the hill was clearly in Tyranid hands, claws, whatever, and it looked fairly critical to the local battle with the Greenskins. The Nids definitely weren't going to let us wipe out their artillery where we had to fight. They'd reinforce it as heavily as they could manage. Perimeter duty would not be another cakewalk, and if it took too long to subdue the Psyker, we'd be up to our asses in bugs. Sarge quickly split us into pairs, assigning us to the 3 main approaches to the hill, and convinced Twitch to share his mines with us. We'd clear the area, push out, then plant the mines, and fall back towards the top if things got hairy. Before anything more complex could be put together, we reached the DZ. Sergeant Gravis was the first one down again. He leaned out the rear hatch, sighted the Zonothrop, and pretty much dropped right on top of the Psyker. The rest of us followed as quickly and professionally as we could manage. None of us even had to be pushed out of the shuttle by the scout this time. Every single one of us landed with our weapons firing. There were 7 or 8 Termagants keeping the Zonothrop company, and only one of them was still alive when we hit the ground. Sarge finished that one off, and we all fanned out towards our assigned areas. We moved fast, motivated by a desire to get our choke points set up before reinforcements arrived, and to get something solid between us and Gravis' fight with the Zonothrop. Honestly, we hadn't taken the Space Marine too seriously up to that point. I mean, we respected him and found him daunting as hell, but his combat performance in the last drop hadn't been up to the stories you hear about Space Marines. His fight with the Tyranid Psyker, though, that was something to tell your grandkids about. In a few seconds we saw him fighting before we got under cover. Sergeant Gravis baited out and dodged 3 massive lightning bolts, scored twice as many hits on the Xenos' shield bubble, and generally moved with more speed and grace than should have been possible. Abstractly, we'd known that the Emperor-Sire's chapter were the best experts available when it came to fighting Tyranids, but watching Gravis play their Zonothrop like a fiddle really drove it home. We would have all have stopped to spectate if the Zonothrop's misses weren't blowing the rocks near us into red-hot shrapnel, that is. Anyway, we all got the hell off that hilltop and into position. Spot stayed up high and gave us a good view of the incoming reinforcements, as we set our mines and found the best lines of fire. We all finished our preparations just in time, and started mowing down the first wave of Tyranids as they climbed the hill. That first wave was nothing but the Gaunts, both varieties, that had been near the hill. Thanks to the wonderful nature of choke points, not to mention good firing positions and techno-heretically awesome weapons, we were able to kill all of them, before they managed to shoot or claw us. That's not to say that we actually killed all of the Tyranids. Nids don't tend to run out of bodies to throw at a problem, but we did convince them to rethink their strategy. Once the choke points were choked with their bodies for any more to get past, the Gaunts broke off to wait for heavier reinforcements. Now, we'd been in this sort of fight with Nids before. Back when we were actually in the Guard, we fought a memorable and debatedly successful defensive battle against the bugs, so we knew what would almost certainly come next. Warriors, possibly with Ravener or Gargoyle support. On our respective sides of the hill, Amy, Nubby and Tink all moved to elevated positions and helped Spot watch for the higher lifeforms. Meanwhile, those of us still on the ground made sure the mines in our next positions were ready, and Sarge checked in with Gravis and his scout. The Marines were still working on wearing down the Zonothrop's shields without killing it, and asked us not to distract them again. We all made some rather unkind comments at that last part, but refrained from transmitting any of them. Spot, the Wander drone, tagged the second wave on its way in, and as we guessed, there were some warriors directing the charge from behind the initial meat shield. The Guards has a standard combat doctrine for pretty much every situation. While most of these are not very individual Guardsmen friendly, the one for that sort of attack is a good one, so for once we did things by the book. Admittedly, said book is rather short, but that just means it's easy to remember. The 3 of us that had moved into sniper positions held our fire, and prepare to shoot the big one first. On Doc and Tink's flank, an overcharged Tau laser thingy guided plasma bolt turned their warrior into chunky salsa. Over on Amy and Twitch's, a precision headshot from our actually quite talented markswoman took out theirs. With the Synapse creatures dead, the Gaunt's lost cohesion and both pairs of Guardsmen easily mowed them down. Unfortunately, the sniper on the third flank was Nubby, who didn't have Tink's anti-armor weapon or Amy's accuracy. A very angry, if rather burnt and bloody, Tyranid warrior immediately returned fire with one of those big B-gun things, pinning Nubby down in his sniper perch. Sarge tried to hold off the incoming wave himself, making heavy use of his grenades and the choke point, but it quickly became apparent that it wasn't going to work. Sarge calmed the rest of us, and over Nubby's shrill screaming, asked if anyone could give him support before he had to blow his mines and relocate. The rest of us were still rather busy with our mop-ups, and reinforcing Sarge meant crossing the Xenotech-infested hilltop, so we all declined. It seemed like Sarge was going to have to give up his flank safety margin, and he was getting ready to blow his mines and pull Nubby out, when the Scout Marine told him to hold a little longer. Sarge managed it. He wound up having to use his boost to keep a especially persistent Gort off while he reloaded, and his armor and beefiness barely saved him from a few flesh borer hits, but he managed it. Right as things were getting downright dire, the warrior and several nearby Gaunts went down to an amazing display of precision shooting. Nubby finally got his ass out of cover, and helped Sarge turn the tide back around as the Scout returned to the Zonothrop fight. Things were looking pretty good, even if we could see the third wave mustering in the bottom of the hill. Good changed to great when we heard Gravis say the Zonothrop shield was almost down. And then everything went to shit. Looking back, it's not that hard to spot the exact moment when the shitting of the everything occurred. Actually, it wasn't that hard to spot at the time either. Within 20 seconds of it happening, we knew what had gone wrong and why. But it took a bit longer for all the horrible results of that one scrub to manifest. Anyway, what started that whole horrible shit show was a simple communications failure at a rather hectic moment. The third wave of Tyranids was coming in, but we were busy shooting them and getting ready to blow our mines and fall back. Up on top of the hill, Sergeant Gravis had the Zonothrop on the ropes and was ordering his scout to get ready to trank it. The Scout Marine had just returned from helping Sarge and was perched on one of the pointy pillars on top of the hill. As the scout got the trank ready and lined up what must have been a rather tricky shot, he spotted something and calmed us. His exact words were, "Interrogator, incoming Tyranid assault flyer, north side." Now, let's do an experiment. First, go out and find 50,000 Guardsmen. Actually, go out and get 100. It's not like Guardsmen are hard to find. Hell, we're literally the largest organised fighting force in the galaxy. Which, come to think of it, means that the definition of a standard response to anything is what we do, not what a few bloody crazies stomping around in power armor and getting eaten by bugs. Anyway, ask any of these Guardsmen what they'll do when someone warns them hostile air units are incoming. Nothing else, no details or orders, just hostile air incoming. You know what they'll say? It'll be the same regardless of regiment, specialization, rank, or anything. Every single one of them will tell you the same thing. They will get the hell into cover. Apparently the Empress-sized chapter of the Space Marines aren't on the same page as the rest of us though. Or at least that Scout Marine wasn't. I mean, if he'd just been a little more clear, if he'd added just a few more bloody words like take it out or cover me, or even if he just shortened it to incoming assault, we would have understood. But no, he told us there was a flyer incoming, and stood there with his ass hanging out, Ronnie believing that we'd shoot it down, while he lined up his shot on the Zonothrop. Nubby was the first one to notice the impending disaster. Well, actually, he just saw the scout standing there and told Sarge that sheepy bastard's going to get his ass shot off. Sarge stared for a second, then peeked out of cover and saw what sort of flyer was incoming. Everything started to click together. The incoming Tyranid wasn't some dedicated air bioform designed to strafe or bomb ground targets. It was the biggest, meanest melee monstrosity in the swarm, or at least the biggest one that was still capable of flight. It was a Flyrant, a winged hive tyrant. The Tyranid equivalent of a Lord General crossed with a main battle tank and with some wings strapped on for good measure. It was big, pissed, and coming right at the only member of our team that was standing out in the open. Unfortunately, Sarge was just a little too late. By the time he started shouting his warning, nearly 5 tons of flying Tyranid hit the Scout Marine in the back. You know how in cartoons a bustle train hits someone and they'll just sort of vanish? It was exactly like that, right down to how the poor bastard's sniper rifle was left pinwheeling in the air for a second. In the aftermath, 3 things became apparent. The Scout had not gotten his shot off, the cyclically exhausted Zonothrop was doing a runner, and Gravis had bigger problems than chasing it. The Space Marine told us that the Xenotech was fleeing towards Sarge, asked us to catch it, and then started shouting about some place called Sulthur. A second later, the tyrant let out a scream that shook the entire hilltop. The situation was bad, but it was also, thank the Emperor, relatively simple. We had a perimeter to maintain, a hive tyrant to survive, and a Xenotech to catch. Sarge started bellowing out orders, and the rest of us scrambled to follow them. Since we still had all of our mines in place, the perimeter was actually the least pressing issue. Sarge's first order was to fall back towards the top of the hill, and let the explosives hold off the smaller Tyranids for a while. Sarge then told us he was going after the Xenotech, and sent Nubby to get the scout's trank-loaded sniper rifle. For the rest of us, Sarge's final orders were a little more freeform. Tink was to get his drone on the hive tyrant, and the rest of us were told to handle it. Seriously, that was his entire master plan. By the Emperor! There's a bloody hive tyrant inside our perimeter. It's killed one Space Marine, and as soon as it finishes off the other, it'll kill us all. What should we do, sir? Handle it! He never managed to live that one down. The ridiculousness of that order aside, it's not like we actually needed one. Each of us knew that the only way we'd live through this was if the tyrant was dead, forced to retreat, or kept distracted long enough for us to call and board the shuttle. All three of these possible solutions could be accomplished in the same way, by shooting the big bug and running away if it chased us. Some variations in improv could be thrown in as things progressed, but shoot and run was really the core strategy. Even the Space Marine was doing it, though it was more stab and run in his case. The first of us to actually see the hive tyrant up close were Amy and Twitch. As they ran up towards the hilltop, Sergeant Gravis started coming down in these big graceful leaps made possible by his grav chute. Valiant heroes of the Imperium that both of them were, they immediately scrambled to find hiding places. As the massive Tyranid charged down after Gravis, both of them held their fire, not to mention their breaths, and observed what they could. The Flyrant was, of course, a winged bipedal bug that stood 6 meters tall and was made of distilled murder and hate. But it also had a few important distinguishing points. It had 4 arms, well, 3-ish after Gravis had gotten his attention. The top 1.5 ended in the usual Tyranid talons, the bottom pair held a massive bone sword, and one of those freaky sentient whip things. Each of those weapons was capable of messily killing any poor Guardsman that got in close, but none of them had real range. That was a very good thing for us. Not so much for Gravis, though. Speaking of Sergeant Gravis, he was coming down the hill fast, but the Flyrant was gaining and didn't have much room left to run before he hit Twitch and Amy's minefield. Whereas it looked like he was going to try jumping over it, and then wading through the incoming wave of nids, he suddenly reversed direction. All 3 of the Flyrant's attacks missed the Space Marine as, with more speed and agility than anyone wearing the equivalent of a light tank should have, he dodged between the beast's legs. It was impressive as hell, especially the part where he got in a whack with his power sword on the way through. Both Amy and Twitch watched appreciatively, until they realised the Flyrant wasn't going to be able to stop. The 4.9-ton Tyranid flailed his wings in a mad attempt to get airborne, completely failed to do so, and ploughed through over a dozen AP mines. Twitch and Amy barely made it into new cover in time. Of course, it takes more than a few AP mines to kill a hive tyrant. Aside from shredding his wings, all they really seemed to do was piss it off. The tyrant let out another of his piercing shrieks as it reversed direction, and started pelting back up the hill after Gravis. Twitch and Amy watched it go, then realised they had a bit of a problem, namely that there was no longer much of a minefield between them and the wave of smaller Tyranids. The debate over what to do consisted of Amy and Twitch pointing in opposite directions, yelling "handle it" at each other, then splitting up. Twitch ran around dropping the last of his mines and spraying fire at the incoming gaunts. Amy sprinted up the hill after Gravis and the Flyrant, hit throwing her pulse rifle at the massive target until it crested the hill, and she lost line of sight. When Amy reached the top of the hill, she found Sergeant Gravis carefully circling round the enraged Flyrant, while Doc and Tink shot it. Like the other 2 Guardsmen, she sighted on the tower marker thingy Spot was projecting on the Tyranid, and poured out as much fire as she could. It was beginning to look like the 3 of them would be able to wear the creature down. Then Gravis botched one of his dodges. The Space Marine had to choose between trying to block the Flyrant's bone sword or die in a horrible death, and reluctantly chose the former. For the second time that day, he flew through the air with all the grace and aerodynamics of a thrown brick. Sergeant Gravis ricocheted off one of the stone spires encircling the hilltop, briefly tumbled upwards, then crashed into the dirt directly behind Doc and Tink. He was a tough bastard, though. Within a second of his landing, he started moving again. Both the Space Marine and his armour groaned, as he struggled to get back on his feet. The Flyrant let out yet another roar, sighted on the recovering Space Marine, and charged. Now, in your normal Commissariat-approved uplifting story of heroism, this is where the 2 stalwart Guardsmen would have stood their ground and laid down their lives to buy the wounded Space Marine time to recover. Then, right after the Guardsmen had finished valiantly sacrificing themselves, he would have magically gone better and killed the vile Xenos. Oh, and then all the Orcs and Tyranids on the planet would have died, and the whole place would have turned into a garden world, and paid all its tithes on time, and there'd be statues of the heroic dead Guardsmen everywhere. The Warp take those stories, and whoever keeps writing them. And the whole Commissariat, for that matter. Ever notice how it's always some Guardsman and never the Commissar who dies horribly in the Emperor's name? Anyway, Doc and Tink took one look at the charging Flyrant and ran for it. Okay, I realise that sounds bad, but it's not like they ran down the hill and left Gravis to die. They kept firing and ran perpendicularly along the top of the hill and I quote the official report here, an attempt to draw the Hive Tyrant's attention away from its target. Anyway, it's not like they would have accomplished anything by standing there, and there was no way either of them could have carried a fully armoured Space Marine to safety. My point is that what happened next was not Doc's, Tink's, or anyone else's fault, and I'll have you know that the Tribunal of Senior Order Xenos Inquisitors who reviewed Spot's footage agreed with that assessment. Well, 2/3 of the Tribunal anyway. So all three of us poured a hell of a lot of plasma into the Flyrant, it close to melee range with Sergeant Gravis. He parried the beast's whip thing, sidestepped a strike from its single remaining talon, then did that trick where he dodged for his legs again. Whereupon the Flyrant turned, brought his bone sword around at mid-chest level, and cut Sergeant Gravis in half. Twitch finished laying his replacement minefield and arrived at the hilltop right then, as did Sergeant Nubby, who were lugging the tranked Xenothrop between them. The part of what could be called, generously, the plan, hadn't involved anything as terrifying as the Flyrant, but it hadn't been a cakewalk either. Sarge managed to sight the fleeing Xenothrop as it came down the hill towards him. It turned out that even when too exhausted to keep himself hovering, the psychobugs are capable of wriggling along the ground at a surprisingly high speed. When Nubby hunted down the Scout's drop rifle and its trank round, Sarge chased the Xenothrop back and forth between the rocks, dodging the occasional weak lightning bolt and stray flesh ball around as he did so. Eventually, he cornered the beastie between two spires right as Nubby arrived with the comically oversized Astaris pattern sniper rifle. Since it quickly became apparent that Nubby was completely incapable of aiming the oversized rifle, and the Xenothrop was still screaming around a lot, Sarge decided to take the shot himself. The second he was distracted, the bug tried to escape again, and Sarge wound up tackling the thing and trying to pin it to the ground. It was like wrestling a cross between a greased pig, a giant snake, and an uninsulated power conduit. In the end, he collected a few scratches, a nasty bite wound, and a whole lot of electrical burns before Nubby just dragged the rifle over and jammed it into the Xenothrop's underbelly. Then they hauled the surprisingly long and heavy Xenos up to the hilltop, pausing to chuck a few grenades at the incoming wave of Nid reinforcements on the way, and got there just in time to see Gravis's bisection. There was a brief silence, which was punctuated by two meaty thuds, and Nubby's nasally voice, "Holy shit! Think he's gonna be okay?" Then the Flyrant roared again, and all six of us opened fire. Spot was projecting its Tau laser thingy on the middle of the Flyrant's torso, and we all just sighted our weapons on it and held the triggers down. Looking back, it's hard to say whether it was sheer weight of fire, or if the big bastard was just running out of energy, but its charge towards us was much slower than its earlier ones had been. Every single one of us got an entire magazine's worth of shots out before the Flyrant was a third of the way to Sergeant Nubby. It never made it to 2/3. There was a sort of squelchy pop as its torso armour gave way, and the beast stumbled. It sort of huddled there, trying to protect its wounded chest, and sending out a screech that was echoed by the smaller Tyranids climbing the hill. From the sound of it, they were finally getting past our minefields, and would be arriving in seconds. None of us went to hold off the incoming reinforcements, though. The Flyrant was the very definition of the big one, and we were going to shoot it first. Spot redirected its marker light to the Xenos' head. Not that we actually needed the fancy Tau flashlight, though. Even if the Flyrant's head was a relatively small target, it was a stationary one now. Every shot we fired hit. Within seconds, our mass plasma fire either punched through the Tyranid's head armour, or cooked the thing's brains to boiling point. Its head exploded like a particularly disgusting grenade, and a psychic pressure that none of us had even noticed was released. All around the hilltop, the incoming Tyranids broke and fled as quickly as they could, and the Xenothrop twitched a little where Sarge and Nubby had dropped it. Let me tell you, we'd escaped near certain death before, but the relief we all felt on that barren hilltop was the greatest in our lives. Every one of us just stood there and basked in the sheer joy of still being alive. Then Tink spoiled it by asking if Gravis had called the shuttle before he died. Tink's question was followed by the sound of a few thousand orcs whining, and it occurred to us that we'd probably just killed the creature that had been holding the Tyranid defense of these hills together. I doubt anyone in the history of the Imperium has ever gone from ecstatic relief to blind panic as quickly as we did. SARS started wildly flipping through comms channels. Twitch ran around deploying the last week's explosives. Amy screamed at Tink for not remembering sooner, and Tink called Amy a skunkhead super bitch. The odd men out were Doc, who had gone right past panic to desperation, and Nubby, who defaulted to some very basic instincts when overwhelmed. While everyone else was busy screaming, shouting, mining, and crying, Nubby went to get himself a shiny, not quite new power sword. The cretinous little vulture found the sword still in Gravis's hand, which didn't deter him even slightly. He firmly planted a boot on the Marine's arm and started prying at the power-armoured fist. As Nubby levered off the smallest of the Marine's fingers, two practically reflexive actions occurred. First, Gravis shook Nubby's grip off and tightened his fingers on his power sword. Second, Nubby automatically responded by drawing his combat knife and preparing to give the Empress peace, thereby settling any silly little ownership disputes. It was immensely lucky for all of us that Gravis's ceramite helmet was still sealed, since it made trying to slit his throat a long and noisy process. Doc noticed Nubby going at the Space Marine's armoured neck like an incompetent lumberjack, realised what it implied, and body-checked Nubby off the not-quite-dead Sergeant Gravis. Our brilliant medic then stood there, with his med kit open, panicking and trying to figure out how to treat the mother of all chest wounds. The commotion caught Sarge's attention in turn, and he abandoned his fruitless attempts to contact the shuttle by randomly trying comm channels. Sarge's first question wasn't if Doc was sure Gravis was still alive, or how that was even possible. It was whether the Space Marine was capable of calling for evac. Doc gibbered and pointed out that Gravis's lungs had been cut in half, and he could actually see inside them. Sarge took that as a no, but noticed Nubby's knife stuck between Gravis's helmet and gorget. Without waiting for a medical opinion, he seized the knife and twisted it with all of his beefy non-com strength. Later it was explained to Sarge, but not Nubby, that the latches on Mark 7 power armor helmets don't actually lock, and he could have just flipped them open. At the time, though, Sarge was too busy to waste time thinking, and just tore apart several million thrones worth of data relays and void seals. When the helmet finally came off, with a tear and a snap rather than a little pop, Sarge ran over to where Amy was beating 7 kinds of shit out of Tink. He ended their friendly little argument over who's the real bitch by grabbing the back of Amy's orc-stained armour and unceremoniously chucking her in Twitch's direction. Sarge then dragged Tink to his feet, thrust Gravis's helmet into the techie's hands, and screamed at him to make the box work. Tink stared at the helmet for a second, realised he had absolutely no idea how it worked, and wisely decided to try the obvious thing first, which is to say he put the helmet on his head and hesitantly asked if the thing was on. He was nearly deafened by the shuttle pilot's screaming request to know what the hell was going on, and what had happened to Sergeant Gravis. Tink decided that Sarge could answer that question, handed the helmet over with a smug little line about being able to fix anything, and went to see if Doc had anything for a broken nose. He immediately regretted that decision. So Sarge was wearing the helmet and explaining things to the shuttle pilot. Twitch was being Twitch, and since it looked like we actually wouldn't be all left stranded in the middle of an army of orcs, both Nubby and Amy decided it was time to take a breather. They sat on the trank Zonophobe, shared a pack of low sticks, and enjoyed the sight of Doc freaking the hell out and shaking Tink like a terrier with a rat. "Oh god, what do I do?" "I don't know. Fix him or something. Stop shaking me." "How, Tink? How do you fix being cut in half? He shouldn't even be alive. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know how Space Marines work. What if touching it makes it stop working? What do I do?" Do that Space Marine thing." "What thing?" "Harvest his gene seed." "His what now?" "His gene seed. It's like this seed thing the Space Marines have. If you put it out before a Marine dies, you can plant it in a servitor, and he grows back from it." "Really?" "Yeah, they had this whole thing in the last season, where Brother Captain Marcus the Cooperator fell in battle, and the Fire Warrior Rescue Team had to... Wait, you mean in your Tower vids? You're basing this off heretical cartoons?" "They're not cartoons, they're not heretical. And do you have anything better?" Shit. Okay, what's this gene seed look like, and when does he keep it?" They had to censor the part where they cut it out, but I think it was like a second heart thing, and it was all green and stuff." "Heart thing? So like in his chest?" "Yeah, right in the middle." "Okay, in the chest. Upper chest or lower chest?" Upper chest or lower chest? If I'm going to be digging around inside him looking for something green, I at least need to know which end to dig around in." "I don't know. Why did you go check on the scout?" The Scout Marine was pinned to the hilltop's ground a few dozen meters away from where he'd been perching when the fly would hit him. I'm using pinned quite literally here. He was face down with a Tyranid talon the size of a beefy telephone pole for his back. The talon ended in a very neat cut that matched the stump the fly grenade had, which probably explained how Gravis had gotten his attention. Unlike Gravis, there wasn't much confusion over whether the scout was dead. he started to go runny. It's not like all of him was melting, just a sort of expanding area around where he'd been speared. Said area included both the upper and lower chest, though. In the name of medical science, Doc poked at the bushy corpse with a probe, then chopped backwards with a girly shove when it started to hiss and melt too. Emperor? I swear he wasn't doing that earlier. Is this like a Space Marine thing? Do they melt when they die? Ew, don't think so. We'll make it hard to reuse the armor. Better it's a Nid thing. Does your big book of pseudo-scientific medical bullshit have a section on Tyranid bioweapons? Tyranid, Tyrant, Bone Sword, Sliving Talon, Toxin Sacs. Huh, neat. What does it say? If in fully stocked field hospital, laboratorium, quarantine, here, battlefield instructions. Smear area with counterseptic, administer oral detox, scan and apply indicated toxin wands, give plasma, pray to the Emperor. I can do all of those. Wait, like plasma for a gun or a bag? And what about the gene seed, though? Screw your gene seed. If we can keep him from melting until the shuttle arrives, we can ask the pilot. Now take these and go to his bottom half. These are pills, Doc. How do I give a pair of legs pills? How do you think? Oh god, I am not qualified for this. Well, neither am I. Now do it. Doc's panicked medical treatments were of rather dubious usefulness, especially the part where he fed a detox tab to the nearly dead Space Marine. That stuff is nearly enough to kill you on its own, and it made the big guy flayed around and spurt some nasty stuff out the end of his torso, which at least it proved he was alive despite the whole not really breathing thing. Also, Doc put more fluid back in and sealed off most of the leaky exposed torso area, so it was probably a net gain for Gravis. We all watched him running around and yelling at Tink, who was stuck with the literal ass end of the job, while the sound of the oncoming orcs grew steadily louder. It came as an immense relief when the shuttle dropped out of the clouds, and you better believe we were lined up and ready to board before it hit the ground. The pilot wasn't exactly on the same page as the rest of us, though. He didn't stay in his seat and keep the engine spun up, instead he was standing at the rear hatch when it opened. None of us had actually seen the pilot on our flight in, and that first meeting was rather unpleasant. He was a Scout Marine and looked nearly identical to the other guy, except for not being impaled and dissolving. It was also considerably worse the whole stoicism thing. The pilot stood in our way and demanded to know what had happened to Sergeant Gravis and Rubrum, which was sort of awkward since none of us had actually bothered to learn the dead Scout Marine's name. Anyway, the pilot did not take his sergeant's bisection well, and he went berserk when he saw his buddy's rifle sticking out of Nubby's pack. The outermost mines were going off at this point, and none of us wanted to die on the landing pad, so Sarge acted rather cruelly. He yanked the "Legion battlefield salvage" out of Nubby's pack, thrust it in the pilot's arms, said the scout had wanted him to have it, and then pointed out that his boss was going to die if we don't take off right now. We didn't have any problems securing the Xenotech for takeoff. The snaky Xenos was still completely out of it and fit right into one of the oversized seats. Gravis was a bit of a problem, though. Doc wound up strapping him upside down in one of the seats, supposedly because it let him tighten the crash harness and would keep everything from falling out if the bandage gave way. None of us knew enough to argue, so we went with the same gross end-up theory for his lower half, which was put into the seat next to him. During the strapping in process, Gravis' sword, bolter, and other little weapons and gadgets disappeared into Noah's backpack. Thankfully, the pilot was too busy taking off and dodging small arms fire from the incoming orcs to see any of this. After we were out of the orcs' range, our ascent out of the atmosphere went comfortably enough. Sarge sat in the relative peacefulness and inspected us troops. In addition to his ample supply of lacerations and electrical burns, we collected a concussion, a fairly nasty leg wound, a broken nose, some cracked ribs, nearly a dozen minor flesh borer hits, and an orc juice marinade. We were all still alive though, and we had Oak's Xenotech too, so all in all, we called it a win. Sure, our Space Marines had taken one hell of a beating, but we completed our objective, and horrible sacrifices in the name of victory are what Space Marines are all about. I mean, we've been attacked by a bloody hive tyrant, and 2 Marines for a tyrant is a pretty good trade. Anyway, it was beginning to look like Gravis might just survive long enough to get into a real medic, eh? So yeah, totally a win. We were in the middle of congratulating ourselves and speculating on if Gravis would be put in the Dreadnought, when 3 things happened. First, the Xenotech started twitching, then Gravis' armor started beeping, and his lower half began to smoke, and finally the helmet in Sarge's lap started talking. So no shit, there we were, sneaking across a war zone with a slowly awakening Tyranid Psyker and a quickly dying Space Marine when Sergeant Rebus called for his evac. If you actually needed proof that the entire purpose of the universe is to shit on poor hard-working Guardsmen, It'd be damn hard to find something better than that timing right there. I mean, just to remind you, this wasn't some simple pickup from a combat zone he needed. No. He needed us to sneak back into boarding range of a Tyranid hive ship, which was still being assaulted by a few million Orc fighters, to pick him up before the high-yield vortex bomb he'd just planted went off. You could say that we weren't the ones doing the actual sneaking, and that we'd been safely through it before, without the armed vortex bomb, of course. But this time it would be a race against the Xenotech waking up, and Sergeant Gravis melting. Every man has their limit, and this was well beyond ours. Before the pilot could respond, Sarge put on Gravis' helmet and calmly, clearly, told the Space Marine to wait his damn turn. All of us, except for Doc, who was rather busy, cheered. Sergeant Revis and the pilot were less enthusiastic. The argument that followed included accusations of cowardice, the pilot coming out of the cockpit with a bolter, and threatening to kill either us or the Zonothrop, and Sarge telling one of the Emperor's Angels of Death to shut up and soldier. In the end, a combination of devotion to the mission and a desire to save his sergeant won the pilot to our side. Sergeant Rebers was instructed to delay the bomb's detonation and hold out until we were dropped off and a return trip could be made. The conversation ended with Rebers bitterly complaining that dying waiting for evac was an end worthy of a Guardsman. Sarge responded by telling him that holding the line wasn't that hard. After all, Guardsmen did it all the time. Now it might sound like we callously doomed a team of valiant Space Marines to their deaths, but we really weren't delaying their extraction that long. The Marines had prepped for this type of situation where they'd adjusted their mission plan to account for only having one shuttle. The occurrence border had followed our stealthy little vessel into the system, as quietly as it could, and was now close enough that it'd be a matter of minutes, not hours, to reach it. Of course, being that close meant there was a significant risk of detection, and the occurrence border did not have any real way to hold off an attack by the Orcs or the Nids. Back at the briefing, Rebus had claimed it was an acceptable risk though, which goes to show you what a bloody tactical genius he was. Okay, maybe that's a little unfair. Having the ship closer turned out to be very good for him, and it's not like he could have foreseen that we'd capture the Xenothrop, but forget to bring along the second dose of that special psych tranquilizer stuff. Though if he's spared the blame, then that means Gravis and his scout deserve a little for not taking the excessively simple precaution of leaving a few spare doses in the shuttle. I mean, we were going into extremely hostile territory. Why was the scout carrying all the tranks? And why hadn't either of them told us a second dose would be needed? Is Tyranid wrangling some super secret Emperor Psi-Bony technique? Or did they think that there was no way that we'd survive and continue the mission if they didn't? Well, actually, that one is completely understandable. Arrogant as all hell, but understandable. I'm getting ahead of myself, though. The Xenothrop was a problem later. At the time, our big concern was that half of Gravis was dying, and the other half was violently decomposing. Once again, the task was divided between Doc and Tink. This time Doc was much calmer, and his response was surprisingly reasonable and professional. He fussed around the upside-down Space Marine torso with his medical scanner and tox wands, and shouted questions about Astartes biology and power armor-augmented Medicaid systems at the pilot. There was some rather confusing talk about illicit kidneys, biomedical cogitators, and cellular regenerator reservoirs, which the rest of us ignored, because Tink's part of the job was a complete shit show. Whatever was on the Flyer and Sword, when it got going, it really got going. Gravis' lower half went from fine to melting from the wound down in mere seconds. It's hard to say whether Tink's response was best or worst when available, but it was certainly the most disgusting. In an effort to slow down the process, he unbuckled the power-armored legs and flipped them upside down. The smouldering bandage immediately gave way and dumped a horrible combination of meat juice, xenos toxins, and extremely powerful acid onto the seat. The smell was beyond vile, and all of us had to put on our rebreathers just to stay conscious, which was lucky considering how many airborne toxins were found in that shuttle when we landed. So after the spillage started dissolving the seat, the rest of us became very interested in helping Tink. Of course, none of us knew jack about biochemistry, so we were only able to offer what might be called mechanical solutions to the acid problem, and most of those suggestions were absolutely terrible. In the end, we settled on the traditional occurrence border technique of shoving it out the airlock and hoping it needed oxygen and heat to keep doing whatever. So that's why, when we finally docked with the occurrence border, our shuttle's hull was decorated by a pair of legs being gripped by Spot the Wonder Drone. It says something that none of the people waiting in the bay even commented on that. The occurrence border had been warned of the time-sensitive nature of our cargo, and the welcoming party was well prepared. Doc's hospitalic girlfriend and her minions were ready with a bunch of scary-looking medical gear, and sort of a big goo-filled container. Gravis' legs, and to Tink's horror, Spot, were immediately pried off the hull, crammed into said giant pickle jar, and hauled off before we'd even made it out the shuttle. Doc was the first one down the ramp. With Tink's help, he deposited Gravis on a waiting gurney, then turned to his girlfriend and went for a hug and a quick kiss. He didn't get either. Instead, she screamed at him to keep his rebreather on, hosed him with a chemical sprayer, and then ordered him to go for full decontamination and meet her in the medbay. Doc stood there and dripped for a second, and then dejectedly jogged after his departing girlfriend. Those of us who weren't struggling to get the Xenotech out of the shuttle chuckled at this, at least until a pair of sprayer-armed minions started hosing us as well. We'd all been thoroughly soaked by the time we got Xenotech out of his seat, and loaded onto the cargo trolley Hannah had waiting for us. The sprayers then moved on to hosing the shuttle's interior, but before they could get much done, the rear hatch slammed shut, and the engines kicked back on. In clear violation of all safety procedures, the pilot rocketed out of the bay before we cleared the area. As he left, the pilot calmed us and promised vengeance if Gravis didn't survive, and from the helmet Sarge was still carrying, we overheard him giving his ETA to Sergeant Revis. We silently wished him luck, then turned to the serious business of getting our Xenotech stored in the psycho containment cells. The Xenotech hadn't been any trouble during the unloading process. That was because it had come almost fully awake when we were still 10 minutes out, and we'd had to do something about it. Initially, we'd hoped that this far away from other Tyranids in the hive ship, it'd revert to being a dumb beast. Acting on this theory, when the Xenotech started clawing at his straps and manifesting small bolts of electricity, Sarge attempted to establish superiority by punching it in the snout. That did not work. Plan B was to hit it with one of the guard-issue trank and painkiller Tshirt from Doc's kit, and it's not like he was using them anyway. When that didn't work, we went with Plan C, which was to keep applying Plans A and B until they did work. After a fair amount of punching and enough tranks to kill 3 men, the uppity Xenos Psyker finally went back to sleep. Disturbing though, the shuttle was still filled with little snaps of static, and we all felt a sort of ominous pressure in the air. We tried to call the xenologist adept back on the ship and get his opinion of that, but our comms had a surprising amount of trouble, so we set out on asking him to meet us at the bay. The adept was waiting next to Hannah, and as we loaded the Xenotech onto the pallet, he took note of the minor phenomena, as well as the empty Tshirt that we'd left sticking in the Xenos. After processing this for a second, he began yelling at us to go faster, which was extremely unhelpful, since we were all outrunning him until he got on the pallet himself. The part where he called ahead to warn the psychocells and asked Fumbles to meet us halfway was more useful though, so we forgave him. Picture, if you will, a cargo pallet racing down the corridors of a spaceship. It is occupied by a large, unconscious Xenos that looks like a cross between a snake and a fetus, a slightly overweight man in robes, and a guardsman with an injured leg. The guardsman is holding a wrench that is connected to a random tangle of wires, which is being hung over the Xenos. As the pallet races along, he is using the wrench to ground increasingly large bursts of inexplicably green electricity against the floor and walls. Behind the pallet are a terrified-looking tech priestess and a burly guardsman who looks like he'd recently called for a burning razor blade factory. Both of them are pushing the pallet as fast as they can through the maze-like series of corridors that make up the ship. Every twist and turn requires a frantic effort to change the heavy pallet's direction, and occasionally one of the pushers will misjudge, slam into a wall or door frame, and then have to scramble to catch back up. A fair distance ahead of the pallet are 2 guardsmen. One is wiry and wreathed with explosives, the other is short and lugging a backpack packed near to bursting. They're screaming at people to get out of the corridors, applying indiscriminate force when necessary, and opening the various doors and hatches the pallet needs to go through. A little bit behind them is a guardswoman who could be defined as regal looking if she wasn't completely filth encrusted. She is pausing at corners and relaying upcoming direction changes to the pallet's pushers. So, this parade of panic made its way through nearly half a kilometre of ship corridors, trailing confusion and technical failures behind it. But it didn't really get bad until right at the halfway point, when Fumbles suddenly stepped out of a side hatch and into the path of the onrushing pallet. A second later, he was face down on top of the Xenotech, clutching his badly bruised shins and screaming at the top of his lungs. Not being a psyker, I can't really say what Fumbles did during that mad scramble. From our perspective, he just sort of lay there and gibbered. Later on, he claimed not to remember any of it. He was probably doing something really important, like keeping the Xenotech from doing stuff while it was unconscious, or hiding us from the hive mind. Chances are that without him doing his thing, we would have died horribly before we got to the holding cells. We didn't really appreciate that at the time, though. All we noticed was how immensely inconvenient Fumbles made the rest of our journey. After Fumbles arrived, in addition to the electricity thrown off by the sleeping Xenotech, we had to deal with freak indoor snowstorms, a few instances of spontaneous gravity reversal, and all sorts of creepy noises and visions. On 2 occasions, the effects were so bad that Sarge considered dumping the accident-prone Psyker off the pallet and leaving him behind, but the Xenologist Adept insisted that he stay. Luckily, Hannah's augmentics didn't take that long to start working again after they spontaneously locked up, and the minor demon only made it in 3 steps before a combination of pulse fire and what might be called a power wrench turned it into chunky salsa. Despite all the complications, we made incredibly good time on our mad sprint, covering something like 1 kilometer in just under 6 minutes. That wasn't quite fast enough though. We'd reached the final stretch and could see Jim holding the door open, when the ominous sort of psychic pressure we'd been feeling suddenly ratcheted up. As the pressure mounted, Fumbles gibbered something like, "It sees, it knows, it hungers," and then the entire corridor filled with a torrential downpour of blood. Everything slowed to a crawl as the first drop of blood hit Sarge's face. Memories of 2 psychers in a cargo bay flitted through his mind, and he slowly began to reach towards Fumbles. Then everything exploded. There were actually 2 explosions. The first was a sort of psychic concussion. For a second, the rain of blood paused in midair. Then there was a crack of energy, and a wave of force radiated outwards from Fumbles. It was strongest at his epicenter, and all 3 of the pallet's human passengers were thrown off. Tink and the adept both slammed into the corridor's walls, while Fumbles flew upward, inexplicably stuck to the ceiling for a second, then flopped to the floor with an unpleasant splash. Behind the pallet, Sarge saw the wave coming, and rather gallantly pushed Hannah behind him. This did not have the intended result. The wave hit Sarge, and over 100 kilos of psychically propelled non-com slammed into Hannah. This in turn resulted in both of them tumbling backwards and landing in a heap, unfortunately with Sarge on top, nearly crushing the poor cog girl. He probably would have died of embarrassment if it weren't for the fact that all 5 human projectiles were left unconscious by the blast. The final effect of the psychic concussion was to blow out all the lights in the corridor. Twitch, Nubby and Amy activated their shoulder-mounted lights, and watched through the rain of blood as the pallet sloshed to a halt. The 3 of them held position and kept their weapons trained on the Xenotech until Jim shouted Hannah's name and began to run past them. Nubby casually stuck out a foot and tripped the panicked cowboy, then followed Amy and Twitch as they began to move towards the pallet. Their cautious advance had nearly reached the pallet when the Xenotech suddenly jerked into the air. It hung there for a second, like some sort of horrible giant puppet being held up by tangled strings. Then a second explosion shook the entire ship. The world went green, and Amy started screaming. It was a bit of a surprise to find ourselves alive after that. Nubby and Twitch stood there in the ankle-deep blood, shooting their eyes against the bright green light and watching Amy, who was screaming and wildly firing her pulse rifle at the Xenotech's glowing energy shield. Guardsmen that they were, both of them quickly raised their own weapons and started firing as well, but after a few seconds they noticed that something was weird. The Xenotech wasn't fighting back. There were no lightning bolts or soul-rending screeches, and on closer inspection it didn't even appear to be awake. Of course, it wasn't until Theo came out of where he'd been hiding in the cells, helped Jin to his feet, and asked whether the plan was still to capture the Xenotech alive, that they considered not shooting the Xenos. Everyone except Amy, who was too busy hysterically shooting at the Xenotech to talk, put their heads together to figure out what to do. While the Xenotech may not have been attacking, the psychic pressure had gone from ominous to outright painful, so the debate was a very short one. The second a halfway reasonable suggestion was put forward, they all leapt into action, though Twitch and Nubby both bitterly complained that it was the non-human who made the plan. Well, plan is a grandiose term. They wanted to get the Xenotech into the cells, but no one wanted to touch the sparkly green shield. So Theo had made the stereotypically Tau suggestion of using drones. He and Jim had sent a small swarm of servo skulls and clutched together Tau drones behind the Xenotech, and had them start ramming its shield in an attempt to herd it towards the door. Nubby and Twitch contributed by getting Amy to stop shooting and making sure no one was drowning in the warp blood. The plan was decent, but had a major problem. It was too slow. The skulls and drones didn't have that much pushing power to begin with, and the electrical nature of the Xenotech shield was frying them one by one. It was a race against the psychic pressure mounting to lethal levels, and we were losing. None of us had any other ideas though, and things probably would have gone poorly if Amy hadn't finally snapped out of her PTSD-inspired violent freakout. When Amy returned to coherence, she took one look at how slow it was going, cussed everyone else out for being useless cities, and seized the forgotten cargo pallet. She ran towards the Xenotech, building up as much speed as the blood allowed, and at the last second levered the pallet onto 2 wheels, and used it as a sort of poorly balanced battering ram. It worked surprisingly well. With Nubby and Twitch's help, another 2 blows got the Xenotech to the door of the psychic containment cells, where the problem of how to fit a 3-meter energy bubble through a 2-meter wide door presented itself. This was solved by the arrival of Sarge and Tink, who finally finished their naps and decided it was time to actually be useful. While Jim and Theo, who weren't quite as stubborn as their Guardsmen, Arguing over whether it was possible to widen the door without damaging something or other, we backed to the end of the corridor. We pitched the pallet up like a more traditional battering ram, Sarge positioned himself at the end, and then we charged. Jim and Theo's debate was brought to a halt, as a wildly sparking Xenopsyker shot between them, bounced off a few pieces of delicate machinery, and neatly slid into the waiting stasis unit. The techies slapped various on buttons, and then the terrible psychic pressure vanished. Out in the corridor, those of us who hadn't broken anything in the charge cheered, but our enthusiasm dwindled as every comm terminal in the cells began ringing. Jim checked the caller ID on one of the terminals, saw that it was the captain, and decided that this was our problem. Well, he said it was our problem, but everyone knew it was really Sarge's. Chain of command goes both ways and all that. So we hauled our too exhausted to be fearless leader off the ground, relocated his shoulder and pushed him towards the nearest comm terminal. He stared at the thing reproachfully for several seconds, swore a bit to make himself feel better, and then finally bit the bullet and grabbed the handset. All of us listened in as Sarge asked the call, both because we were curious and because the captain was yelling so loud that it was impossible for us not to. The man in charge of flying us through the void, who sounded both furious and terrified, had a few questions for us. Specifically, what in the Emperor's name we'd done, why his navigator was hysterical, why his Astropath was dead, and why 2 hive ships were heading towards us. Let me tell you, nothing ruins the taste of victory quite as thoroughly as hearing about how much collateral damage there was. Anyway, Sarge dealt with the captain by holding the handset out at arm's length and waiting for the man to run out of breath. When his chance came, Sarge told the captain we had the cargo secure, then promised to come up to the bridge. While he did that, the rest of us wearily speculated on just how screwed we were, and collected our teammates from the blood-filled corridor. Fumbles was alive, but completely out of it, and there was something off about his eyes. Aside from being all rolled back. It was quickly decided that he needed a trip to the medbay, as did Hannah and the Adept. Despite being in better shape than Fumbles, both of them were obviously in a fair amount of pain for their various dents and bruises. The less callous members of the squad felt a little guilty about that. Sometimes it's easy to forget that even the weediest Guardsman is a great deal tougher than most folks. So as I said, Sarge finished his call with a promise to come up to the bridge, which led to a near mutiny from the rest of us. It says something about our level of exhaustion that we found the prospect of yet another damned hike more distressing than the incoming hive ships, since he was far too tired himself to force us all to come with him, and because there was some other stuff that needed doing anyway. Everyone but Amy, who turned out to be terrible at rock, paper, scissors, was excused from that trek. Nubby and Twitch were tasked with taking Fumbles, the Adept, and Hannah to the medbay on the massively dented cargo pallet. Tink wanted to join the medbay group, both to get patched up and to retrieve Spot, but Jim and Theo needed his help with something technical sounding, so he had to stay. Hannah wound up promising to save his drone from whatever horrible medical things were being done to it, and to send it down with whoever was going to clean up the giant port blood puddle. Sarge and Amy arrived on the bridge, where they were surprised to discover that they were not the only ones covered with blood. The communications officer's front side had a nice coating of red, with a few white and grey chunks mixed in. It turned out that when the captain said the Astropath was dead, he meant really dead. Anyway, the captain was up on his podium doing captaining things. When he saw Sarge and Amy, he paused from yelling at people, and spared all of 10 seconds to tell Sarge that there were now 3 hive ships incoming. He had absolutely no intention of letting them get into firing range, and we'd be leaving just as soon as the warp drive finished warming up. After that, Sarge would explain just what us dirt suckers had done to the ship. As the captain went back to yelling at subordinates, Sarge digested the new information. After a few seconds, Amy realised he was stuck, and performed the single duty she'd been brought along for, which is to say she jabbed Sarge in the ribs and reminded him to ask about the Space Marines. While Sarge stepped up onto the podium with the captain, Amy, her important work completed, commented a comfy-looking chair from a terrified ensign. She fended off all attempts to remove her with a combination of obscenity, death threats, and some totally justified violence. The discussion at the podium quickly became an argument, albeit a quiet one. Sarge was not happy to hear that the Space Marines were not aboard, or that the captain had no intention of waiting for them. The captain was not happy with Sarge's complete lack of understanding when it came to the realities of naval warfare. Sarge made nearly a dozen suggestions as to how time could be bought. The captain, using the same sort of condescending tone we use when talking about basic squad tactics to adepts and such, explained why every single one was either unwise, idiotic, or downright impossible. In the end, Sarge was forced to accept that unless the Space Marines made it back on their own, or at least started answering their vox, they were going to be left behind. He dejectedly left the captain to his business and wandered over to the brain-spattered communications officer. Out of a morbid sense of duty, and despite the fact that all of this information had already been broadcast to the Space Marines, Sarge had the officer direct the Vox Ray towards the hive ship that Rebus had boarded, and then began explaining the situation. This rather bleak message got no response, which indicated that the Marines were still too close to the hive ship to break Vox silence, or, as Amy unhelpfully suggested, that they were already dead. After a few minutes, Sarge's transmissions dissolved into awkward apologies for abandoning the Space Marines to their deaths. Eventually it grew so pathetic that Amy forced Sarge to hang up the Vox and stop embarrassing himself. A second ensign was evicted from his chair, and both of them sat and watched the bridge's tactical display as the countdown to warp slowly continued. It was an incredibly depressing scene, but Sarge felt he needed to stay until the end, and Amy was similarly bound to keep Sarge company. Sarge moped. Amy flicked pieces of orc at the two tech priests on the bridge, the captain captained, and the rest of the bridge officers ran around doing stuff like redirecting the void shields. And then at warp -60, everyone flinched as the psychic equivalent of millions of nails running down a massive chalkboard swept over them. Luckily, the bridge's windows had already been covered in preparation for entering the warp, so no one was driven insane by the sight of a massive hole in reality forming and sucking an entire Tyranid hive ship, not to mention a few thousand orc fighters into the warp. In the confusion of prayers and curses that followed, Sarge noticed the Vox station chiming. Sarge nearly strangled the communications officer as he yanked the praying man up off the floor and back into his seat. After a few seconds of button pressing from the officer, and unhelpful yelling from Sarge, the Vox station spat out a piece of paper. Sarge snatched the paper and scanned the 3 lines of text on it. The only one that made sense was, "Do not let us be forgotten, Sergeant Rebus." But that was enough for Sarge. He ran to the captain and thrust the paper into his hands. Sarge was halfway through triumphantly telling the captain that the Marines were alive, and probably just need a small amount of time to dock, when the captain shrugged and handed the paper back. Amy had to restrain Sarge as the captain told all hands to brace, and began the final countdown to warp. 10 seconds later, the most violent warp transit either Sarge or Amy had experienced knocked them both to the ground. Over in the medbay, Twitch and Nubby had to hold Fumbles down as he suffered a massive seizure, and Doc had the poor fortune to vomit while wearing a surgical mask. Down in the Psycho holding cells, Tink was knocked on his ass as a few overstressed pieces of equipment underwent rapid, unplanned disassembly. As Jim hauled him back up, Theo poked his head out and asked if that had been the warp jump, because the psychic pressure of the hive mind wasn't decreasing. The ensuing argument over whether Theo actually knew how to read the exterior psychic activity display was interrupted by a bolt of green lightning. Back on the bridge, the captain explained that the first 2 lines of the Space Marine's message had consisted of an astropathic contact code and an orbital vector. The code would probably reach some Emperor-sized battle barge, and with the vector they'd be able to jump in and pick up their stranded battle brothers. It'd probably take a few months, but Marines were supposed to be very patient about that sort of thing. Sarge accepted this without argument, mostly because he was too tired to get back up. Unfortunately, Sarge wasn't allowed to just go to sleep on the floor of the bridge. It wasn't that the captain nor any of the other bridge officers objected. After the explanation, he'd become preoccupied with some unexpected hive ship-shaped blip on the scanners. Instead, the problem was a very annoying voice in his comm bead. Tink, who was talking with the speed of someone that had just been dosed with stim, had a few questions about just what the hell was going on. Sarge was forced to get up off the comfortable floor and explain that the big spike of warp energy had been the vortex bomb. No one had known the jump would be that bad, and the hive mind's continued presence probably has something to do with the remains of the vortex-hit hive ship floating next to us in the warp. There was a bit of chatter in the background that sounded like, "Told you so," but Tink was too hyped up to actually listen to the answers. Halfway through Sarge's explanation, Tink started a high-speed tirade about how delicate and complex every piece of equipment in the cell was, how much of that equipment had been damaged during the Xenotech's imprisonment, and how important it was that he be told about things before they happened. Tink's irate rambling was finally brought to a halt by the sound of a lightning bolt, and some incredibly girly screaming in the background, followed by Jim ripping the comm bead off Tink's head and screaming, "The Xenotech is awake!" into it. According to Amy, Sarge didn't start crying when he realised the mission wasn't yet over, but it was a close thing. His despair didn't last long, though. Within a few seconds, he was barking syrup at a Tink and had Amy relaying orders to the rest of us. In summary, the stasis unit was on the fritz. The warp presence shroud and exterior psi shielding were being steadily torn apart by the hive mind's continued assaults. The psi suppressor was currently on fire, and the Xenothrop was awake. The end result was that the Captain Xenos was shooting half-strength lightning bolts every time the stasis field flickered, and everything was seconds away from spontaneously exploding. The situation was bad, but not quite as bad as Jim had made it sound. Tink was sure that he could fix everything. All he needed was old Bill, Hannah, every available tech priest, a whole lot of parts, and some Indians to stand in front of the lightning bolts, to be sent down to the Psycho holding cells. Also Doc, or someone better at medicine than Doc, because Tink couldn't feel his leg anymore, and Jim's fleshy bits were a little crispy. Oh, and recaf. Lots and lots of recaf. It took a lot of yelling and a bit of theft, not to mention at least 2 outright abductions, to put together the relief force, but we managed it. What followed was an absolutely heroic repair effort by the techies, plus a fair bit of general assistance from the rest of us. Which is to say that in addition to playing Gopher, we took turns holding a grounded boarding shield in front of the Xenothrop, and shooting the small demonic forms that occasionally rose out of the blood pool in the hallway. Finally, after several hours of frantic labour, and what we were later informed was a similarly frantic retreat from the mangled but still living remains of the hive ship, the occurrence border dropped back out of the warp, and the situation in the cell stabilised. We declared victory and went the fuck to sleep. Now, I say we declared victory, but that was more in the tactical sense than the strategic. We'd reached a sort of temporary calm spot, but all of us knew it wasn't going to last. We'd captured the Xenothrop and repaired its prison to a sort of minimally functional level, but we still had to haul it across an entire segmentum. That meant months of warp travel, which, given the notorious unworthiness of our ship, was quite dangerous enough without the imprisoned Xenopsycha. None of us were optimistic enough to think that we'd make it through the whole thing without incident, and I won't go into what the more pessimistic members of the squad predicted. Once we'd all gotten some much needed sleep and medical treatment, a long and incredibly tedious post-mission meeting was held. All of us attended, but after the initial part where we regaled everyone with our heroic exploits, people started finding excuses to leave. These ranged from legitimate concerns about projects and patients, to Nubby's dubious mumbling about having left his fillet in the oven, to Amy just walking out. But eventually everyone but Sarge and Jim escaped. In the end it was just them, the captain, the adepts, and a few of the ship's officers, planning out the whole mad voyage, while the rest of us slouched around the medbay. Our continuous presence in the medbay wasn't really appreciated. The Hospitaller didn't really mind us, but her minions made several pointed comments about how nice it would be if some of us, especially Nubby and Twitch, went back to our quarters. We ignored them though. It's not like we didn't appreciate our quarters, we just wanted to stick together, and both Doc and Fumbles were more or less stuck in the medbay. Luckily, Doc wasn't stuck in the medbay because he'd been badly hurt. His girlfriend might have done horrible medical things to us if he nearly crippled again. In fact, Doc was doing better than the rest of us were, primarily because he'd missed out on that shit show in the cells. Sergeant Gravis was in pretty bad shape though, and most of Doc's time was taken up with his treatment. While the bisected Space Marine's condition had improved slightly when he'd been moved to the much better stocked and staffed medbay, that had only been temporary. There was some sort of complex chemical war going on between the Tyranid toxins and Gravis's weird Space Marine biology. Doc's girlfriend had hooked up a metal cogitator to some sort of socket on Gravis's power armor, and Doc was constantly either injecting or extracting fluids from the comatose Astartes based on what it said. It was remarkably unpleasant to watch, and the rest of us found it amazing how persistent Doc was about the whole thing. Honestly, the rest of us, including the Hospitaller mind you, were in favour of just letting the Space Marine die after the second day of horrible medical torture, but Doc seemed committed to keeping Gravis alive as long as possible. We left him to it, both because it was far too gross to keep watching, and because Fumbles needed our company more than Doc. Fumbles was in the medbay for what you might call personal reasons. He had come out of his psychic battle with the Xenothrop, or Hivemind, or whatever, different. Mentally he was okay. I mean, he was still a bit neurotic and starved for praise as ever, and he still uncontrollably broadcast his emotions to everyone nearby. But aside from that and not remembering anything from the fight, he was fine. The problem was his eyes. At first they just looked odd, and he was mostly blind. But over the few days we rested in normal space, they sort of grew and changed. Now, none of us wanted to use the M-word, even if he was a psycho to begin with, but that was the sort of stuff you're supposed to tell the Commissar about. I mean, his eyes got to the size of a bloody fist. Well, maybe not Sarge's fist, but definitely as big as one of Doc's girly hands. Anyway, that wasn't all. His pupils got weird too. At their smallest, they were as wide around as your finger, plus they sort of shined a bit, and they didn't always stay circular. It was creepy as all hell, let me tell you, especially because his eyelids didn't grow, so he couldn't have properly closed his eyes. Creepiness aside though, the eye thing was amazingly unpleasant for Fumbles. For one thing, they didn't fit in his head properly, and there was all sorts of painful pressure building up. Then there was how sensitive they were. Anything but the dimmest light blinded the poor guy, and he couldn't even see that well in the dark since the skull pressure thing kept him from focusing. He wound up hiding away in one of the private treatment rooms, with all the lights off and the windows shut, radiating misery. It was all we could do to take turns trying to make him feel better, and matters were not helped by the way the Hospitaller initially reacted to the situation. I mean, Doc's girlfriend didn't go all purge the unclean, but after it became obvious what sort of shit was going on, she began studiously ignoring Fumbles. That was especially rough on the little guy, being a telepath and all. Luckily, Doc stepped in, and he got some help from her old diplomat adept too. They sat down with her, and a few hours later she came into Fumbles' room, muttering to herself about it being just another wound suffered in the Emperor's service. Nubby and Twitch were initially distrustful of the change of heart, but she let the more hygienic of the pair stay to observe, and some medically approved skull cracking and eyelid stretching later, Fumbles was feeling much better. Anyway, we all hung out in the med bay while Sarge had his incredibly long meeting, and had a quiet sort of post-mission celebration. This primarily consisted of hanging out in Fumbles' darkened room, a little drinking, and the sort of idle bullshitting that all Guardsmen revel in. Twitch sat next to Fumbles and gave him a blow-by-blow of our mission, with a lot of commentary about what was really going on added in. Fumbles mostly just nodded and played with the pair of welding goggles Nubby had acquired for him from somewhere. They were going to need some resizing before he could wear them, but after that he'd be able to leave the room and wouldn't look any weirder than the rest of us. Doc, who was on break from Gravis watching, and Amy speculated on what Sergeant Ribbus and his scouts were doing to pass the time. Doc's ideas were all about hibernation and other boring medical stuff, and Amy mocked him for his lack of imagination. Her suggestions were definitely more imaginative, bordering on the heretical even, and Doc hastily changed the subject. Unfortunately, he did this by congratulating her on going a whole mission without a facial burn, and on the regrowth of her hair. He managed to duck the bottle she threw at him, though. Nubby and Tink started talking about the various ways we'd come out ahead on the mission. By their reckoning, we were up by a few grav chutes, a power sword, a bolter, and a whole collection of Space Marine toys. Not to mention the moderately damaged stealth shuttle that was still waiting for us to get around to repairing it. Tink was beginning to speculate on whether Gravis really needed the bottom half of his power armor, and what he could make out of it if he had the time, when Sarge finally returned from his planning session. After automatically flipping the lights on, blinding Fumbles, then hastily turning them back off, Sarge grabbed a seat and told Tink to stop contemplating Tech Heresy. All of us watched him as he grabbed a bottle, leaned back, and eyed Tink a little more. In an idle sort of way, Sarge asked us a purely hypothetical question. If Jim had been in the meeting with him, old Bill and Hannah were busy keeping the ship running, and Tink was here, then who was down in the cells keeping everything running and watching the Xenothrop? The only answer he could think of was Theo, which couldn't possibly be right. It'd be colossally idiotic to leave one of our Xenos prisoners, alone and unsupervised, in charge of keeping the other Xenos prisoner from escaping and killing us all. Surely there must be some other explanation, one which he was just too dumb to think of, right? Tink pondered that for a second, then scrambled for the door. Sarge wearily laughed and told him to sit back down. Once Tink was seated, Sarge looked at each of us and gave us the lowdown. As we knew, the Psycho holding cells were falling apart. The Xenothrop was doing bad things every time the stasis field flickered. Sergeant Gravis was at death's door, and our ship's astropath had suffered a severe case of exploding head. We had no choice but to get back into the warp, but we were going to head for the nearest civilized Imperial world first. From there, we could order some replacement parts, get a new astropath, call for the Marines' pickup, and hand Gravis over to someone with serious medical facilities. It was going to be a rough, and we'd have to stand constant guard against warp shenanigans, but luckily it would only take a week. Just 1 week of frantic jury-rigging, dealing with whatever the Xenothrop and the warp could throw at us, and keeping Gravis from melting, then it would all be over. Honestly, looking back, I have no idea why any of us believed it was going to be that easy. Doc was in his element. Well, actually, he was in the Occurrence Borders medbay and up to his elbows in the guts of a very unhappy armsman, but same difference. All around him people were shouting, screaming, and generally running around in a blind panic, but he was the calm little centre of the universe. Doc hummed to himself as he dug around, and then let out a shout of triumph as he finally found the foreign object. It looked to be a large metal rivet, and still tingled with traces of the burst of warp energy which had propelled it. He neatly tossed it into the press seal-covered bin marked Tainted, and began closing everything back up. As Doc moved on to his next patient, he allowed himself a moment of pride. Despite his complete lack of official medical education, he liked to think that he was a master when it came to meatball surgery. He shot a glance across the room towards where the chief medical officer, Sister Valerie of the Orders Hospitaller, was dealing with the non-trivial patients. Their eyes met for a second and Doc smiled as he looked back down to inspect his new patient's severed arm. Then a painfully shrill screech rose from the waste bins. The lights and gravity both cut out, and a medical cogitator in the back of the medbay began frantically beeping. Doc automatically turned his shoulder, tack light on, snatched the now floating severed arm out of the air, and instructed his patient to keep a hand on it, and drew his sidearm. The minor demon that clawed out of the medical waste bin, already weakened by the prayer seals, was dispatched with a single volley from Doc's last pistol. That minor annoyance dealt with, he disengaged his mag boots and launched himself towards the back of the medbay. Sergeant Gravis of the Emperor-sized Space Marines, or more specifically the upper half of Sergeant Gravis, twitched as the Tyranid bioweapon in his veins made another spirited attempt to kill him. The medical cogitator hooked to him requested several types of antidote, which Doc quickly administered. "We're down to our last vial of hydroxychloroquine, and he's been having nightmares again," reported Doc. Sister Valerie didn't look up from her patient as she responded, "The war was a bad place to be comatose, especially this far from the light of the Emperor. And the way that unholy Xenos abomination is tearing apart the ship doesn't help. He's not the only one who'll die if we don't return to normal space soon either." "I swear, honey..." Ma'am? SARS said we'll be reaching the way station today. Then we can request all the aid and supplies we need. Just a little longer and it'll all be over." As Doc finished stabilizing the Space Marine and made his way back to the table he'd been working at, the medbay's lights reactivated. A second later, there was a clattering crash as the various small items that had been floating through the air dropped back to the floor, and a meaty thump as Doc's neglected patient was slapped by his own severed arm. Sister Valerie watched for a second as Doc hastily apologized to the maimed cruiseman and scrambled onto the table for the dropped limb. In a voice too quiet for even her nurses to hear, she muttered, "Emperor, why did he have to be an optimist?" The All-Guardsmen Party Interlude. Dewarp. Amelia Delostistra Aminata Drigastrata Zeldana Malfree von Hopperding was on the hunt. The creature that had been haunting the Uff-tainted areas and attacking unwary crewmen and servitors had eluded them for days, but now she had it. Amy readied her pulse rifle as her base slowly advanced into the disused cargo bay, and her spotter scanned the area. It was a perfect example of the classic monster hunting technique, where it would have been if the base stopped whining. "I don't see why I always got to be debate," whinged Nubby. "I think it's unfair. I think it's unfair." Amy didn't respond, but her goggle-clad spotter suggested that it wasn't discrimination. Nubby just needed to stop picking rock every time. Nubby's complaints rose in volume as he began arguing with Fumbles over the rules of a game older than the Imperium of Man. "It's not right our paper beats rock. Wrapping around it, where's the sense in that? Still a rock in it, just all with paper and stuff." Things got even louder when Twitch calmed in and began explaining that the game was actually a metaphor for the relationship between the Ecclesiarchy, Administratum, and Mechanicus. Eventually the argument was cut short as Amy lost her patience. A few inventive and highly personal death threats later, the team fell back into silence and Nubby got on with it. "Oh, it's me. I am poor and defenceless human what is lost in the way here, big and spooky cargo bay. I sure hope there's not some sorry of Tenek or warp monstrosity lurking down here and waiting to eat me." Fumbles peered into a dark corner of the bay as Nubby monologued. He could sense a malevolent presence that just barely qualified as a mind moving closer, and pointed it out to Amy. The markswoman sighted her rifle in the corner and waited for the creature to make its move. "Still not sure. What is it, Fumbles?" The psycho sheepishly shook his head. "Well, at least it can't be that smart if it's falling for this." Amy gestured towards the soliloquizing bait, though I gotta say his performance is better than usual. The wig and dress are a nice touch. Fumbles nodded in agreement. "He says they help him get into character." "It really says something that I don't find this conversation even remotely weird." Fumbles just shrugged, and there was a brief silence as Amy shifted mental gears. "You know, my life was really quite boring before I joined the Inquisition. Mother never led me up on the lines when there was something really interesting to shoot." Amy felt a pang of longing that definitely didn't originate from her. "Sounds nice. Wish I'd had parents," mutters the psycho. Amy glanced up from her scope. You can be really fucking depressing, you know. Sorry. Whatever. You got any idea why this thing isn't coming yet? Doesn't know we're here? Fumbles pondered the question before answering, No, I think it's waiting. Waiting for... Amy was interrupted by a sudden pain in her head, a panicked scream from Fumbles, and the sudden absence of both light and gravity. In the completely dark cargo bay, Nubby's well-honed survival instincts kicked into overdrive as first one, then two, then a dozen chittering screeches rose around him. Before Amy had even reoriented herself, the be-dressed little trooper, screaming shrilly and propelled by the recoil of his pulse carbine, shot past her and slammed into Fumbles. Nubby, dragging the semi-conscious Fumbles with him, started bouncing his way down the corridor with all the speed provided by his augmentic legs, leaving Amy struggling to catch up. As she flew, Amy shined her rifle's tack light back towards the cargo bay and saw the forms crawling along the floor, walls and ceiling. She started firing her rifle, just with a little bit of extra speed, and screamed, Plan B! Into her comm bead. At the far end of the corridor, Twitch smiled. When the ship's lights reactivated a few minutes later, they revealed a shrapnel-pocked corridor filled with a disgusting cloud of limbs and juices. Twitch reopened the door the four of them had sheltered behind and surveyed the carnage. As Amy drifted over to join him at the doorway, Twitch felt something shift and flung herself behind the markswoman. A second later, the grey mess hanging in the corridor dropped out of the air with a horrible splash. Amy sputtered and swore. Nubby laughed, and Twitch peeked around his human shield. Sure that the coast was clear, the demolition trooper crept forward. He poked at the horrible slurry, carefully pulled a large chunk out of the mess, and then started giggling. Nubby took a break from checking Fumbles' health, using the tried-and-true guard technique of gently kicking him in the ribs, while muttering, "You's okay?" to ask Twitch what was so funny. Twitch turned a manic smile on Nubby. "Those weren't demons." "I swear, if you try to tell us those were orcs, I will cram your delusional little head up your ass," growled Amy. Twitch bristled at this. "I don't always say it's orcs." "Yeah, you do," inserted Nubby. "Well, I'm not saying it's orcs this time." Amy picked an especially large chunk off her armor. "Good, because if you just come in with orc guts again, I'll have to kill you." "Death threats aside, I thought Fumble established that these were demons. Ain't that right, buddy?" Nubby's metal foot prodded Fumbles again, eliciting a pained groan. "He says yes." Twitch responded by yanking Nubby away from the suffering psyker, and shoving the limb he'd acquired into the trooper's face. Nubby went cross-eyed as he stared at the razor-sharp limb, then swore. Amy came over and swore too. After a brief silence, Twitch spoke. "We gotta call Sarge." "He's not gonna like this," muttered Nubby. "Not it." "Not it," echoed Twitch. "Blah!" added Fumbles. Amy glared at them and keyed Sarge's channel. Deep inside the space-faring pile of scrap, known as the Occurrence Border, there is a circular room filled with arcane machinery. In the middle of this room is a bubble of blue light which contains a large Xenos that resembles a cross between a snake and a nightmarish fetus. The Xenos is a type of potent tyrannid psyker known as a Xenotech, which was captured in a daring Space Marine-assisted raid, and is now being transported to an inquisitorial laboratory for study. The imprisoned Xenotech is being held completely still by a stasis field, but its sheer psychic presence distorts the world around it, and acts as a beacon to the denizens of the warp. The clashed-together psycho-containment area is straining to shroud the Xenos' presence from the demons surrounding the ship, and limit the power of the creature's mind. Every single subsystem is on the ragged edge of failing. Some are sparking, others are smoking, and the stasis unit itself is emitting an ominous hum that steadily rises in pitch. Two men, one in a filthy guard uniform and the other sporting the robe and ornaments of the Adeptus Mechanicus, and a Tower of the Earth cast variety, are running around in a constant effort to repair the containment area's failing systems. A third man, whose uniform and bearing scream NCO, is standing directly in front of the Xenothrop and holding what appears to be a piece of hull plating like an oversized shield. The shield bearer is Inquisitor Greg Sargent, and he is not having a good day. Sarge tightened his grip on the massive shield as the stasis unit's humming reached a painfully high pitch that went out of the range of human hearing. After a few tense seconds, there was a deafening clang, and the blue field around the Xenothrop disappeared. It was immediately replaced by a corona of green electricity, which gathered in front of the Xenos as it turned to face the frantically working Theo. With a scream of effort, Sarge hefted the shield and sprinted across the room, barely managing to intercept the lightning bolt in time. Without a second of hesitation, the Xenotech began gathering another bolt of electricity and twisted around to face the opposite side of the room. Sarge lifted his smoking shield for another sprint, but as it dropped back down to the floor as the stasis field snapped back into existence. Behind him, the squat tower scientist complained that Sarge was standing in his light. At the sound of Sarge grumbling about the ungrateful little Xenos bastard, Tink looked up from the mess of wires he was digging through. Oh, nice catch, boss. We'd all be dead without you. Truly you're a master of standing in front of things. Now, since you're just standing there, can you grab me another handful of triplex connectors? Next flicker should be in 3 minutes. You've got time. Sarge glared at the techie, but set down his shield and headed off to get the requested parts. On the far side of the room, Chief Engineer Jim leaned out from behind a glowing blue pylon and angrily waved him a candidrite. Damn it, Tink. No more triplex connectors. They anchor the machine spirits. Stick to duplex. Tink scoffed. Machine spirits my ass. They work fine. Come on, Theo. Back me up on this. The tower responded without looking up from his work. There's no scientific reason triplex connectors shouldn't work. They're completely compatible with duplex systems, and are in fact related to a much higher capacity. See? Jim returned to his work with a few mutters about his poor, abused machines, and Sarge delivered the controversial parts. As Sarge hefted his massive shield and got into position, the stasis unit began making its ominous humming again, and Tink rushed to finish his repairs. With a shout of triumph, he reconnected the final component, slammed the panel shut, and ran over to one of the control panels lining the room. The mental pressure everyone in the room had been feeling quickly decreased. Sarge let out a sigh of relief. Tink cheered again, and Theo asked if anyone else could smell smoke. A second later, the panel Tink had just shut was flung across the room by a small explosion, and the mental pressure returned with painful intensity. From behind his pylon, Jim shouted, I told you they don't like triplex! While the three techies ran around in a panic, Sarge stood still and watched the stasis unit. He looked down at his shield, up at the green aura that was gathering around the Xenothrop despite the temporary functional stasis field, back down at his shield, and reached a decision. Suddenly counting to himself, Sarge raised the massive slab of metal over his head. Sarge didn't wait for the Xenothrop to make the first move. As the stasis field cut out, he flung the heavy shield with all of his beefy non-com strength and dove for cover. There was a loud clang, followed by a zap, a thwap, and a massive cracking boom. For a split second, the room was lit by a blinding green light, and then everything went dark. Sarge hung in the air at the apex of his jump and blinked in the pitch darkness. He wondered if he finally got himself killed, and whether the afterlife truly involved fighting by the Emperor's side, or if Twitch was right about the poker room. Then he crashed into the ceiling, and the ringing in his ears faded into Jim screaming at Tink about how he caused a shipwide power outage with his damn triplex connectors. Since he was apparently still alive, Sarge decided it was a good idea to stay that way, and turned on his tack light. He tried to twist around to face the Xenothrop, but this turned out to be rather difficult, since the stasis unit was now empty. After a brief period of panic, Sarge realized that the lack of green lightning bolts meant that the Xenos wasn't currently up for a fight, and began carefully scanning the room. Remembering the meaty thunk he'd heard after throwing the shield, Sarge aimed his light at the far side of the room. It revealed a horrible form made of chitin and metal hanging in the entrance of the debris-clogged cell. A closer look revealed it to be the Xenothrop, except with a partially melted shield wrapped around its head. Sarge floated over and scientifically poked it with his gun, took its feeble twitching as a good sign, and began hefting the Xenos out of the cell and back towards the stasis unit. While Sarge wrangled the Xenothrop back into place, Tink, Jim, and Theo climbed around the incredibly deep hole that occupied Sarge's former position. From the very bottom, Theo could be heard complaining that whoever had installed the wiring in his section had not been a SEP-certified electrician. Jim, who was patching cables slightly higher up, suggested that the person had probably been either drunk, insane, or worse. At the top of the hole, Tink reconnected a group of wires with a few duplex connectors, and nearly wet himself when the tangled mass started sparking, and the room's comm terminal chimed. At the sight of the familiar contact code on the screen, Tink launched himself out of the hole and flew over to the terminal, ran a hand through his filthy hair, straightened his goggles, and oh so casually answered the incoming call. Hey, Hannah, what's up, baby? Sarge heard the enraged screeching from across the room, but couldn't make out any words aside from stupid and insane. Tink continued, undeterred. Why would you assume I had anything to do with this? Is it because you're always thinking about me? This time the screeching was accompanied by a short arc of electricity. Cursing and clutching his burned ear, Tink floated away from the terminal, and then crashed to the ground next to the hole as gravity and light returned to the cells. After a feeble attempt to climb to his feet, the techie gave up, leaned over the side of the hole and groaned, "Hey, Jim, your sexy counterpart has been all bitchy. You can talk to her." While Jim climbed out of the hole and began giving a damage report to Hannah, Sarge pushed the Zonophrobe back into the network of grab plates above the stasis unit. Once he was certain the now metal-faced Xenos wasn't going anywhere, Sarge dragged Tink up off the floor and over to the non-functional stasis unit. A few kicks and death threats convinced the techie that getting the stasis field back up was more important than eavesdropping on Jim's conversation, and the two Guardsmen got to work. Right as the last fixes were being made, Sarge's comm bead came to life, with the sound of Doc's slightly panicked voice. "Hey, Sarge, the captain's been trying to reach you over the ship's comm. He says we're there." With a rare smile, Sarge relayed the good news to the comm beadless Tink, who practically collapsed with relief and leaned towards Sarge's headset. "Oh, thank the Emperor. Doc, tell him we'll be ready in 5 minutes." On the far side of the comm bead, Doc's voice grew a little panicked. I don't think you've got 5 minutes. I think he meant we're there. As in we're dewarping right now." Sarge winced as Tink ripped the comm bead off his head and began screaming into it. "What happened to our warning, Doc? I was promised a 15-minute warning." "How should I know?" responded Doc. "I'm just passing the word along. All I know is that the captain said your room's comm is busy and asked me to try and reach you." "That's totally not my fault." Tink shot a glare towards the room's comm terminal where Jim was chattering about catastrophic system damage with Hannah, and then returned his attention to the comm bead. "And why didn't he just call us like you did?" Doc's tone shifted from panic to annoyed. "Maybe because you helped Twitch encrypt all of our comm beads day before yesterday. That was just to keep the cop boys from spying on us, and he said he'd share the code with everyone who needed it." There was a brief pause as Doc digested this, then the medic exploded. "You thought he'd share the code? This is Twitch we're talking about, you idiot. Of course he didn't share with anyone." Tink began putting together a suitably scathing response, but was interrupted as Sarge wrenched the combi back and spun him around to face the side suppressors. "Talking time over. Fixing time now. Move it, trooper." Once he was sure Tink was back on task, Sarge turned his attention to Jim. Using his refined oratory and leadership skills, he convinced the tech priest that repairing the cells of various delicate systems before the stress of dewarping blew them into shrapnel took priority over helping Hannah with the ship's power problems. Which is to say, Sarge reached over Jim's soldier and terminated his call, then picked the hapless Engineer up by his crimson robes and flung him towards Tink with a shout of, "Fixed up before it explodes." As two techies scrambled and Theo asked what was going on and if anyone could help him out of the hole, Sarge entered the bridge's contact code into the comm terminal. Unfortunately, his plan to yell at the captain for attempting to get them all killed ran into problems when the ex-Navy officer answered the call with a bellow of, "Why is my navigator unconscious, Sarge?" Back in the aft of the ship, Amy's comm bead nearly deafened her as it finally connected to Sarge's. After a few attempts to make herself heard over her boss's shouting match, she removed the earpiece and turned to her companions. "I think he's busy. Apparently we're all about to die." Nubby, seated on Fumbles' curled-up form, paused in rummaging for a medkit that appeared to be filled with nothing but IO sticks and suspiciously unlabeled bags of pills. "Huh, neat. Anyone want a smoke?" Behind him, Twitch reacted a little more strongly, leaping to his feet with his rifle in one hand, and grasping for something inside his jacket with the other. "I knew it. Are we being boarded? Who's coordinating the defense? Should I blow the ship's plasma reactor before—" His tirade was cut off as Nubby yanked the detonator out of his hand and began dancing backwards down the hall with it. Amy listened a little longer, then called after the pair. "No borders, but he's arguing with the captain about whether to stay in the warp and risk the navigator getting possessed, or dewarp and potentially blow up the cells." Nubby paused for a second. "Speaking as someone who's nowhere near the cells, I vote for that one." Twitch seized on Nubby's distraction and made another grab for the detonator, but Nubby managed to spin away and crammed it down beneath the 2 wads of dirty socks holding up the front of his dress. This did not deter Twitch even slightly. Amy gagged a little and Fumbles laughed weakly as Twitch tackled Nubby to the ground and began rooting around for the detonator. As Twitch finally found his prize and withdrew it, along with a handful of crusty socks, a deep vibration came up through the floor, and the Vox system began blowing the completely incomprehensible automated dewarping warning. Amy raised her combi back to her ear. Twitch and Nubby both cheered. Fumbles began whimpering again, and back in the gore-filled hallway, something moved. Tink and Jim worked feverishly. In the background, the automated dewarp warning instructed all hands to hold still and pray to the Emperor in 36 different variations of Gothic, not to mention Jantine Battlecant and what the resident xenologist insisted was Hrund. until Sarge used his carbine to deactivate the nearest speaker. The noise of the Dewarp warning was replaced by the pops of overlating psi suppressors. Theo's demands to be told what was happening, and the sound of Sarge yelling at the captain to slow down. Inside the inactive stasis unit, unnoticed by everyone, the Xenotech began twitching. Doc threw himself across the medbay as Sergeant Gravis went into double cardiac arrest. While he struggled to fight the increasingly active Tyranid bioweapon, the deep vibration of the ship's warp drive grew stronger and stronger. Amy, Twitch, and Nubby all flinched as a sensation similar to fiberglass being rubbed on exposed nerves shot through their heads, and automatically turned to face Fumbles. Amy got as far as, "The fuck is wrong with you now?" before she noticed the way the gore in the corridor had begun to bubble and froth. With remarkable coordination, the three troopers seized Fumbles and started retreating down the now wildly shaking corridor. Then, right as they reached the next door and turned back to see what they were running from, the vibration stopped with a colossal, tooth-rattling clang. Twitch swore, Nubby screamed, Fumbles started twitching madly, and Amy looked around in confusion. She got as far as, "What the f-" before all the gore, including the portion stuck in her armor, suddenly ran together and reformed into familiar insectoid shapes in a sort of reverse explosion. All three troopers immediately opened fire. As the clang reverberated through the medbay, Doc went pale. Sister Valerie met his gaze from across the room and began to ask, "What the f-" but her question was interrupted as the ragged edge of Gravis' torso inexplicably burst into green and black flames. Sister Valerie abandoned her current patient and sprinted towards Gravis as Doc screamed, "This is not how poison is supposed to work!" and grabbed a fire extinguisher off the wall. As the echoes of the clang died away, Tink leaned out of the cover he had jumped into and the psi suppressor he'd been working on exploded. "What the fuck was that?" asked the shaken techie. Jim didn't respond, being rather busy rocking back and forth and whimpering to himself, and Theo rather crossly asked how someone stuck in a hole was supposed to know anything about what was going on. Sarge raised his carbine with a mutter of, "Oh, not this shit again," and began scanning the room. Behind him, the comm terminal chimed as another person joined the call, and the husky old voice of Old Bill temporarily overrode the captain's demands for information. "Hey, guys, know you're busy screaming at each other, but we got something big and psychic holding us in the warp. Either of you seen any major demons running around? Or is this just your damn bug again, Sarge?" Sarge focused on the twitching Xenotech and took a step forward. "I think it might be the..." The Xenopsyker snapped its metal-covered face towards him, surrounded itself with a halo of green and black electricity, and a tide of insects began pouring out of every crack in the room. "Definitely the bug," shouted Sarge. Sarge dropped his carbine onto his sling and sprinted for the stasis unit, crushing insects under his boots as he ran. For a second, the room around him seemed to stretch and warp, but it stopped as Jim snapped out of his funk and plunged his mechanitrites into one of the psi suppressors. Small bolts of green and black electricity grounded on Sarge as he finally neared the stasis unit, but he ignored them and triumphantly flipped the big switch to on. Nothing happened. Sarge frantically flipped the switch up and down and screamed, "I thought we fixed this, Tink!" Tink slammed into the unit next to him, slapped his hand away, then set the switch to on, and responded with a force come, "Had to replace the capacitors to fix the fixer. They need to Ah!" Tink's calm tone evaporated as they began slapping at the insects that had just crawled up his pants leg. Sarge sprang to help, then noticed the way the insects were flowing towards the open maintenance panel on the stasis unit. He immediately began employing his big, stomping boots in an effort to stem the tide, screaming at Tink as he did so. "Why don't we turn it back on after we fixed it?" "Because we're idiots, Sarge," responded the techie, as his frantic dancing finally dislodged the last bug, and he joined Sarge in stomping the onrushing swarm. Even with two sets of boots, it was obviously a losing battle, but being Guardsmen, none of them commented on this. They continued in their desperate attempt to hold the line, as the tide surrounded them and began climbing both their legs and the stasis unit. Across the room, Jim noticed their predicament, and, in a fit of genius, scrambled over to Theo's hole. He very calmly asked the tower to redirect extra power from the damaged suppressors to the stasis unit. There was a flash of blue light behind Sergeant Tink, and both of them collapsed as the universe twisted and what felt like a million barbed legs ripped across their minds. For the second time that day, Sarge wondered if he'd been killed, but as the empty ring in his head was replaced by what felt like the universe's worst hangover, he decided that he was probably still alive. He just wished he wasn't. Moving with the extreme care of someone with a near-terminal headache, Sarge sat up and looked around the cells. Surprisingly, things looked more or less stable. The bugs were gone, though his legs felt like they'd been worked over with a wire brush, and a certain feeling in his gut told him the occurrence border had finally exited the warp. It seemed that without the strain of travelling through that hellish realm, the few still functional psi-suppressors were holding up fine. Well, as far as he could tell, they were fine. At least none of them were on fire, and whatever Tink had done to the stasis unit had fixed that damn flicker. Sarge eyed the stationary Zonophobe and its creepy new metal-covered face, then flipped it off and turned his attention to the team. Tink was curled up nearby, clutching at his head, and alternating between crying and swearing. Jim was already back on his feet and doing tech priest things, and Theo had finally hauled himself out of the hole in the floor. The annoying little Xenos looked rather confused about what had happened, but had just enough self-preservation instinct to go help Jim instead of bothering Sarge or Tink with questions. Sarge decided that the situation was stable enough for the time being, and carefully lowered himself back down to the floor, only to be jerked back upright, as a something drove a red-hot poker into his head via his ear. He frantically reduced the volume on his combeat until the voice coming through it changed from a horrible demonic screech made of pure agony to Doc's rather worried tone. "You alive, Sarge?" "Sorta." Sarge flinched as Amy's considerably louder voice joined the conversation. What the hell happened down there? "Tink broke something," muttered Sarge, with a half-hearted glare at the prone techie. Tink stopped moaning about his head and dug through his gear pouches for his own combeat, whining to himself as he searched. "It's not my fault. Stupid machine spirits being little bitches. No bloody scientific reason." Sarge returned his attention to his combeat and summed up as much professionalism as he could manage. "Everyone still alive? Report." "I'm fine, and Gravis is still alive, if a little crispy around the edges," replied Doc. Amy spoke next. "We're all okay, but the thing hurting people in the aft-tainted area turned out to be a swarm of Gords." Sarge winced. "Oh, shit." Amy began to continue, but Twitch's voice, which sounded dangerously excited to Sarge's experienced ear, overrode her. "I was ready for that, though, and we blew them into chunky salsa, except..." There's a brief scuffle in the background as Amy explained to Twitch that interrupting was very rude. After a few seconds, Nubby awkwardly cleared his throat and continued the story. "So after that, all the bits and stuff started running together and they got back up." "Oh, shit." Amy's voice returned. "But then we dewarped and they all sort of evaporated, just poof, gone. Blood, guts and everything. So we figure..." Once again, Twitch interrupted. "That the Nets have formed an alliance with Chaos. An unstoppable tide of Daemonids will sweep across the section. Ow!" Sarge sighed and rubbed his face as Tink and Nubby both sniggered. "We figure it was just some sort of warp thingy. So, I guess everything is fine. I mean, Fumbles is unconscious, again, but otherwise everything is fine," finished Amy, sounding rather annoyed over how her story had been spoiled. Sarge ran through the whole disjointed report in his head. After a little pondering, he held up his hand and began taking off his fingers. "Okay, I guess we do walk just in time to avoid that problem, so that's sorted. And it looks like the anti-psycho stuff is holding up fine now that we're out of the warp. And Gravis is still mostly alive, right?" "Right, mostly," confirmed Doc. Sarge looked down at his closed hand in surprise, ran through the list again in his head, then shrugged to himself. "So, I guess we made it. I mean, here we are at the way station, whatever. All there's left to do is requisition a few parts, drop Gravis off the local Medicaid, get a new astropath, and call the Sives. Then we spend a few leisurely weeks getting everything fixed up, and take a nice safe route back to wherever Oak's lab is." He paused for a second, not quite believing what he was saying, then continued. "So yeah, we win. Good job, people." There were a few seconds of shocked disbelief, and then Sarge ripped off his combeat as it exploded with cheers. When the volume finally returned to a safe level, he put it back on just in time to catch Doc say, "You know, that trip went a lot easier than I expected." "Oh, shut up. You've been hiding in the med bay and sleeping in a nice warm bed every night," responded Tink in his most petulant voice. "I can't remember the last time I got to sleep for more than 10 minutes. Doc continued, undeterred. "Okay, yeah, it was a bad week for some of us, I'll admit that. But it wasn't what I call hellish, and hellish is sort of the standard for our missions. I mean, when you look at it in comparison to some of our other assignments, this went amazingly well." This was met with a thoughtful silence, which then slowly congealed as the squad followed the observation out to its logical conclusion. Eventually, Twitch broke the uncomfortable silence. "Oh, we are so screwed. This one's going to be really, really bad." "What's going to be bad?" asked Amy, revealing her inexperience. "Everything." "What?" "It's like the third law of conservation of the thingy," translated Nubby. "You know, for everything what happens, there's like a completely disproportionate reaction." Sarge sighed and translated the translation. "If your attack is going really well, it's an ambush." Wait. Are you guys seriously suggesting that nothing can possibly go right? That anything good that happens to us is just a setup for something especially horrible? Yep, that's right, It's been scientifically proven, responded the rest of the squad in unison. So what? There's some sort of all-powerful cosmic entity conspiring to make our lives as dangerous and miserable as possible for its own sick amusement? Nubby nodded. Something like that. Or just, the universe itself. I think it's the orcs, muttered Twitch. Amy ran the last few months through her mind. That's surprisingly believable. Well, not the orc part, that's just retarded, but it makes sense. She paused and applied this theory to the current situation. Yeah. Now that we finally reached it, I can totally see this way station being full of... She trailed off. Chaos-worshipping psychic mutants, suggested Twitch. Waiting to capture hapless visitors and override their minds with copies of their cult leaders. Or orcs. Or orcs disguised as chaos-worshipping... Twitch was interrupted as Sarge, recognizing an unproductive line of thought, cleared his throat and rather wearily addressed his troops. Paranoia aside, we're just here for a nice, simple supply run. Everyone put together your shopping list and grab some rest while the captain takes care of docking. And let's, please, just try to get through this without anyone blowing up the station, or being arrested, or assaulting someone, or committing tech heresy, or whatever it is you do to screw everything up, Doc. Sarge glared out the window at the massive bulk of Waste Station Alumentium Primus. When he started the meeting, it had been a speck of light floating next to a marble-sized gas giant. But over the last hour, it had grown into something that looked like a sort of jagged spinning top, and now it was a looming pile of Gothic architecture, studded with hangars, umbilicals, and a few massive docking arms. At this distance, it looked a lot like a hive that had been lifted into space, which was rather disturbing since, after a lot of arguing between the captain, Old Bill, and the dockmaster, the occurrence border had twisted to be perpendicular to the station. Sarge half expected to see people dropping out the windows and falling into space. After a few more seconds of pointless glowering, Sarge turned back to face the 5 men sitting around the briefing room's table and the comm terminal connected to the medbay and engineering. No one was paying him much attention. The 3 adepts were clustered around a data slate displaying information about the station. The captain and his harried-looking quartermaster were arguing about cargo value again. Hannah had wandered off to deal with some crisis half an hour ago, and the dock's terminal had lost its vid feed after someone spilled body fluids on it. There wasn't really much point in prolonging the meeting. Everything had already been decided, and this was just a simple shopping trip, not a combat mission. Still though, Sarge felt an obscure urge to lay the entire plan down one last time. Just for the record. Just in case the rampant paranoia that had seized his team's imaginations was actually correct, and this was all going to fall apart into the worst mess since the Siege of Terror. Sarge slapped the table with his palm, winced as the sound shot through his still aching head, and cleared his throat. Okay, one last time, from the top. A representative of the local government, began Sarge, only to be interrupted by one of the adepts. It's not actually a government per se, explained the elderly diplomacy adept. It's a triumvirate of the Administratum, Astra Telepathica, and Shipmasters Union, which has split all aspects of running the station into separate jurisdictions, and operates each according to their own organization's internal rules. We're meeting with a representative of the Astra Telepathica first, due to the ruling of 2045.M39 that incoming information takes priority over... Sarge cleared his throat, and made the universal gesture for get on with it. Yes, you don't actually care, I know, but you must understand that they'll find it tremendously insulting if you refer to them as a government. Sarge acknowledged the adept's point with an annoyed little wave. That's why you're coming along to do most of the talking, while Jim and I wait until it's time to talk shop. The elderly diplomat let out a little frustrated sigh, and leaned back in his seat. Sarge watched him for a few seconds, then continued his briefing. As I was saying, we'll meet the representative and he'll take us up to talk about sending a message to the Scythes, getting a replacement astropath, and requisitioning parts for the cells and medical aid for Gravis. There was a brief pause as Sarge mentally reviewed his chore list one last time before continuing. Now, I'm going to be making it clear that this is all on inquisitorial authority, so there shouldn't be much resistance, but since we're going to be staying here for a while, I'd rather not make any enemies by being too heavy-handed with our demands. The adepts all nodded in agreement, but the captain snorted in disgust. Sarge turned to face him and his nervous quartermaster. Which is why we will be acquiring fuel and all the mundane replacement parts for the ship the normal way. Unless you fall short, that is. The captain made a sour face. It's not right for us to have to pay out of our own budget when we're operating openly like this. The Administratum's entire bloody purpose is to furnish us with whatever supplies we need, he grumbled. Sarge just stared at the ex-Navy officer, until the man leaned back in his chair and assumed a more business-like tone. Assuming fair market value. The captain paused, and shot a glare at the quartermaster, who winced. We picked up enough cargo during our tour of the border worlds to cover everything we need. Good, said Sarge, and turned to the xenologist adept. That just leaves the more exotic parts Tink and Theo say they need for the cells, which you've assured me will not be in stock, especially if it's the Inquisition asking. The xenologist held the data slate up between himself and Sarge like a shield. The only reason that some of the things on this list aren't classified forbidden xenotech is because the Mechanicus has formally denied their existence. Sarge rubbed his aching head. Thank you for that reminder, but we really do need those parts. Luckily, Nubby says... He paused as everyone in the room groaned, then started again. Nubby says he knows a guy, so he, Tink and Amy are going to go do some trading of their own. The quartermaster hesitantly raised a hand. Trading what? I don't know, and I don't want to know, replied Sarge stoically. So long as he gets the stuff we need and doesn't start a shooting war with the local underworld, or get arrested again, I'll be happy. That'd be a first, muttered the captain. Sarge ignored him. Finally, Doc and Sister Valerie will be taking Gravis and any other critical patients to the station's medbay. Sarge turned to face the blank comm terminal and raised his voice. Everything all ready to go, Doc? It was answered by a series of plane crashes and a few indistinct curses. Sarge tensed at the sounds of mayhem coming through the comm, then relaxed as the crashes ended in a slamming door and a distant, but all too familiar cackling laugh. He shook his head wearily, and leaned on the terminal's call button until the curses resolved themselves into Doc's rather harried voice. I'm here, damn it! Everything is fine. Gravis is all ready to go, and the rest of the patients are stable enough to be left here for a few hours. Sarge began to reply, but was cut off as the captain interrupted him. What about my navigator, and your psycho for that matter? Seems like the bug really did a number on them. The navigator woke up half an hour ago and scampered off back to his sanctum. Said he preferred to treat his own injuries, replied Doc, raising his voice a little. Sarge barely made out someone in the background muttering about the ungrateful damned mutant, but didn't comment on it as Doc continued. As for Fumbles, I got his scrapes and bruises patched up, but I'm not sure if he suffered any mental damage from whatever the Xenothrop did. I'd like to have the locals take a look at him, but Nubby sprang him. Sarge sighed. Right, I'll have a chat with him after this. He closed the comm connection and dialed in a new contact code. While the terminal chimed, he turned back to the rest of the room. I think that covers everything, so if there aren't any questions... The quartermaster began to raise his hand, but the captain pulled it back down. They will all meet in Bay 38A in... Sarge faced the terminal as the channel opened. ETA, Bill. Almost got the docking sorted. It'll be about 20... There was a horrible crunching sound, and somewhere in the background a pressurization alarm started to wail. Call it 40 minutes. The all-Guardsmen party. Tyranid delivery experts. So no shit, there we were in Bay 38A, getting ready for our supply run, when Sarge walked in wearing the evil goon uniform Alfred had fitted him with so long ago. A floor-length coat covered with scars and buckles. One of those stupid, look at me, I'm in the Inquisition hats. We all froze for a few seconds. Then Tink snickered, which was enough to set the rest of us off. We laughed ourselves sick while Sarge stood there and glared at us. I mean, what else could we do? It was the most ridiculous thing we'd ever seen. He looked like a complete and utter pillock, and you could tell from his expression that he knew it too, the poor bastard. Hell, even the old diplomat was laughing, and he'd been the one who forced Sarge to put the costume on. Eventually, Sarge got tired of just standing there while we laughed, and stalked over to where Nubby was rolling on the floor. After a few kicks and a little shaking had calmed the diminutive trooper down, there was a short discussion in which Nubby explained that Fumbles didn't need medical attention. He just had a little warpy hangover, which Nubby had taken care of himself. Sarge reminded Nubby what would happen if he'd given the psycho narcotics again, and the greasy little trooper hastily explained that he'd just given Fumbles a few tingies of Gar strong recaf. You know, the sort you eat with a spoon because it can't really be poured. and sent the psyker off to have a lie down while the stuff kicked in. Upon further inquiry, it was revealed that tingies did not mean spoonfuls or cups, and that Fumbles' resting place was one of the large crates on Nubby's team's cargo pallet. Sarge guessed it was the crate that was vibrating. It took a lot of wheedling from Nubby, Tink, and even Amy, but eventually Sarge accepted that Fumbles was somehow critical to their shopping expedition. And when I say somehow critical, I mean that not even Nubby knew what he wanted the psyker for. When pressed, he just shrugged and muttered about general insurance. Anyway, Sarge accepted, mostly because Amy was going along to make sure no one did anything overly retarded. When Doc arrived, and finished laughing, Sarge negotiated a temporary truce between him and Nubby in exchange for a promise to bring Fumbles to the station's medbay as soon as he'd finished doing whatever. Speaking of Doc, he and Sister Valerie had an entire little mechanical convoy set up in the cargo bay, waiting for the door to open. The whole array of clashed-together medical machinery keeping Sergeant Gravis alive had been put on wheels and strapped into something that looked like a sort of heretical mobile torture device. It was bloody massive. Between the airtight freezer case containing the Space Marine's lower half, the various crates full of his gear, and the medical supplies they might need during the short trip, and the generator which kept everything powered, the whole thing weighed more than some tanks. It took 3 cargo servitors just to push it, and a pair of Valerie's minions to keep everything running while she sat there and handled each new medical emergency the Tyranid bioweapon threw at her. After Doc had wandered back over to his girlfriend, Tink pointed out that, really, the medics should have been thanking them for keeping Fumbles away from that huge pile of delicate machinery. Everyone else quietly agreed. Now, a clever observer, or at least one capable of counting to 6, might wonder where Twitch was in this frenzy of preparation, especially since his relentless paranoia was half the reason that we were putting combat mission levels of prep into a single shopping trip. To put it simply, the demolitions trooper hadn't been invited aboard the station, and was holed up in a closet. This wasn't because he'd been having one of his moments and had threatened to destroy the entire station before whatever horrors it held devoured us all, at least not entirely. It was because we decided that we'd be damned if we were going to leave that bug unsupervised, and then come back to find out that it had escaped, or been stolen, or turned into a reality-devouring portal to the warp. Since Sarge still held that leaving our semi-captive Tau scientist in charge of our other Xenos prisoner was a horrendously stupid idea, and Twitch was the only member of the squad that didn't have a critical role in the shopping trip, he'd been put on guard duty. Twitch, being Twitch, had accepted his mission, but decided that Sarge's orders to just sit in the cells and watch the Zonophrop were inadequate. They left the rest of the ship exposed to infiltration. Initially, Twitch had ran around the ship putting trip mines on every airlock he could find, but that led to a rather heated argument with Hannah. Eventually, with Jim's help as a mediator, a compromise was reached, and Twitch traded his mines for 50 servo skulls with det packs strapped to them. Of course, the one problem with this arrangement, aside from the obvious, was that Twitch lacked any way to control the skulls. Luckily, he knew someone who could, and probably had nothing better to do. So that's why Twitch, covered with detonators, was perched on a stool in a small, dark, cogitator-filled room, looking over the shoulder of our increasingly nervous cogitator adept, as an army of suicide skulls patrolled the ship. The occurrence boarder managed to dock with the station a mere 3 hours after the first attempt, which was a new record, according to Old Bill, and the bay doors creaked open to reveal a rather angry-looking welcoming party. The pale scribe and slightly singed tech priest at the head of the party looked around the bay for a few seconds, probably boggling at its bizarre layout, or all the exposed wiring, then demanded to see the captain of this so-called vessel. Sarge stepped forward, his inquisitorial costume flapping dramatically in the slight breeze, caused by the various leaks in the bay's void seal, and flanked by the diplomat and Jim. The scribe couldn't actually get paler, but he did turn a faint shade of green, as seeing Sarge, and hastily began apologizing. The discussion that followed was highly amusing for us, both because the scribe was terrified out of his mind, and because Sarge just stood there and looked stuffed. After he waved the diplomat and Jim forward, he spent the whole time doing an impression of an especially grumpy exhibit in a wax museum. The only member of the welcoming party that wasn't unnerved by this was the damaged tech priest. Jim chirped something in binary at his fellow cogboy, and the priest wandered off without saying a word. Between his terror and the fact that his only ally had just abandoned him, the scribe was putty in our diplomacy adept's hands. All the little fees and fines concerning our docking were waived, the station security troopers were dismissed, and after one look at Sergeant Gravis, Doc's medical convoy was rushed off to the station's main med bay. Sarge, Jim, and the diplomat were led out of the bay by the scribe, bypassing the scanner-filled checkpoint that separated the docking bay from the rest of the station. The rest of us followed a conspicuously slow security guard to a side door, which he sort of accidentally held open, while picking up a bag of money that must have fallen out of his pocket. Our various trips through the station went smoothly, for the most part, but left us all feeling a little nervous. Sarge's group was led towards the Telepathica's headquarters by the nervous scribe along the station's main corridors, and since the diplomat was handling all the tedious small talk, he devoted his attention to scanning his surroundings. He didn't spot any overt threats, but there seemed to be more security officers around than were necessary, and it was obvious that the crowds around him were agitated about something. The most worrying thing he noticed was that his inquisitorial costume didn't seem to be inspiring as much terrified silence as one would expect. Instead, it seemed to be causing a wave of excited chatter, and he could have sworn someone actually yelled, "Woo, Inquisition!" which was worrying, to say the least. Those of us escorting the pallet of totally not contraband drew a lot less attention than Sarge. The corridors we had been directed down by the corrupt security guard were occupied by the usual mix of labourers, drunken voicemen on leave, and assorted scum that you'll find on any trading station. Between our insignia-less carapace armour, slightly holy anti-scan cloaks, and the pallet of unlabelled crates, we fit right in. Nubby led the way, consulting a data slate with directions to reach the guy whom he knew, while Amy rather grumpily pushed the pallet, and Tink lounged on Fumbles' box and played with his drone controller. The techie had de-skulled and stealthed Spot 2.0 at the first opportunity, and was happily inspecting the station's infrastructure, using the drone's sophisticated scanners and, occasionally, its cutting tools. Amy ignored his wanton destruction of station property in the name of science, but thumped him when he started ramming servo skulls out of the air for kicks. Fumbles just sat in his box, radiating jittery excitement and hoping there was going to be a bathroom break soon. Down in the bowels of the station, we noticed the same agitated atmosphere as Sarge noticed above, except with less station security and more burly mercs walking the street. Not being constrained by a need to appear all inquisitorial, we pulled ourselves out of traffic and just began asking random people what was up. We quickly determined that either a demon-filled space hulk had entered the system, a hive fleet was about to attack, or the astropaths in the Telepathica had been possessed by demons, the Emperor's divine judgment for something or other was imminent, or random drunks and dog workers were a terrible source of information. The closest thing to useful information we got was from a bored merc who said that the Pathica called a meeting of the Big Three and advised Navi to bugger off before he got a boot up the ass. No one thought much of this information when we conned it to the rest of the team, except for Twitch, who got far too excited when he heard all the doomsday predictions, and Doc. The medic had arrived at the station's medbay without incident, but said he wasn't surprised that the Astra Telepathica had called a meeting, since the medbay was absolutely packed with astropaths. He'd actually been told by the head medicae that Sergeant Gravis would have to wait his turn, and they'd been shuffled off into a storage bay since no real rooms were free. Sister Valerie was not pleased with this treatment, but Doc was looking on the bright side, and began looting antidotes and other medical supplies with the sort of enthusiasm one would usually expect from Nubby. Since a whole pile of injured astropaths is generally considered to be a bad sign when visiting a space station, Sarge made slightly grumpier faces at the old diplomat until he got the hint and started asking the scribe pointed but still very diplomatic questions. Unfortunately, the scribe just fell back on the chain of command, and promised his boss would fill us in. When Sarge entered the headquarters of the local branch of the Astra Telepathica, the first thing he noticed was the blood. In his professional opinion, the density and pattern were more akin to what you'd find in a field aid station, as opposed to an ambush site. This was not a very useful observation, but he still felt rather proud. It was definitely the sort of thing an inquisitorial agent was supposed to notice. The scribe led Sarge and his team through the bloody lobby, down some slightly less gory hallways, and finally to a blood-free meeting room, occupied by what Sarge initially assumed was a transcription servitor. Sarge barely managed to hide his shock when the pile of augmentics, paper, and data feeds lumbered out right, and introduced himself as the prefect of the local division of the Adeptus Administratum. The diplomacy adept did his thing, introducing Sarge and Jim, and expressing surprise that we were meeting the head of the local administratum, as opposed to someone from the Telepathica. The prefect wheezily explained that the choir master was currently indisposed, but had called a meeting to discuss the incident, and would arrive, along with the president of the Shipmasters' Union, as soon as he was able. There was a lot of diplo-speak about how glad the prefectus was that Sarge would be able to participate in the meeting, and how in the meantime he'd be able to assist us with anything we needed for our own mission. The whole group, nervous Telepathica scribe included, filed off into a small attached suite, and began going through the list of parts and services we needed. Sarge allowed himself a brief moment of hope that we'd be able to get everything we need before getting bogged down in whatever the locals' problem was, then just leave if it looked too hairy. Poor optimistic Sarge. Getting official approval for Sergeant Gravis' medical treatment was easy, and the prefect seemed confident in the local Medicai's ability to fully treat Tyranid bioweapon that had infected him. Likewise, most of the stuff on Jin's part list was accepted without comment. The first hiccup was when we got to some of the really powerful psi-resistant materials the prefect claimed they were in stock, but couldn't be released without authorization from the subsector capital or the official use of an inquisitorial seal. He claimed that due to the incident, it would be a long and difficult process to get authorization, but he saw no other option if he wanted to be discreet. Sarge pondered this for all of 3 seconds, decided discretion was overrated anyway, pulled out his interrogator's rosette, and plugged it into a pre-offered data slate. The prefect seemed quite happy that everything was going to be above board for once, saying that after the code was verified by the Telepathica's databases, there'd be no trouble getting the materials or anything else on the list. Sarge cheered up at this, and was considering asking to add the fuel bill to the list when the prefect added, except for the astropathic messages. With that, the discussion finally turned to the incident. According to the prefect, roughly half a day ago, some sort of psychic attack had hit the station. Every astropath who had been working in the quiet chambers has suffered a severe case of exploding head, and those who hadn't been on duty has suffered everything from nosebleeds to seizures to complete mental breakdowns. It wasn't just limited to the astropaths or the Telepathica either. Several of the ships in the system had lost their astropaths, and other varieties of sanctioned psychers have been affected too, albeit to a lesser degree. At away from the prefect, the Telepathica scribe, who'd been doing his best to avoid the attention of the big scary Inquisition people, spoke up. He said that some of the more lucid astropaths had started piecing together details about the psychic attack. It had originated in the outer system, and had probably come from a ship heading to or from the station. The popular theory was that some terminally greedy rogue trader was hauling a heretical artifact, or a massively powerful psyker, or possibly even a bound demon into the Imperium to sell to a cult or something, and it had lashed out at the large concentration of psychers on station for some reason. It was at this point that Sarge began to feel really uneasy. Not because he suspected that there was a demon or heretical rogue trader running around the system, but because he suspected there wasn't. With a rising sense of dread, our heroic leader asked the scribe if any of the surviving astropaths had been able to describe what the attack had felt like. When he heard the words "a million barbed legs ripping across their minds," Sarge's composure cracked. He leaned back, covered his face with his hands, and quietly cursed to himself until the prefect asked what the problem was. In a fit of retardation, interrogator Greg Sargent answered him truthfully. The silence that filled the room when Sarge told the 2 stationers that it had been our cargo that had killed half the astropaths in the system was incredibly unpleasant. The weary apology that Jim added after a few minutes just made it worse. Eventually, the horrible silence was broken by the sound of the prefect's augmentix going ding and spitting out a long strip of paper. Sarge caught a glimpse of it, and though it looked like a sort of receipt or budget report, and the last number had a lot of digits. The prefect reviewed the paper for a few seconds, then tucked it away, hauled himself upright, and said he'd return after the search had been called off. As the prefect left, he handed the data slate Sarge had plugged his rosette into to the transfixed scribe. He told the flunky to go run the code, then go fetch Choirmaster. Hopefully, the knowledge that the whole thing was going to be an official inquisitorial incident, instead of a cloak and dagger charade, would keep the man calm. When the 2 stationers had left the suite, the old diplomacy adept pulled out a small device which emitted a sort of low buzzing sound, and rounded on Sergeant Jim. The lecture Sergeant Jim got was scathing, and brought back painful childhood memories involving unfinished homework assignments and failed tests. It started with the importance of never admitting fault, and maintaining at least the appearance of competence, and then shifted into a general lecture on how to react to a diplomatic crisis. Sarge bore the lecture stoically, automatically standing at attention and adopting the blank expression employed by NCOs across the galaxy. His only movement during the whole thing was to put his comm bead on mute when the rest of us figured out what was going on and started snickering. Jim just turned his ears off after the first minute. After what felt to Sarge like half a millennium, the old diplomat's lecture concluded with a bitter comment about how, on top of everything else, the scribe had run into the choir master on his way to verify our identity. Sarge blinked as the diplomat detailed how the head astropath was too angry to even form coherent sentences, and had either punched a hole through a wall, or severely broken his hand. After a thoughtful pause, Sarge asked the adept how exactly he knew this, and got a pithy reply about diplomacy being as much about listening as talking. It took Sarge and Jim a little while to figure out what was going on, mostly because Jim had to be brought back up to speed after he turned his hearing back on, but they worked it out eventually. The old diplomacy adept admitted that he placed bugs on both the scribe and the prefect. Also, he planted a few discrete data uplinks too, so assuming our cogitator adept hadn't been driven to complete distraction by Twitch, we probably had access to all unencrypted comm traffic on the station. It turned out that he was correct. When asked, the cogitator adept said he had the network cracked completely open. Additionally, he'd be able to get into the security cameras if someone could please convince Twitch to just sit down and watch the Skull's feeds, instead of badgering him about changing their patrol routes every 10 seconds. Sarge, who was somewhat grumpy about not being informed of all the spy stuff beforehand, told Twitch to sit down and shut up, and demanded to be kept up to date on what the prefect and choir master were doing. So Sarge sat there, listening to reports. Learning that the choir master had taken the scribe's data slate and had gone off to verifying our inquisitorial credentials personally, and the prefect was still in the process of standing down the station's defenders with the aid of the recently arrived president of the Shipmasters Union. Meanwhile, Doc had finished looting everything of value from the storage bay that Gravis had been shuffled into, and had taken over the Space Marine's treatment while Sister Valerie went to have a word with the station's head Medicae about how long the wait had been. Doc made a promise not to start a fight, or refer to the wounded astropaths as warp-tainted mutants. Back on the occurrence border, Twitch had grumpily followed Sarge's order and was watching as the cogitator adept began pulling in vid feeds from the station. Soon every screen in the room was filled, either by a feed from the station, or one from the suicide skulls, and for a brief moment, Twitch felt like he'd become a god. Between the vid feeds from the station and the ones from his suicide skulls, he could see everything. Twitch could see the corridors around the dock, some of them filled with busy people, others sealed and empty. He could see crewmen hauling goods in and out of the docking bay, and the captain arguing over price with a harassed-looking stationer. He could see Theo working diligently in the Psycho holding cells, and trying to ignore the way the Xenothrog's metal-plated face seemed to follow him despite the stasis field. He could even see Nubby, Tink and Amy as they checked various CD bars for their black market contact. For the first time in years, Twitch's paranoia faded away, as it was replaced by an overwhelming feeling of control. It lasted all of 15 seconds, and then something inside the jumble of warped and twisted mental gears that made up Twitch's mind went bing. Twitch reeled as his mind automatically began cataloguing every single suspicious object, which is to say every man, woman, child, animal, servitor, and overlarge barrel on the station. He wound up sprinting from the room, leaving the confused but relieved cogitator adept to monitor everything in peace, while he went to go put as many explosives as possible between himself and the horrible mass of potential threats that was the station's population. A few minutes later, the rest of us were informed by the cogitator adept that Twitch had begun booby-trapping every locked door, air vent, and maintenance hatch in the docking bay. We decided that, all in all, it was better just to let him do it, and warn the stationers to only use the main entrance. While Twitch, Doc, and Sarge did their respective things, the rest of us finally reached the last stop on our tour of just about every shitty bar on the station. Thankfully, despite how long it had taken to figure out which venue was the place with the curly thing on its sign, you know, the one across from the food place that serves the stuff with the sauce, the search had gone relatively smoothly. Smoothly in this case meaning that no one asked to inspect our boxes, Nubby was never caught with his hand in someone's pocket, Tink kept his mouth shut the whole time and didn't trip any alarms while poking around with his drone, nobody saw fumbles when we let him out to use the bathroom, or found out that what happened to said bathroom had anything to do with us, and Amy only lightly pummeled the bouncer who'd referred to her as sister, and later admitted that the man probably hadn't meant it as a comment about her hair. We found the guy who Nubby knew at the back of the bar, sitting on an extra high stool. Amy, who was a markswoman after all, didn't even blink at the realization our black market contract was a rattling, but Tink did a double take. As Nubby sidled up to the minuscule marketeer, Tink eyed the pair and asked, with his usual lack of tact, if there was some sort of height limit on being a thieving bastard. Thankfully, the half-dozen other rattlings in the bar were too focused on Nubby to notice the comment. Amy told Tink to stick with the pallet and tried to keep his mouth shut, and watched as Nubby did his thing. Now, Nubby's heritage has been a matter of much speculation back in the Guard. Not in the sense of who his parents were, because even he admitted figuring that out was a lost cause, but as to what horrible combination of human, abhuman, farm animal, and possibly Grecian genetics had produced such a unique individual. Determining what to put the trooper's species down as had been a trial for several Munitorium clerks, and eventually the issue had to be sorted out by the Commissar. He decided that, for lack of any better fit, and because the Genarian 99th was not officially a mixed species unit, Nubby was human. He'd even issued the disgusting little trooper an official card saying so, just to avoid the discussion coming up again. The point is that Nubby, much to the relief of the entire race, was not a rattling. Despite, or possibly because of this, Nubby had always gotten on very well with the little buggers, and this case was no exception. After a bit of amiable chatter, the marketeer and a few of his half-pint bodyguards led us off to a discreet warehouse to talk business. At the door, all of us, except for Nubby, who they were understandably reluctant to frisk, were subjected to a very thorough security check. Our anti-scan cloaks, knives, las pistols, hold-out weapons, and the homemade shock stick which Tink insisted on calling his power wrench were temporarily put aside, and we were each asked to supply a little bit of blood. They put the blood into some sort of scanner which they claimed was checking to see if we were psychers, gene stealers, polymorphing users, or anything else which might compromise the deal. We passed, of course, and were allowed to keep our comm beads, electronics, and even our weapons, since Nubby was a known factor. Also, because the warehouse was monitored by a dozen remote-controlled las turrets. Once inside the black market warehouse, which looked exactly like a normal one, except for the large number of armed men in the front office, and the fact that every single crate was labelled excessively mundane things, we got down to business. At Nubby's signal, we started by opening a few of our crates of recreational materials and military surplus to convey that we were rather serious, and then handed over our shopping list. The change in the marketeer's demeanour as he reached the more esoteric items on our list was remarkable. He went from stereotypical jovial rattling to serious and slightly nervous businessman in seconds, and ordered his retinue and the warehouse's workers out. Once the room was clear, what had to be the most vicious bout of haggling in the history of the Imperium started. Despite possessing the charisma and odour of a weak-dead grox on a hot day, Nubby's deep familiarity with all aspects of criminality and his ability to wheedle, whine, importune, and blatantly lie had always served him well when it came to back-alley negotiations. The rattling wasn't a slouch when it came to haggling either, and responded with an equal amount of cunning viciousness. Amy and Tink were both taken aback by the ferocity of the argument, which seemed barely short of homicidal, but as it continued without either Nubby or the marketeer trying to kill each other, the two troopers adjusted to the situation, and even tried to lend Nubby a hand in his negotiations when they thought they understood his plan. They failed abysmally, of course. Between their actually insulting insults, miscalculated threats, and lack of knowledge as to how the value of goods changed after they'd fallen off the back of a shuttle, Amy and Tink put such a dent in Nubby's progress that negotiations had to be temporarily paused. Once Tink and Amy had been relegated to helping the sole cargo servitor that had remained in the room fetch boxes, the haggling resumed. Crate after crate of narcotics, dubiously acquired valuables, and those well-made and untraceable small arms the Inquisition issues were exchanged for Xenos-made circuits, tools, and materials. At first, it seemed like our supply of illicit goods was going to run short before we had everything on Tink and Theo's list, but as the negotiations continued, the marketeer became more and more relaxed and generous with his exchanges. A careful observer might have noticed that the change in the rattling's attitude seemed linked to how much time he spent within 20 metres of the cargo pallet, and how Nubby, Amy, and Tink tended to stay away from said pallet. This was, of course, what Nubby had wanted fumbles for. They had pulled this sort of con quite a few times, though usually not with fumbles encased in a shipping crate, and hopped up on a downright unhealthy amount of stimulants. The Psyker wasn't directly messing with the Marketeer's mind. That'd be too obvious to any observers as well as the Marketeer himself when he walked out of range. And honestly, we didn't trust Fumbles to do that sort of thing for any length of time without something exploding. Instead, the little Psyker was just sitting there, concentrating on thinking calm and happy thoughts, and letting his aura do the rest. With Fumbles' help, we made it down to the last item on our shopping list, with 2 crates, not counting Fumbles' and our other backup crates still unopened. Unfortunately, that last item was a sticking point, not even under the effects of the feel-good aura, and with a big box of only slightly warp-tainted servitor control units up for offer, the Ratling refused to even admit he knew what Wraithbone was, much less part with a big old chunk of it. Nubby, I tink, who implied via gesture that we really needed a piece of Wraithbone, despite the fact that he actually had no idea what Theo wanted it for. With a pained mutter about how he'd been intending to save it for his retirement, Nubby cracked open our last non-emergency crate. Amy swore. Tink let out a jealous sigh, and the Marketeer's jaw dropped halfway to the floor as Nubby drew out a master-crafted power sword larger than he was, and bearing a cross-scythe sigil on its crossguard. In the silence that followed, Nubby, teetering under the weight of the sword, asked the Ratling if he was sure he didn't have any Wraithbone in stock. Nearly a kilometre away, Sarge's NCO sense... Nearly a kilometre away, Sarge's NCO's senses tingled, and he was seized by the feeling that something had just happened that he was going to be very angry about. He didn't have any time to dwell on this feeling though, because right then, the Cogitator Adept conned to say that a huge amount of traffic had just hit the station's net. He didn't mention what was actually being said though, and when Sarge asked, the Cogitator Adept responded with a bunch of techno-jargon, so Sarge told Jim to handle it and turned to the Diplomacy Adept, who had gone all fidgety. When Sarge asked what the problem was, the old diplomat revealed that the Choir Master had finally re-entered the range of his bugs and was absolutely enraged with the Prefect, as well as the Scribe and the President of the Shipmasters Union. So far, all the yelling had been about talking to us without him being present and other unilateral decisions, but the Adept was sure there was some other cause and promised to keep Sarge up to date. Back down in the warehouse, the miniature Marketeer had recovered from his shock and was inspecting the quality of the power sword, while Nubby chatted at him from just outside Fumbles' radius. Behind them, Amy and Tink dug out the small crate labelled Talc 10 kg the Ratling had directed them to, and complained at each other. Amy was in the middle of telling Tink, who was too busy whining about how much he wanted to disassemble that sword to even pretend to listen, that Sarge was going to blame her for this when she noticed the Ratling freeze. After a quick kick to his shin, Tink noticed too, checked the screen of his drone controller, and gave Amy a thumbs up. As Amy and Tink came over to see what the problem was, Nubby finally realised that the Marketeer wasn't listening to his list of things he'd accepted as change for Gravis' power sword and the control units. You know, since they were obviously worth way more than a spooky chunk of rock. He sidled up to the frozen Marketeer and tapped him on the shoulder. The Ratling swung around, still gripping the sword, and Nubby jumped back with a little scream as the movement triggered a very painful memory. This in turn set off the Ratling, who held the sword in front of him like a shield, and hastily began backing up and gibbering about needing to use the bathroom. We all watched as our black market contract ran out of the room, and slammed the door behind him. Amy let out a pained sigh and asked Nubby if there was any chance the Ratling would be coming back, or could at least be convinced to return the power sword before trying to kill us. Nubby just cackled, and began divvying out our big boy guns from one of the remaining boxes, while Fumbles burst from the other, began shouting about how we were all going to die, and immediately face-planted as his still-asleep legs betrayed him. Amy caught her rifle and casually headshot the warehouse's cargo servitor, then sighed again and activated her comm bead. Sarge's response to the news that Nubby's black market deal was about to turn into a shootout was nowhere near as sarcastic as Amy had anticipated. This was because her report was interrupted by Jim and the Cogitator Adept, discovering that the source of all the chatter on the station's net was a massive bounty that had just been placed on all the crew members of the Occurrence Border by the Astra Telepathica. This worrying news was interrupted in turn by the Diplomacy Adept's report that the Choir Master had just declared our inquisitorial credentials to be completely falsified, and was in the process of convincing the other station leaders to seek everything they had on us. That last piece of bad news came as a surprise, because we knew that Sarge's rosette was genuine, and there was no way it could have just malfunctioned earlier. Inquisitorial rosettes and the verification databases are built to last. That meant this wasn't some sort of accident. The choir master had obviously come unhinged, and was out for vengeance. I mean, it was sort of understandable. He just had his brain half fried by a psychic blast, which had also killed a whole bunch of the closest thing he had to a family, and the whole thing was technically our fault. Justifications aside, though, after he ran our credentials, he must have decided that he didn't like the answer, or he might not have even bothered checking at all, and now he was lying to the other station leaders about how we were vile heretics, impersonating Inquisition agents. They believed him too. By the time we figured out via the bugs what was happening, he had the prefect and the president completely convinced. There was obviously no chance of talking the stations around. All Sergeant the Diplomat could do was sit there and listen, as they argued about the best way to round all of us up and bring us to justice. The situation was foobar, to say the least, and all this news hit Sarge at once. Now, this is where some men might have gone into shock, or exploded in irrational anger, or sunk into despair, but not Sarge. He allowed himself half a second of ironic satisfaction at the way his cynicalism had, once again, been justified, then removed that stupid inquisitorial hat and started belting out orders. Admittedly, those orders were to just do what we would have done anyway, but as someone or other said, never give an order that won't be obeyed. So, as a reminder, we were split up into 4 groups. Well, 5 if you count the captain, but when Sarge calmed him to report the situation and coordinate things, the ex-Navy officer just told Sarge to do something astronomically improbable, and said he'd meet us back on the ship. Judging by the amount of gunfire and screaming in the background, he had things under control. Anyway, Doc was stuck in the station security filled medbay in the mid-north part of the station, Amy and company were in a warehouse on the lower levels of the eastern side of the station, Twitch and the occurrence border were at the westmost docking bay, and Sarge was almost at the top of the central spire. Our options were limited. We were split up, as deep in increasingly hostile territory, and, in Sarge and Doc's case, practically unarmed. We did have a ship full of armsmen, plus a few nearly functional lance batteries, but the stations knew that, and were already deploying men in that direction. We were far too outnumbered, outgunned, and, though it pains me to admit it, ethical to start an all-out war. Plus, it's a bad idea to blow holes in the space station while you're still on it. They'd have to sit back and hold down the fort while we did our best impression of a bunch of Kachans on the way back to base after a night on the town. It was time to fall back on that old guard classic. Regroup, retreat, repeat. The plan, if you could call it that, called for Doc, who was exposed, surrounded, had no idea where Sister Valerie was, and still had his hands quite full with Gravis, to sit tight and hope that no one remembered which closet he'd been shuffled into. Amy, Tink, Nubby and Fumbles would load up all the loot they could carry, as if they needed telling, make their way to the medbay to collect Doc, and then the whole group would head for the ship. While they traversed the station, Twitch, along with the suicide skulls and any armsmen he could find, would keep the locals out of the docking bay and the occurrence border. As an afterthought, Sarge asked Twitch to try to keep things as non-lethal as possible, on the off chance that we'd have an opportunity to try and smooth things out. It'd be nice not to have a 4-digit body count to deal with. He may have given Amy a similar order, but some freak comm interference, which sounded a lot like Nubby and Fumbles blowing on their combis, scrambled the message. Everyone, except Doc, liked the plan, but it did have one problem. It didn't cover how Sarge would get out of the Astra Telepathica headquarters. We pointed this out, and were told to shut up, do our jobs, and let Sarge take care of himself. The rest of us interpreted this as a clear sign that Sarge had no idea what he was going to do, but since we didn't have any suggestions more useful than sarcastic comments about handle it, we left him to it. Once the rest of us had started moving, Sarge muted his comm-bead, swore a lot, then took stock of the situation. He was in a small office and bathroom suite with only one exit, which led to a large conference room. Said room was probably occupied by a few of the choir master's bodyguards, who would be watching to make sure he didn't go anywhere while the station leaders plotted their attack. His assets consisted of 1 las pistol, standard Inquisition issue, 4 las pistol power packs, charged, 1 combat knife, notched, 1 roll of duct tape, olive green, 1 comm-bead, muted, 1 inquisitorial costume with hat, stupid, 1 300-year-old bug-planting diplomat, grumpy, 1 gym, whimpering in a corner about how everything keeps happening to him. This was not, of course, anywhere near enough to take on the small army of armsmen, gun servitors, and very angry psychers inhabiting the Asher Telepathica, not to mention the station security forces outside. In fact, by Sarge's reckoning, probably wasn't even enough to take the 6 to 8 bodyguards that the choirmaster had brought with him, but the diplomacy adept disagreed. The ancient diplomat drew an ornate las pistol from his robes and suggested taking the station's leadership hostage, while they were still only a few rooms away. When Sarge just stared at him, he explained that with sufficient leverage, it'd be easy to reopen negotiations and smooth everything over. After a few more seconds of staring, Sarge decided that nothing the old diplomat did or said would surprise him anymore, and made fight through a bunch of heavily armed men and start a volatile hostage situation Plan B. In a desperate attempt to come up with a Plan A, Sarge reactivated his comm-beat and asked the cogitator adept to try to find the spire's blueprints, and then began checking if the suite's air vents were large enough to crawl through. Jim, who was huddled in morose little ball, told Sarge not to bother. It would be incredibly stupid to make air vents large enough to fit a person. Sarge tried to defend this idea by pointing out that the occurrence border was littered with such vents, but Jim patiently explained that this was only because the occurrence border was an incredibly stupid ship. Sarge relented, but in the silence that followed, the cogitator adept pointed out that there were a few maintenance shafts on the Telepathica's blueprints that could be crawled through, if Sarge could open them, that is. Jim attempted to shoot this idea down as well, explaining that such shafts would be heavily monitored by the local mechanicus, who report our movements to the station government. Sarge had grown rather cross with Jim by this point, and angrily told the engineer to either do something about that or help think up a better idea. Jim went quiet at that, then got a really thoughtful look, and went over and jacked himself into the suite's comm terminal. He didn't respond when asked what he was doing, so Sarge assumed it was something important and decided to focus on keeping the suite secure until Jim finished whatever it was. Way down in the black market warehouse, Amy and Tink put the finishing touches on the cargo pallet. Said pallet looked nothing like the one that had left the occurrence border. For one thing, it was much fuller than it used to be. The stack of crates in it was nearly 3 meters tall, and they were held in place by dozens of straps and tarps. Because this was far more weight than the pallet could handle, or anyone wanted to push around, a few grab plates had been scrounged from the warehouse by Nubby, and more or less randomly slapped on. Finally, the traded bottom half of the warehouse's cargo servitor had been fastened on as an incredibly grisly external motor. The thing looked horrible, with a coat of red paint and a few stubbers you could pass it off as an orc track, but it handled surprisingly well. The only interruption during the whole loading and modification process had been about a minute after the marketeer had fled, when the last turrets in the ceiling had suddenly swiveled to track us, and then went still as the EMP grenade Spot 2.0 had placed them went off. There'd been no other attempts to kill us, partially because Tink had used his heavily modified plasma gun to weld the warehouse's doors shut, but mostly because of fumbles. The hyped-up Psyker spent the whole time jittering back and forth in front of the main entrance, emanating all sorts of mental unpleasantness at anyone who got near it. He claimed that, after the third time, the Rattlings had lost their nerve. They decided that, since they had all the warehouse's exits covered, they could spare the time to call in a few teams of disposable big guns to tackle the scary Guardsmen for them. The major flaw in their plan was that we had the aforementioned heavily modified plasma gun, and no intention of leaving via the doors. After a quick call to the cogitator adept to pinpoint a hallway below us, Tink set his plasma gun to cut, and added an exit ramp to the black market warehouse. He did a very good job of it too, managing to pick a section that didn't have any water or sewage pipes, and was long enough for the ramp to come down a nice, gentle 20 degrees. Honestly, Tink did such a good job that the Rattling should have paid us for adding the exit ramp. It was real professional work, and we made sure to point that out in the note. We left the note for the marketeer because, honestly, we felt a little bad about how things had turned out. We really hadn't intended to rip off the anyone. I mean, sure, we'd snuck in a Psyker, a stealth drone, and enough weapons to kill anyone who argued with us, but that was just reasonable precautions. We'd had every intention of playing things straight with them, or at least only moderately crooked. The point is, we understood that their attempt to betray us was because of the whole telepathic thing, not something personal, and Nubby really wanted to keep doing business with them after this was all cleared up. So while Tink worked, Nubby put together a little note explaining how there were no hard feelings, and that we were only taking a reasonable 73%. Trying to kill us, penalty. It should be noted that this rather precise percentage wasn't some arcane black market custom. It was just the amount of stuff we were able to fit onto the pallet. Anyway, the penalty took the form, a few of the things that Jim had been intending to get from the Administratum, plus a few of our own crates. At Amy's insistence, these did not include the damned, literally in this case, servitor control units or any of the other stuff Nubby had kept in the Cogtain crater room. Those could be someone else's problem. When Tink was finished, we taped the note to what was left of the cargo servitor, gathered up fumbles, and got the hell out of there. Our trip through the station was shockingly swift, stealthy and professional. At least for certain values of stealthy and professional, but there's no debating the swift part, or the shocking for that matter. Since our dismembered servitor propulsion system was capable of pushing the loop pallet at speeds best described as unsafe, we piled onto it and sped through the corridors like a bunch of drunken guardsmen on leave. Thanks to the maps provided by the Cogitator Adept, the scouting abilities of Spot the Wonder Drone, and the plasma gun-enabled disregard for inconveniently placed doors and walls, we took a very direct and underpopulated route to the medbay. That's not to say that we didn't run into anyone on our trip, but thanks to Spot and Fumbles, we generally saw them before they saw us. We managed to avoid or sneak by a few potential witnesses, as well as some mercs and security officers. Others were handled by sucker punches and the application of Tink's not actually a powered weapon power wrench. When that wasn't an option, we had Fumbles cloak us, or edit a few memories, though sometimes this didn't work either, and a more efficient approach was called for. Violence was only our last resort, mind you. It's not like we were some sort of high-speed murder barge shooting down the station's corridors with no regard for collateral damage, innocent lives, or speed limits. At least not most of the time. Anyway, if you disregard maimings, psychic trauma, property damage, and other little things like that, our expedition was practically bloodless. Which is to say that they were definitely under 10 deaths. Most of those were mercs and bounty hunters, and everyone knows they don't really count. Oh, and the maintenance worker that got run over by the loot pallet really should have known to look both ways before entering such a long and obstruction-free corridor, and had probably been drunk anyway. Despite the incredible speed of the loot pallet, we reached the medbay considerably behind station security. This was hardly surprising though. They'd had several teams guarding the place since it was currently home to half the station's surviving astropaths. Luckily, Doc was a big boy who could look after himself, and he had kept the rest of us up to date on his situation while we travelled. Doc's initial situation had been about as bad as Sarge's. The stationers knew he was in the medbay, had nothing but his sidearm, and there was no way he could get Gravis out without being noticed. Some of us had suggested leaving the torso-fired Space Marine behind, and hoping the stationers treated him, but Doc wouldn't have it. So Doc was stuck in a medbay filled with angry station security goons. Luckily it was a big medbay, with lots of hallways, rooms, and people running around doing stuff that was much more important than helping station security. Doc was fairly confident it would take a while for them to find him, especially since he plastered the storage room's door with biohazard and quarantine stickers. Really, the only problem Doc had with this situation was that Sister Valerie still hadn't come back. He wasn't too worried, since anyone who attacked her sister Hospitaller in the middle of a packed medical facility would suddenly find themselves in the middle of a lynch mob. It was still a bad situation though. She really needed to be in the loop on the whole, the head of the local telepathica is nuts, so we're leaving thing. After cursing at himself for a while and promising that next time he'd give her a combead, Doc sent his 2 assisting nurses, who were practically indistinguishable for the stationary medical staff, out to find Valerie, while he took care of Gravis and the life support machinery himself. A few minutes later, the first nurse came back with 2 station security guards in tow. Doc was not amused. The only reason Doc didn't immediately panic and do something stupid was that Gravis chose that exact moment to try and die again. The nurse ran over to assist, and Doc began barking orders at, for lack of anyone else, the 2 security officers. Now Doc may not have been a real doctor, but he'd gotten quite good at keeping Sergeant Gravis alive over the last 3 weeks, and that medical conference infused his voice with doctorly gravitas. The 2 security officers stood there in shock for a second, and then, compelled by the voice of the medical authority, and the sight of an honest to the Emperor Space Marine, well, half of one, lying on the table, they lowered their weapons and began helping too. Now, in an ideal galaxy, after they helped him save Gravis, Doc would have sent the 2 security goons off on some pointless errand, and he would have spent hours running around looking for cans of headlight fluid or elbow grease, before remembering that they were supposed to be arresting him. What actually happened, though, was that halfway through the procedure, a whole mob of people burst into the storage room. Only 3 of the intruders were security grunts. The rest consisted of the other nurse, Sister Valerie, the station's head medicae, and a very angry-looking man who turned out to be the head of the medbay security detachment. The room was immediately filled with yelling, as the security commander started chewing out his men for swabbing the traitorous heretic's brow instead of arresting him, and the 2 men tried to defend their actions. At the back of the group, one of the newly arrived goons began relaying a report to headquarters, another call for backup from the other search parties. The 3rd goon was stuck trying to placate the head medicae and Sister Valerie, who were angrily demanding to know what all this talk of heretics and arresting was about. After half a minute of trying to get information out of the low-level security officer, Sister Valerie turned to the irate commander and tapped him on the shoulder. The commander, who was still busy shouting at the men who'd been helping Doc, responded with a rather rude remark, then ignored her. This was what we in the Guard call a tactical error. With a little huff of annoyance, Sister Valerie jammed an injector into the security commander's neck and stalked past him with her nurse in tow. Behind her, the commander rocked from side to side, then crumpled to the floor. In the silence that followed, Sister Valerie shooed Doc away from Gravis and said she'd take care of the Space Marine while Doc dealt with all this silliness. Doc turned around and found himself facing a very shocked head medicae and 3 security officers who didn't quite have their weapons raised but were obviously very angry. He briefly evaluated his chances of talking his way out of the situation, decided they were rather low, and raised the turkey blaster-sized metal syringe full of fluid he just drained from Sergeant Gravis's oolitic kidney in the least threatening way he could manage. Then, in a surprisingly swift motion, Doc jammed the syringe's plunger down and hosed all 3 security troopers with Tyranid biotoxin. The results were not pretty. None of the security officers had their faceplates lowered, and Doc managed to nail 2 of them right in the mouth. They were the lucky ones. It only took them a few seconds to die. The 3rd officer got hit in the eyes and took nearly a minute. Sister Valerie looked up disapprovingly at the screaming, and pointed out that what Doc had just done was both distracting and terribly unhygienic. Doc summoned an apology both to the sister and to the 3 dead security officers, then turned to the 2 officers who'd been assisting him, and were now backed as far away from him and his syringe as possible. After a few seconds of thought on the ethical and tactical problems raised by the whole hostage thing, Doc told the 2 terrified station security officers to collect their unconscious commander, as well as the catatonic with fear head medicae, and get the hell out. Then, at Sister Valerie's insistence, he also shoved the 3 now melting corpses out into the hallway. As an afterthought, he collected the dead officers' shotguns and ammo, set up a firing position using the sliding door and the sturdiest crate he could find, and thanked to the Emperor that their storage room was at the end of a corridor. It should be noted, just for posterity, that Doc did not actually stop to check what was in the crate he used for his barricade. That really wasn't his fault, though. He was very busy with defending the room. It was an innocent mistake, and the tribunal did clear him in the end. Anyway, as Doc worked, he did his best to bring Sister Valerie up to speed. She did not find the news that the astropaths had betrayed her surprising, and recommended purging them all in holy fire before he left. Doc made that a green but non-committal sound, which comes naturally to all boyfriends, and skipped ahead to the part where they needed to pack everything back up and hold out until backup arrived. Since by this point the security reinforcements had arrived, and needed to be continually discouraged from advancing down the corridor, Doc was put on barricade duty while Sister Valerie and her minions handled the packing and keeping Gravis alive. For the most part, between his entrenched position, the natural kill zone, and his large supply of shotgun ammo, Doc didn't have that much trouble holding off station security. In fact, it wasn't even what you could really call holding off. It was mostly a matter of popping a shot off whenever someone peeked around the corner at the end of the hallway, and shooting down the odd servo skull. The security officers that had been guarding the medbay weren't die-hard soldiers, they were just a police force, and their willingness to die gloriously for their station was rather lacking, especially after some of them tried to rush Doc using a makeshift boarding shield, and got pegged with a homemade tox grenade, really just a glass jar filled with more Tyranid biotoxin. Seeing half a dozen of your more gung-ho comrades die screaming and melting can really sap a man's enthusiasm. Unfortunately, this happy state of affairs didn't quite last long enough. Right as Amy's team was drawing close to medbay, and had switched from blitz to stealth mode, the stationers found their spies and launched another serious attack. Or to be more precise, they found a pair of gun servitors. We all heard Doc start throwing over the comms as the servitors opened up with a pair of heavy subbers each, and started shambling up the hallway while something like a dozen security goons followed a few meters behind. Doc made a good showing by all accounts, but the odds were stacked too high against him, and he was quickly forced to abandon his firing slit. As the saboteurs drew into close range, he took a gamble and used his last tox grenade. He got a bullet in the arm for his trouble, but at least it was after he threw the grenade. The jar of Tyranid biotoxin hit his mark, and quickly turned both servitors' fleshy bits into mush. Unfortunately, as the saying goes, if the enemy is in range, so are you, and several of the security troopers had brought concussion grenades. The entire barrage of grenades went off directly in front of the door to the storage room. The shockwave bent the door inward, ragdolled Doc across the storage room, and left him pinned onto the heavy crate he'd been using as a barricade. He was pretty definitely out of the fight at that point, but luckily, Sister Valerie was there to rescue his sorry ass. Now this is where things get a little fuzzy, because Doc was concussed, mostly deaf, bleeding both internally and externally, and is the very definition of a biased witness where his girlfriend is concerned. According to him, she calmly instructed her minions to finish packing, pulled a crate off the mobile medical suite, and kneeled down in front of it. Then, head bowed in prayer, she extracted Sergeant Gravis' Astartes Mark 5B Godwin pattern bolter, and started glowing with the divine light of the Emperor. We know this next part was bullshit because Sister Valerie couldn't carry a tune with a bloody wheelbarrow, and had actually been banned. Very politely, mind you, from participating in the choir during the Occurrence Boarder's morning services. But Doc insisted that, as she rose to her feet, surrounded by a halo of divine light, and started singing a battle hymn so divinely beautiful that it was painful. Then, a singing and a glowing like a bloody angel, she walked over to the door and began mowing down wave after wave of security goons with Gravis' bolter. Now, we saw that hallway afterwards, and there definitely weren't enough bodies to constitute even a single wave, but we couldn't deny that she sure as hell shot the place to shit. She must have put at least 3 magazines of Astartes-sized bolt rounds down that hallway, though down really isn't the right word. The vast majority of the bolt craters we could see were along the corridor's walls, ceiling, floor, and somehow even the door behind her. She had about as much control over that weapon as a toddler trying to walk a Pharisee wolf. Lack of actual aiming ability aside, though, Sister Valerie's counterattack got the job done. The sight of a tall blonde bombshell incoherently screaming a Sororitas battle hymn, and firing what amounted to a fully automatic rocket launcher with all the accuracy and discipline of an arranged orc, was more than the station security troopers could handle. They ran for it, and when she kept shooting, they ran some more. If the medbay hadn't already been evacuated by the head Medicae, it would have been a lethal stampede, but as it was, the whole thing was just comical. The retreat ended when the whole cowardly lot sitting in the lobby, yelling at each other, and trying to explain the situation to their superiors and the newly arrived reinforcements. By this point, those of us who'd been in the warehouse had navigated into an unoccupied maintenance corridor adjacent to the lobby, and were performing recon using Spot 2.0 and fumbles. Seeing the idiots run out there like there was a bloodthirster on their heels struck us hilarious, and it got even better when they told the reinforcements what had happened. In their terrified little minds, Doc had grown into some sort of Nurglite mega-cultist. We caught phrases like, "What sort of hell-plague melts bones?" "Turned a sister of battle into a demon host," and "Came here to resurrect his plague marine master." It was good stuff. Really lightened our moods, and on a more practical note, the horror stories had completely drained the security troopers' enthusiasm. They pretty much unanimously decided to just defend the lobby, and wait until one of the station's SWAT teams arrived. This was good news for Doc, who was in no condition to fend off another attack, but it left the rest of us with the problem of getting him out past 30-ish security troopers before the heavies arrived. Luckily, Sarge had sorted out his issues by then, and we were not forced to go with Tink's, or, Emperor forbid, Nubby's proposed solutions. Sarge's defense of the office suite was not as exciting as Doc's desperate holdout. This was largely because the station's knew Sarge was incredibly dangerous from the beginning, and didn't bother sending a few waves of poorly trained security officers to their deaths. Instead, they called for the station's best SWAT team, and set about fortifying the entire Telepathica headquarters to prevent any chance of escape or rescue. This sounded very bad to Sarge and the diplomacy adept, and they shared that opinion with Jim, who didn't respond, except for fending Sarge off when he attempted to unjack the tech priest's Mechanidrate from the comm terminal. There was a brief debate over whether he was okay, and if the try and cut into a maintenance shaft plan should be performed yet. Since the cogitator adept said that Jim was, for lack of a better word, talking with over 50 other tech priests, Sarge decided to keep waiting, and set about fortifying the two-room suite. Then, once he'd reached the point where the suite was as fortified as physically possible, he conned Twitch for some advice, then fortified it even more. At about the same time as Doc was wantonly employing Tyranid bioweapons against 3 unsuspecting security officers, the SWAT team finally launched their assault. 8 men, armed in matte black, void-sealed carapace armour, and wielding the best automatic shotguns the Administratum could requisition, silently entered the main conference room and took up positions covering the door to the suite. One of them carefully opened the door's control panel, found the emergency override, and began counting down. At 0, the door slid open, but did not reveal the group of desperate heretics they'd been expecting. Instead, all that was on the other side of it was the sheer metal surface of the suite's table, and a lumpy object the size of a basketball which had been wedged against the door and fell into the main conference room as it opened. If the SWAT team had time to inspect the object, they would have discovered that it consisted of 6 las pistol power packs, every extraneous metal skull, buckle and stud that Sarge could rip off his inquisitorial costume, and a few layers of duct tape. They didn't have time to inspect it though, because half a second after it hit the floor, the improvised frag mine went off and killed half of them. On the far side of the massive pile of furniture, appliances, and bathroom fixtures that kept the table wedged against the door, Sarge felt incredibly relieved that the IED had worked like Twitch said it would. He raised his voice, and over the pained yelling of the 2 troopers, who'd only been injured by the blast, Sarge told the survivors to bugger off. They responded by shooting the barricade a few times in a sort of desultory way, and then grabbed their wounded comrades and followed his advice. Now, if it had been a guard commander who just had his assault fooled like that, he would have said something like, after getting so many of my men, they must be low on ammo now, let's try that again. And Sarge would have been in deep shit. Fortunately, the people in charge were just civilians, and even better, they were a committee. When the SWAT team survivors limped back to them, they sat down and had a nice lengthy debate about what to try next. Sarge and the diplomat listened in as idea after idea was raised and vetoed, usually for boring reasons like immense potential risks to personnel and property, but occasionally there was something more interesting. Apparently the stations were having a little trouble with their comms and cogitators, and no one from Mechanicus was returning their calls. Eventually, though, the committee reached a decision, and unfortunately it was a pretty good one. The Telepathica knew enough about their own headquarters to get into the ventilation system without a tech priest's help, and the Shipmasters' Union was able to furnish several canisters of sedative gas. Once Sarge and his heretical companions were incapacitated, they sent in some men with las cutters and rebreathers, and that would be that. Sarge immediately taped up every vent he could find, but did not feel especially confident in the ability of a single layer of duct tape to fend off a chemical attack. His nerves began to fray as he overheard the gas being delivered, then sent off to be deployed, and Jim still hadn't moved. The only thing that kept him from just forcing the tech priest to wake up and trying to cut through the wall with his last 2 power packs was the old diplomat's calm assurance that he'd lose consciousness long before Sarge would, and could be used as a sort of final warning. Luckily, though it didn't seem so at the time, it never came to that. Right as the elderly adept started feeling woozy, Sarge noticed the telltale hum of a las cutter, and a spot on the wall of the partially flooded bathroom began to glow. Sarge spared a few seconds to curse the stationers for not mentioning that the assault was starting within the bug's pickup range, then got ready to go down fighting. As a sort of afterthought, he gave Jim a whack upside the head, partially to try and wake him up, but mostly because he was rather angry with the Engisser. Jim didn't snap awake though. This was because he was already awake and was in the process of turning around when Sarge swung. The end result was Jim sitting on the floor, checking if his nose was broken, and calling Sarge some very unkind words. Sarge responded with a few choice insults on his own, but stopped when Jim pointed out that he was being very ungrateful for someone who'd just been rescued. When the las cutter finished his work on the bathroom wall, the breach wasn't kicked open by a squad of heavily armed men. Instead, the precisely cut piece of metal drifted backwards, then disappeared up the red-lit shaft on the other side, revealing a small swarm of servo skulls. Sarge eyed the skulls with the special type of suspicion he reserved for anything that could be called good luck, but Jim assured him they were friendly, and led the way into the shaft. As the Engisser entered, the skulls swarmed around him, and carefully lowered him down the shaft. Sarge noted that none of them had stuck around to lower him, hefted the woozy adept under an arm, and slowly began descending the ladder at the back of the shaft. Up above him, a few skulls began welding the shaft closed again. After a very long and slow climb, Sarge found himself in what was obviously a Mechanicus shrine, and flinched as he realized that he was surrounded on every side by tech priests. The cock boys didn't seem hostile though, so Sarge just stood still and tried not to notice like someone who endorsed tech heresy in his subordinates. After a few seconds of motionlessness, Sarge noticed that none of the tech priests were actually looking at him, and followed their gazes to where Jim was chirping in binary at what had to be the local Magos. Jim's talk with the Magos went quickly, which was good, because Sarge was getting very tired of not being told what was going on. When Jim came over, Sarge got as far as, "Just what the hell did you..." before the old diplomat kicked him in the shin and suggested that he let Jim take the lead. Using a haughty tone of voice that definitely didn't fit him, Jim began spouting a bunch of stuff about jurisdictions, reprioritizations, and other such weasel words. It was complete bullshit, but luckily Sarge was fluent in bullshit. The gist of it was that Jim had told the Codboys that he and Hannah had been given a vitally important mission by the Ordo Juris, a name dropped to the two Maggie that we'd so memorably encountered. This was, of course, a very creative interpretation of being told to go gain experience in the Inquisition, and we'll recruit you into the Ordos Juris if you survive, and Sarge took a small amount of pride in how much of a cynical lying bastard Jim had become. The local tech priest couldn't directly assist with Jim's mission without knowing what it was, or being given some sort of authorization from higher up, but they could definitely help him return to his ship. Furthermore, if he made sure it didn't threaten the station, they could make sure that said ship would be able to leave the system without being attacked. This was great news, but Sarge couldn't help but notice that only Jim and Hannah's escape and safety were mentioned, and pointed that out. Jim actually smiled a bit at that, and explained that the Codboys had no interest in us at all, unless we did something to significantly damage the station. They wouldn't help us, but they wouldn't help the stationers either, and they wouldn't do anything to stop us from following Jim on his very safe trip back to the occurrence border through the station's maintenance corridors. In the end, Sarge sent the diplomacy adept off with Jim, but didn't go with them, because the dock situation was heating up and Twitch was handling things just fine by himself. As they headed off, one of the tech priests grudgingly showed Sarge to the nearest public corridor, then slammed the door behind him. Sarge was now standing in a sparsely populated public corridor, wearing a ragged inquisitorial costume and an evil goon uniform, which drew the eye better than a neon sign. Remembering the whole massive bounty on his head and station-wide arrest order thing, he ducked into the first unlocked door he could find, which, luckily, turned out to be a public restroom. He merely stripped down to his skivvies and shoved the gaudy clothing into the nearest bin, then conned the cogitator adept and set to work getting a less conspicuous costume. While he waited in the moderately filthy public restroom, Sarge listened to reports from the rest of us, and suddenly formulated the most cunning of plans. A few minutes later, at about the same time as Doc was getting rescued by his girlfriend, a small-time merc, who'd accepted a contract to remove an annoying drunk from a public restroom, opened the door and got one hell of a surprise. Sarge was very gentle, by his standards, so the merc would probably live, though he probably wouldn't ever look at a toilet the same way again. Airtight in a bad-fitting, not to mention rather damp and smelly merc uniform, and wielding a shoddily made stationary shotgun, Sarge stepped out into the public corridor and started jogging. A short distance away, 24 mercenaries and bounty hunters entered a small dingy bar and looked around for the man that, according to the comm messages they'd all received, had a lucrative contract for them. Now, it's been said by just about everyone who's Sarge that in the entire history of the Imperium, there's been no one so inherently a sergeant as him. He was born for it, destined for it. It was as if the Emperor reached down and said, "This guy, right here, he's going to be the biggest, baddest, most sergeantly guy ever, and nothing can ever change that." He just sort of exuded sergeantness, and anyone with a drop of military blood in their veins noticed it immediately. Well, as Sarge entered that bar full of mercs, he turned the door up to 11. Sarge came through the bar door looking, despite his slovenly uniform, like he just stepped off a recruiting poster, and every man in that bar, including the bartender, came to attention. Sarge surveyed them for a few seconds, then announced that he knew where the heretic bounties were hiding, and that station security was too chicken shit to handle them. He called them here because they were the toughest, meanest, nastiest men on the station, and if they followed him into this fight, they'd also be the richest. Then Sarge turned on his heel and marched back out of the bar. The mercs, bounty hunters, and assorted scum in the bar all shared a look, then stampeded after him. A short while later, Sarge and his small mercenary army shoved their way into the medbay lobby and demanded to speak to the commanding officer. Unfortunately, the security commander, who turned out to be the guy Sister Valerie had tranquered, was a bit less credulous than the mercs had been. He demanded to know who Sarge was, and no, Sarge is not a name, it was a rank. "What's your name, merc?" what outfit he was from, and why he was there. Sarge, who knew from experience that claiming to be Sergeant would result in a fair bit of wasted time, discreetly checked the name on his ill-fitting jacket and announced that he was Sergeant Kelly. The men behind him were Kelly's heroes, and they were there to get rich or die trying. It took Sarge a bit of arguing to convince the security commander to let him launch an attack, instead of just waiting for the station's second-best SWAT team, but he managed. It helped a lot that, despite the fact that the commander hadn't heard of any outfit called Kelly's Heroes, the databases at Security HQ had. It turned out that it was an accredited mercenary company, which was in good standing with the Administratum, Telepathica and Shipmasters Union, and it just happened to specialise in dealing with heretics. Imagine that. Anyway, Sarge convinced the man to let him lead an assault on Doc's position, which meant that he had a nice excuse to get up on a table and start giving a loud, impressive and rather overlong heroic speech. Every man in the lobby turned their attention to Sarge as he stomped back and forth, talking about bravery and valour, and all sorts of other heroic bullshit. No one noticed as a young man in a rumpled psychos jacket sidled through the lobby's front door, around the edge of the audience, and into the hallway, which everyone was supposed to be watching. They also completely failed to notice Spot 2.0 zipping in and out of the room, but since Spot was invisible, this was far less of an achievement. As Sarge's speech began to run uncomfortably long, and the audience started to fidget, he received confirmation that everything was ready. He banged the table with the flagpole that he'd gotten from somewhere or another, and launched into the final get everyone pumped up part of the speech. Everyone's attention was neatly recaptured, which was good, because while they might have missed the large blurry shape that enters the form hallway, it would have been hard not to notice when it turned into fumbles, and the medical convoy and all of the potted plants of the room withered. Luckily, after that little stumble, the convoy faded again, and no one noticed as it moved to the far corner of the lobby, where the wall was glowing slightly. Sarge's speech ended with a final bellow of "Charge!" and every man in the room, both the mercs and the security officers, surged towards the hallway that led to the now empty storage room. Sarge didn't go with them, though. As soon as they had turned, he covered his eyes and bolted for the lobby's door. Up on the ceiling, Spot pulled a few pieces of string that had been run through the rings of a dozen flash of smoke grenades, and right as Sarge hit the doors, the lobby exploded into light and smoke. In the confusion, which quickly grew deadly as nearly 50 armed men panicked, no one noticed a section of wall collapsing, or the large blurry shape going through it. Sarge stumbled through the lobby doors, feeling rather proud of how well that had worked out, and nearly collided with 8 men in matte black armour. He froze for a second, resisted the urge to raise his shotgun, and told them that a bunch of heretics disguised as mercenaries had just attacked the security forces. The leader of the SWAT team swore, and led his men through the doors. Sarge waited until the last one had gone through, then sprinted like hell. As he reached the end of the hallway, a side door slid open to reveal Amy, and somewhere behind him someone yelled, "Hey, you!" Something stung Sarge in the side as he ran the last few meters to the door, and Amy responded by leaning out and neatly putting a bolt of plasma through the offending SWAT trooper's helmet. Then both of them were through the door. Despite the fact the SWAT team following them had a nice clear trail of Sarge's blood to follow, they didn't manage to catch up. This was primarily because Amy kept shooting the control panel of every automatic door after she closed it, but also because any Guardsman worth his salt is a good runner. Before long, they reached the rest of us. Sarge was tossed onto the loot pallet next to Doc, and the whole convoy rolled out. The trip across the station went surprisingly fast and without incident. We later found out that this was because the station's tech priests were clearing the way for us by redirecting servitors and menials, and making sure every door was open. Apparently, Jim had convinced them it was the best way to get us to stop cutting through things with Tink's plasma gun. Unfortunately, they hadn't been able to do anything to convince Twitch to stop being Twitch, and as we got closer to the west dock, the signs of battle damage mounted. Really though, anyone who knew anything about booby traps could tell that Twitch had been following Sarge's order to keep the body count low. There were a lot of bloodstains and the odd body part, but for the most part they were in the hallway leading towards the craters, as opposed to scattered around them. This was a clear sign of traps designed to act as deterrents, instead of being set for maximum casualties. Anyway, despite his restraint when it came to body count, Twitch and the ship's Guardsmen had really chewed the area around the docking bay up. It was a testament to the quality of the station's construction that the entire section hadn't lost atmospheric integrity. The Mad Bomber himself met us at the bottom of a freight elevator, flanked on either side by his last 2 suicide skulls, and a pair of Guardsmen wearing the crew toy spine necklaces that marked them as some of the trials from hydroponics. The second we reached the elevator, the 2 skulls zipped away behind us, We all felt a shockwave and heard the crash of a warehouse's worth of crates dropping into the corridor. Sarge briefly considered asking Twitch how many other corridors he collapsed, then decided that he really didn't want to know. As we rode up the elevator, Twitch brought us up to speed on how the defense of the occurrence border had been going. Apparently, largely thanks to the amount of flak Twitch's minds and scars had been able to secure, and the resulting terror in the attackers, it had gone very well. Casualties had been low, at least on our side, and the captain had even been able to launch a small offensive to liberate some much-needed supplies. The only really bad development was that the stationers had cut off the refueling pipe fairly early on, and no one had been able to figure out a way to steal any either. There was also the slightly worrying news that a few boarding shuttles had been launched by the station. The few of these that had landed in the well-populated sections of the ship were easily repelled by the armsmen, who had a rather significant home field advantage, but a few had landed in the tainted areas. Most of those shuttles hadn't taken off again, and Twitch predicted an increase in the amount of demon activity until those poor bastards died and stopped feeding the things, but the two shuttles that had taken back off were almost more worrying. They landed in the warp fungus bay, so by now the stuff was probably already spreading through at least one of the station's shuttle bays. Sarge called Jim and asked him to send everything we had on the fungus to the local cowboys, and we all hoped really hard that this wasn't going to turn out like the whole Necron thing. 2 subsector-wide disasters in a row would be really hard to explain to Oak. After the elevator ride, it was just a short walk through some blasted open bulkheads to our docking bay. As we arrived, senior armsmen started bellowing orders and an orderly retreat started. Twitch watched carefully as the men fell back and began putting color-coded detonators off of his harness. One by one, the abandoned defensive positions were demolished, and everyone filed back aboard the occurrence border. Once we had boarded the ship, we split up again. Doc hobbled off with the medical convoy to get Gravis back into his old bed and either help out with the wounded or get himself treated. The loot pallet was taken down to the psycho holding cells, though Nubby fumbles and several boxes fell off along the way, leaving Amy to help Tink, Theo and Jim with all the unpacking. Twitch wandered off with his 2 tribal bodyguards to see about securing the entrances to the tainted areas. Finally, Sarge, who wasn't quite worried enough to be able to justify escape to the medbay, trudged up to the bridge to see how our escape was going. Along with his usual staff of interchangeable officers, the bridge was occupied by old diplomat, Hannah and the captain, and the quartermaster. Sarge was struck by how calm the bridge was. He'd expected it to be as chaotic as it had been after first capturing the damned Zonothrop, but the most exciting thing happening was an argument between the captain and his quartermaster about the technical definition of piracy. Sarge noted that the captain was nearly covered with blood, which couldn't have been his given that he was still standing, and the quartermaster's augmentic arm had gone missing, and made a note to ask them how their escape from the station had gone. When Hannah noticed Sarge's arrival, she cut off her discussion with the diplomacy adept, before marching over to him and launched into an angry lecture about how he kept getting Jim into trouble. Sarge bore this with his usual stoicism, at least until the tech priestess yelled at him for doing his stupid servitor impression and kicked him in the shin. As Sarge hopped around and cursed at her, Hannah stalked off the bridge, and the diplomacy adept took her place. After he finished laughing at Sarge's expense, the old diplomat brought Sarge up to date. Hannah had explained the Mechanicus' neutrality to the captain, which is why the bridge wasn't in a panic. The occurrence border was headed out of the system, but since the tech priests on the station, as well as every ship in the system, were preventing the use of any anti-ship weapons, there was no need to rush. Sarge thought this was a dangerously optimistic viewpoint, but didn't feel like arguing with the captain. And anyway, it meant that Tink and the rest would have more time to repair the psychic containment cells. Sarge was about to leave the bridge to see about having the buckshot removed from his side, and changing into uniform that fit and didn't smell of urine, when the communication officer called him over. The station was broadcasting a message, unencrypted, and addressed to him by the name of the heretical false interrogator Greg Sargent, which turned out to be a vid from the station's leaders. Or more precisely, it was a vid from the choir master. The other 2 leaders mostly sat in the background and looked scared, and you really couldn't call it a message either. It turned out to be nearly 20 straight minutes of wide-eyed ranting and death threats, which went from frightening to amusing to tedious, then briefly back to amusing when the enraged Astropath managed to break a blood vessel in his eye and had to be taken away to calm down. Unfortunately, the vid resumed after that, and the choir master shifted from pointless screaming to promises of vengeance. Among many other things, he vowed that every choir from Ultramar to Terra would hear of our crimes, which struck Sarge as a very petty and stupid form of vengeance. It would cause immense annoyance in the short term, but it would ensure that the Inquisition found out and get everything sorted out that much quicker. Eventually, as the choir master ramped back up into ranting again, Sarge got bored. He told the communications officer to just send a copy to the adepts and declined when asked if he wanted to send a reply. Then, with a wave at the captain and a promise to come up and help plan the route when the ship reached safe warp distance, Sarge left. A few hours and a much-needed nap later, Sarge headed down to the Psycho holding cells and found them empty. Just of people, though. The Xenotech was exactly where he left it, thank the Emperor. Sarge fit the bug off out of habit and checked the room down the hallway that had become Tink, Theo, and Jim had claimed as their break-in nap room. He found the three nerds, accompanied by Hannah, sitting around a screen, watching their usual vile Tau vids. Sarge eyed Hannah warily, but the cock girl did not seem inclined to violence at present, so he advanced into the room and prodded Tink. At first, the techie refused to answer questions, but after Sarge threatened to break the vid player, he became a bit more helpful. Tink confirmed that everything in the cells was working fine. They had had the raw materials to just rebuild the cells like they wanted, but nobody had gotten all the crucial repair parts. Everything should hold together fine for at least 2 weeks of warp travel, which is more than enough time to reach a less crazy Imperial outpost. Sarge recalled that cause of that craziness, and asked what the odds were of another Ashpath-killing psychic explodey thing. He got a lot of technobabble, which he assumed meant we're not really sure why that happened, but it probably won't happen again. His curiosity sated, Sarge turned to leave the room, but paused as the something on the vid caught his eye. It was a fat man, wearing what Sarge recognized, thanks to some unwanted training on the subject, as floral-printed Tau formal robes. As the animated figure gibbered in Tau speak, Sarge realized that he was looking at some bizarre caricature of ex-Inquisitor Large Weebu. With a dawning sense of horror, he realized what was going to come next. There was a blast of shrill music, followed by a few lines of text which Sarge hesitantly translated as Super Deserter Guvisa Action Heroes, and the scene changed to a group of 6 characters wearing Tau flak armor. Sarge's eyes scanned the horrible big-eyed characters for the telltales he knew would be there. There was the Red Cross on one, the bandoliers of explosives on another, and then there was the half-sized character with his psycho robe wearing psychic. At the back of the group, he spotted a character with chevrons, who looked far grumpier and greyer than seemed appropriate. And finally there was... well, it had the oversized plasma gun, and the goggles, and the drone, so it had to be... but... Tink? Why is your character female? The techie froze and slowly looked up at Sarge. Jim snickered. Well, you see, stammered Tink. Theo, seeing that Tink was having trouble, decided to help. That actually just happened. Last week they were fighting the dread witch, Yingeza, and she cast a spell which... Forget I asked. The occurrence border took its time leaving the system. A whole day of it, in fact. There were 3 reasons for our lack of speed. First, the tech priest Jim and Jute were seriously hindering any pursuit. Secondly, our bloody escape from the station and the news that we'd been the source of the psychic attack had really discouraged the few small independently owned ships that didn't rely on the Mechanicus to keep running. Finally, the locals' priorities had shifted drastically after a virulent fungal infection had started spreading through the station, driving men insane with visions and melting through just about anything. We actually felt a little bad about the whole warp fungus thing, but it really wasn't our fault, and it seemed like they managed to get it contained before the stuff ate more than an eighth of the station. Anyway, Hannah had been looking into the stuff after the Marines had stumbled into it, and was pretty sure that it would die off, or at least lose its hallucinatory properties, without frequent exposure to the warp, so it would all probably work out in the end. And in the short term it bought us a little more time to prepare for the upcoming weeks of warp travel. The last of our preparations were finished an hour before we were scheduled to re-enter the warp, and at Sarge's insistence we all wandered down to our Gellar Field adjacent quarters for a pre-post-whatever mission briefing. Tink and Amy were off on one side, enjoying their usual pastime of antagonizing each other. The subject this time was the Tau vids Tink had acquired, specifically the ones that had been based on our exploits in the Buffer Worlds, and were supposedly earning us all sorts of royalties. Amy was loudly explaining that they were stupid, heretical, and concrete proof of Tink's perversion. Tink was holding that all of this was untrue, and that Amy was just jealous that she hadn't been included in the vids on account of being stuck on an island with a crazy Magos at the time. Doc was slumped over the table in the middle of the room. The medic had been on duty for nearly 20 hours before he'd been concussed and half-crushed, and when he'd gotten back to the ship, he hadn't been allowed to take a break. He wound up spending another 20 hours hopped up on stims, helping get Gravis stowed away and treating all the armsmen who'd been injured during the defense of the ship. Doc was completely out of it, and Nubby had taken the opportunity to draw some comical facial hair on him. The little trooper was augmenting his doodles with a pyramid of furniture, balanced on and around Doc, and was gleefully egging Tink and Amy on. Twitch had taped up what he claimed was the only accurate map of the occurrence border's tainted sections along one wall. I say claimed because none of us could read the damn thing, and looking at it for any length of time made our heads hurt. Twitch was alternately sticking pins in the map and talking to a servo skull with a det pack strapped to it. Supposedly the Cogitator Adept was watching the skull's vid feed and answering Twitch's question via combeat, but none of us could really be sure. Finally, Fumbles was sitting in a corner of the room, grimacing at a small Tau drone with a block of white material strapped to it. Theo was sitting on the far side of what was definitely a blast shield, excitedly taking notes. None of us really paid much attention to Sarge when he finally arrived, since Amy was chasing Tink around the furniture park by that point, but that changed when Sarge dropped the large crate he was carrying with a hollow-sounding boom. Nubby, recognizing the crate, sidled away an appreciable fraction of the speed of light, and Fumbles, who could taste the rage boiling off Sarge, rather more literally vanished from sight. Before either of them could make their escape, Sarge barked an order at Twitch, who pressed a big red button on the wall marked Panic. As the exit sealed and a few dozen proximity mines activated, the foul-smelling blur that was Nubby changed direction and vanished through the only door left, which led to the bathroom. He locked the door behind him. Sarge ignored the bathroom door and the hard-to-look-at corner where Fumbles was whispering at Theo to shut up about amazing readings and hold still. He turned his attention on the rest of us, and with a horrible fixed grin asked for a status report. Twitch and Amy hesitantly reported that about half of the boarders trapped in the tainted areas had been killed, captured, or found dead. The rest had either holed up in areas too dangerous to pursue, disappeared into the rat's nest of corridors, or just outright vanished. Patrols and traps had been set to contain the demonic feeding frenzy that would occur in those areas when we entered the warp. Tink followed this up with a report on the generally good condition of the cells after the overhaul, and confirmed that everything was ready for entering the warp. Finally, Doc was poked with a stick until he regained enough consciousness to confirm that Gravis was still alive, and that the looted medical supplies would be enough to keep him that way for a few weeks. Sarge digested the 3 reports for a few seconds, and then poked Doc awake again. In an almost gentle voice, he asked the medic if he knew how Gravis's other half was doing, because Sister Valerie said she couldn't find the freezer crate with the Space Marine's legs anywhere. Doc's tired brain kicked into overdrive, and dredged up an image of a dented and bullet-pocked crate being pulled off of him and tossed to the side. He swore, attempted to leap to his feet, and was buried as the pile of chairs around him collapsed. Tink, exhibiting all the tact and self-preservation instinct of a socially retarded lemming, burst into laughter. Sarge's attention immediately shifted to Tink. He opened the crate he'd carried in, took out the manifest taped to its lid, and skipped down to the section labelled Miscellaneous. His false grin completely gone, Sarge asked Tink if he knew where 1 times data slate, Furcunia pattern, 1 times Astartes grav chute and grapnel harness, 2 times single shot grav flares, and 1 times Mark 7 power armor helmet could be found. Tink's poker face lasted until the helmet was mentioned, and he involuntarily glanced towards where Spot was sitting. He looked back to find that Sarge had somehow teleported across the room, and was now practically nose to nose with him. Then the shouting started. Of course, despite all the shouting, and the part where he dragged Nubby out of the bathroom and held him in the air by one leg, Sarge wasn't really that angry. Even though he'd grown rather stodgy since his promotion, he was still a Guardsman, and knew all about the importance of recycling. The truth was that after how badly our resupply mission had gone, he just needed to shout at someone, and the way we'd scavenged, disassembled, sold, or just plain lost a Space Marine's worth of war gear and legs was as good an excuse as any. We put up with Sarge's stress-relieving tantrum, and thanks to the Emperor that he hadn't found out about what the power sword had actually been traded for. I mean, Theo claimed that the chunk of wraith bone was extremely valuable, and the key to all sorts of psychic engineering, but he didn't actually have any idea how it worked or what he was going to do with it. Sarge finding out that we'd lost the power sword because our captive Xenos wanted to commit some science on the spooky rock would have resulted in some real shouting. So once Sarge had started feeling better, and mandated that Sister Valerie was now in charge of Gravis's bolter and what was left of his helmet, he brought the rest of us up to date on what he, the Adepts, and the Captain had decided. And the gist of it was that we hadn't appropriated enough fuel to reach the system where Oak's lab was, so we were going to make another stop and would offload Gravis, send a message to Oak, and repair whatever damage the Xenotech had caused by that point while we were at it. Our response to the news was conflicted at best. We knew that we'd be wanting another pit stop by that point, but we didn't really want to go through all that shit again, and since the Ashapaths were telling everyone that we were Inquisition impersonation heretics, it seemed inevitable. Sarge assured us that he, or at least the smarter people who worked for him, had figured out a solution though. The theory was that the Ashapaths' lies would catch the attention of the Inquisition pretty quickly, and they'd send out a team to investigate what had happened on the station. Unless Paz managed to purge all records of our visit, which would probably require killing pretty much everyone in the Administratum from the Prefect on down, it'd be relatively easy for the Inquisition to identify us based on vid records of Sarge and our ship, and determine that the Ashapaths were full of shit. Then, after a judicious amount of purging, they sent out a follow-up sector-wide message to clear our names. The nearest Inquisition outpost was 5 days away from the station, so call it a week to hear about the problem and travel to the station, another week to sort things out and send the all clear, and a third week just to be safe. The Captain had mapped a route that wouldn't be too far off course, and would take us to a nice, developed Imperial system with an Inquisitorial outpost of its own, just in case, in about 3 weeks. We'd dewarp really far out, so as the Xenotech did its head explodey thing again, it probably wouldn't kill anyone, and then discreetly venture into comm range of the planet to make sure everything was okay before attempting to dock. It was a nice, sensible plan, and all we had to do was keep the Xenotech contained and Gravis alive for 3 weeks of warp travel. Everyone, except Twitch, accepted that it was the best option available, and we all went off to make our last preparations. 2 hours later, the Galar field kicked into gear, the warp drive tore a bloody hole in the fabric of reality, and what we fervently hoped was our second-to-last warp journey with our stupid psychic bug began. All in all, taking everything into account and relatively speaking, the trip went well. You know, by Ocarina's border standards, especially if you ignore all that ominous stuff with the ghost Tyranids. Doc, per usual, spent most of the trip in the medbay looking after Sergeant Gravis. The bisected Space Marine's condition wasn't good. The Tyranid bioweapon that had been introduced into his system was unquestionably alive, and was constantly attacking what remained of his organs with a wide variety of poisons. Gravis's Space Marine biology was fighting back, but was seriously hindered by the gross trauma he'd suffered, not to mention the loss of those organs in his lower torso. The only thing keeping Gravis alive was his power armor's automated Medicaid system, a large pile of life support machinery, and regular aid from Doc and Sister Valerie. Since he didn't have an entire medbay to run, Doc handled Gravis most of the time. Sister Valerie covered for him when he was occasionally needed elsewhere for more combat-oriented medical duties, and after a week of increasing grumpiness on both their parts, her senior subordinate was put in charge of the night shift. Anyway, between Doc's steadily increasing experience treating the torso-fired Space Marine, and the large amount of medical supplies we'd requisitioned from the way station Almentium Primaris, Gravis was kept, if not stable, at least only gently teetering on the brink of death. Initially, that is. While Doc babysat Gravis, Sarge evaluated his performance during the supply run. He was reasonably happy with the way things had gone after everything had fallen apart, but it seemed to him that a real interrogator would have been able to keep things from spiraling out of control in the first place. He eventually came to the uncomfortable conclusion that his current social skills were rather lacking, and since the Emperor, or at least his Holy Inquisition, had dumped him into a role which required them, he was going to have to fix that. With an incredible amount of reluctance, Sarge visited the Diplomacy Adept's quarters and asked for a few lessons on the arcane art of talking to people without shouting. The Diplomacy Adept found teaching Sarge to be rather difficult, mostly because our fearless leader was so set in his ways. In Sarge's book, deception and disguise were accomplished using stuff like helmets on sticks, camo paint and smoke grenades. Inquiry and intimidation shared a definition and involved little, if any, talking on his part, and the pages that covered blather and charm had been removed to make more space for the chapter that covered command. Regardless of the difficulty involved in reversing a lifetime's worth of sergeanty preconceptions though, the two of them did make some progress as we travelled. Admittedly it was very slow progress, and involved an awful lot of yelling, but progress nonetheless. For their part, Tink and his fellow xenoculturists made some progress of their own during the voyage. The Wonder team of Theo, Jim and Tink were in charge of the Xenothrop containment, with occasional assistance from the Xenologist Adept and Hannah, if she was hiding from her problem-prone tech acolytes in the cells. They'd refurbished everything in record time before we entered the warp, and afterwards things had gone surprisingly smoothly. Thanks to all the parts Nubby had acquired, the psi suppressors, shielding and warp shroud had all been repaired and improved to the point where they were very nearly within the minimum recommended strength for containing a Delta-level Psyker during warp travel, and the stasis field was working perfectly for a change. All that had to be done in the cells was a bit of daily inspection and maintenance, which was always carried out quickly because the Xenothrop had acquired an unsettling presence ever since Sarge's partially slag shield had gotten wrapped around its head. It was hard to shake the feeling that, despite the stasis field, the eyes under the metal were watching you. Of course, the reduced maintenance requirements of the cells meant the nerds were able to spend time on other things. Other things in this instance translated to helping with important ship maintenance in Jim's case, and committing all sorts of tech heresy in Tink and Theo's. Actually, you couldn't really call what Theo was doing tech heresy. It was more a case of tech heathenism, him being a Xenos and all. He was quite fixated on the piece of Wraithbone we'd acquired, and spent every scrap of his free time tinkering with it. Some days he'd be wiring it into every device in the cells, other times he had it mounted on a drone and trading fumbles for his ship, and occasionally he could be seen wandering around with the big white block strapped to his head like a demented hat. Tink said it was all very scientific. Jim and Hannah refrained from commenting, and the rest of us were just glad it kept the mouthy little Xenos busy. Tink, deprived of the helmet he was cannibalizing to upgrade Spot, and perhaps motivated by a sense of shame at his inappropriate behavior, not likely, dedicated his time to a more practical project, the damaged Emperor Scythe's stealth shuttle. During our Xenothrop acquiring trip, the ship's tech acolytes had finished defungusing it, but after that it had just been left to sit in a shuttle bay, on account of how it was completely non-functional. The fungus had eaten away a lot of armour and stealth materials, and had pretty much destroyed the landing gear, but the real problem was that a bunch of spores had gotten into the shuttle's circuitry. Some of the best piloting, navigation and stealth control systems a Forgeworld could make had been reduced to hunks of corroded metal and silicon. Jim and Hannah had declared the shuttle unfixable, without the aid of a fully stocked manufactorum and access to the shuttle's blueprints. Tink, however, saw the shuttle as both a challenge and an opportunity, and had snuck a few parts of both Imperial and Xenos origin, which had nothing to do with psycho containment, onto the list he'd given Nubby. When he found out about the project, Sarge briefly considered yelling at Tink for scavenging more of the Emperor's Scythe stuff, but decided it did technically count as repairing the shuttle, and we were already up to our eyes in Xenotech Heresy anyway. Also, there was a chance we'd get a working stealth shuttle out of it. For their part, Jim and Hannah just ignored all mention of the shuttle, and added the Its Bay to the list of places their tech acolytes weren't allowed to go. The rest of us didn't have any input on the subject because we were either busy with Gravis, or dealing with the increasing level of warp activity in the occurrence border's tainted areas. The initial higher volume of anomalies and incursions had been expected. The things that usually discorporated after finding the tainted sections devoid of anything living had swarmed the trapped borders growing strong. Several varieties of warp beasts, minor demons, reanimated corpses, and what Nubby would tell anyone who listened was a bloodthirster, despite his lack of height, axe or wings, had tried to claw their way into the more habitable sections of the ship during the first few days of transit. Thanks to the fact that we'd known the general location of the borders, the unholy horrors had come through to find numerous traps, swarms of jetpack-armed suicide skulls, the hardened priests and armsmen that made up the ship's watch, and a few well-armed guardsmen waiting for them. Even with prepared positions and numerical superiority though, tackling warp creatures can be tricky. Over the 3 days it took the last of the borders to expire, the demons and the anomalies that manifested around them took a small but significant toll on the defenders. Some men were torn apart, others went insane, an unlucky few ran afoul of the occurrence border's chronic mechanical problems, and one or two forgot to check what was on the other side of a door before stepping through it. Of course, none of us were on the casualty list. Prior experience with this sort of thing, not to mention better quality weapons, and a rather pragmatic approach to questions like, do you think that thing with the tentacles is still in there, meant that we made it through without significant injury. Insignificant injuries and close calls are a different matter, mind you. Something in the third wave of demons threw Fumbles' powers out of whack and caused a few burns and bruises for everyone present. And then there was a hairy moment where Twitch barely stopped Amy from stepping through a door that inexplicably opened into one of his minefields. After that, one of Nubby's augmented feet had to be plasma cut off, and replaced on account of how he tried to kick Nurgling in the Nadgers. Oh, and the one time Doc came down to help with casualties, a priest he was treating tried to eat his face and had to be exorcised. See, clubbed into unconsciousness, using his own book of holy verse. Anyway, things calmed down after the third day, and once the various bits and pieces had been incinerated, jettisoned, or tossed back into the tainted section, the bulkheads were resealed and everyone got back to their usual routine. Unfortunately, things didn't stay calmed down. Over the next few days, reports started filtering in of creatures haunting the corridors near the tainted areas. This wasn't unusual in and of itself, since every time the navigator hit a bump in the warp, the stuff would leak through all over the ship, and there had just been a demonic incursion in the area to boot. But the witness reports were worrying. They matched the ones we received during our previous week of warp travel. Last week, Amy, Twitch, Nubby and Fumbles had tracked the problem down to an infestation of what had appeared to be Tyranids. It turned out that they weren't proper Nids though, since shortly after they'd been killed, the bug's remains had started reforming in a distinctly warpy fashion, and then they'd just sort of vanished when we finally dewarped. We decided that the whole thing had just been some sort of warp phenomena caused by the psychic containment in the cells failing, and the Xenotech sort of passively screamed with reality. This explanation was ruined by the fact that, despite the cells being all fixed up, the warpiness had come back. Or maybe they hadn't. It was all a bit of a mess. The problem was that, this time, the Tyranid-shaped creatures that Nubby drew out with his damsel in distress routine were different. They had an appearance and behaviour that could best be described as ghost-like. Not ghost-like as in sneaky, but ghost-like as in like a ghost. Literally. Now the occurrence border was practically littered with warp ghosts, but human ones. For the most part, they just wandered around, reenacting their lives and deaths, with the occasional bout of unsettling whispering or screaming thrown in. They were harmless by and large, and even provided decent entertainment on slow days, but that could change if someone or something managed to get their attention and drag them into sync with what passed for reality. Anyway, the Tyranids we found literally haunting the fringes of the tainted areas displayed all the signs of being warp ghosts, except, Tyranid ones. They sort of milled around in the shadows, drifting through walls, making clicking noises at each other, annoying at stuff that wasn't there, until we got too close or had Fumbles poke 'em. Then every ghost Nid in the area would swarm in around the agitated one, and become an awful lot more solid until a few bolts of plasma blew into black and green smoke. At first, the ghost Tyranids were just puzzling, based on the little we knew about the warp and what information our xenology adept could provide. It shouldn't have been possible. Your average Nid doesn't have a mind, much less a soul, and those are pretty much requirements for being a ghost, otherwise the warp would be littered with ghost bricks, /trees, /rocks, /whatever. Everyone agreed that something odd was going on, but no one could figure out exactly what it was. At first we just blamed the Xenotech, but Jim and Theo checked, and couldn't detect any psychic energy leaking out of the cells, and Fumbles backed them up. Other theories were raised, such as the ghost Nids being a psychic projection built upon the crew's collective unconscious fear of Tyranids, or them being the result of the hive-mind reaching across the warp to smite us, or everything being caused by the ancient heathen insectoid idol stored in Cargo Bay E-71-3, which had driven all who looked upon it insane. These were all shot down for various reasons, such as the fact that, according to Old Bill, the idol's various limbs have been holding up a plasma conduits for 13 years now without any significant problems. Twitch, of course, held fast to his theory that the Tyranids aboard the Hive ship, which had been sucked into the warp by the Sire's vortex bomb, had made an alliance with the Demons of Chaos, and an unstoppable tide of Demonids would rampage across the galaxy. No one but Amy bothered to argue with him, and in the end the rest of us decided that the ghost Tyranids were probably still somehow the Xenotech's fault, despite all evidence to the contrary. To return to the point though, the ghost Nids were puzzling at first. This wasn't because something happened which explained everything, it was because they quickly became far too serious a problem to waste time actually thinking about it. The number of ghost Tyranid sightings quickly rose, as did the number of attacks. We tried to nip the problem in the bud, of course. A busy 2 days had been spent antagonizing ethereal homogaunts into solidity, and then shooting them. Unfortunately, they didn't stay dead, even when we got the Confessor himself to come down and wave his sensor around after we shot them. It'd take a few hours, but eventually a bug that Fumbles claimed was the same one would drift back to the spot where we killed it and resume its seemingly random wandering. An expedition into the tainted areas to see where they were coming from was proposed, but after some careful thought we decided that we didn't actually want to die horribly in a twisted nightmare of non-Euclidean geometry and bug-shaped warp monstrosities. We might have really considered it if the ghost Tyranids had seemed interested in launching attacks on the rest of the ship, but as far as we could tell, they were content to just sort of hang out. Over time, the steadily increasing number of ghost bugs would result in them wandering deeper into the ship, but otherwise they stayed put unless someone got near them. Lacking any viable solution, or the motivation to take a real risk to find one, the captain agreed with our decision to just set up a kill zone around the tainted areas and contain the apathetic ghost Tyranid menace. The containment strategy wasn't sustainable in the long run, since the number of bugs was inexorably increasing, and they were able to expand in 3 dimensions as well as free walks too. But we were pretty sure that if we gave a little ground when the numbers got too high, it'd work long enough for us to reach our next resupply point. Also, if things got really bad, we could always dewarp and sort things out at the expense of a few days of travel time. So since there wasn't any immediate crisis, we settled into a slightly more stressful than usual routine and got on with our lives. Amy assumed command of the entire lower aft portion of the defence. She didn't really ask for permission or anything, mind you, she just walked down there and started bossing everyone around. The only reason that the captain and his master-at-arms didn't kick up a huge fuss about this blatant disrespect was that Amy was actually very good at this sort of thing, having been born and raised for infantry command, before her career changed to inquisitorial gooning. The rest of us noticed that, despite how much she complained about the poor quality of her troops compared to our old regiment, Amy seemed far happier than she'd been since her disastrous mission with the half-mad Magos. Or if not happier, at least less prone to spontaneous violence. Since Twitch, not to put too fine a point on it, wasn't really sane enough to command a squad, much less an entire flank of the defence, his assistance to the containment effort was a bit more ad hoc. He scampered around, showing up defences and setting up traps without any discernible rhyme or reason, and everyone else just had to adjust their deployments to fit. It was all surprisingly effective, though in retrospect it shouldn't have been. He spent more time patrolling the borders of tainted areas than anyone except Old Bill and his senior engineers, and knew which spots were defensible and which weren't by heart. Initially, Nubby just sort of booched around the various fronts, assisting with their supply effort. But since his partner in petty crime was the only psycho around, who wasn't busy steering the ship, this profitable arrangement didn't last. We quickly discovered that Fumbles' ability to sense the ghostness from quite far away and through walls was invaluable, especially since he could share what he sensed with anyone nearby. He was constantly in demand as a spotter, and Nubby was dragged along to act as backup and moral support. As has been mentioned, the rest of us had other things to do, and the ghostness situation didn't really change that. I mean, if you stop work every time an army of warp-spawned insectoid spirits lays siege to your ship, you'll never get anything done. So you all just sort of muddled along, trying to hold everything together, as the trip continued and things got progressively worse. In the case of Doc's treatment of Sergeant Gravis, got progressively worse is a perfect summary. The Space Marine's condition went steadily downhill, and not in the ways Doc or Valerie had been prepared for. There were seemingly random seizures, spikes in neural activity that indicated horrible nightmares, inexplicable changes in the behaviour of the biotoxin, and even a few spontaneous mechanical failures in the life support machinery. It got to the point where Gravis watching was 24-hour no distractions duty, because the second he was left alone, something would invariably go wrong. Doc, not being born yesterday, blamed all these problems on the warp in general, and the Xenotech in particular, but he couldn't figure out the why or how and had no idea what to do about it. Lacking any proactive treatment ideas, aside from exiting the warp or killing the Xenothrop, Doc dedicated increasingly large portions of his time to Gravis watching, and developed a rather disturbing tendency to talk to the Commodore's Space Marine. And taking such jokes about Valerie getting jealous aside, we began to worry about him, but we were getting near the end of the trip by the time things got really worrying, and he seemed to recover a bit after his theory about the Xenothrop being the cause was confirmed. Actually, it wasn't just Doc's theory that was proven, our suspicions about there being a link between the Ghostnids and the Xenothrop were confirmed too. What happened was that, 3 days out from our destination, nearly a quarter of the psi suppressors in the cells failed at once. This didn't come as a complete surprise, mind you. Even in stasis, the Xenothrop's mere psychic presence, not to mention the warp itself, wore down the machinery and shielding that restrained it. Tink, Theo, and Jim had been dedicating more and more of their time to inspections and maintenance, but there was only so much that they could do given the general clutched-together nature of the cells. So they'd been sort of ready for something like this to happen, and I made sure that someone was always on duty. When the failure happened, Jim had been right there to start fixing things, and both Theo and Tink had arrived within minutes to help. Sarge showed up too, but he didn't actually help in any meaningful way. He just really wanted an excuse to ditch the horrible self-inflicted purgatory of his diplomacy lessons. Anyway, during the 15 or so minutes of reduced psi suppression on the Xenothrop, the following happened. The spawn rate of Ghostnids drastically increased, A few higher forms started appearing, the entire swarm began acting far more in touch with reality, and became significantly harder to kill. All sorts of warp phenomena occurred throughout the ship. The temperature on the main atmospheric regulator got stuck at 7 degrees. This was probably unrelated, but by then we were blaming everything on the damn bug. Fumbles suffered some sort of combination hallucinatory and convulsive episode, and wound up clawing at his face and breaking his goggles. The navigator sent us a very angry note about the importance of not distracting him while steering. Sergeant Gravis called fire. Again. So yeah, it was a pretty unpleasant experience, especially since it was actually a minor failure compared to some of the stuff that had broken during our last trip, and therefore raised all sorts of questions about the Xenothrop's powers. Not that we had much time for pondering though, because the following 3 days were absolutely exhausting. Most of the problems caused by the failure were dealt with immediately. The suppressors were repaired without the Xenothrop breaking out of stasis and trying to kill everyone. Doc actually had a fire extinguisher ready, put Gravis out before the Eldritch Flames did any real damage, and handled everything else that went spontaneously wrong during the brief loss of suppression. Nubby managed to restrain Fumbles before he clawed out his own eyes, got the Psycho to safety, and was even able to scrounge up another pair of extra-large welding goggles, which may or may not have had "Bills do not seal" written on them. Lastly, thanks to a general retreat ordered by Amy and the captain, plus Twitch's suspiciously well-placed fallback points, relatively few men died to the temporarily empowered Ghost Nids. Unfortunately, even though the Ghost Nids lost focus and weakened again after the psi suppressors were back online, the increase in their numbers was permanent. Containment became significantly more difficult, especially since, in some places, the defense had been pushed back to rooms that Olbil said were important to the running of the ship. It wasn't a good situation, but then again, it could have been worse. Both ammo and food were plentiful. It wasn't snowing or raining aside from the occasional drizzle of supernatural blood, and there weren't any commissars. On the official Imperial Guard scale of horrible meat-grinder defences, it was only about a 3. Of course, anything that even shows up on that scale isn't something you want to deal with, while travelling through the warp. The question of whether to just dewarp in the middle of space and try to sort everything out was raised again, but since we were so close to our destination, Sarge and the captain decided we could tough it out. The rest of us reluctantly agreed and put everything we could into holding out 3 more days. Reinforcements were mustered from the crew, those wounded who could still fight were put back on the line, including a rather shaken Fumbles, and our fearless leader also regretfully abandoned the last of his diplomacy classes to personally take over the nastiest piece of the line. Finally, Tink and Theo were told that, regardless of how creepy being around the Xenothrop was, and how important they felt their pet projects were, they now lived in the cells, and horrible things would happen to their vids if another mechanical failure occurred. It was a hectic, terrifying, and heroism-filled 3 days, which really reminded all of us of our time in the Guard, though with less indiscriminate shelling and a rather inferior brand of trenchmates. Not that the Guardsmen of the Occurrence Border weren't good fighters, they just weren't Guardsmen. Anyway, complaints about troop quality aside, we managed to hold out without any more complete disasters. There were a few tense moments, just when Tink got as far as reporting that a cascading suppression failure was imminent before he figured out how to use his plasma gun as a backup battery. We would have congratulated him on his ingenuity, but it took him about half an hour to remember to tell us that things had been stabilised and we weren't about to die. Another bad spot was when Sarge finally abandoned the forward power management, water purification and toothpaste distribution room, only to have something break it in 5 minutes after he left. It took a 3-hour counter-offensive, spearheaded by all of us except Amy, to get our Bill up there to fix the thing that had got stuck in the Whatsit. In the end, though, we made it. A few hours before our original scheduled dewarp time, but not a second too soon. We arrived at that bastion of Imperial civilization, widely known as that system with 2 planets and an Inquisition base that's pretty much on the way. No, not that one, the one with the blue star. As the Occurrence Border left the warp, the massive swarm of ghostly Tyranids just faded away. It was actually sort of awkward for those of us on the line, and sheer paranoia kept everyone at their post for nearly an hour before victory was declared, and we all went off to get some sleep. The only people left awake were those who'd been augmented past the need for the pathetic meatbag concept of sleep, and the poor bastards in charge. Sarge hiked his way up to the bridge to verify that we were in the correct system, and that no stellar disasters, Xenos invasions, or heretical uprisings were occurring in it, and to send a message to the Inquisition base. Unfortunately, that last part proved unexpectedly difficult. Due to our recent problem with head-exploding waves of psychic energy, we came out of warp way out on the edge of the system. Of course, the universe despises all rational planning, so the Xenothrop stayed completely quiet during the transition, and all our careful precaution accompanied nothing except from leaving us several days of normal space travel away from our destination. In fact, we were so far out that our sensors could barely even pick out the largest ships and stations around the planets, and it'd be days before we got into Vox range. This annoyed Sarge, who wanted to get started on the whole process of proving our identity, and requesting A so he could stop worrying. The captain sympathised with him, and rather sarcastically asked Sarge if he wanted to try and make a micro-warp to get closer to the planets. Sarge told him to go fornicate with a waterfowl, and then wandered off to try and nap away his paranoia. The rest of us weren't too concerned about the travel time, since moving through normal space was downright relaxing by our standards. If left to our own devices, we probably would have spent the entire time asleep, drunk, or watching heretical cartoons, but Sarge didn't approve of idle troops. After a mere 16 hours of sleep, he dumped every one of us out of our nice warm bunks, gathered the entire team plus old Bill and Jim together, and began giving orders. The impromptu briefing started with Sarge informing us that the captain had spotted 3 ships of indeterminate size heading our way, and per tradition, Twitch interrupted to tell everyone that he had a bad feeling about this. After a few minutes of being wasted on half-comedic speculation, Sarge shared the captain's assurance that this was a perfectly normal response to how far we'd walked in. He claimed that it was, in fact, a good thing, since they'd be able to help us by passing our Vox messages onto the Inquisition base earlier than we'd expected. It'd still be over a day before we were in range, though, and in the meantime there were things to do. Tink and Theo were told that their pet projects were still on hold until they made sure every system in the cells was working fine, and compiled yet another pass list. Doc, who was annoyingly chipper after his first real break from Gravis watching in over a week, was told to ditch the Marine on his girlfriend and get his gear ready. The adepts were told to whatever adepty things needed doing before we talked to whoever ran the local Inquisition base, except for the Cogitator adept, who was ordered to use his data thingies and compute whatsits to figure out where the ghostness had been coming from. He responded with a lot of useless technobabble and complaints about not being a demologist, dammit, but after Sarge glared at him for a while, he went off to his closet and got to work. Everyone else was ordered to get ready for a short expedition. A few hours later, the Cogitator adept delivered a dataset containing what Twitch and old Bill assured us was a map marking 4 locations in the occurrence border's various tainted areas. The rest of us took their worst for it, and Twitch was put in charge of deciphering it into 3-dimensional directions. Sarge chose a location in the lower aft tainted section as our first target, on account of how it was near the other thing he wanted to sort out with the expedition. And we set out with old Bill and his gaggle of engineers and tech acolytes in tow. Now, we called it an expedition and went in heavily armed, but outside of the warp, the tainted areas weren't that dangerous. Yes, they were still contaminated with warp energy, which manifests as all sorts of phenomena, but they were generally minor things, like whispers, winds, flashes of movement, and the non-insectoid variety of ghost. The crew toys and other vermin which wandered into the area and wound up horribly mutated, and occasionally possessed, were only a minor inconvenience, and warp entities which can survive in normal space without some kind of host are rare. Really, it was just a matter of carefully avoiding mechanical hazards, and the occasionally persistent anomaly, such as the time loop on subdeck U3, the room stuck at 5 degrees Kelvin, the time loop on subdeck U3, the perpetually bouncing ball, and the time loop on subdeck U3. We reached the area that the Cogitator adept had calculated as the centre of the ghostnid infestation without any incidents more serious than a tech acolyte getting slightly electrocuted and Nubby getting stuck during an attempt to bypass a leaking plasma conduit via airshaft. Unfortunately, when we got there, we didn't find any demonic portals, eldritch devices, Tyranid hives, or anything else we could cover with dead packs. All we found at the geographic centre of the ghostnid infestation was a few empty rooms and corridors. We had Fumbles take a look around just in case, but while he claimed the area was slightly more tainted as surrounds, it seemed to him like it was just the side effect of being filled with ghostness for longer. We debated exploding the entire area just on the off chance it would accomplish something, but old Bill asked us not to. So, lacking anything productive to do, we headed down to cargo bay E71-3, home of a few dozen plasma conduits, and an insanity-inducing ancient heathen insectoid idol that had been repurposed as an architectural support. Operating on the theory that, even if it wasn't related to our bug problem, it probably wasn't good to have a giant eldritch statue just sitting around in a warp-tainted cargo bay, we asked our build to figure out a way to disentangle the plasma conduits from the idol. Not so we could study it, of course. That would be silly.
We just wanted to make sure that the engines wouldn't explode or something when we destroyed the thing. Orbill grumbled a bit about not fixing what isn't broken, but he and his boys threw a tarp over the thing's horrible mind-shattering visage and began scavenging replacement parts from the surrounding area. A few hours later, the various plasma conduits, pipes and wires were being supported by a haphazard network of metal bands, clamps, crates of expired food, and 3 of the room's grab plates fastened to the ceiling. The tar-covered idol was dragged to the centre of the room, and a pair of melter bombs with what looked suspiciously like cross-scythe insignias on their sides were fastened to it. The horrible chittering, screaming went on for quite a while, but it trailed away as we reached the edge of the tainted area, and nothing else really happened. Well, aside from a 11% drop in the efficiency of Engine 6, and half of the aft sensors overloading. Orbill said he told us so. By the time we got back from our expedition, the distance between us and the 3 approaching ships had closed to the bare edge of our Vox Systems broadcast range. Now that they were closer, our sensors had identified the ships as a Navy frigate and a pair of smaller STF ships, so Sarge, the captain and the adepts, decided not to mess around with subtlety, and announced our identity and intentions off the bat. Remembering his recent lessons on the importance of stance, dress, and overall first impressions, Sarge scrounged together a replacement for the inquisitorial costume and evil goon uniform which had been rather gleefully abandoned in men's room garbage bin. After he more or less ripped Dox's evil goon uniform in half during his attempt to make it fit, he set over wearing one of the captain's spare uniforms and hung his interrogator's rosette in clear view. Suitably outfitted, Sarge then spent nearly 2 hours with the old diplomacy adept, recording a 2-minute vid which primarily consisted of his name and rank, a request that his message be forwarded to the local Inquisition base, and the digital authorization code from his rosette. This arduous task completed, he joined the rest of us for a few games of cards, while the message crawled across the system at the annoying slow speed of light. 4 hours and several phones lost to Nubian fumbles later, it occurred to us that we really should have gotten a response by then. We all trooped up to the bridge to see if something interesting was happening. We arrived just in time to hear one of the sensor techs report that all 3 approaching ships had increased their acceleration and 4 more had left orbit. Twitch informed everyone that he had a really bad feeling about this. Over the next few hours, the vid was resent multiple times, a request for confirmation of receipt was added, an audio-only version was sent, and some tech acolytes were sent out in a shuttle to check that our Vox system was actually sending and receiving correctly. All this effort accomplished absolutely jack shit, aside from increasing the acceleration of the approaching ships even further, and raising the local paranoia level to amazing heights. An emergency meeting of everyone who could contribute to a serious conversation on our options was called, and the rest of us invited ourselves along anyway. There was some initial complaining by Jim, the adepts, and other such stuffy people about how the whole meeting was pointless, since no one actually knew anything useful about the situation. So all that anyone could do was make wild guesses based on hearsay and unsupported speculation. That sounded fine to us because it was how we made most of our decisions, and everything typically worked out, so we ignored their whining. The initial topic of conversation was just what in the Emperor's name was going on, and if there was any chance we could sort it out. All theorists stating that the approaching ships were friendly, and there was just some sort of inexplicable reason why they couldn't just talk to us, were immediately thrown out on the grounds that the universe didn't work that way. Twitch's theory that the local naval forces had been taken over by an advanced force of demonoids, or possibly commandos, was dismissed for similar reasons. The general consensus we arrived at was that the locals were following the astropathic kill order that had been sent out by the insane choir master, which had probably included something like disregard any messages they send, especially ones containing inquisitorial authorization codes. This raised a bunch of new questions though, the primary one being, why the hell hadn't the Inquisition rescinded that order yet? Since it was unimaginable that the Inquisition hadn't noticed a sector-wide astropathic message to kill someone, much as a whole ship of people who were in their records as inquisitorial agents, we felt sure that an investigation into the incident on the station had at least been started. There was, of course, the remote possibility that whoever they sent to investigate had completely botched things, and either swallowed the choirmaster's obvious lies or been off by the locals, but that seemed unlikely. Despite our personal experiences, the Inquisition on the whole is rather notorious for its incredulity and competence. Doc suggested that the investigator's ship could have been lost in the warp, or that other warp travel-related shenanigans had occurred, such as our own warp journey taking only a few hours of real time, as opposed to the 3 weeks we'd experienced. The captain shot down that last explanation, claiming to be absolutely certain, for some technical reason, that 3.5 weeks of real time had passed,
but allowed that Doc had a point about the dangers of warp travel delaying the investigation. The diplomacy adept also raised a valid point, which was that, given the time it would take to investigate the station and our direct route, no inquisitorial couriers would have reached the system before us. This meant that any "no, these Astropath exploding people are not heretics, don't kill them" order from the Inquisition would have been sent out via Astropath. So there was a very real possibility that a few things got lost in translation. For instance, the "no," "not," and "don't." Both of these explanations sounded good enough for us, but they didn't account for why the local Inquisition base wasn't doing anything, and that was a more pressing concern at present. The whole reason we picked this system as our destination was because of the presence of an Inquisition base. We'd expected them to be able to help sort things out if, as had apparently happened, word of our innocence hadn't reached the system yet. Okay, it wasn't like they ran the local navy, they were just a small Ordos Hereticus outpost. There were probably a few buildings full of adepts who kept track of things, a handful of stormtroopers who hung out waiting for the next emergency, and maybe one or two local inquisitors, if they weren't off purging heretics in another system at the moment. Size aside though, they should have noticed half the ships in the system moving out at once, taken an interest and being forwarded our messages. In the end, we put it down to massive incompetence. This wasn't a very good explanation, but the only other one we could think of was that some shadowy cabal of Astropaths was secretly controlling half the sector via careful manipulation of information, which was just silly. Seriously, whoever heard of a bunch of Astropaths secretly controlling anything? They were all nuttier than squirrel poo and prone to randomly exploding. The argument about whether the idiot ruining everything was the person currently running the Inquisition base, or someone in the local navy who was stonewalling them for some arbitrary reason, was getting rather spirited when it was brought to an end by the arrival of the Occurrence Borders navigator. The tall and cadaverous man stalked in, probably attracted by all the shouting just a few rooms away from his sanctum, and informed us that we were all blunt-minded idiots. No one but Amy took much offence at this. In our experience, this was just the navigator's way of saying hello, and we all waited to hear why we were a bunch of borderline retards. It turned out that what was happening was obvious, and he could have told us it would have happened if we thought to ask him. That statement right there is a classic example of why no one likes navigators. Our ship had just popped out of the warp at an odd location, positively reeked with warp taint, and had a powerful unrestrained Tyranid psycho signature emanating from it. The Occurrence Border was a textbook example of a Genestealer-infested ship looking to infiltrate a system. There was a short argument between the navigator and Tink about whether the Xenothrop was unrestrained or not. Tink ultimately lost because if the bug was properly restrained, we wouldn't have been up to our asses in ghost tyrannies for the last few weeks, but the navigator did eventually amend his statement to partially restrained by bunch of incompetents, heretics and Xenos. Anyway, the rest of us acknowledged that this was as good an explanation as any, since excessive paranoia seemed a bit more likely than plain incompetence, where the Inquisition was concerned, and asked if the navigator had any ideas how to deal with such a situation. He suggested that we get the hell out of the system before we were all killed, and make sure our next stop was somewhere where we personally knew people in power who could smooth things out for us. This suggestion did not go over well with Doc, Tink, or anyone else really. In the end, despite all the complaining, Sarge and the captain decided to follow the navigator's advice. Doc's statement that Gravis would not survive another serious warp journey with the Xenothrop was noted, as was Tink's list of things in the cells that desperately needed replacement parts to continue functioning correctly. But those were future problems, and the incoming ships were very current ones. Once that critical decision was made, the entire mob relocated to the map room, where most of us just complained and made unhelpful suggestions, while Sarge, the captain, and our adepts tried to find a suitable destination. To our surprise, we actually knew a fair number of people who would be able to help us. There was Inquisitor Oak, of course, as well as a few of our former interrogators, an overweight cross-dressing xenophile, the Rupert, and a few tech priests of various ranks. On top of that, the captain and adepts were able to supply a few Navy officers and Inquisition contacts. Amy grudgingly admitted her mother would help if she asked, and Nubby said he knew a guy who was technically a planetary governor. The problem was that most of these people tended to move around a lot, and the ones who didn't weren't anywhere near our end of the Ultima Segmentum. Even without all the complications of making a long warp journey with Gravis and the Xenothrop, we just didn't have enough fuel to reach any of them. Mind you, if we'd had an Astropath as opposed to a headless corpse in the morgue and a sanctum covered with bits of blood, bone, and brain, we might have gotten lucky and been able to track one of the mobile ones down nearby, but in that case we could have just sent a message asking our boss to sort all this stuff out for us. After we examined the map and determined that no one helpful was within our 4-day travel range, the captain raised some less savoury options. The discussion turned to what was or wasn't piracy, and whether any of the nearby systems were too small to have naval defences or astropaths, but developed enough to have a supply of fuel. Sarge began to zone out as he imagined just how unpleasant his post-mission interview with the Inquisitor was going to be, and then he overheard Tink pestering the navigator. Tink asked if it was possible to coast in the warp like fuel-conscious ships did in normal space, and thereby extend our range enough to reach the nearest guaranteed friendly system, which was unfortunately the one inhabited by Nubby's Guy. The navigator made some sneering remarks about a blunt's inability to truly understand the shifting nature of the warp, and admitted that, yes, you could trade time for fuel up to a certain point. As the rest of us checked whether this would allow us to reach anyone who hadn't been described as like a planetary governor, but without an actual planet, and maybe a little bit more slavery. Sarge thought back to our original travel plans. He asked the navigator whether we could stretch 4 days of fuel to reach a destination a week and a half away, specifically the Order's Xenos research facility that had ordered the Zonothrop. He got a flat no. That would have been the end of it right there, and things might have turned out very differently, but the cogitator adept was listening in, and simultaneously responded with a maybe. That sparked a heated argument, which included a lot of talk about warp currents and something about problems with shortest paths. None of us really followed it, except maybe Tink, but the no and maybe slowly turned into probably, assuming fuel efficiency is static, the currents are when the map says they are, there are no storms, and we can survive 3 more weeks of warp travel. Well, there was a bit more debate after that, but Sarge had made up his mind. He was well and truly done with this shit. There would be no more stops, no more hair-raising escapes with misguided Imperial forces hard on our heels, and no more bloody diplomacy. It could take 3 more weeks cooped up with the Zonothrop and fighting off waves of its ghostly minions, as long as at the end, he'd be able to dump both it and the problem of the crazy astropaths on whichever Inquisitor had ordered the damn bug. This decision met a certain amount of resistance, primarily from Doc, Tink, and the Captain, who were tremendously worried about Gravis, the cells, and the very real chance of running out of fuel short of our destination respectfully. Unfortunately, despite how undeniably bad Sarge's plan was, no one besides Nubby thought the other options were any better. And anyway, we were Guardsmen, and Sarge was in command. Once he'd made his decision, all we could really do was complain, and try to figure out how to make his plan work. The Captain went off with his subordinates and the navigator to plot our route, and informed us that we had 5 hours before the approaching ships forced us to warp. Tink and Jim immediately ran down to the cells and began frantically working with Theo to overhaul all the stuff they'd originally been planning to replace. Sarge, Amy, and Twitch sat down and began hashing out a defense plan that would take advantage of the Ghostnids' apathy when no one was around to provoke them, and the fact that they didn't ever launch real flanking attacks. Nubby dragged Fumbles off to help him relocate several of his stashes to areas that wouldn't be overrun when the shitstorm resumed. Doc carefully examined Gravis' condition, evaluated his chances of keeping the Marine alive for 3 more weeks of warp travel, spent a while locked in the bathroom, alternately screaming and crying, and then decided that something drastic needed to be done. Doc made his way down to the psycho-containment cells, but thankfully didn't go with his first idea, which had been to just kill the Zonothrop and hope Oak and his research buddy would be in a good mood when they found out. Instead, he poked his nose into the small, currently unused side rooms that had originally been used to hold captive psycho children, and checked if any of the undersized stasis beds had been left over, after Tink and Theo had combined a few into one big enough to hold the Zonothrop. He had a moment of panic when all the cells, except for the one packed with debris, were empty, but when he asked Theo what had happened, the little Xenos explained that they'd pulled them all out during the project, and the leftovers were just in the closet somewhere. Doc knew the inevitable fate of expensive pieces of equipment that got left in unmonitored closets, so he skipped the scavenger hunt and just calmed Nubby to ask which one of his stashes the stasis beds had wound up in. Nubby wasn't keen to part with his loot, but eventually came around to Doc's way of thinking when a medic started explaining all the horrible things that would happen to him if Gravis died. One of the 5 leftover stasis beds was hauled up to the medbay, where Doc and Valerie spent several minutes trying to figure out how to fit the upper half of a 3-meter tall killing machine into a stasis bed sized for children aged 3 to 12. It was obvious from the start that Gravis' armor and life support machinery wouldn't fit, but it was quickly established that even without those, he was still far too large. In the end, Doc was forced to admit that the only way it would work was if they removed Gravis' arms, shoulders, and a good portion of one of his sides. Sister Valerie did not approve of this course of action. There was a short argument between Doc and his girlfriend over whether being slowly hacked apart with a diamond-edged bone saw while struggling to fight off an alien biotoxin was guaranteed to be fatal or not. Nubby, who tagged along in hopes of getting his loot back, decided to be helpful at this point and suggested that Gravis didn't need to be cut up before going into the bed, as the stasis field could take care of it for them. He was in the middle of rather gleefully recounting what had happened to a cargo servitor that had been caught half in the field during Tink and Theo's experiments on combining stasis units, when Doc realised the obvious solution to the problem. A few minutes later, Doc was down in the cell screaming at Tink to stop messing around with the psi suppressors and get to work combining the 5 leftover stasis beds into one large enough to hold Gravis. Tink was pretty sure that his current task was a little more important though, so there was a bit of an argument, and things quickly devolved to the point where Doc was holding Techie up by the collar and shaking him. Jim stepped in at that point, applied a few thousand volts of enforced calmness to Doc's lower back. He explained to the twitching medic that his request had been noted, but building the stasis unit would take a few days, and would therefore have to be worked into the schedule between critical maintenance on the cells. Doc was in no position to argue with Jim, or walk for that matter, so he accepted the cold boy's promise that it would be a top priority, and was dragged back to the medbay by Nubby and Fumbles. He felt slightly better when Sister Valerie called him a genius, and promised to kiss him later when she wasn't covered with bodily fluids. 2 hours later, we sent out a final message to everyone in the system, which was pretty much a detailed list of why they were all idiots and or assholes, and disappeared into the warp before the approaching ships could follow us. All you could really say for the first few days of that warp journey was that they went better than the last few of our previous ones. For a starter, our worst case scenario, for conservative values of worst, hadn't come true. The Ghostners hadn't just popped back into existence in the same places they'd been when we did warped. A brief stint in normal space had reset their counter, or whatever, and the bugs were only appearing in the tainted areas, though at a rate significantly higher than they had before. Spawn rate aside though, our defensive situation was much better than it had been, and the cells were in pretty good condition too. Thanks to the heroic repair efforts of Tink, Jim and Theo, the psi suppressors took the strain of entering the warp without failing, and the devices seemed to be functioning better than they had before. There were some concerns about their power output though, since as mentioned the Ghostnid spawn rate was higher than it had been, and there were also more minor phenomena occurring throughout the ship, as well as an increase in the number of IGPs, inexplicable Gravis problems. This bothered Tink immensely since his reading said everything in the cells was working fine, at least for now, and there wasn't any psychic leakage around the cells either. Admittedly, Theo and Jim's psi detectors consisted of the Wraithbone block and a stick, and a creepy ornate servo skull that had to be periodically fed live rats, but they seemed pretty confident in their readings. Anyway, Tink and the other techies didn't get to ponder the Ghostness for long. Even though the normal space repairs had brought them some breathing room, the lack of replacement parts meant every fix they made was a horrible time-consuming kludge, and Doc made sure that every minute of their free time was dedicated to putting together Gravis' stasis field. Things were more or less calm for the first 3 days of our efficiently slow warp journey. We kept track of the Ghostnets, but didn't waste any effort engaging them. Tink and Theo managed to make some serious progress, and Doc managed to stay very positive about the situation, while struggling with Gravis' mounting medical problems. The first suppression failure happened on the 4th day. The increase in phenomena and Ghostnet spawning was pretty much a repeat of the last time, but the other aspects of their failure went differently. For one thing, we didn't lose any armsmen on account of how Ghostnet still hadn't expanded to reach our defensive lines when the failure began. They show us how it had reached them by the end though. This time, Fumbles did better too. He managed to retain consciousness through the whole thing, though he was a little loopy afterwards, babbling about something being all around and trying to find itself. Gravis, however, came off a lot worse. Doc and Valerie weren't able to figure out exactly what had happened, but the Space Marine's secondary heart wound up resembling a raisin and had to be removed. Once again, the techies managed to fix things, but that marked the end of the easy part of the trip. As the fight against the Ghostness resumed, we realised that their spawn rate wasn't the only thing that had gone worse over time. The bugs were definitely stronger and more aggressive than they had been during the last trip, and they began to exhibit some new and worrying behaviour. 3 times in the following 2 days, sizable forces of Ghostness coalesced in areas where they hadn't reached our lines yet, and then suddenly wandered into the ship until they ran into our forces. We managed to beef up the defences in time on all 3 occasions, but they were all difficult fights, and this change in attack patterns forced Sarge, Amy and the captain to seriously re-evaluate their plans. By the 6th day, it was becoming apparent that holding out for 2 more weeks would be close to impossible. The unexpected increase in the Ghost's strength and the new penchant for the occasional focused attack forced our lines back days ahead of schedule, and the initial shipwide increase in phenomena we'd seen was getting worse. It was actually beginning to feel like the Gellarfield was failing, except Old Bill was certain it wasn't, and the usual whispers and blood seepage had been replaced with far-off chittering sounds and Tyranid ichor. It was obvious the Xenothrop was responsible, but it was still a mystery how, and we couldn't think of anything to do about it besides killing the bug or dewarping. Mind you, dewarping wasn't the same sort of emergency option it had been before. This was before the warp drive took a whole lot of energy to function, so we didn't actually have enough fuel to get back into the warp if we exited, much less go anywhere or dewarp again afterwards. So if we wanted to bail out of the warp, we were going to need to do it near a system that could provide fuel, and handle all the risks that came with that. Still, the situation with the Ghostnids was getting bad enough that Sarge was really considering calling for a detour, though the only chance coming up to do so was at least another 3 days of warp current coasting away. So the situation was bad, but there was at least one bright spot. Thanks to the time freed up by a lucky streak of only minor malfunctions in the cells, Dink and Theo had nearly completed Gravis' stasis field. In fact, they were down to just the last little part, dealing with the power distribution, and it was proving rather tricky. Since they didn't want to waste time doing it all from scratch, the two of them went down to the cells to take a hard look at how they'd done it last time. That turned out to be a very good decision. Now, despite the Xenothrop being the focus of all this trouble, the Free Techies didn't actually pay that much attention to it most of the time. For one thing, after Tink fixed the flickering problem, its stasis field had been working surprisingly well. It was always the devices scattered around the room that needed maintenance. Secondly, the Xenothrop had gotten incredibly creepy after Sarge's slagged hull metal shield had gone wrapped around its head. It never moved, obviously, being in stasis and all, but you always felt it was watching you under the metal, and the longer you looked at it, the worse it got. In retrospect, that was probably what some fancy-pants inquisitory super agent guy would have called a clue, but we were a little too busy for that shit. We just accepted that the metal-faced Xenopsyker that looked like a cross between a fetus, a snake, and a cockroach was creepy, and felt no need to examine said creepiness for a supernatural element. Anyway, all this meant that when Tink crawled under the stasis unit to poke around, and asked Theo to watch the field for any flickers, it was actually the first time anyone had really looked hard at the Xenothrop since we'd re-entered the warp. After a minute or so, Theo asked Tink if he'd touched anything, and when the techie replied in the negative, the little Tau scientist explained that there was some sort of interference pattern inside the field. Tink looked at the focusing array above his head, which looked perfectly intact to him, and asked what the pattern had looked like, and whether it might be yet another psychic phenomena. Theo walked a circuit around the stasis unit, turned his head from side to side, and reported, "There's actually 2 focal points, both positioned behind the Xenothrop. They're sort of black and smoky and shaped like little wings." So no shit, there we were, in the middle of the warp, too low on fuel to even consider stopping, when we realised our captive ghost-summoning insectoid Xenopsyker was actually a ghost-summoning insectoid Xenos demon host. I mean, what the hell? Seriously. Just how in the name of the Emperor are you supposed to respond to something like that? There's bad situations, and then there's comically bad situations. Anyway, it actually took us a little while to figure out that the Xenothrop was possessed. None of the techies knew much about demons, and of the 3 of them, only Jim had been on the occurrence border during his maiden voyage as an inquisitorial vessel, and he hadn't actually encountered the demon that had eventually possessed the Coctane. So the 3 of them gawked at the Xenotrop's miniature smoky wings for a while, debated whether it was something that could be ignored, and eventually calmed the rest of us to ask if we had any ideas what was going on. According to the Guardsmen fighting along Sarge, his swears were so vitriolic that they actually turned into little insectoid creatures as they left his mouth, and had to be swatted out of the air as they tried to bite people. Given how his warpy little section of the line had gotten by that point, none of us questioned this. Doc burst into hysterical laughter when he heard. This caused a little bit of concern among the medical staff, especially the 2 nurses who'd seen him melting people with Tyranid biotoxin. Sister Valerie carefully relieved him of his scalpel, dosed him with something relaxing but not incapacitating, and took over Gravis' watch while he giggled his way down to the cells to see the wings for himself. After a brief period of mindless panic, nobody denied all responsibility for what had happened, and then had to explain to those of us who hadn't been there what exactly wasn't his fault. Twitch just screamed, "I told you it was demonids!" into his combeat until Tink muted him. Over the course of the next few hours, everything that had been happening started making sense. There was some initial confusion about how it was all possible, since the Xenology adept kept telling us absolutely could not possess Tyranids. He gave this big lecture on how the hive mind worked, then trotted out that old line about Nids not having minds or souls, though anyone who's seen a demon engine stomping around a battlefield can tell you neither of those are strictly required. Anyway, the man was obviously full of shit. I mean, we could all see the wings, just sitting there being all smoky and sinister, if a bit on the tiny side. Can't really argue with that. So whether it was a matter of a dozen unimaginable coincidences coming together to make the impossible possible, or if the Emperor had just decided to screw with us, we had the first known case of a possessed Tyranid sitting in the cells. We hoped Oak's research buddy would be happy with it, because we weren't going to go back and get another one. When the demon had come from was a little more clear. Back during our first trip on the occurrence border, we'd come down to the psycho containment cells, and found them occupied by 5 child psychers in stasis, and a half-pint demon host who wasn't. After we looted a crucial part of the machinery restraining the demon host, as well as the 5 non-possessed children, the thing had chased us across the ship. It looked like a kid with massive wings made of smoke, curly horns, and glowing eyes, at least until we shot its host body to pieces, and it ran off to get a new one. The demon came back a little later as a Karnok, with the same wings and such, and had then gotten tangled up in a fight with a giant demonic servitor titan thing that the Take Priest, acting as the ship's captain, had been constructing for whatever insane reason. That had ended with the Narlock being incorporated into the Server Titan and Demon taking over the Coctane. It took some doing, but we eventually destroyed the Server Narlo Titan, pinched the Coctane into the bridge lift's shaft, and cranked the gravity up as high as it would go. That had done for the Coctane, and between reducing its host to a greasy crater and our subsequent exit from the warp, we'd assumed that was the last we'd seen of the Smoke-Winged Demon as well. The fact that the Coctane's crater could never be repaired, even by replacing entire sections of floor and wall, and the way it screamed at people in binary, probably should have tipped us off. So we dismissed the glowing, screaming crater as just another occurrence border thing. And trust me, it doesn't sound stupid after you've been on the ship for a while, and got on with our lives. It didn't come to our attention again until we began refurbishing the cells in preparation for the Xenothrop, and had discovered that there was some sort of demonic portal linking the cell that had held the demon's first host to the crater. Once again, we dismissed it as just another phenomena, and pretty much forgot about it. In retrospect, even without the demonic involvement, it should have occurred to us that having some sort of warp portal inside of all the side shielding and warp presence shrouding was a very bad thing. Not being demonologists, we had no idea whether the demon had been lurking in the cell or crater all this time, or if it had actually returned from the warp via the places it had tainted. Either way, the presence of a restrained and frequently unconscious psychic being, with no emperor or hive mind to protect it, must have looked incredibly tasty to it. The demon had probably been slowly corrupting the Xenothrop ever since we caught it. How does that work with a giant bug anyway? Does the demon tempt it promises of sugar or something? But we felt fairly certain that Sarge knocking the Xenothrop out of consciousness and into the tainted cell had been the final straw. After we had figured out that we were dealing with, as Twitch put it, a demon throp, and one that was sort of connected to this warp portal which bypassed all of the side shielding around the cells to boot, all the stuff with the ghost nids made sense. Well, sort of. We still didn't know what exactly they were, but at least it was clear how they were being called into existence, despite the Xenothrop being contained in the cell. None of us were experts in imprisoning demon hosts, but we were pretty sure it took a bit more than a few psi suppressors and a stasis field to do the job properly. Of course, knowing that you're doing something wrong isn't the same as knowing how to do it right. The Inquisition had always operated under the assumption that demon law was a very need-to-know subject, and in the Inquisition's opinion, a bunch of dumb grunts most certainly did not need to know. Mind you, up until this shit show, we'd agreed with that assessment. None of us had ever imagined that we wind up trying to prevent a demonically possessed psychic bug from summoning tires of ethereal Tyranids, or at least not without just killing the damn thing and calling it a day. Anyway, the point is that our team's combined knowledge of demon binding, or whatever you call it, consisted of a suspicion that it probably involved a bunch of runic circles, holy icons, and sinister-looking chains that weren't actually connected to anything load-bearing. The key words there were suspicion and probably, by the way. So lacking even the slightest idea how to handle the demon directly, we decided to hope like hell that dealing with the source of the problem would somehow fix everything. All of our highly developed problem-solving skills were focused on the demonically tainted cell, and a complex plan of action was formed. Which is to say that we set up a blast shield and tossed half a dozen depth into it. Of course, the just blow up the demonic portal plan didn't work, but, it might have. and it would have been really silly not to check. So, after establishing that all we managed to do was severely damage the shrine surrounding the Cogtain's crater and scare the shit out of a bunch of tech acolytes working on the bridge lift, we moved on to our next low-effort solution. We took one of our 3 spare pieces of sire shielding, crammed it into the doorway to the tainted cell, and then slapped a few dozen prayer seals on it. When that didn't work, we added the other 2 pieces of shielding. And when that didn't work, we finally allowed Fumbles to take a look. That was a nervous 10 minutes, let me tell you. Despite our very well-founded concerns, letting the accident-prone Psyker poke at the demonic warp portal worked out fine, mostly because the psi suppressors kept him from doing anything when he eventually spazzed out. Afterwards, once Fumbles had been woken up, and Twitch had stopped abjuring him and throwing holy water around, the Psyker blearily reported that nothing we were doing actually had any effect on the flow of demonic energy between the tainted cell and the demon probe. However, he was reasonably sure that increasing the distance between the two would at least reduce the flow a bit. Since moving the warp portal wasn't an option, the only way to accomplish this was by moving the demon probe, plus the various pieces of technology which kept it from killing us all. The task of figuring out how to more or less relocate the entirety of the cells fell to Tink, who immediately declared it to be impossible. This didn't stop him from calling a council of the nerds, including old Bill and Hannah, to figure out exactly how impossible it was though. Tink and his little think tank quickly established that the only system in the cells that could be easily moved was the psi suppression. This was primarily because they'd stopped bothering to bolt the suppressors back down between maintenance cycles, so they were all just taped to the floors and walls. On the other hand, the psi shielding and warp presence shroud, which Fumbles said were hiding the demon throat's location from its ghostnids, were pretty much built into the structure of the cells. Just removing them would require days of cutting, during which the ghostnids would probably swarm the cells. Finally, the stasis unit restraining the demon throat was not designed to be moved. Jostling the focusing array could cause problems ranging from flickers to spontaneous bisection of anything inside the stasis field, and power efficiency hadn't even been considered in its design, so running it off a battery was going to be tricky. The first problem to be solved was the stasis field. Tink and Theo realised that they didn't have to fix everything wrong with the demon throat stasis unit, since they had a much better one sitting nearly finished just a few rooms away. Their decision to repurpose Gravis' stasis unit almost got the two of them stabbed by an enraged medic, but luckily they were able to propose a solution for keeping Gravis alive as well. Tink explained from behind an overturned table that there was no reason that the nearly dead Space Marine couldn't just be thrown into the Demon Throat stasis unit after the bug had been relocated. Doc had not been happy with leaving his patient, even in stasis, next to a demonically tainted hole in reality, but eventually agreed and allowed Tink to flee the medbay. The psi shielding and the shroud were much trickier problems, and a fair bit of time was spent lamenting that the whole mess at the station had ruined our original plans to requisition enough materials to completely rebuild the cells. After a few hours of trying to figure out how to pull everything out and set it back up, before a tide of ghostness killed everyone, the ludicrous proposal of cutting a massive hole through the ship and moving the cells, minus the warpy bit, as one big old thingy was put forward. Luckily, old Bill saved us all from that retarded plan, when he decided to take a second look at the list of parts that need to be moved. Consummate scrounger that he was, old Bill could typically suggest 5 different alternatives for any missing critical part, and he was better than a savant when it came to keeping track of what had been used, where, and whether it would be missed. His abilities had let him down a little bit when it came to the highly specialised systems in the cells, but they came to our rescue in a big way when he asked whether a psi-shield panel was anything like a psi-focusing panel. After some debate, Tink pointed out that it was all moot, since there weren't any psi-focusing panels in the inventory. Old Bill asked whether anyone thought our headless astropath still needed the ones lining his sanctum. One quick check of the dried brain splatter sanctum later, it was established the panels which focused incoming astropathic messages on the chair in the middle of the sanctum could indeed be repurposed as shields. Theo, who'd become the resident expert on the underlying theory of most of the systems in the cells, claimed it was just a matter of tweaking the machinery that aligned the crystal matrices in each panel, and began estimating how long it would take to move them all to the bay that had been picked for the new cells. Tink asked why the hell we should bother moving them. The decision to just repurpose the Occurrence Border's bridge-adjacent astropathic sanctum as a Denethrope holding area was quickly reached by Tink and his fellow nerds. It took a little more time and a lot more shouting for Sarge, the captain and the navigator, whose sanctum was next door, to come around, and that time was used to tackle the final problem, the warp presence shroud. The shroud was a device which hid the warp presence of anyone inside from those outside, Such devices were typically used to hide vulnerable psychers from hungry demons during warp travel, but they were also great for hiding them from other psychers. Since the occurrence border had been smuggling child psychers, a practice which the Inquisition sort of frowned upon, the cells had a very good shroud, though it hadn't done jack to hide the Xenothrop from the demon that had been lurking inside its radius. Anyway, this well-made shroud consisted of a fair-sized pile of arcane machinery, which was unfortunately hooked to some sort of projector matrix embedded in the psi shields. Once again, it seemed like days of disassembling while fighting off a Ghostnid onslaught would be needed, but Theo had a better idea. The Little Tower scientist claimed that the block of Wraithbone he'd been playing with for the last few weeks has some interesting anti-warp properties, and he was 72.361% sure that it could be used to build something that would work like a shroud. It was a mark of everyone's exhaustion that the annoying little Xenos' idea was accepted without argument. So, roughly 26 sleepless hours after our discovery of the Xenothrop's wings, we designed a new cell to contain it. 30 hours of hard work and heroic ghost Tyranid killing after that, the new cell was complete. And all that was left to do was transport the barely restrained Xenos demon host for a ship filled with the ravenous insectoid warp ghost it had called into existence. When Tink said everything was ready, all of us, plus Theo and Gravis' mobile medical monstrosity, gathered in the cells. During the prior few days we managed to hold off Ghostnids and keep the Space Marine alive, despite a steady increase in the demon folk's power over the ship and the irreparable failure of one of the psi suppressors. During the little free time we've had, a route had been plotted from the cells, up through the lower decks to the bridge lift, and finally to the sanctum. The corridors were cleared of impediments, all the Guardsmen that could be spared from the main lines were stationed at checkpoints along the route, and the new stasis unit had been mounted on a motorized cargo pallet. When the last of the preparations were finished, Sarge alerted the captain, who sent out a shipwide warning, and we got ready for the most hectic prisoner transfer of our lives. The first step of transfer was moving the Demon-Folk from his old stasis unit to the new mobile one. There's probably a whole chapter on this sort of thing in whatever the inquisitorial equivalent of the uplifting primer is. You're probably supposed to use all sorts of seals, powerful psychers, and some of that special Tyranid tranquilizer the Science had. We may do with a few ropes, a ramp made out of a wall panel that no one would miss, and a cargo net. Tink lined up his long-distance manipulation tool, see poking stick, on the stasis unit's off button, then jabbed it and dove for cover. As the stasis field vanished, a pair of deep red spots appeared on the Demon Folk's metal-covered face, and its stubby little smoke wings suddenly expanded to a full meter in length. A horrible, soundless screech echoed through the cells. Thousands of insects began pouring out of every crack and crevice, and a corona of black-edged green lightning formed around the Demon Folk. Then the cargonet yanked it off its grab plates and dragged it face first down the congregated metal ramp. The Demon Folk flailed around a little, but didn't have enough strength to offset the manly and womanly muscle of 4 Guardsmen. We dragged it, screeching and kicking up sparks, into the waiting stasis unit, and Theo turned on the field. The insects around the room vanished in little puffs of black and green smoke, but a faint echo of the psychic screeching lingered, and the spots where the Demon Folk's expanded wings met the edge of the stasis field smoked in an ominous way. Sarge decided that this shit was too eldritch for his liking, yelled at Tink, Theo and Doc to move their asses. Doc was in a bit of a panic on account of how insects had been crawling out of Gravis' torso wound during the Demon Folk transfer, and the fact that every life support system hooked up the Marine was screaming for attention. He divvied around trying to figure out what to treat first, until Sarge resolved things by hefting Gravis off his life support bed. Doc tried and failed to keep everything connected as the torso-fired Space Marine was hauled across the room, then just gave up and helped Sarge. Gravis started the spasm and spurred all sorts of disgusting fluids as he was pushed into the bubble of null G in the middle of the stasis unit, prompting Doc to panic and hit the on button a little early. He apologised profusely as he bandaged Sarge's slightly shorter finger and sprayed disinfectant over everything Gravis had dribbled on. While Gravis was moved, Tink and Theo ran around directing us and their drones in the process of moving the psi suppressors. Extensions were spliced into the power cores of each of the hacked-together Tau Imperial Hyper devices, and a jumbled circle of arcane machinery was formed around the Demon Folk's stasis pallet. Then, piece by piece, each of the psi suppressors was fastened to the pallet, until it bristled with various engines, antennas, crystals, and less identifiable pieces of tech. When all the suppressors were fastened down and connected to the large battery array mounted on the front of the pallet, and Gravis was safe-ish in the Demon Folk's old stasis unit, we were pretty sure that his expression of pain and horror wasn't anything to worry about. We readied our weapons and got ready for the hard part. Sarge sent a final warning to the captain and counted down. As Sarge reached 0, Spot 2.0 opened the outer door to the cells, and all across the ship the Tyranid warp ghosts paused in their pursuit of repositioning Guardsmen, turned to focus on us, and solidified. We came out of the cells at a dead sprint, or at least those of us on foot did. Fear was perched in a semi-clear spot on the pad behind the demon phobe, gibbering at his drones in Tau speak, and doing his best to keep everything from spontaneously exploding. Tink had a similar spot on battery pack, and was splitting his attention between steering the pallet and scudding ahead with Spot. Twitch and Sarge were on point, pulling ahead to cover each corner and doorway. Amy and Doc were keeping an eye on our flanks from the middle of the group. Finally, Nubby was squeezed into a crevice at the back of the pallet, where he was simultaneously able to cover our rear and avoid doing any running. To our immense relief, we made it to the end of the corridor without the demon folk doing anything warpy, or a swarm of ghostness just appearing around us. Tink and Theo had said that leaving the cells would suddenly grant the demon folk more power, but the rest of us hadn't been so sure. Anyway, after that first straightaway, we began winding through the area around the cells in a manner that could be described as drunken. Despite all appearances though, it really was the fastest route available. Due to the chaotic layout of the occurrence border, the size of the pallet, and the amount of the ship occupied by the Ghostnids, the path we mapped to the Sanctum was anything but direct. The first leg involved a winding path around the cells area, which took us dangerously close to Ghostnid territory, before depositing us at one of the few major tilt corridors still under our control. We ran as fast as we could through connecting corridors, across recently cleared storage bays, and up the occasional microlift, ignoring the various minor phenomena, manning whispers, and occasional unclear technical hazards. Our progress was surprisingly good, possibly because we were lent extra motivation by what sounded like every Ghostnid on the ship baying for our blood. But it wasn't enough to keep us ahead of the entirety of the swarm. The first pack of Ghostnids clawed its way out of an oversized air vent behind us, as we exited a short-in bay lift. Luckily, that first pack hadn't included any ghostly Temagorns or higher forms. It was just a bunch of Hormagaunts and Rippers, though they were significantly more solid than any we'd encountered during the previous weeks. Solidity aside, we knew how to deal with a bunch of melee hostiles coming up a coverless corridor. Nubby began picking off the lead bugs with a pulse rifle, while Twitch dug through his detonators, and the rest of us kept moving. As the bulk of the pack passed a pair of yellow X markers on the corridor wall behind us, Twitch found the right detonator, and set off two of the frag mines he lined the corridor with. Doc and Amy paused for a second to help Nubby mop up the stragglers, and then everyone returned to their positions and our flight continued without the pallet ever losing any speed. As the last of us left the corridor, Twitch armed the rest of the mines, and a minute later we heard them start going off. Variations of that little scuttle were repeated a dozen times as we escorted the demon probe towards the checkpoint at the start of the tilt corridor. The Ghostnids were harder to kill than any we'd encountered during the previous weeks. They took just as much killing as real Tyranids, despite the way they poofed into smoke when they finally died. On the bright side, the bugs' new solidity seems to have robbed them of their ability to move through walls, though they made up for it with a freakish ability to home in on us. Wave after wave of the bugs came up behind our little convoy, as well as through the vents on the walls and ceilings, and eventually from ahead of us, as our course turned back towards the Ghostnid territory. The continuous attacks slowed us down a little, but didn't pose a serious threat. They were just Gaunts and Rippers after all, and we were bloody Imperial Guardsmen. Mowing down endless waves of underarmed Xenos with superior firepower is what the Emperor made us for. Between Twitch's mines, the early warnings, and target marking from Spot the Wonder Drone, and giant pile of pulse ammo we brought along, we dropped most of the Nids the second we saw them. Of course, that's not to say that everything went our way. Either the Demon Throat was exhibiting some serious power despite its stasied state, or the Occurrence Border's warpy little machine spirit had a really twisted sense of humour. On 4 occasions during our twisty run towards the checkpoint at the bottom of the tilt corridor, we ran into phenomena that seemed specifically designed to either slow us down or assist the Ghostnids in killing us. 2 of the delays were frustrating, but non-lethal in and of themselves. Twice, immediately after Spot had flown for a doorway, it slammed shut, and reopened on an all-too-familiar giant room filled with fire when we reached it ourselves. The first time it happened, Twitch led us on a winding detour, which had involved several Ghostnid attacks in tight corners. The second time, Tink just plasmied us a new door next to the fiery one. The Demon Thrope, or maybe just our terrible luck, struck again at the midway point of that first leg of our journey, when we all simultaneously ran out of breath and were deafened by a shrill and chittering keening sound. It wouldn't have been that much of a problem, except for the fact that it coincided with attacks from our front and rear by waves of Gaunts. The sudden slowdown and inability to communicate might have been lethal for our exposed pointsmen if the rest of us hadn't been on our toes. Doc and Amy, operating completely independently, both tossed frags at the pursuing swarm, and grabbed a hold of the motorized Xenotech pallet right as Tink floored it and Nubby took care of the stragglers. They arrived just a little too late to prevent the frontal attack from reaching Sarge and Twitch, but Sarge was a big boy who can handle a few scrapes and scratches, and Twitch had just hidden behind the beefy non-com until relief arrived. The final serious phenomena occurred only 2 rooms from the checkpoint, and very nearly got us all killed. We were crossing a storage bay that apparently held tanks of drinking water, headlight fluid, pressurized liquid chlorine, and toothpaste, when a pack of ghostnids clawed a hole through a door on Amy's flank. As she started picking the bugs off, a sort of howling spectral gal manifested in the corridor behind the bugs, and 3 of them were propelled through the hole like angry insectoid cannonballs. 1 gaunt was shot out of the air, another pancaked against the toothpaste tank, and a 3rd landed on Amy. Amy's panicked snapshot missed the gaunt, passed a centimetre in front of Theo's face, and exploded one of the crystal-tipped suppression pylons mounted on the demon throat's pallet. The lights abruptly went out, a frost began to form along the walls, and the bay's Vox system began screaming at us in a mix of Jantine, Battlecant, and Hood. All of us except Amy, who was trying to keep the gaunt from eating her face, and Nubby, who helpfully shot it off her, activated our tag lights and scanned the room for any sort of new warpy threat, while Theo tried to repair the suppressor, and Tink kept the pallet moving. Our rubbernecking was brought to an abrupt halt by 3 sudden realizations. Firstly, that the ghost nid on top of Amy was reforming instead of dissipating into smoke. Secondly, the screaming Vox was just a leakage alarm as opposed to some sort of warp phenomena. And finally, that Amy's shot had terminated in the pressurized chlorine tank. Amy practically teleported out from under the reforming gaunt, which Nubby shot a few more times for good measure, and we bowed out of that bay so fast that we literally stampeded the nids coming at us from ahead. As we exited, Doc attempted to close the bay behind us, only to find a little yellow note apologising for scrounging the door's control panel. He settled for tossing a nade at the now reformed gaunt and the other nids that were moving through the gas with impunity. We hit the tilt corridor checkpoint at a dead sprint with the ghost nids and gas hard on our heels. It took the Guardsmen defending the barricade-packed 4-way junction a few seconds to register our presence, which was understandable given the way the bugs they were holding off had started to reform as we approached. When the Sergeant-at-Arms leading the group finally realised we were there, he nearly put a round in the demon throat out of show of reflex, but Sarge caught him in time and started belting out orders. Our initial plan had been to take a breather, restock an ammo, and swap out the pallet's batteries for the ones we'd stash here, but the reforming Niz and the inexorably approaching gas cloud meant there wasn't time. Each of us grabbed what we could in the 10 seconds it took Sarge to order the Guardsmen to get ready to bail, preferably to somewhere airtight, and Tink coupled the pallet to the cart thing waiting at the edge of the tilt corridor. Theo, still busy trying to fix the psi suppressor Amy had shot, screamed at the tech acolyte holding the replacement batteries to just hop on the cart and follow the terrified cobboy aboard. An entire 30 seconds after our arrival, the Guardsmen manning the barricades beat feet. By the 40-second mark, a mix of chlorine gas and warp-spawn Tyranids had filled the checkpoint. 10 seconds after that, the jetpack Twitch had left on the pile of leftover ammo turned the whole place into a gas and gore-filled crater. We would have stopped to high-five each other, but we were a little too busy holding on for dear life as we raced down, or up, depending on how you looked at it, the tilt corridor. Now those of you who haven't been aboard a ship as clutched together as the occurrence border might be wondering what tilt corridors are. According to old Bill, they were grav lifts, shafts with angled grav plates so you can just walk up them like a corridor instead of waiting for a lift, from back before his time when the occurrence border still had an organised shipwide gravitic field. At some point during the transition to the current ad hoc system, either some sort of titanic accident, or the hard work of one of its predecessors, had twisted all 4 shafts into massive ramps which paradoxically pulled upwards. The end result was that inside the tilt corridors, going up ship, as he wanted to do, was downhill, and a pretty steep downhill at that. So picture a 300-metre long slide with a 6-person cargo cart at the top. Now add 6 Guardsmen, a Tau scientist, and a terrified tech acolyte, and a demon throat-laden pallet. Finally, put a cargo bay and a 90-degree gravity shift at the bottom, and give the whole thing a push. It was pretty high on the list of the stupidest ways we'd ever travelled, or at the top if you lumped it in with traversing the warp in a glorified space hulk. But at least Spot was there to record the terrifying amount of air we got as we reached the bottom of the corridor and shot out into the bay. Now when I say a terrifying amount of air, I mean terrifying. The only reason we didn't hit the 10-metre high ceiling of the cargo bay was because of the cluster of ghostly gaunts we hit first. We exploded into the bay in a share of chitin and ichor, sailed over a barricaded group of armsmen, passed just under a massive light fixture, came down on another cluster of ghostnids, and skidded to a juicy halt in front of the armsman protecting the doors to the aft cargo lift. The armsman stared at us, we stared back, and the elderly engineer fiddling with the doors yelled at everyone to keep it down while he worked. Being uncomfortably aware of the way the Tyranid goo we'd landed in was reforming, we didn't waste any time sitting around boggling at the fact that we were still alive. The cargo cart was ditched, and we scrooged past the armsman to the lift door, where the white-haired engineer informed us that it wasn't quite ready yet. Sarge drew a breath and got ready to scream at the geezer about our impending deaths at the claws of a swarm of reanimating warbugs, but deflated when Tink, who knew the engineer, quietly explained that it would only result in a lecture about young people and their myriad failings. Left with a lot of unspent rage, Sarge began pouring pulse fire into the surrounding ghostnids, and yelling at us to get off our asses and do the same. We all stepped up to help Sarge and the armsman play whack-a-bug, except for the few of us who had more useful things to do. Tink jumped off his driver's seat on the pallet, grabbed the replacement batches from the practically catatonic tech acolyte, and began replacing the nearly expended ones powering the demon folk stasis unit and the suppressors. Doc attempted to patch the defensive wounds that Amy had acquired when the gauntlet landed on her, but got told to go fondle someone who didn't have shooting to do, and switched his attention to a badly wounded armsman. Theo held the small towish device he'd been filling with up to the busted suppressor, and declared his genius as the dead bugs around us stopped reforming and began to drift apart. The armsman cheered as the ghostnid advance slowed, and so did we when the engineer whacked the door control a few times with a spanner and it began to grind open. No one noticed when one of the tentacles of smoke rising from where the demon folk's wings intersected the stasis field twisted towards the Vox system set in the base ceiling. At least, not until the Vox began screeching a high-pitched chittering sound. Now, an uneducated plebeian might have mistaken the sound coming from the Vox for mindless Tyranid chittering, but we immediately identified it as binary, and an attempt by the demon folk to control any nearby servitors, Sova, Skulls, and Cogboys. A guardsman's senses are just that precise. Well, no, actually, no they aren't. But it was sort of obvious after the tech acolyte smashed the side suppressor Theo had just fixed. As usual, Twitch was the first to respond, even if he was actually operating under the assumption that the Mechanicus had been allied with the Demonids, and possibly the Orcs, all along. And this was just the first stage of their uprising against the divine light of the Emperor. Luckily, we sorted that out for him before we ran into Jim or Hannah again, and even more luckily, for the tech acolyte at least, Twitch couldn't get line of sight past our panicking Tau scientist. So, instead of blowing off the hapless tech acolyte's head, Twitch opened fire on the engineer's 2 server skulls, taking them down before they could do any damage to the pallet. The engineer responded by throwing his spanner at Twitch, but it only bounced off his helmet and the man apologised later, so there were no hard feelings. The rest of us took a little longer than Twitch to react, which meant the tech acolyte had time to damage another side suppressor before Tink brained him with a battery. As the second suppressor failed, a shipquake shook the bay, and the dead ghostness stopped dissipating and began to flow together into large piles. When the first Tyranid warrior emerged from the goo and began hosing the barricades with death splitter rounds, we decided that it was really time that we got moving again and sprinted for the open lift. Actually, it wasn't as unanimous a decision as most of our retreats were. Doc had become rather fixated on the armsman he was treating, and wound up dragging the partially disemboweled man along with us onto the lift. Also, as we ran by the half-conscious acolyte, Twitch raised the possibility of continued demonthropic possession and lift sabotage, and suggested that blowing the cowboy's head off was the only way to be sure. Nubby ended the ethical debate before it started by kicking the tech acolyte into the floor hatch the engineer had opened as an escape route for himself and the armsman. Judging by the crashes and bangs, the maintenance shaft went down 3 or 4 levels, but cowboys tend to be fairly sturdy, and he looked fine when we saw him again a few weeks later. Possibly that had been some other tech acolyte who was terrified of us, and had an impressive collection of ladder rung-shaped dents. Once aboard the lift, we shut the door on the deteriorating situation in the cargo bay, and began our slow ascent to the main cargo corridor. Our ride was accompanied by the sounds of thousands of ghostnids clawing at the shaft's doors, and this was made even worse by the mixture of cheering music and demonic screeches playing over the lift's speakers. Those of us who weren't attempting to save arbitrarily acquired armsmen, repair the damaged suppressors, or calm the cogitator adept for a sit-rep, scanned the shaft above us and tried to anticipate where the first breakthrough would occur. It was a very high-stress situation, especially after Sarge learned that the checkpoint at the top of the lift was under heavy attack, which is why several of us reflexively started shooting the walls when the lift suddenly stopped and the lights went out. There were a few seconds of wild panic, and then Tink and Theo got the wide-angle illuminators on their drones activated, and we realised a few things. Firstly, the sound of angry Tyranids clawing at the shaft had vanished, as had the reassuring background noise of our combis and the humming buzz of the overloaded psi suppressors, but not the annoying lift music. Secondly, the shaft walls were bleeding, and it was human blood instead of Tyranid ichor for a change. Also, the tormented-looking faces that occasionally pressed out of the gore and then faded again didn't look insectoid either. Finally, and most worryingly to those of us who knew the occurrence borders follables, the level we stored at didn't have a big cargo bay-sized door. Just an ordinary-looking hatch. Oh, and Doc Sarsen was dead, but that probably had more to do with the cantaloupe-sized hole in his gut than anything eldritch. Theo, after verifying that the psi suppressors were still functioning, just not being overloaded for a change, jumped at the chance to do some repairs, and completely ignored the totally normal door. The rest of us gathered around it, and held a completely silent debate, which ended with our fearless leader stepping forward to open it, while we got ready to blow apart whatever horrors waited on the other side. As the door swung open, we all lowered our weapons. Twitch whimpered. Amy and Doc swore. Tink set Spot to record. Sarge facepalmed, and Nubby cheerily waved at the smouldering, bearded skeleton at the head of the poker table, who laughed and waved back. Our arrival didn't go unnoticed by the other players at the poker table. The charred skeleton, with a chainsaw at his side, turned and waved as well, and the exit wound-faced man on the far side raised his beer to us, before messily dumping it into the appropriate area of his mouth. This caught the attention of the last man at the table, a massive, angry-looking fellow in scout armour, who looked surprisingly normal if you ignored the telephone pole-sized Tyranid talon lodged in his chest. He turned towards the door, knocking drinks and chips everywhere with his chest talon, and then went wide-eyed as he saw us. The man immediately leapt to his feet and began striding towards the door while ranting about cowards, scavengers, and heretics. We automatically raised our weapons again, but before the ranting scout-marine got much closer, the sword-bearing skeleton and nearly headless guardsman shared an exasperated look, got up and grabbed him by the elbows. They didn't actually have enough strength to stop the scout, but then the bearded skeleton came over and pulled down on the talons sticking out of the large man's back, causing him to topple backwards. The scout marine was dragged back to the table, screaming at us the whole way, mostly about his sergeant. Specifically how our incompetence had gotten him cut in half, the way we'd lost, stolen or sold most of his gear and his legs, and how we'd finally left him, alone and dying, in a demonically tainted hole. This annoyed Doc, who thought he'd done a pretty good job keeping Gravis sort of alive, all things considered, and said so. On the list of saying things to do, arguing with a dead scout marine is pretty close to the bottom. But that didn't stop Doc, or Nubby, and Tink for that matter. All three of them started throwing excuses, explanations, and insults at the Impale Scout, who expanded his list of grievances to include being too cowardly or stupid to shoot down a flyrant, abandoning a shuttle full of his battle brothers in a Xenos-filled backwater, and getting him stuck in some shitty poker room for eternity. Nubby responded by calling his Primarch fat. The bearded skeleton, who'd been staring at the exchange and Sarge's pained reaction to it, fell over laughing at that remark, and the argument petered out. Once he'd regained his breath, the skeleton apologised for the new guy's complete lack of perspective, and then immediately went on to congratulate us for finally doing something about Frank. Since he gestured towards our pallet when he said that, we assumed that he meant the demon trope, and didn't ask why it had a name. Sarge adopted his best poker face, thanked the skeleton for his praise, suggested that it time we got moving again, and began to shut the door. The bearded skeleton held up a finger and suggested we take the lift all the way up to level 39. Tink, ever dependent, pointed out that the lift only went up to level 26.5, which prompted yet another bout of knee-slapping laughter from the skeleton. Acting as if we'd said the most hilariously stupid thing he'd ever heard, the bearded skeleton repeated Tink's statement to his three companions, two of which joined him in laughing. After a few seconds, the faceless guardsman gurgled something, which prompted the spoke skeleton to make a "get a load of this guy" gesture at him, and asked if we minded. Without even thinking, Sarge responded with a shrug, then flinched backwards as the headshot corpse suddenly appeared at the doorway, and began to lean out into the lift. Talking to the familiar denizens of the poker room was one thing, but one of them coming out was quite another. Most of us raised our weapons, and Sarge tried to slam the door, but Twitch grabbed his arm, and gestured at the rest of us to put the guns away and back up. The nearly headless guardsman gave Twitch an appreciative-sounding gurgle, and reached an arm out towards the lift control panel. As the corpse's arm passed over the threshold, his flesh on it began to rot and bubble, and the lights in the drones and our armour began to flicker. With a cracking pop, the annoying lift music cut out, and was replaced by immensely creepy children's songs, which the blood faces on the shaft's walls began singing along to. Twitch began rocking back and forth and singing along as well, and for some reason Theo joined in too. Amy told them both to stop being crazy, prompting Twitch to start giggling, and Theo to complain about how he was just trying to fit in, and we really needed to document what was and wasn't considered crazy in our backwards culture. When its rotting arm reached the control panel, the headshot Guardsman began lifting his head out to get a look at what he was doing. We all reflexively looked away and didn't see exactly what happened next, but there was an incredibly foul smell and a layer of frost formed on everything in the lift except for the Demon Frop's stasis unit. Then the frost and smell abruptly vanished, the singing stopped, and we looked back to see the Guardsman lumbering back into the poker room, looking as normal as anyone with a massive crater in their head can. The charred spoke skeleton laughed at us, gestured towards the button labelled 39 that had appeared at the top of the control panel, and asked if that was better, and told us to have fun. Behind him, the sword-bearing skeleton paused from restraining the scout and waved, then told us not to fuck up because he had money on us. The last thing we saw before Sarge closed the door was the two skeletons leveling the scout up and the headshot Guardsman sitting down at the bar next to a vaguely glossy shape that hadn't been there earlier. We noted the absence of Doc's recently expired armsman, and unanimously agreed to never speak of him again. When the door was firmly shut, we all stood around waiting to see if anything else was going to happen. After a few seconds, Nubby chilly announced that went alright, clomped over to the lift control panel and pressed the new button before anyone could think to stop him. All of us swore at the little trooper as the lift launched upwards like a booster rocket had been attached to it, and a sensation disturbingly similar to a bad warp transit rolled over us. It took us about 8 seconds for the lift to reach level 39. This was admittedly a great improvement over its usual speed, but they didn't quite make up for the general unpleasantness of the ascent, and the way we were all launched a meter into the air when it slammed to a stop. We staggered to our feet, attempted to look around, and realised that we were somehow unable to direct our gaze at anything but the floor and the wall, and the front of the lift, which held yet another door that didn't belong in the lift shaft. Nubby scampered towards the lift control panel again, only to find himself suspended in the air by his collar. Sarge handed him to Amy, walked over the panel, and briefly perused the options before giving up and just hitting the open door button. It slid open to reveal a short, unlit hallway that was just large enough for the pallet, and another door. Lacking any better ideas, we entered the hallway, and were totally unsurprised when the door slammed shut behind us. What did surprise us was the words, "Outer airlock door," for real this time, stenciled on its inside. Tink spoke for all of us when he suggested getting through the inner door as fast as possible. On the far side of the door, we found a bunk room full of confused crewmen. When asked, they confirmed that we were indeed on level 39, and only a short distance away from the main lift. Sarge reported our position to the Cogitator Adept, who presumably relayed it to everyone else while we resumed our journey to the Astropathic Sanctum. Our pace was much slower than it had been before, partially because we didn't have a pre-mapped route anymore, but mostly because there were no ghost nids up there to attack us. Also, it seemed like Theo had done a great job of repairing the psi suppressors. They were nearly silent and nothing weird was happening at all. We practically strolled through bays and corridors, congratulating ourselves, and praising the generosity of overcooked skeletons as we walked. This light move lasted until we reached the entrance to the main lift. As the door opened to reveal the lift shaft, the tendrils of smoke drifting from the Demon Frop's wings suddenly snaked around and shot downwards. 13 levels below us, the tendrils pulled against the roof of the shrine that had been built over the Cogtain's crater, and then melted through it in a burst of black and green light. A screeching that sounded like a cross between binary, Tyranid, and demonic echoed up the shaft, and everything very abruptly went to shit. The psi suppressors began making an overloaded whine, and the two that Theo had just repaired exploded. Fragments of metal and crystal bounced off our carapace armor, and Spot's town metal chassis, but Theo and the delicate machinery on the pallet weren't anywhere near as protected. The little Xenos received several nasty gashes on his face and arms. 2 more suppressors began spewing clouds of smoke, and the stasis unit began emitting a steadily rising whine that was horribly familiar to us. Down in the shaft, several things that sounded bigger and warpier than any ghosted we'd encountered began to howl. Now, despite occasionally bouts of irrationality and insanity, we were a bunch of semi-professional badasses, so we didn't just stand around panicking over how screwed we were. Within 5 seconds of the suppression failure, we had 4 guns pouring pulse fire into the indistinct forms crawling up the lift shaft, and Doc and Tink were seen to Theo in the damaged pallet. Doc immediately diagnosed Theo's injuries as non-life-threatening, administered a few bandages and towel-safe painkillers, and then steered the little Xenos over to where Tink was doing his best to keep anything else from exploding. The top priority was the stasis unit, which was making the telltale sound of an imminent flicker. Given that this unit didn't have an array of grab plates to keep anything inside it from escaping, Tink was operating under the assumption that any flicker over a second long would result in an enraged Xenos demon host flying into the air and tearing us all to bloody pieces. He and Theo, who was badly shaken but still able to help, set to work stabilizing, splicing, and other technical shit, while Doc ran over to join the rest of us in our delightful game of shoot the horrible monster before it closes to melee range and kills you. Horrible monster was really the best description we could come up with for what was climbing the shaft around the rising lift platform. By the time Doc had arrived, we killed at least 6 of them between us. That's 3 for Amy, the show-off, and 1 each for everyone else, but we still had no idea what the hell the things were. We could see Tyranid chitin and claws, but they were mixed in with tentacles and massive bulging eyes, and the whole mess seemed to be covered with clouds of obscuring smoke. Twitch would up triumphantly, declaring them to be his long-predicted demonoids. None of us bothered to argue with him. Unlike most of our battles with the Ghostnids, our defense on the level 39 lift door, not a battle name for the history books, that wasn't a cakewalk. Whatever the things climbing up the shaft were, they could take an awful lot of fire, and they moved far faster than anything their size had any right to. We operated as efficiently as possible, calling targets, maintaining fire discipline, and making heavy use of Spot's marker thingy, but they steadily gained ground on us, especially when the rising lift platform, a half-shaft wall crawler, and picture a metal rectangle with massive gears on 3 sides, blocked our line of sight. To make matters worse, the demon folk was acting all sorts of uppity. Tink and Theo managed to prevent a stasis flicker, thank the Emperor, but the damn bug was still able to inflict all sorts of inconvenient minor phenomena on us, and we could feel it trying to worm its way into our minds. Presumably it was trying to command us to do its bidding, but unlike the demons we'd heard about from other inquisitorial agents, this thing apparently only knew how to speak in binary and Tyranid. So it was mostly just incoherent psychic screeching, but it was still very distracting, and left us all with massive headaches, plus a vague hunger for human flesh and motor oil. So it was pretty obvious to all of us that our situation wasn't sustainable, but luckily it didn't have to be. We really only had to hold out long enough for the lift to reach us, and for us to ride it up to the bridge level, where it was a short sprint to the former astropathic sanctum. Not an easy task by any means, but one that was definitely possible. Well, at least we hoped it was possible, because the only other option was setting off the failsafe Twitch had wired to the demon from stasis unit, and it would really suck if we wound up just killing the thing, after hauling it halfway across the galaxy. It took an absolutely grueling 3 minutes for the lift to clank its way up to us, but we managed to hold off the demonids, or whatever, until it reached us. We piled aboard and switched to a much less efficient omnidirectional defense of the edges of the platform, which we immediately realized was not going to be enough to keep them from catching us before we reached the bridge. Not liking the idea of fighting 3-meter-tall monsters as they climbed over the edge of the platform and directly into melee range, Sarge ordered the deployment of our remaining grenades and as many of Twitch's jetpacks as he could use without collapsing a wall. The wave of explosions that rolled down the shaft was like a miniature artillery barrage. It was immensely satisfying to watch bug after bug being knocked off the walls to plummet to the bottom of the shaft. The distant sound of their enraged howls ending in gooey, crackling crashes warmed our hearts, but not as much as what we saw when the smoke cleared. The massive concussive force and the impact of their falling companions had dislodged almost every one of the climbing daemonoids. We began picking off the last stragglers, and for a few seconds actually thought we bought enough time to reach our destination unmolested. Then the tendrils of smoke drifting down from the demon rope twisted into the giant pile of ichor and limbs at the bottom of the shaft, and something freaking massive pulled itself together. It rose out of the goo, turned its horn head towards us, and spread wings that touched the edges of the shaft. The 5 of us looking over the edge swore, as what looked for all the world like a winged hive tyrant with extra eyes and tentacles launched itself upwards. We all immediately opened fire on full auto, just indiscriminately hosing the demonic flyrant with as much pulse fire as possible, which accomplished very little aside from making it angry. It was hard to tell whether the thing was shrugging off our fire or regenerating its injuries, but the end result was the same, and Sarge quickly ordered a change of tactics. Tink ran over and joined us, nailing the Flyrant with big old balls of armor-piercing plasma, while the rest of us focused our fire on Spot's marker light. Our target was the thing's wings, specifically the joint where the left one connected to its shoulder, which we figured would be a rather delicate and vulnerable spot in the Flyrant's armor. This proved true. Unfortunately, the result, when we finally burned through, was disappointing. The wings did shear off and drop down the shaft, but the Flyrant didn't follow it down. The demon frog's smoky tendrils coalesced around the bloody joint, and then sprang out to form a new wing before the beast had fallen more than a meter. With what was unquestionably a laugh, the Flyrant resumed its flight. We were understandably frustrated by this development, but not defeated. We shot the smoky wing a little, just to see if that would work, and when it didn't, we shifted our fire to the other wing, mostly out of stubbornness. Once that wing had reformed out of smoke too, and the Flyrant had let out another horrible demonic laugh, we began directing our fire at the little we could see of his head. Well, most of us did. Nubby and Twitch decided that the Emperor could worry about the structural integrity of the left shaft, and began unloading the Demolition Troopers pack. The first step pack pegged the Flyrant on the tip of its pointed head, and knocked it half a meter downwards where it detonated, but didn't do more than blacken and crack that thing's chitinous armor. Before those cracks could heal, though, a second pack exploded in the air just behind it, damaging it further and temporarily disrupting the solidity of its wings. Now, if Twitch hadn't been running low on munitions, it sounds impossible, I know, but several weeks of constant fighting was enough to run down even his stockpiles. This renewed explosive assault might have been enough to stop the Flyrant. Unfortunately, he and Nubby ran out of det packs far before the giant demonic bug ran out of whatever kept it alive. That didn't mean Twitch was out of explosives, though, just ones that could easily be used against a moving target. When the Flyrant came through the 9th det pack explosion, looking as pissed as ever, he instructed Nubby to grab a few parts from Tink or Theo, and began messing with the mixed assortment of mines he had left. Of course, the rest of us weren't just standing around while this went on. We kept putting fire into the Flyrant's head and shoulders. We just had no idea if it was actually accomplishing anything. By our reckoning, we'd done far more damage than it had taken to kill the non-demonic Flyrant that had bisected Sergeant Gravis, but even the gaping holes left by Tink's weapon seemed to be filling in almost as fast as we inflicted them. Nubby quickly acquired the parts Twitch wanted, and then ran around collecting anyone's leftover flash and smoke grenades. Mind you, he didn't bother to ask us for them. The little klepto just sort of drifted by like a rancid breeze, and they were gone. Anyway, everything even vaguely explosive was loaded into Twitch's pack. The makeshift detonator was rigged, and the improvised bomb was placed at the edge of the lift, where Tink threw a sizable wrench into the plan by refusing to attach it to Spot. So, right there, with all of us still firing our weapons on full auto, and with the Flyrant closing in on us, Tink and Twitch started screaming at each other like a pair of 5-year-olds. Twitch said that his bomb had to be set off right up against the Flyrant's slightly less armoured underside, and Tink was equally adamant that Spot 2.0 wouldn't be sent off to the same explosive death as the original Spot. It was one of those philosophical thingies, with an unstoppable madman and an unmovable idiot or something like that, and there was not time for this shit. Realising that trying to argue with either of them would waste seconds we didn't have, Sarge grabbed the bag bomb and announced his intention to bounce it off the wall below us, and told Twitch to start a countdown. This was, of course, a terrible idea. Bags of explosives with jury-rigged detonators are known for their bouncing capabilities, in the same way that Ogrins are known for their rapier wit. But Sarge was already hefting the bag, and he was the boss, so he just went with it. As Twitch counted down, Doc and Amy each grabbed one of Sarge's legs so we could lean out over the edge. Tink hastily recalled Spot to a safe distance, and Nubby helpfully reminded everyone how much it would suck if Sarge missed. Sarge swung the bag back and forth by its straps, gauging its weight, the speed of the incoming Flyrant, and the angle he'd have to hit the wall at, and then, as the countdown reached 5, decided, to hell with this, and just dropped the thing. The bomb bag did not sail through the air, or tumble through space, or anything else poetic sounding. It just dropped straight down the shaft like a backpack full of explosives, passing bare centimetres in front of the Flyrant's face, and jerked to a halt as one of its straps caught on the demonic horns the bug had instead of the usual head spike. I like to imagine it stared at the bag cross-eyed for a second, as it swung there, beeping. Despite the bomb bag not being positioned in what Twitch had deemed the sweet spot, the explosion still laminated the Flyrant across 3 of the shaft's walls. It was a highly satisfying result, and we would have paused for a second to congratulate ourselves, except for the fact that the entire shaft was making ominous creaking noises, and the thick layer of ichor and chunky bits was writhing and bubbling. Within seconds, the whole mess had erupted into those hand-sized bugs that the demon folk like to summon from time to time, and the last portion of our trip up the lift was spent frantically shooting and stomping the onrushing swarm. It wasn't as serious a threat as anything else the demon folk had thrown at us, but that final attack was enough to keep us busy until we reached the top of the shaft, and lent us all sorts of motivation to keep moving after we reached the bridge. We sprinted through the Occurrence Borders bridge with a ravenous tide of insects behind us, and hundreds more crawling out of every niche and shadow in the room. The bridge officers and their armsmen, who'd apparently been too busy doing naval things to help us with the demonic flyrant, ran around screaming and shooting while we weaved through them and towards the door to the astropathic sanctum. Perhaps sensing that it was running out of time, the demon folk began emitting a constant stream of inconveniencing phenomena. We skidded across patches of ice, were buffeted by blasts of wind, suffered dozens of painful electrical shocks, and endured the most god-awful psychic racket until we finally reached the door Jim was holding open for us. The astropathic sanctum was a hemispherical room with a massive chair covered with wires and gross-looking stains in the middle. The floor was covered with taped-down wires, markings indicating where suppressors should be installed, and a small pile of furniture and clothes that had probably belonged to the former astropath. As we entered the room, Jim slammed the door behind us, Fumbles jumped out of the chair, and Tink brought the pallet to a skidding stop. The three techies hastily swapped out the cores powering the stasis unit, and then all of us lifted a heavy piece of machinery off the pallet. With a quick heave, the demon folk holding stasis unit was deposited on the ex-astropath's chair, where it sat at a very awkward-looking but surprisingly stable angle. As we did the heavy lifting, Theo ran around to the back side of the chair, where a disorganized pile of Imperial and Tau tech was sitting at the center of a network of cables which spread across the dome ceiling like ivy. The Tau scientist flipped the switch and let out a panicked scream as nothing happened. Then Fumbles plugged the cord one of us had kicked loose back in, and the horrible psychic pressure of the demon folk's mind abruptly vanished. And that was the end of it, right there. The bugs in the bridge disappeared in puffs of smoke. The majority of the phenomena manifesting throughout the ship vanished, and all across the ship, the Guardsmen lost both their focus and solidity, and stopped reappearing after death. The captain, who had been pushed all the way back into the Galar-filled generator room, launched an immediate counterattack, which we declined to participate in on account of how the bridge lift was probably broken, and we were too tired to handle 60 flights of stairs. We all just sat on the floor of the sanctum, utterly exhausted, watching Tink, Theo, Jim, and Fumbles argue about why the warp presence shroud Theo had built around his chunk of wraithbone was acting as a massive demon-only psi suppressor. They seemed very agitated about the whole thing, but the rest of us didn't really care. As far as we were concerned, it just worked. Which meant that we won, which meant that it was time for a nap. We wound up camped in the demon-phropic sanctum for a few days, just keeping an eye on the thing, but it stayed put and didn't do anything warpy, even when the non-technomagical psi suppressors were deactivated for installation. The demon folk was still creepy looking, mind you, with the metal-covered face, glowing eyes and smoky wings, and all that, but it wasn't creepy feeling anymore. When coupled with the fact that the Cogtain's crater no longer screamed at people, though it still couldn't be repaired, we took that as a clear sign that Theo's wraithbone thingy had done the trick, and the demon was being held in check. After our paranoia had abated, we descended into the ship to see how bad the damage looked. The final tally was nearly a sixth of the crew dead, and half again as many wounded, which meant that the second Doc showed his face downstairs, he was hauled off to the medbay to lend a hand, and didn't reappear for several days. On the mechanical side, the damage was considerably lighter. The Guardsmen hadn't bothered to vandalize anything, so it was mostly a matter of unmaintained systems having problems, and battle damage, most of which had been caused by us. Old Bill was especially cross about this being the second time we nearly destroyed the bridge lift shaft, and the fact that the aft cargo lift platform was just gone. Anyway, no critical systems were damaged, and our meager fuel reserves were still intact, which meant that there was no mechanical reason not to continue our trip to the Order Xenos' research facility. It turned out there weren't any non-mechanical reasons to stop either. The demon folk were secure, and now that Theo's wraithbone thingy was doing most of the work, the suppressors were running just fine. So the big bug wasn't a problem, and while there were still a few ghostness wandering around the tainted areas, without increasing numbers forcing them outwards, they weren't any more of an issue than anything else that haunted those decks. The Gravis situation was looking up too, much to Doc's relief. When Doc escaped from his girlfriend for a few minutes and ran to check on Gravis, he found that despite the Dead Scout's harsh predictions, the bisected space marine was doing just fine in the Demon Folk Soul stasis unit. In fact, he was doing so well now that he wasn't under constant attack by a spiteful possessed bug, that we were able to take him out of the stasis unit long enough for Teak and Theo to get the whole thing mobile, and moved up to the medbay. So we continued on our way, slowly meandering along what was probably most ass-backward route ever plotted by an Imperial vessel, and things slowly returned to normal. Doc doctored and Tink tinkered, though mostly on wounded armsmen and the stealth shuttle instead of Gravis or the Sanctum. Jim, Theo and Hannah kept busy repairing the ship and trying to figure out why the Wraithbone device worked the way it did, and spent their free time annoying the hell out of the navigator next door by watching Tau vids at high volume in the Sanctum. Amy, slightly regretfully, stepped down as de facto commander of half the ship's armsmen and returned to mooching around with Twitch, Nubby and Fumbles. Through some sort of miracle, all four of them kept out of trouble, at least anything serious enough to come to Sarge's attention for the rest of the trip. Finally, Sarge was allowed a few days to plan things with the captain, then was dragged off by the relentless diplomacy adept to resume his classes. Finally, 2 weeks later, we came out of the warp in a single-planet system. The fuel situation was such that, even with a minimum distance dewarp, it still took us the better part of a day to coast our way into Vox range of the small station orbiting the planet. It really says something about just how low you are when you wind up using your shuttles to push the ship the few million kilometers. As we got into Vox range, Sarge dressed up and transmitted his credentials and the contact information he'd been given as part of his mission briefing and held his breath. But thankfully, this time the response came immediately. The occurrence border was cleared to refuel at the station, though docking was out of the question given that it was smaller than our ship. Sarge was instructed not to wait for the refueling, and deliver his cargo to the research facility, which was the only thing on the desert planet as soon as he entered shuttle range. The relief that went through everyone on the ship at hearing all this was massive. Doc actually cried when he heard them confirm that they had a medical facility capable of treating Tyranid biocontamination. The rest of us were more restrained, merely cheering and holding a wild party, before blearily dressing ourselves in our best uniforms and moving Gravis and the Demonfrog into the shuttle. The loading of the Demonfrog was uneventful, except for the harrowing trip down the makeshift lift, which involved a lot more swinging back and forth than seemed reasonable. It was crammed into the shuttle along with the usual clutter of psi suppressors and a mobile version of the Wraithbone device that Theo had devised. The little tower would not be coming down to the planet with us, this being an inquisitorial facility that experimented on Xenos and all, but he begged us to bring the Wraithbone back after the Demonfrog was delivered, which is why his device had been mounted on the Grok skull in case spot. The shuttle we took down was not the stealth shuttle. Tink claimed he'd gotten it to the point where it would fly and hold air, even if most of the stealth bits were completely non-functional, but none of us had liked the way he kept using the words like should and probably. Jim flew us down in a standard shuttle with a whole lot of patched Bright Lance holes in it, which failed to explode or do anything else interesting on its way from the still breaking occurrence border to the research facility. As we made our final approach, we transmitted our contact codes again, and were instructed to a lone landing pad which jutted out of a completely barren mountainside and bristled with anti-air turrets. Jim put the shuttle down precisely in the middle of all the turrets, and our entire party, adepts and fumbles included, as this was an official event, filed out of the shuttle. We were greeted by a party of 5 men. The man in the middle was tall, tanned, wore a long coat that looked amazingly uncomfortable in the blistering heat of the landing pad, and had an Order Xenos rosette hanging from his neck, and so we pegged him as Inquisitor Sistisat. He was flanked by a cogboy, a scribe who looked like he was dying of heat exhaustion, and what even we immediately recognized as a pair of Deathwatch Space Marines. Sar snapped off a parade ground salute, which earned him a kick in the shin from the diplomacy adept, and formally introduced himself as Interrogator Greg Sargent, delivering one live Zonothrop on behalf of Inquisitor Oak as requested. He made no mention of the Zonothrop's little problem, figuring that was a discussion best had when there were no armed Space Marines present. The Inquisitor accepted Sarge's introduction with a nod, and took a long look at the Demonfrog's pallet. The web of cables hooked up to the Wraithbone device obscured the wings for a cursory examination, but the man's eyes obviously lingered on the half-melted metal, and the general towishness of pretty much every piece of tech on the pallet. Thankfully, he didn't start jumping up and down, screaming about heretical Xenotech, and we all let out a breath of relief as he turned away from the pallet to face his 2 non-superhuman flunkies. That relief abruptly evaporated as he ordered them to take the Zonothrop and store it in the live sample holding cells with the rest of the evidence. Before any of us had managed to absorb the implications of that last word, the Inquisitor turned back to Sarge and announced that he, his men, and his ship were all under arrest by the joint orders of the Ordos Hereticus and Ordos Xenos. Fumbles and Jim both let out little whimpers, and Twitch and Nubby both immediately started to go for their sidearms but paused as the Space Marines instantly raised their bolters. The rest of us stood there, slack-jawed, until Sarge managed to ask just what in the Emperor's name were we under arrest for. The Inquisitor's face went absolutely blank, and in a voice that seemed almost mechanical but made Fumbles shake like a leaf, he replied, "What for? Well, most recently, disregarding an order to cease all operations and return to headquarters, the murder of 2 squads of Space Marines, the attack of an Imperial space station, and the transport of a live Xenopsyker for purposes of heretical experimentation. But the charge at the top of the list will almost certainly be aiding and abetting the Rogue Inquisitor, colloquially known as Oak." Well, shit.